Durruti in the Spanish Revolution. Abel Paz. Afterword by José Luis Gutiérrez Molina. To Jenny, whose constant and continued support made this book possible. Translator's acknowledgements. I translated this book in honor of Durruti's revolutionary legacy and, to a lesser extent, Paz's contributions as a partisan intellectual. Many people from the around world have helped me along the way. I must first thank AK Press for asking me to translate the work and for their consistent encouragement. I am particularly grateful to Axe Charles Weigel. His expert and exhaustive editorial assistance enabled me to improve the manuscript dramatically. Eva Garcia, Nadia Gil Velasquez, and Astrid Wessels all patiently helped me unravel countless obscure and idiomatic passages. Dieter Gebauer and Lea Canals both provided indispensable aid. Julie Herrada from the Labadie collection at the University of Michigan graciously and promptly mailed me various important documents. I am indebted to Paul Glavin for his unflagging support for my literary endeavors over the years. Annette Birkin and Rebecca DeWitt copy-edited the entire text and enriched it significantly. Finally, I must express my deepest appreciation to Yvonne Liu. She offered helpful comments on several chapters, although more than anything I am grateful for her constant emotional support, companionship, and for bringing so many joys into my life. While those listed above made this translation much better than it would have been without their help, I alone bear final responsibility for the text. Preface to the Spanish edition. For a variety of reasons, we were initially unable to publish this biography in its original language and had to bring it into the world in translated form. However, readers curious enough to buy the Spanish and French editions should be aware that the Spanish version is distinct from the French in important ways. We should also inform readers that they may find material in this biography that they have seen elsewhere, in works by other authors. This is because many unscrupulous historians and specialists have extracted information from the French edition of this book without indicating and sometimes even deliberately concealing its origin. Anyone with concerns can be assured that we have used primary sources almost exclusively. This compels us to include abundant and sometimes cumbersome footnotes, but we believe that it is important to note our sources, especially when treating a person upon whom so many silences, shadows, and distortions weigh. Having made these disclaimers, we should explain what prompted us to modify this work between the publication of the first French edition and this Spanish edition. In 1962, when we began researching Buenaventura Durruti's life, we knew that we would encounter substantial difficulties. We decided to persevere, despite the challenges, because he interested us so much. We reasoned that we could at least use the available sources to construct a coherent account of his person and trajectory, even if we would be unable to cover every dimension of his life. It was with that idea that we patiently began collecting notes, speeches, letters, and commentaries on or by our subject. But we felt dissatisfied with the results of our work at first. The same facts and stories seemed to be repeated endlessly, with greater or lesser passion, but there was little substance once we passed our findings through the sieve of reflection. Then we changed tactics and, where we thought we would run into a wall of silence, we found a broad and warm comprehension instead. Aurelio Fernandez and Miguel Garcia Vivancos were the first to share their memories with us. Thanks to their help, we were able to investigate the 1920s, which contain many obscure areas. We were struggling with some of these when we had the good fortune of receiving Manuel Benaces' assistance. He put us in contact with Clemente Mangadou, who provided testimony of unique value and illuminated Durruti's passage through Zaragoza as well as his encounter with Francisco Esqueso. But what had Durruti done before 1920, during his early years? Testimony from Laureano Tijerina's sons and Florentino Monroy, a childhood friend of Buenaventura's, was invaluable here. Likewise, Durruti's companera Emilienne Morin gave us his sister Rosa's address, who put important materials belonging to or related to her brother at our disposal. Her offerings were a true wellspring for us. However, we needed to speak with Durruti's mother and yet, as exiles, we were unable to travel to Lyon to do so. At 90 years old, we could lose her at any moment. Fortunately, a youngster from the family volunteered to do what we could not and conducted vital interviews with her about Durruti's childhood and years as a young adult. 5 years had passed by that time, but we had harvested good and plentiful material. We had enough to begin researching the so-called Latin American excursion that Durruti and his friends made. We spent nearly 2 years studying their passage through the New World before arriving on firm ground. Finally, once that was complete, we only needed to delve into the period of the column, during the Revolution. And here numerous former column members assisted us greatly, particularly Francisco Subirats, Antonio Rota, Ricardo Rionda, Jose Mira, Nicolas Bernard, and L.R. All of them, in addition Liberto Callejas, Marcos Alcon, and Diego Abad de Santillan, made significant contributions. We also received valuable information from persons who were intimate with or close to Durruti, like Teresa Margalef, Juan Manuel Molina, Dolores Iturbe, Emily N. Morin, Bert Favert, Felipe Alas, Jose Pirates, Federica Monsanei, and many more. At last, we had enough information to begin drafting our biography, putting all our thought in Spain, its people, and its revolution. When we finished the work, it was clear that we would be unable to publish it in Spain. We had the opportunity to release a French edition, but, since France is not Spain, that implied shortening the original text. That is what occurred, and that is why abbreviated versions of this biography have circulated in French as well as Portuguese and English. Such was the book's fate when Barcelona's editorial Bruguera opened up the possibility of finally printing the complete work in our own idiom and for our own people. When we agreed to issue a Spanish edition of Durruti, the Proletariat in Arms, we felt duty-bound to revise the text. Durruti had been living and growing in us since the appearance of the French version in 1972. We also felt obliged to incorporate corrections and clarifications sent to us by various people mentioned in the work. Correspondence with Garcia Oliver was particularly useful. It threw light on important events and topics and, above all, helped place us in the atmosphere in which our subject lived. All this new information enriched the work deeply. We felt a responsibility to make it public and could not limit ourselves to the framework of the first French edition. We were unwilling to deprive readers of the new insights we had garnered, especially when the book would now be published in our own language and could be a resource for a new generation eager to know its recent past. As a result, we decided to rewrite the text, without compromising the subject of the book, the historian's trade, or the disinterested contributions obtained. Despite the grandiose stage upon which Durruti acted, we have tried to show his human qualities, which always expressed the passion that was so characteristic of him, or perhaps his era. Of course Durruti was a product of his times, which he struggled so ardently to transform. Men make history and are also made by it. Durruti, like the whole human type, cannot escape this general rule. Many people have helped us produce this expanded work, which we sincerely dedicate to the Spanish and world proletariat. Durruti's daughter Colette and Jose Mira recently gave us new letters from Durruti. We also enjoyed the congenial help of Osvaldo Bayer, who provided us with information relating to Argentina. Estela and Alberto Belloni were equally important for the chapters on the Americas, especially the Rio de la Plata region. Rudolf de Jong and the always patient and friendly staff at Amsterdam's Institute for Social History gave us their full attention while we consulted their archives. Likewise, the Centre International de Recherches sur l'Anarchisme in Geneva afforded us every type of support. We are grateful to the staff at the Instituto de Historia Social, the Museo Social, the Archives d'Affaires étrangères, and the French Archives Nationales, all in Paris. We also obtained documents from Spanish Refugees Aid at New York City's Hoover Institution. Our Canadian friend Donald Crowe translated the texts in English and Antonio Telles produced the index of names. We are indebted to Julian Martin for his help with the photographs. We express our deepest appreciation to everyone who played a role in the production of this work. We close by saying that we have and assume complete responsibility for the present biography. Paris, February 1977. Note to the second. Spanish edition. I want to thank the comrades at the Fundación Anselmo Lorenzo for publishing this new, revised, and corrected edition of Durruti, and especially José Luis Gutiérrez for his introduction and notes. Barcelona, April 1996. First part. The Rebel. Chapter I. Between the Cross and the Hammer. At 4 p.m. on June 4, 1923, unknown assailants opened fire on a black car across from the St. Paul Home School in the outskirts of Zaragoza. They fired 13 bullets, one of which penetrated the heart of one of the car's occupants. The victim died instantly. He was Juan Saavedra Romero, the Archbishop Cardinal of Zaragoza. News of the prelate's death terrified local authorities and thrilled the humble classes. The police were paralyzed with shock at first, but went into action quickly, and tried their best to overcome the stubborn silence of the locals. El Heraldo de Aragon, the only newspaper in Zaragoza with an evening edition, had to completely redo its front page. It printed a full-page photograph of the deceased with the headline "An Unusual and Abominable Crime." There was tremendous anxiety in the civil government. The superior police chief and the civil guard commander were discouraged, confused, and simply did not know how to proceed. The civil governor said that they shouldn't do anything until they got orders from Madrid. The wait wasn't long. They received 2 telegrams around 8 o'clock that evening. In one, King Alfonso XIII sent his condolences, and, in the other, the Minister of the Interior demanded that they resolve the matter immediately. 2. The CNT's local Federation of Unions distributed a leaflet throughout the city threatening grave consequences as well as a general strike if even one innocent laborer was brought in on murder charges. It was a sleepless night for Zaragoza's workers and authorities. The latter decided not to launch a crackdown, but those who feared it felt unsafe in their own homes. The following morning's newspapers described the incident according to their whim and fancy. El Heraldo de Aragon thought anarchists rather than militant workers had committed the crime. La Acción was more specific. A band of anarchist terrorists led by Durruti bore responsibility for the act. As if to verify the claim, it printed a long list of criminal deeds that it attributed to that terrible assassin and demanded that the government take whatever steps necessary to stop that scourge of God. 75 years earlier, Leon, like other cities of the Spanish plateau, was little more than an anachronism, a picture of a stagnant, clerical, and monarchical Spain. But the metropolis slowly grew, evolving around its ancient church, the center of local life. Agriculture was nearly the only source of income for Leon's 10,000 inhabitants, which was the case throughout all of Old Castile. The city was riveted to the land, although its residents always had an eye trained on heaven, from which they hoped to receive good fortune. Cattle grazing, like in the times of the Mesta, and a rudimentary leather tanning and wool industry, completed the picture. Buenaventura Durruti entered the world in this austere environment. He was the second child of the youthful marriage of Anastasia Dumange and Santiago Durruti IV and opened his eyes in building No. 9 in Santa Ana Square at 10 a.m. on July 14, 1896. Surrounded by 6 brothers and a sister, José Buenaventura was a robust child and full of life. 5. Spain was going through rough times and the country's economy and political institutions were in deep crisis. The remains of the old colonial empire were rebelling against the motherland. The Cubans had revolted under the leadership of José Martí and Spain's regent María Cristina commanded Prime Minister Cánovas del Castillo to use whatever force necessary to crush the insurrection. 6. The Crown sent General Weyler to the island with orders to smash the uprising. His solution was to turn Cuba into an immense concentration camp. At the same time as the insurrection in the Caribbean, the Filipinos rose against the metropolis, particularly the Dominican monks who controlled the economy of the islands. The repression was as merciless there as in Cuba. Even nationalist intellectual José Rizal fell to Spain's executioners. 7. There was pressure on the peninsula as well. In Andalusia, under the extortion of the landowners, Peasants launched revolts that took on dimensions of social war. There was also a climate of violence and conflict in the coal fields of Asturias. In the industrial regions of the Basque Country and Catalonia, there were nearly uninterrupted protests and strikes. The government's reply was absolutely savage. It filled the prisons with workers and carried out frequent executions. All these events culminated in 1898, when the last colonies were lost and the country sank into an economic quagmire due to the disappearance of colonial exploitation and trade. 2 years later, when the country's financial problems were at their most severe, Buenaventura and his older brother Santiago began to attend a school run by Manuel Fernandez on Misericordia Street. Buenaventura's first educational experience lasted until he was 8 years old. We have little information about this period, but do know that Manuel Fernandez thought the subject of our biography was a mischievous child, but with noble sentiments and quite affectionate. Decades later, Durruti himself said a few words about his childhood in a letter to his sister Rosa. "Since my most tender age," he wrote, "the first thing I saw around me was suffering, not only in our family but also among our neighbors. Intuitively, I had already become a rebel. I think my fate was determined then." 8. There is good reason to believe that while writing this letter Durruti was recalling an event that occurred when he 6 years old, an incident that would have a powerful impact upon him and that may explain his instinctive social awareness. We refer to the arrest of his father for his active participation in the 1903 tanners' strike in Leon. The strike lasted 9 months and it was the first significant labor conflict in the city. The tanning workers were resolute, and although hunger as well as oppression followed their resistance, their work stoppage was ultimately a victory for the working class, since it laid the foundations of proletariat organization in the region. The first instances of labor mobilization in Leon had occurred 4 years earlier, when Buenaventura's uncle Ignacio started a workers' association on Badillo Street. We know little about this group, except that it spread a message of mutualism and fraternity among the tanners, who began meeting monthly in its office to discuss their problems. 9 previously, a small group of Republican intellectuals had formed Leon's most progressive strata, but they were so moderate and accommodating that they were hardly a concern for local authorities or the clergy. Things changed around the turn of the century, with the work being done on the Valladolid-Leon railway line. The first socialist and anarchist publications began to arrive in the city, thanks to the railroad workers as well as the laborers in the Leon-Asturias mining reserve. Surely these publications inspired Ignacio's group of tanner friends and also informed them about the agitation sweeping through Spain at the time, particularly in Bilbao and Barcelona. The 8-hour workday, already secured by the tailors in Madrid, was the central demand. In any case, Leon's tanners soon began to make salary and work schedule demands on the owners. At the time, wages went from 1.25 to 1.75 pesetas for a sunrise to sunset workday. The tanners wanted an increase of 50 centimos and a 10-hour day. They entrusted Ignacio Durruti, Santiago Durruti, Antonio Quintin, and Melchor Anton with articulating their demands to the owners' association. The employers rejected their requests outright and the workers went on strike. Given that tanning was nearly the only local industry, their work stoppage brought the entire city to a halt. Authorities responded by arresting those they considered responsible for the revolt. Residents felt repulsed when they saw honest workers being treated like common criminals and declared their solidarity with the arrestees. This popular reaction caused some anxiety among the authorities, and apparently the bishop himself, who was rumored to have instigated the crackdown, intervened to free the prisoners, although not before they had languished in the provincial jail for 15 days. The strike dragged on for 9 months. Local merchants extended credit to the strikers. Lorenzo Durruti's canteen gave food away at unrealistic prices, and Ignacio Durruti sold his workshop and donated the proceeds to the workers. But none of this could stop hunger from invading the workers' homes and breaking the rebel spirit. Little by little they gave in and the strike finally came to an end. The tanning bourgeoisie was duly contented with its victory, but some workers, like Buenaventura's father, decided to change occupations before ceding to the employers. 10. Prior to this conflict, the family had been somewhat less pinched economically than those of a similar social status. Although Durruti's father earned a modest salary, they received help from Lorenzo, Pedro, and Ignacio, which made a big difference for them. But life began to vary for everyone after the strike. Lorenzo had to close his canteen, Ignacio mysteriously disappeared, and Durruti's maternal grandfather Pedro Dumange watched his business slowly collapse as a result of the boycott declared against it by the local bosses. This forced the family to change its plans for the children's education. Grandfather Pedro wanted Buenaventura to study, so that he could have a career in the textile business, but the family's scarce economic resources made this impossible. There was simply no way to consider paying costly tuition fees. Santiago and Anastasia thus decided to send their children to Ricardo Fangel's school, which was more consistent with their means. Buenaventura did not distinguish himself with his performance during this second educational period. Indeed, he was a rather mediocre student, although Fangel seemed to think that he showed some potential. A boy with a sharp intelligence for literature, the teacher wrote in the student's report at the end of the year. 11. When Durruti turned 14, the family began to think about the boy's future. Grandfather Pedro, who was especially fond of him, insisted that he should study in Valladolid and even promised to pay for the classes. But Durruti rejected the idea and disappointed his grandfather. He wanted to learn mechanics and be a worker like his father. In 1910, he began an apprenticeship in the workshop of the master mechanic Melchor Martinez, who was famed for being a furious revolutionary because he provocatively read the El Socialista newspaper in local cafes, although the truth is that his socialism was not particularly well formed. He was radicalized while working in Bilbao and later, old and full of admiration for Pablo Iglesias, returned to Leon. 12. He set up a ramshackle workshop there that made more noise than anything else and at which some workers with socialist leanings used to gather to argue and talk about the advances of the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party. There had been some progress in Leon in the area of workers' organization by the time. Two labor associations, the Railroad Workers' Union and the Metal Workers' Union, had affiliated with the Union General de Trabajadores. For their part, the city's young people began to distance themselves from the church. Indeed, Buenaventura told his mother that he would no longer attend the religion classes that the parish priest of the Santa Ana Church led every Thursday. He never again participated in religious activities and even declined to receive communion during the following year's Easter celebration. This scandalous act earned him a reputation as a troublemaker among the city's residents. Melchor Martinez, who became an expert in the boy's adventures, immediately took a liking to his apprentice. He told Durruti's father, "I'll make your son a good mechanic, but also a socialist." 13. Once, when the master and the boy were alone together, Martinez brought the youth over to the furnace and, grasping the pliers, removed some reddened iron. He began to beat the anvil, while saying, "This is what you have to do. Hit the iron when it's red hot until it takes on the form that you want." At the end of the day, he told Durruti that he would make a good blacksmith because he hit hard, but added, "You have to direct your blows carefully. Force alone isn't enough. You need intelligence, so you know where to hit." He later developed an interest in the youth's intellectual growth and urged him to enroll in the night classes at the Los Amigos del País Educational Center. 14. Buenaventura learned the basics of mechanics and the principles of socialism at this workshop. One day, after 2 years there, his teacher told him that he couldn't teach him any more mechanics or more socialism and that it was time for Buenaventura to move on. He got a job in Antonio Mijes' workshop, which specialized in assembling washing machines used to clean minerals in the mines. After a year there, the third practicing his trade, Midge qualified him as a second-class lathe operator. It was then in April 1913 that he joined the Metal Workers' Union and received membership card number 12. 15. The lanky young man became a fixture at union meetings, although he rarely took part in the discussions. His work and union life were deeply intertwined thereafter. Iglesias Muniz was the most prominent socialist theoretician in Leon at the time and founded the city's first socialist newspaper in 1916. For the most part, he functioned as an educator and people listened to him as if he was an oracle. Durruti imitated the other workers at first, but quickly escaped his influence and began to think for himself about the working class's problems. In one of his talks, Iglesias spoke about the progress of socialism in Spain. He noted that the Socialist Party had scored significant electoral victories, despite the CNT's opposition to the elections. Buenaventura asked him to explain why the CNT had abstained, although he only received an ambiguous reply from Iglesias. Durruti did not give more thought to the matter, but from then on began to participate in the discussions. He observed with some pleasure that he was able to agitate the union leaders, who criticized him for his revolutionary intransigence. They told him that he should be more patient, but Durruti responded by saying that socialism is either active or isn't socialism. In other words, he asserted that the emancipation of the working class requires the complete destruction of capitalism and we can't stop our revolutionary efforts until that happens. They told him that he should be sensitive to the political complexities of the moment, but Durruti rejected the idea that the vicissitudes of bourgeois politics should condition the workers' movement. While there was a vast chasm between Buenaventura and the leaders, his words hit a chord among the union's youth, who shared his revolutionary urgency and felt repelled by the endless advice of moderation. 17 discussions of this nature continued until 1914, when economic conditions in Spain changed radically as a result of the First World War. Spain was a neutral party in the conflict and provided the belligerents with all types of vital products and raw materials. The Spanish bourgeoisie, trading with both the Germans and the Allies, conducted a substantial business. Industry, trade, and maritime transport grew rapidly, which was particularly beneficial for the metallurgic and extraction industries. Old businesses were revived and the mines were worked intensively. This meant that the factories and mines had to hire more workers, which in turn prompted laborers to emigrate from the countryside to the industrial areas. This heightened the importance and influence of the proletariat, particularly in Barcelona, which absorbed many of the migrants. There was a significant rise in worker mobilization in the Catalan capital. The mines in Leon functioned at full capacity, just like those throughout the country, and Antonio Mij's mechanic workshop tripled its work. However, all the orders overwhelmed Mij's workshop and thus he decided to send teams of men to the mining centers in Madalena, Ponferrada, and La Robla to install mechanical washers on site. Mij made Buenaventura a leader of one of these teams and sent him to Madalena. For Durruti and his two workmates, this trip was a long-awaited opportunity to make contact with the celebrated miners of Asturias. The first few days passed quickly, because the work was so demanding, but the mine was soon shut down by a strike called to protest the abusive treatment that one of the engineers inflicted on the workers. The miners wanted the engineer to be fired, but the management rejected this demand outright. Other mines in the area went on strike in solidarity, increasing the volatility of the conflict. Buenaventura observed that mine managers need us to assemble our mineral washers as soon as possible because they're unable to keep up if we don't. But we're not budging. They have to choose between meeting the strikers' demands or disappointing their clients. It's up to them. The higher UPS assembled the mechanics and told them that they had a contract to fulfill, but Buenaventura declared that nothing would happen while the strike lasted. Some threats were made, but the mechanics held firm and the management had to cede. They removed the engineer. 18. The Leon youths impressed the miners, particularly the big one, as they liked to call Buenaventura. They became friendly with him from then on and began to call him by his first name. About this period, Buenacasa wrote, "Durruti was a shout that rose in Asturias." That was indeed the case. 19 Buenaventura received a surprise when he returned to Leon after the assembly was completed. Mij called him into his office and took him to task for his conduct during the strike. He warned him that the civil guard had taken an interest in him and told him to restrain his militant impulses. "This is Leon, not Barcelona," he said. They had heard about the conflict in the metal workers' union too. The leaders admonished Durruti for his radicalism, whereas the young people were excited and envied his participation in the struggle. Melchor Martinez, his teacher, didn't beat around the bush. He told him to get out of Leon. Neither José González Regueral, the lieutenant colonel of the civil guard and provincial governor, nor Commander Arlegui would tolerate extremism in the region. Buenaventura had another surprise at home. His father, who was very sick at the time, joyfully told his son that he had secured him a position as a mechanic fitter in the mobile workshops of the Railroad Company of the North. All of this went against his plans, but given the family's situation, he decided to accept the job. It was under these circumstances that he was swept up by the celebrated strike of August 1917. Chapter 2. August 1917. The proletariat, now strong and populous due to the industrial expansion, entered into open revolutionary struggle. The decisive moments of the battle occurred in the summer of 1917, as Spain teetered on the brink of revolution. Since the beginning of the century, the Catalan and Basque industrial bourgeoisie understood that the principal obstacle to its growth lay in Spain's economic and political structures and that the country would never develop as long as the clergy, aristocracy, and military monopolized political power. They thus initiated an offensive aimed at displacing the parties that had been taking turns running the state and linked their efforts, psychologically, to deeply rooted autonomous sentiments among the Catalan and Basque peoples. These passions were becoming increasingly separatist in character and represented a growing challenge to the power of the central government in Madrid. The explosion of the First World War prompted the bourgeoisie to accumulate wealth at a frenzied rate, although it did not bother to modernize industry or prepare itself for the economic crisis that would occur when the doors of foreign trade closed. In 1916, in the midst of the European war, Spain had to confront a terrible reality. The country had a deficit of more than 1 billion pesetas and also had to bear new costs deriving from its unfortunate military campaign in Morocco. The monopolistic oligarchies had been getting rich while the state spent its reserves. The government was desperate and appealed to Catalan and Basque industrialists, in the hopes that they would help it extract itself from its impasse. Conservative Treasury Minister Santiago Alba advocated placing a direct tax on the extraordinary profits made by companies and individuals, but his plan had a limitation that the industrial bourgeoisie noted immediately: the agricultural capitalists were exempt from the tax, which once again demonstrated the feudal influence on the state. Using this exception as a platform, Francesc Cambó, a leading representative of the Catalan bourgeoisie, attacked the project in the Cortes and not only stopped it in its tracks but also caused the government and the Count of Romanons to fall. However, the bourgeoisie faced its own emergency when foreign purchases were limited in 1917. Indeed, the consequent decline in profits marked the beginning of the difficult, irredeemable situation into which Spain would descend after the war. Despite all this, the bourgeoisie was incapable of drawing all the pertinent conclusions and, ideologically speaking, did little to differentiate itself from the conservatives. The working class, struggling under the high cost of living, organized a national protest in 1916 that shook the entire country and its dominant strata in particular. For the first time, the CNT and the UGT signed an accord that spoke openly of social revolution. The industrial and agricultural elites forgot their differences after seeing this proletarian demonstration and both responded belligerently to the workers' demands. A social war was brewing. Two events disturbed the fragile political situation even further. One was the Russian Revolution, which appeared to all as a transcendent event in which the working class and peasantry took control of their destinies for the first time. In Spain, news from Russia detonated popular uprisings in the cities and the countryside, where rebellions erupted to the shout of "Viva the Soviets!" The second event was the rebellion of the infantry within the armed forces. Their revolt was not strictly political, but motivated by a reaction to the monarchy's favoritism toward the African military lobby, which insisted that the government continue the war in Morocco at all costs. By May 1917, the objective conditions necessary for a revolution seemed to have crystallized. The CNT and UGT, in keeping with the 1916 Unity Pact, had to confront the events and prepare their respective forces for action. The two groups framed the situation very differently. The matter was clear for the CNT: they had to take advantage of contradictions among the bourgeois and exploit the dissension between the army and the state in order to destroy the monarchy and proclaim an advanced social republic. For the UGT, which the Socialist Party controlled, the juncture was not so much social as political in character. It wanted to form a parliamentary bloc that would install a liberal government but not liquidate the monarchy. The two workers' organizations were unable to find real common ground between these diametrically opposed approaches to the moment. While the socialists discouraged mass action, telling the CNT that it wasn't the right time to rise up, two additional events helped undermine the revolutionary potential of the period. The first was Eduardo Dato's entrance into the government, who rushed to meet the demands of the infantry and thus re-established discipline in the army. The second was the resounding failure of the Parliamentary Assembly that had gathered in Barcelona with a pledge to appoint a provisional government. 22 That assembly dissolved itself when it learned that Barcelona's working class had built barricades in the streets and raised the red flag. It left the workers at the mercy of government persecution from then on. With the assembly dissolved and the Socialist Party's political dream dispelled, it had pinned its hopes on the triumph of the Parliamentary Assembly. The UGT and the Socialist Party did not know what to do. Their leadership was frightened as it watched social discontent grow more virulent daily and found no solution but to restrain the working class. Pablo Iglesias declared that a peaceful general strike would suffice to calm the masses, and, from then on, that was the UGT's objective. It took control of the workers' rebellion and formed a national strike committee. Police arrested the committee within hours of the declaration of the general strike on August 13, 1917. A witness of the 1917 general strike summed it up in these terms: "The revolt was revolutionary, unanimous, and complete throughout Spain. I don't know if anything like it has occurred elsewhere in the world." Hundreds of workers fell throughout the peninsula. It began without a concrete goal and lasted a week. The heroic workers of Asturias prolonged it for 8 additional days. 23. Indeed, the repression was severe. The troops were called out and used their machine guns against the strikers. The troops were thought to have behaved barbarously. The army, with the king the only real power in the country. 24. To round things off, several months later, in response to those who reproached the Socialist Party for having tried to make a revolution in Spain, Socialist leader Indalecio Prieto declared the following in the Cortes: "It's true that we gave arms to the people and that we could have won, but we didn't give them ammunition. What are you complaining about?" 25. That was the fate of the workers' rebellion nationally. How did it unfold in Leon? The strike was as unanimous there as in the rest of Spain, and the most rebellious youth were mobilized, including Buenaventura. This handful of youngsters participated actively in the revolt and, when the strike was over, tried to support the Asturian miners who, as just noted, extended it for 8 more days. The youth as well as older workers inspired by them used sabotage to stop the trains from operating in the region. They set fire to locomotives, pulled up tracks, and burned down the railroad warehouse. Leon's socialist leaders hurried to rescind the strike order when they saw the direction that it had taken and that the workers had escaped their control, although not without first publicly denouncing the sabotage. Clashes with the civil guard were frequent and, on several occasions, strikers greeted police with stones at the gates of the railway workshops. Few could stomach the union's order to return to work, knowing that their fellow comrades were being machine-gunned in the streets of Asturias. But little by little, the strike lost intensity and the workplaces began to operate again, although there was ongoing sabotage on the rail lines and life did not normalize completely until it was clear to all that the rebellion had ended in Asturias. With normalization came the crackdown. The railroad company announced that it was collectively sacking its entire workforce and that each worker would have to reapply individually. This signified the loss of old union rights and that the company could once again select the personnel. Naturally, the most rebellious, Buenaventura included, stayed away. For its part, the Railroad Workers' Union completed the abuse by expelling the youth, who had made up the core of the resistance. Buenaventura Durruti was at the top of their list. In the statement justifying their decision made unilaterally by the Leadership Council, they said, "It is a question of a pacific strike in which the working class shows its strength to the bourgeoisie in a disciplined way. The actions undertaken by these young people go against union practices and they are consequently expelled for indiscipline." 26. The youth were unable to defend themselves and the union even helped police by identifying them as the perpetrators of the sabotage. Under such circumstances, they had two choices: either go to prison or leave the city and hope for better times. Chapter 3. From Exile to Anarchism. In early September, Buenaventura and his friend El Toto went to Gijón, which suggests that Durruti had formed lasting bonds with the Asturian miners during the events in Madalena. He was there only briefly. By December, he was in Vals-les-Bains, where he mailed a reassuring postcard to his family: "I'm doing quite well, thanks to the help of a Spanish family named Martinez." 27. Several things occurred during Buenaventura's short stopover in Gijón that may help explain his later activities in France. Durruti and his friend had different concerns. The police were after El Toto for acts of sabotage that occurred during the strike, whereas Buenaventura had his own preoccupation: he had deserted from the army. Shortly before the strike, he had been called up in the second military draft of 1917. He was supposed to become a second gunner in the San Sebastián artillery regiment in late August. Commenting on the matter in a letter to his sister, he said, "I was hardly excited to serve the homeland, and what scarce enthusiasm I had was taken from me by a sergeant who commanded the conscripts like they were already in the barracks. When I left the enlistment office, I declared that Alfonso XIII would have one less soldier and one more revolutionary." 28. It is safe to assume that the Asturian miners decided to hide him and facilitate his passage to France when they learned about his desertion. Buenacasa was also fleeing the government at the time, and it must have been around then that he met Buenaventura. "We didn't get along very well at first," he says. "I was studious, whereas he was more rebellious. He wasn't friendly with me then, nor was I with him." 29. Buenacasa did not hear of him again until they met in San Sebastián in 1920. But this time Buenacasa was impressed by Buenaventura's progress on the theoretical plane and mentions that Durruti possessed a CNT membership card. When had he joined the CNT? How had he made such theoretical progress? The answer to these questions can be found in his first exile in France, which lasted from December 1917 until March 1919. 30. When people from the Basque Country and Asturias crossed the Pyrenees to escape government repression, they found a large and dynamic group of exiled Catalan anarchists in the French Midi, particularly Marseilles. There was an anarchist commission of relations in that city that was in active contact with militants in Barcelona. The revolutionary syndicalism of the Confédération Générale du Travail also had a strong influence on the port workers there. 31. Raising money among the Spanish immigrants was one of the group's principal activities. They used these funds to produce propaganda and buy weapons, both of which were smuggled into Spain. All this required traveling and careful planning. Buenaventura probably took his first steps as a CNT militant moving between Marseilles and the conspiratorial center in Bordeaux. We also know that Buenaventura maintained contact with his friends in Leon and that he and El Toto, who lived in Asturias until 1919, did not lose touch during this exile. 32. With respect to Buenaventura's ideological evolution, his theoretical progress, according to Buenacasa, Hans-Erik Kaminski says that Durruti burned through the stages, taking much less time than Bakunin to declare himself an anarchist. 33. Kaminski wrote this in the summer of 1939, doubtlessly under the impact of Durruti's powerful personality. However, the truth is that Buenaventura never passed from socialism to anarchism. He had always been an anarchist, at least implicitly. Since Paul Lafargue 34 arrived in the country in 1872, Spanish Marxism was opportunistic and quickly descended into reformism. The Socialist Party forgot everything about the doctrine other than its focus on party politics, and although SP leader Largo Caballero later called for the working class seizure of power, he did so with neither faith nor conviction. As a whole, in ideological terms, Spanish Marxists differed little from the German or French Social Democrats of the 1930s. 35. Anarchism, by contrast, found a fertile land in Spain. Its rejection of the state resonated in a country with such deep-seated, decentralist tendencies, and with a working class that felt intense disdain for all forms of parliamentary maneuvering. When Buenaventura first encountered anarchism, he identified it with the active and revolutionary socialism that he had already articulated in Leon. That is why it is better to speak of his theoretical progress, as Buenacasa does, than a passage through stages. Durruti was in the Burgos military hospital in March 1919. In a letter to his family, he says, "I was incorporated into my regiment when I was getting ready to visit you. They brought me before a court-martial, which assigned me to Morocco with penalties. However, the doctor found a hernia in me during the medical review, and that's why I'm in the hospital. In any case, I won't be here long. And I don't want to go to Morocco without seeing my friends. It's very important that they visit me." 36. This letter concealed his real intentions, and his detention was related to activities that he had carried out in Spain in close contact with his friends from Bordeaux. In early January 1919, he had crossed the border on a mission to inform the comrades in Gijón about the efforts in France. He completed the task and, after seeing the activist prospects in Asturias, decided to stay in Spain for a bit. El Toto told him about the progress in Leon. The young people expelled by the Union had started an anarchist group and also a CNT Sindicato de Oficios Varios, which could already boast of a significant number of members. The CNT was also expanding throughout the country, particularly in Barcelona, where the movement frightened the bourgeoisie. One of every two workers was affiliated with the Confederation, giving the organization a total of 375,000 adherents at the time. Durruti got a job as a mechanic in La Felguera, a metal workers' center in which anarcho-syndicalism was very influential. He acquired his first CNT membership card there. He was only in La Felguera briefly. Durruti soon went to the mining coal field in the Leon province, when a bitter conflict with the Anglo-Spanish mining company exploded in La Robla. During that period, the Asturian Miners' Union was involved in numerous strikes and was thus unable to send militants to La Robla. El Toto, who had been handling the contacts with Leon, had already been in Valladolid for 3 months. He thought of Durruti, who was unknown in the area, while planning an act of sabotage in the mines. Durruti and 2 activists from La Coruna took off for La Robla. As expected, the mines management came to an agreement with the workers after the sabotage. Buenaventura, now close to Leon, wanted to see his old friends. They planned a meeting in Santiago de Compostela, but the civil guard arrested him en route. Authorities sent Durruti to La Coruna, where they discovered his desertion from the army. He was then brought to San Sebastián and went before a court-martial. He cited his hernia during the hearing in order to gain time and plan an escape. Indeed, his friends from Leon had been informed about his travails, thanks to a letter he had sent his sister Rosa, and he managed to abscond with their help. He hid in the mountains for several days and was back in France by June. This time he went to Paris and worked at the Renault company. While he maintained little correspondence during this second exile, he did describe his circumstances in a postcard. He says that he is living alone, isolated from the world, and working as a mechanic. But photographs from the period offer a different image, showing him surrounded by numerous friends. We do not know what he did during this interval, although he was in active contact with Tijerina, the secretary of the Leon anarchist group. 37. In a short biography of Durruti, Alejandro Gilabert says that his comrades assiduously kept him up to date on the Spanish social and political situation and the anarchist movement's progress in the country. They also informed him about the decision that anarchists made at a national conference to actively participate in the Confederación Nacional del Trabajo. 38 He adds that they made this decision, above all, because the police were setting up an organization of pistoleros in order to kill militant labor activists. 39 Thanks to his friends, Gilabert says, Durruti also knew the details of the Great CNT Congress held in Madrid in December 1919, at which nearly 1 million workers were represented. They also told him of the CNT's decision to join the Third International and send Angel Pestana as its representative to the Second Congress of the Communist International in Moscow. 40. All these exciting developments, Gilabert claims, prompted Buenaventura to return to Spain in the spring of 1920. News of the Russian people's victory over Tsarism in 1917 had a powerful impact in Spain and increased the combativity of the general strike in August that year. Its influence is also evident in the CNT's decision to join the Third International. For the anarchists, the Russian Revolution was an authentic dictatorship of the proletariat that had fully destroyed the bourgeoisie and Tsarism. 41. Buenaventura responded to that influence as well, and it is likely that his decision to return to Spain reflected the pervasive excitement in post-war Europe. Indeed, Russian events captivated many young people like Durruti, although they knew that the Spanish Revolution would have to follow its own path and would not replicate the Bolshevik experience. In time after the authoritarianism of the Russian dictatorship was unmasked, they would reproach the Bolsheviks for trying to impose the Bolshevik way on Spain and for not appreciating the peninsula's unique socio-historical circumstances. Nonetheless, all these ideas and emotions were confused at the time. The Italian anarchist Enrico Malatesta described the confusion well in a letter to his friend Luigi Fabbri, with the expression dictatorship of the proletariat. Our Bolshevizing friends intend to describe the revolutionary event in which the workers seize the land and the means of production and try to create a society in which there is no place for a class that exploits and oppresses the producers. In that case, the dictatorship of the proletariat would be a dictatorship of all, and it would not be a dictatorship in the same sense that a government of all isn't a government in the authoritarian, historical, and practical meaning of the word. But the nature of the Bolshevik dictatorship was also clear to him. In reality, it's the dictatorship of a party, or rather, the leaders of a party. Lenin, Trotsky, and their comrades are doubtlessly sincere revolutionaries and won't betray the revolution, given their understanding of it, but they are training government cadres that will serve those who later come to exploit and kill the revolution. This is a history that repeats itself. With the respective differences having been considered, it's the dictatorship of Robespierre that brings it to the guillotine and prepares the way for Napoleon. Even so, Malatesta, who was also swept up by the excitement of the era, retreats from his critique when he states, "It could also be that many things that seem bad to us are a product of the situation and that it wasn't possible to operate differently, given Russia's special circumstances. It's better to wait, especially when what we say cannot have any influence on events there and would be poorly interpreted in Italy, making it seem like we're echoing the reactionaries' biased slanders." Although Malatesta did not release this letter until 1922 for the reasons he indicated, his perspective does not lend itself to distortions. The anarchist posture was unambiguous: we respect the Bolsheviks' commitment and admire their energy, but we've never agreed with them in theory and never will in practice. 42. Nothing happening in Russia was known with precision in the spring of 1920. The only thing clear was that the bourgeoisie was pouring a flood of aspersions on the Russian revolutionaries in the press. That is why their class brothers from all nations defended them. But of course the best way to help the Russians was to make other revolutions in other parts of the world. That was on Durruti's mind when he decided to return to Spain. Chapter 4. Los Justicieros. When Buenaventura arrived in San Sebastián, the CNT was making inroads into an area that the Socialist Party and its union body, the UGT, had dominated until then. Prior to the CNT's Second Congress in 1919, Anarchist activity in the Basque region was limited to printed propaganda put out by the small number of groups there. But anarchists in San Sebastián and also Bilbao began to go into action and lay down solid organizational roots after the 1917 general strike and the dramatic increase in anarcho-syndicalist activity throughout the country. Around this time, workers began building the Gran Curzal casino at the mouth of the Urumia River, and laborers from Aragon and Legrano came to participate in the undertaking. The anarchist group in San Sebastián set out to organize this mass of immigrant workers, under the guidance of veteran militant Moises Ruiz. Activists from Zaragoza and Legrano also helped out, including Marcelino del Campo, Gregorio Subervilla, Victor Elizondo, José Ruiz, Inocencio Pina, Clemente Mangadú, and Albadetrico. 43 They were highly enthusiastic, but not particularly strategic, and Ruiz soon realized that some of their tactics would elicit resistance from the locals, who were accustomed to the softer practice of the socialists. To counteract and defeat the Socialist Party on the intellectual terrain, he turned to his good friend Buenacasa, who traveled from Barcelona to San Sebastián at his request. Buenacasa was a talented agitator, and his influence was soon felt, as much in the education of militants as the creation of the first construction workers' union. As a propagandist, he participated in lectures and challenged the socialists to public debates on numerous occasions. The socialists immediately understood that their supremacy in the area was at risk, and they, in turn, called in socialist militants from other regions. A bitter conflict between the socialists and anarchists thus began in the Basque country. For its part, the Basque bourgeoisie saw this discord as an opportunity to weaken the proletariat and sided with the socialists. One day, writes Buenacasa, a tall and brawny young man with cheerful eyes turned up at the Union. He greeted us warmly, like he'd known us all his life. He showed his CNT card and said without preamble that he had just arrived and needed work. Of course we occupied ourselves with him, as was customary, and found him a job in a mechanic's workshop in Renteria. From then on, he regularly came to the Union after work. He would take Los Justicieros, the newspapers piled up on a table, and sit in a corner and read. He barely participated in discussions and, when it was late in the evening, retired to the inn in which we had found him accommodation. Durruti's face made an impact on Buenacasa, and, after reflecting for a moment, he recalled their previous encounter. He was the unpleasant youth that he had met in Gijón 3 years before. I became curious about him and sought out his friendship. The only thing I could gather from our initial conversations was that he had been in France for a number of years, but he didn't tell me why and didn't say anything about Gijón. I felt certain that he recognized me, and his silence about the episode intrigued me. Could it be that our first meeting left a bad taste with both of us? Whatever it was, neither of us ever referred to Gijón directly. He enjoyed talking, but not arguing. He always avoided digressions and stuck to the heart of the matter. He was neither stubborn nor fanatical, but open, always recognizing the possibility of his own error. He had the rare and uncommon virtue of knowing how to listen and to take into consideration the opposing argument, accepting it where he thought it was reasonable. His union work was quiet, but interesting. He and the other metal workers that we had affiliated to our Sindicato de Oficios Varios formed an opposition group within the UGT's Metal Workers Union. He began to speak out at meetings of the Metal Workers Union, and more than once a socialist leader started to worry when Durruti took the floor. His speeches, just like at the rallies many years later, were short but incisive. He expressed himself with ease, and when he called a spade, he did it with such force and conviction that no one could contradict him. His comrades nominated him for leadership positions in the Metal Workers' Council, but he never accepted them. He told them that such positions were the least important thing, and that what really mattered was rank and file vigilance, so the leaders don't become bureaucratized and are forced to fulfill their responsibilities. We became closer over the months, and he told me about his life. For my part, I tried to put the best militants that we had in San Sebastián in his path. They all quickly came to like that quiet fellow from Leon. 44. These militants were Gregorio Supervilla, mine foreman, Marcelino del Campo, builder and school teacher's son, Ruiz, son of a station master, and Albadetrico, who had separated from his bourgeoisie family in Bilbao because of his anarchist convictions. In addition to becoming friends, these young men also formed an anarchist group called Los Justicieros, which operated simultaneously in Zaragoza and San Sebastián. When they created this group, there was intense discontent among the miners and metal workers, there were endless strikes and grassroots pressure was overwhelming the union leadership. In response to the growing turbulence, the government installed soldiers in the provincial governments and made Lieutenant Colonel José Reguerol the governor of Vizcaya, who would do nothing to differentiate himself from General Martínez Anado or Arlegui, Lieutenant Colonel of the Civil Guard. His first official act was to declare at a press conference that he intended to get the workers to toe the line. As if to corroborate the claim, he immediately ordered numerous governmental detentions and personally beat inmates. 45. Things were even worse in Barcelona. The systematic government repression was transforming the labor struggle into a social war. Prominent workers were literally hunted in the streets by groups of pistoleros hired by the bourgeoisie, and the police regularly applied the infamous ley de fugas. 46. The best Catalan activists ended up behind bars. It was only the young militants still unknown to the police and pistoleros who could survive the bitter conflict. Buenacasa explains. The CNT National Committee was underground and overwhelmed. It asked militants throughout Spain to help them fight the bourgeois and police offensive taking place in Barcelona, but its efforts were in vain. An authoritarian, vicious, and perpetual clampdown complemented the street assassinations. Our most talented militants had to make a harrowing choice: kill, run, or go to prison. The violent ones defended themselves and killed, the stoic and brave were shot down from behind, the cowards fled or hid, and the most active and imprudent went to prison. 47. This government and employer terror was one of the weapons the most extreme and desperate that the dominant classes used against the rise of the workers' movement in Barcelona and the proletariat's growing maturity. The bourgeoisie had locked out 200,000 workers in late 1919 and yet ultimately had to give in. To avoid a repetition of such a defeat, they could think of nothing better than shameless aggression. Los Justicieros wanted to respond to the National Committee's call for help. They thought that the best way to help the comrades was by turning all of Spain into an immense Barcelona, but that required a strategic plan that was impossible to carry out at the moment. Nevertheless, they considered going to Barcelona to occupy posts left vacant in the struggle. 48. Buenacasa had to intercede to restrain their juvenile impulses with his moral authority, urging them to stay in San Sebastián, where the social struggle was just as important as in Barcelona, only less spectacular. 49. Something occurred in Valencia on August 4, 1920 that would have a powerful impact on the Los Justicieros. It was the anarchist assassination of Barcelona's ex-governor José Maestre de Laborde, Count of Salvatierra. During his term in office, he permitted the application of the ley de fugas to 33 militant workers. In response, anarchists in Valencia decided to execute him. The act shook the highest levels of the government. Although it had tried to restrain Barcelona authorities, it had failed to so and watched impotently as their savagery increased daily. Now it was paying the price. For Los Justicieros, the assassination was exemplary and they soon began to plan one of their own. Their target was José Reguerol, the governor of Bilbao, who bore responsibility for vast acts of brutality against the working class. However, while they were busy making their preparations, they learned that Alfonso XIII was planning to attend the inauguration of the Gran Curzal Casino. They ruled out the Reguerol action. Killing Alfonso XIII would be most positive for the proletarian cause. They thought. 50 The best way to do it was by constructing an underground tunnel that would take them directly to the parlor where the guest reception was going to occur. Under Supervilla's direction, they began digging the passageway in a nearby house. Durruti was entrusted with acquiring and storing the explosives. 51. The work was grueling and their progress slowed considerably when they reached the building's foundations. The dwelling from which the tunnel began had been disguised as a coal yard, but the large number of bags of dirt being removed from it must have made the police suspicious. The police executed a search and the team working then escaped after a quick gun battle. Durruti, who was in Gijón at the time, received some unpleasant news when he returned. The news media and police had decided that he, Gregorio Supervilla, and Marcelino del Campo were responsible for the plot. Under these conditions, Buenacasa told them, "You can't remain in San Sebastián. I've got everything arranged so that you can go to Barcelona." 52 But getting out of San Sebastián would not be easy. The police were searching aggressively for the three dangerous anarchists. 53 Fortunately, some railroad workers with whom Buenacasa had been in contact helped the three fugitives escape on a freight train heading to Zaragoza. 54. Chapter V. Confronting Government Terror. Marcelino and Gregorio were well known in Zaragoza, but this was Buenaventura's first time in the city. They arrived in the early morning and decided to go to the Centro de Estudios Sociales on Augustin Street, instead of to Inocencio Pina's house. Durruti found himself in a different world when he crossed the building's threshold. San Sebastián's workers' center was quite small and Gijón's Centro de Estudios Sociales was unknown to him. 55 Now, for the first time, Buenaventura was in a workers' center that was large enough to genuinely meet the movement's needs. All the activities, even the intellectual ones, took place there. Various signs hung on the rooms: food workers, metal workers, electricity, light and gas, waiters, etc. There was a well-stocked library and, nearby, the office of El Comunista, the publication of the Centro de Estudios Sociales, voice of the worker unions of the region and defender of the international proletariat. Next to El Comunista was the office of Cultura y Acción, the magazine of the CNT unions in the region. When the young men arrived, only 3 people were there: Santalaria, the Centro's president, Zenon Canudo, the editor of El Comunista, and the caretaker. 56 After their initial surprise at the unexpected visit, Gregorio introduced Marcelino and Buenaventura, whom he described as an Asturian comrade. Canudo and Santalaria filled the new arrivals in on the state of things in Zaragoza. 57 They spoke with particular concern about the young Francisco Escaso, unknown to Durruti at the time, who had been locked up in the Predicatories prison since December 1920 on charges of killing Adolfo Gutiérrez, the editor-in-chief of the Heraldo de Aragon. Escaso was looking at a probable death sentence. 58 José Chauca, from El Comunista, then entered and anxiously shared some remarkable news. Authorities had discovered a plot to assassinate Alfonso XIII in San Sebastián and everyone said 3 young anarchists were responsible. He then cited the names of the 3 visitors, which made everyone laugh. This irritated Chauca. He had never met them before and wouldn't have imagined that they would be standing right there. Before Santalaria left, he told the 3 friends that it would be better if you stayed away from the Centro, which could be or perhaps already is under surveillance. Buenaventura and his 2 friends found Inocencio Pina at nightfall and met Torres Escartin in Pina's house on the outskirts of the city. 59 They received a detailed report on several comrades' desperate circumstances. In addition to Francisco Escaso, they found out that Manuel Sancho, Clemente Mangadou, and Albadetrico were also in prison. They were charged with trying to kill Ilario Bernal, who ran the Quimica S.A. business and was essentially the leader of the Zaragoza bourgeoisie. 60 These 4 men later became members of Los Justicieros, after it fused with the Voluntad group. To save ourselves from death sentences and more prison sentences, Pina told them, we have to confront the bourgeoisie and the authorities, and mobilize public sentiment, particularly that of the proletariat. At the moment there are only 2 of us ready to do this and 2 people are hardly enough for such an undertaking. You'll have to decide, given the circumstances, if you'd rather continue the trip or remain in Zaragoza. In reality, Buenaventura and his friends had already made up their minds. one didn't abandon comrades in a time of need. From that moment on, the young Asturian and his friends were incorporated into the advance guard of Zaragoza's revolutionaries. 61. At the time, the bourgeoisie was retaliating for the concessions it had been forced to make after the previous year's light and gas strike, as well the waiters and streetcar workers' strike. 62. It fired workers for punitive reasons alone and often set the police on them, naturally with the full support of the Count of Coelho, the provincial governor, and Cardinal Saavedra. It was difficult for the three outlaws to find work, but Buenaventura, thanks to his skill in his trade, was able to get a job in the Escoriaza mechanic workshop. Pina had to help the other two, taking them into his modest fruit and vegetable business. Despite everything, this was a period of relative social peace in Zaragoza. Notwithstanding the harassment suffered throughout 1920, the working class had rebuilt its ranks, and they were in good health. The unions functioned normally and had even grown. The workers' press, although reduced by censors, was available on the street. Life, other than the torments caused by the increasing unemployment, seemed calm. Zaragoza's apparent tranquility stood in sharp contrast to the open struggle unfolding in Barcelona, where Martínez Anidó, Barcelona's civil governor, imposed his own form of terror. He conducted a vast operation of systematic assassinations, forced unions underground, and threw activists in jail. The youth, organized in anarchist groups and leading the underground unions and CNT groups, confronted the police. But the consistent loss of militants to the forces of repression meant that inexperienced or less reliable activists sometimes had to be prematurely promoted within the CNT. Indeed, police arrested the entire National Committee in March 1921, and the new committee formed to replace it was made up entirely of unsteady or last-minute CNTistas, like Andrew Nin, who had only joined the CNT 2 years earlier. When authorities arrested CNT General Secretary Eugenio Boal, he had the report that Angel Pestana had sent from prison in his possession. In the document, Pestana described his activities at and impressions of the Second Congress of the Communist International that had been held in Moscow in August 1920. He also argued that the CNT, for various reasons but especially because of the imposition of the so-called 21 conditions, should re-examine its decision to join the Third International, which it made in the enthusiasm of 1919. Boal did not have time to deliver this report to the unions, and the new National Committee led by Nin received his text. However, the National Committee delayed its transmission on the basis of a strictly literal interpretation of the CNT statutes. They claimed that it was not the union's prerogative to re-evaluate the 1919 Congress's decision to join the Third International, and, as long as another Congress has not taken place, the 1919 decision remained valid. This new National Committee, with its pro-Bolshevik perspective, obstructed the CNT's progress. 63. At the time, militants in Zaragoza were focused on the need to set up a peninsula-wide anarchist federation and, toward that end, the Via Libre, El Comunista, Los Justicieros, Voluntad, and Impulso groups sponsored a conference. They decided at the event to send a group to the southern, central, and eastern parts of the country to meet with comrades and enlist them in the project. They delegated responsibility for this organizing trip to Buenaventura Durruti and Juliana Lopez, who left Zaragoza for Andalusia in February 1921. This was the first time that Buenaventura assumed a responsibility of the type. He convinced the comrades in Andalusia to federate their diverse groups on a trial basis and allow a committee to coordinate their actions in the region. 64. Durruti then went to Madrid, where he would receive an important surprise. On March 8, a day before his arrival, unknown assailants fired from a sidecar at the automobile carrying Eduardo Dato in the middle of the Paseo de la Independencia. Dato died instantly. The police put the capital under siege, cordoning off whole neighborhoods in their attempt to catch the perpetrators. 65. It was too risky to meet with Madrid's anarchists under these circumstances, so Buenaventura and Juliana left the city immediately. When they got to Barcelona, A rumor was circulating that Dato's assassination had shaken the Madrid government deeply and that it had ordered Martinez Anado to stop persecuting the workers. 66 Buenaventura met with Domingo Esqueso for the first time in the small restaurant where he normally ate lunch. They spoke about Dato's murder and its consequences, as well as Anado's terror. Domingo and Durruti concluded that Anado was not likely to be restrained by the government's demands. The two men continued talking in a home in the Pueblo Nuevo workers' district. Durruti learned that the unions had been shut down and that many well-known activists as well as dozens of more obscure militants had been thrown in jail. The pistoleros were operating like a parallel police force and carried a green membership card to identify themselves. They stood at factory entrances to intimidate union leaders or simply shot them down if the management asked them to do so. There were also bands of informers. Some had been CNT members who decided to betray their comrades after the police threatened them with death. Against these external and internal dangers, we anarchists have closed ranks, said Domingo Esqueso. We've distanced ourselves from those who are suspicious and devoted ourselves to dramatic actions, like the murder of Dato, who bore real responsibility for what Martinez Anado is doing. We've got other spectacular actions in the works. 67 But, Esqueso told Durruti, his organizational idea was impossible for the time being, since they could not withdraw from the projects that were absorbing them. Please tell all this to the comrades in Zaragoza, he said, and also that some well-known Barcelona pistoleros hide out there and surely intend to extend their activities to that city. 68 Buenaventura made an assessment of his trip when he returned to Zaragoza. Although in some cases suspicions complicated matters, most of the comrades were ready to form lasting accords with one another, and this would be the first step toward creating a peninsular anarchist federation. Indeed, Zaragoza militants got to work immediately. The Via Libre group began planning a national conference and, until it could take place, decided that its publication would serve as a forum for discussing the problem of anarchist organization. At Buenaventura's behest, several members of Los Justicieros went to Bilbao to get pistols. Buenaventura and Gregorio, who knew the Basque militants well, asked Zabarain to help them purchase arms. He was pessimistic at first, saying, "Since Regoral's arrival in Bilbao, the CNT has been underground consistently. The union's tills are absolutely exhausted. The money has been used to help the families of arrestees or spent on trials. It's impossible to consider this type of assistance." 69 They tried to get some funds and weapons from local comrades, but only managed to acquire a little bit of cash and some small arms, the latter thanks to certain selfless Bilbao militants who handed over their pistols at a time when a gun was the best membership card. Gregorio, excited, declared that for big problems, there are big remedies and suggested that they rob some banks. After all, the state was taking what little the workers' organizations had. Torres Escardin and Buenaventura expressed concern about their inexperience. They had participated in armed conflicts with the police and pistoleros, and carried out dynamite attacks, but had never held up a bank. Nonetheless, they accepted his proposal and Gregorio and Buenaventura began to plan a robbery of a Banco de Bilbao. But Buenaventura convinced his friend that the hold-up was impossible, given the meager resources at their disposal. Zabarain suggested another target, which seemed much more feasible. They would clean out the paymaster of one of Ibar's metallurgic businesses, who transported a large sum of money from the Banco de Bilbao and only in the company of a driver. They would do the job in the middle of the Bilbao-Ibar road. Thus, on the designated day, they feigned a car accident, gagged the driver and paymaster, put them in the back of their own car, and took off with the money. The local press reported on the daring theft of 300,000 pesetas the next day. Police said that they suspected that the heist was the work of a band of Catalan bank robbers. Los Justicieros hid in a house in the Las Siete Calles neighborhood, while Zabarain started making efforts to acquire 100 Star pistols. They divided the money not used for the guns into two parts. They sent one half to Bilbao and Juliana took the other half to Zaragoza. The three friends left for Legrano several days later. 70. Chapter 6. Zaragoza, 1922. Life was calm in Zaragoza in June 1921. Durruti was working in a locksmith's shop and the pistoleros still hadn't gone into action. The unions were functioning more or less normally, but their legal situation was ambiguous. The inmates waiting to be tried in the Predicatories prison were the only discordant factor. Francisco Escaso had also become seriously ill, due to mistreatment by prison authorities and the poor conditions. In response, his comrades wrote the Prisoner Support Committee and asked them to intensify their work on his behalf. 71 Buenaventura felt some admiration for Escaso, since Pina and the others spoke of him with genuine veneration. On several occasions, Durruti said that he wanted to visit him in prison, but his friends invariably objected to such a reckless idea. Durruti stayed in Pina's house and lived like a hermit there. Zaragoza police began to lose interest in him, which was a particularly good thing, given Police Chief Pedro Aparicio's infamous hatred of the CNT. This seclusion enabled Durruti to build upon his limited education in Pina's library, where he read Michael Bakunin and Peter Kropotkin. Durruti later stated that their perspectives help balance one another. There is violence and radicalism in Bakunin, whereas one finds a practical element and the foundations of the free society in Kropotkin. 72 radical Spaniards, as a whole, had already synthesized both thinkers at the time, and it is precisely that synthesis, linked to Spain's regional tradition, which explains the uniqueness of Iberian anarchism. In any case, Durruti made the above statement many years afterwards and, given his activity during the period, it appears that it was Bakunin not Kropotkin who had the decisive influence at that moment. These readings were enriched by the constant discussions between Durruti and Pina, in which they shared their divergent conceptions of anarchist thought. Spain began to enter a new political crisis. Its unpopular military campaign in Morocco was truly disastrous. Abdelkrim's army crushed General Silvestre's troops. 14,000 Spanish soldiers met their deaths in the Battle of Annual. The Spanish people exploded in violent indignation after the defeat and demanded not only an end to the war but also punishment of the politicians and military men responsible for the massacre. The social discontent became widespread and large strikes occurred in all the major industrial areas. The civil guard couldn't muzzle the protests and the Prime Minister Manuel Allende Salazar submitted his resignation to the king in terror. Alfonso XIII, with his habitual disdain for the rabble, was preparing to go on vacation at his palace in Deauville when he summoned Antonio Mora. The king told him to form a strong government to silence those demanding accountability for the Moroccan disaster. His task would be to win the war on the social terrain, not in Morocco against the Moors, but in Spain against the Spanish workers. 73. Mora, an able and experienced politician, understood that Alfonso XIII was asking him to make Spain toe the line. 74. He put the governor of Zaragoza, the Count of Coelho, in charge of the Interior Ministry in his new government. His political program was, crush the working class and win over the bourgeoisie. Mora increased the use of public assassinations, made chain gangs run the roads of Spain, 75, and filled the prisons with workers. This is how he was able to pacify the nation, but his attempt to attract the Catalan bourgeoisie was a complete failure. The Catalans asked for the Treasury Ministry, and when they did not receive it, Mora's government's days were numbered. It collapsed in March 1922. Inspired by Mussolini and Victor Manuel, Alfonso XIII thought he could solve the country's problems by imposing a fascist general who would subdue the country and permit him to reign in peace. Alfonso XIII told Sánchez Guerra to do as much when he became the new prime minister, but, instead, Sánchez Guerra formed a government of social truce and re-established constitutional guarantees on April 22, 1922. By this time, the CNT in Aragon had already begun to experience the tragedy of Pistolerismo, which had been imported from Barcelona by the Count of Coelho and Archbishop Saadevila. 76 local authorities in Zaragoza went on the offensive when they heard that Sánchez Guerra would replace Mora. Their first move was to try to rapidly conclude any pending legal actions against radical workers. They announced the dates of the trials for the attack on Bernal as well as Gutierrez. These trials and others could prove disastrous for the workers. Los Justicieros put themselves on war footing, with the support of radical lawyers from Madrid and Barcelona. Eduardo Barriobero, the main defense lawyer, articulated his views to the Prisoner Support Committee. Government policy will change when Sánchez Guerra takes over and constitutional guarantees are re-established. The CNT and the rest of the opposition will no longer have to be underground. But, if the trial is finished and the defendants are sentenced before that occurs, the trial will never be revised and they'll spend many years in prison. We've got to get the people of Zaragoza to proclaim their innocence in the street. Only popular pressure will make things turn in our favor. 77. A representative from the local anarchist groups told the Prisoner Support Committee that they should organize a general strike and violent street demonstrations, but the CNT representative said that with the unions closed, the workers won't respond to a call for a general strike. 78. Local anarchists decided that if the CNT didn't declare the strike, they would do so and face the consequences themselves. The anarchists sent Buenaventura and other militants to discuss the issue with the local CNT, which then called a meeting to decide what to do. They faced a dilemma: if the working class responded to the call, it would be a victory for both the CNT and the defendants. But, if the workers didn't support the strike, the CNT would be weakened and authorities would feel even freer to persecute it. Durruti pointed out at the meeting that, with the anarchist groups calling the general strike, the CNT could accuse them of adventurism if the strike failed, but all would benefit if it succeeded. They accepted this argument and the anarchist and CNT groups began drafting their strategy. They had to enter into action at once as the trial for the attack on Bernal was scheduled to take place on April 20. The day before, they circulated pamphlets about the trial, the need for a general strike, and told the workers to gather at the prison gates and the High Court. On April 20, authorities posted civil guardsmen in key sites throughout the city as well as near the prison and High Court. The streetcars began to go into the street at 6 a.m., under police guard. Police tried to clear the demonstrators with a volley of gunfire. Mangado says that the prisoners awoke to explosions and deafening noise. The shooting lasted for 2 hours, until it was time for the prisoners to be taken to the High Court. When they entered the street, a large crowd received them with shouts of "Viva the honorable prisoners," and "Viva the CNT." The police's shooting in the air had not broken the workers' will. The protesters escorted the prisoners to the High Court, which was packed with people. The audience rose up as soon as the judge opened the session and shouted "Viva" to the prisoners. The same "Viva" and the sound of gunfire came from the street. Everyone immediately realized that the court wanted to conclude the trial as soon as possible, perhaps at the behest of the governor. That was a very positive sign. During his speech for the defense, Eduardo Barriobero made the following statement: "Proof of my defendant's innocence. I will not be the one who supplies it. When a whole people proclaim it in the public square, it is demonstrated." 79. Those in the room began to yell and made a chorus of his declaration. Bernal then confessed that he did not recognize any of the accused as perpetrators and the judge proclaimed their innocence an hour later. The people overwhelmed the police as they escorted the prisoners outside. Shouts of victory rang out everywhere. When Sánchez Guerra re-established constitutional guarantees, the people of Zaragoza immediately reopened the closed union halls, without waiting for any type of government authorization. Indeed, there was a true social celebration around the country, particularly in Barcelona where unions were reopened, prisoners were set free, and workers' publications reappeared. Each Barcelona union called an assembly of its members, which were held in cinemas and theaters rented for the purpose. The Woodworkers' Union organized one of the most important of these events in the Victoria Theatre. Once the building was full, Liberto Callejas read a list of the 107 men that the Confederation had lost to the pistoleros. Then, in view of the whole world, a new union committee was nominated, These were dangerous posts, given that Anato's mercenaries continued to lay in wait. Gregorio Jover was made representative of the local Federation of Sindicatos Únicos of Barcelona. 80 The same thing occurred in assemblies held by the rest of the Catalan unions. Members were publicly appointed to positions of union responsibility, and thus the undemocratic vices accumulated during periods of underground activity were finally overcome. The CNT quickly recovered its old members and its ranks even increased. But the CNT had to confront a thorny problem, its relationship to the Third International. 81 To address the prevailing confusion on the issue, the new National Committee decided to convene a CNT Congress and, prior to the event, a National Conference of Unions. Although the CNT was functioning normally throughout Spain, it was still underground in legal terms, and thus the Zaragoza CNT had to request government permission to hold a national workers' meeting to discuss the Spanish social question. Victoriano Gracia opened the ceremony in the name of the workers of Aragon, and then Juan Piro spoke, sending his greetings to the Spanish working class. The government representative at the event soon understood the nature of the gathering and tried to suspend its sessions. From the rostrum, Gracia told the government's man that the Zaragoza working class is not going to tolerate arbitrariness, we will declare a general strike. Faced with this threat, the government operative backed down. The meeting concluded with a large rally in the Bull Ring. The question of Third International was discussed at length at this conference. 82 Ilario Arla Ndis asserted that his delegation had been legitimately appointed at the Lerida meeting. 83 Gaston Laval and Pestana reported on their stay in Moscow. 84 After hearing these presentations, the conference declared that Nin, Morin, and Arla Ndis abused the CNT's trust and took advantage of a period of government persecution, which prevented their machinations from being stopped. It reaffirms the decisions of the Lograno Conference 85 and approves Angel Pestana's motion to deauthorize Andrew Nin as the CNT's representative in the Red Labour International. Given the 21 conditions, the conference declared that the CNT could no longer belong to the Third International 86 and proposed that it join the International Association of Workers, which had recently been reconstituted in Berlin. Lacking authority to decide on these matters, the conference referred the question to the unions, so that they would declare in a referendum whether or not to adhere to the Third International. 87 The conference's deliberations were made public, as noted, in the Zaragoza Bull Ring. There Salvador Segui, who became the CNT's general secretary, denounced the government's harassment in a vigorous speech. I accuse the public powers of causing the terrorism between 1920 to 1922. Victoriano Gracia then spoke to crowd, demanding freedom for Francisco Escaso, who was a victim of police chief Pedro Aparicio's intrigues. The press affirmed the great political scope of the meeting. Barcelona's Solidaridad Obrera ran an editorial titled, "Those once thought dead now enjoy good health." Under pressure from the workers, the government soon freed Francisco Escaso. He denounced the police's machinations in a rally held immediately after his release. Aparicio and his whole clique were publicly condemned once again. In reply, the bourgeoisie unleashed a new offensive and blacklisted Escaso, a practice that workers called the Hunger Pact. Francisco was preparing to reunite with this brother Domingo in Barcelona when Pina invited him to a meeting that Los Justicieros were going to hold to resolve the group's pressing problems. It was there that Francisco met Torres Escardin and Buenaventura Durruti. They discussed the group's first disagreement, which revolved around different tactical perspectives. Pina had a quasi-Bolshevik position on role of anarchists. Anarchist groups would make up the revolutionary vanguard and it was their job to ignite the insurrection. 88 He thus believed that they should become professional revolutionaries. Durruti's view of the anarchists' role, and also professional revolutionaries, was the complete opposite. For him, the proletariat was the real leader of the revolution and, if the anarchists had a significant impact, it was only because of their radicalism. The great theorists, he argued, drew their ideas from the proletariat, which is rebellious by necessity, given its condition as an exploited class. Above all, the struggle should rest on solidarity, and militants must recognize that the proletariat has already found the vehicle of its liberation by itself, through the federation of workshop and factory groups. For Buenaventura, they would only adulterate the proletariat's maturation if they made themselves into professional revolutionaries. What anarchists had to do was understand the natural process of rebellion and not separate themselves from the working class under the pretext of serving it better. That would only be a prelude to betrayal and bureaucratization, to a new form of domination. 89 Esqueso was drawn to Buenaventura and his outlook. Indeed, the former had already expressed similar views in an article in La Voluntad entitled Party and Working Class. 90 Esqueso and Durruti's beliefs complemented one another and both represented, in their own way, a break on Bolshevization, bureaucratism, and the many falsehoods emerging from the Russian Revolution. When the meeting ended, everyone departed in pairs for security reasons, and Buenaventura and Francisco left together. This was the beginning of a vigorous friendship and activist collaboration. A whole set of circumstances would reinforce the bonds that emerged from the outset between these two men, and their differences only reinforced their similarities. Esqueso was thin and high-strung, Durruti, athletic and calm. The former was suspicious and seemed unpleasant at first, the latter was extraordinarily friendly. Cold calculation, rationality, and skepticism were characteristic of Esqueso. Durruti was passionate and optimistic. Durruti gave himself over to friendships fully from the start, while Esqueso was reserved until he got to know the other better. These two revolutionaries forged a deep trust, and great projects grew from the dialogue between them. One day they received a letter from Francisco's brother Domingo sketching out the situation in Barcelona. The calm is a myth and there's a bad omen on the horizon. The employer's pistolrismo has now found a new refuge in a yellow syndicalism, whose members enjoy the same privileges as Bravo Portillo's earlier pistoleros. While the CNT leaders may believe in this calm, I don't think the anarchist groups are deceived. The latter are preparing for the new offensive that will be declared sooner or later. It will be a decisive conflict, and many of our comrades will fall, but the struggle is inevitable. Domingo then urges his brother to stay in Zaragoza, despite all the difficulties. 91 But Barcelona drew both Esqueso and Durruti like a magnet, and they informed the group that they were going there. This decision caused a rupture with the other justiciaros, although Torres Escardin, Gregorio Subervilla, and Marcelino del Campo decided to join them. United by the name Crisol, the five friends began a new life in early August 1922. Chapter 7. Los Solidarios. There was enormous turmoil in Barcelona when Durruti and his friends arrived in August 1922. Pistoleros had just tried to kill the well-known anarchist Angel Pestana 92, and there was a general strike throughout Catalonia. A group of Catalan intellectuals publicly denounced the authorities' failure to stop the bourgeoisie's intolerable aggressions, and, in the parliament, Socialist deputy Indalecio Prieto demanded that the government force Martínez Anido's resignation. President Sánchez Guerra had to intervene. Although Martínez Anido's star began to pale, 93 Pistolerismo continued to operate through the so-called free unions. These were labor organizations created and manipulated by the bosses and protected by the church, which hoped to use them to implant a Catholic syndicalism. Ramon Sales, who founded these organizations as rivals to the CNT, was an old Pistolero chieftain. The employers forcefully obliged the workers to join these unions and began to fire CNTistas, measures supported by Pistolero terrorists in the streets and at the factory gates. It was a war without quarter. Furthermore, under the leadership of Francesc Macià, a significant part of the Catalan intelligentsia began again to demand independence. 94 Their agitation helped relieve some of the pressure on the cornered Confederación Nacional del Trabajo. The CNT's most active center was the Woodworkers' Union on San Pablo Street, where the more radical militants gathered. It was here that Buenaventura and his comrades struck up a friendship with local activists, an association from which the famous Los Solidarios group would be born in October of that year. They organized around a tripartite plan: confront the Pistoleros, support the CNT, and set up an anarchist federation that would take all the anarchist groups scattered around the peninsula under its wing. 95 Indeed, the problem of organization was a high priority for them. They saw it as an indispensable precondition of the revolution, perhaps even more important than the battle against the bourgeoisie and terrorism. They founded a weekly periodical named Crisol, which had the support of Barth, Felipe Alas, Liberto Callejas, Torres Tribo, and Francisco Esqueso. The group had decided to kill the instigators of the anti-worker policy Martinez Anado and Colonel José Arlegui, but halted preparations when they received some important news. They learned that both military men had been planning to stage a fake assassination attempt against themselves in order to justify their repressive practices to the Madrid government. An anonymous Catalan journalist spoiled their conspiracy when he telephoned the president and revealed their ploy. Sánchez Guerra, worried by the turn that things were taking in Barcelona, telephoned Martinez Anado in the early hours of October 24. He informed him that Colonel Arlegui, after what occurred, cannot continue carrying out his duties, and ordered Anado to remove him as police chief. Martinez Anado stated that he couldn't fulfill those orders, and thus Sánchez Guerra ordered him to consider himself fired and hand over the provincial government to the president of the High Court. 96 This change of authorities obliged Sánchez Guerra to make constitutional guarantees effective in Catalonia and, with it, normalize union and political life in the region. Los Solidarios took advantage of this opening to call a conference of anarchist groups from the Catalan and Balearic Islands area. The event was well attended and showed that anarchists in the region were sympathetic to the organizational project that the Solidarios were advancing in Crisol. Conference participants formed a regional commission of anarchist relations, which was the embryo of what would later become the Federación Anarquista Ibérica. They also discussed the new political situation and concluded that, given the interests at play in Spain, especially in Catalonia, the calm cannot last for long. The persecution in Catalonia was not a mere caprice of Martinez Anado, but the natural consequence of class antagonisms. Martinez Anado was simply a tool of the bourgeoisie, and the fact that he has disappeared from the scene does not mean that the bourgeoisie will stop its abuse. Its figureheads may change, but the bourgeoisie, due to its reactionary character, will continue using terrorist tactics. 97. They understood that the right-wing pressure groups accepted Sánchez Guerra's policy of social truce only with reluctance. The army, supported by the landowners and the clergy, would try to seize state power and impose a military dictatorship if given the chance to do so. The monarchy would not be able to resist it, since its fate was indissolubly linked to the armed forces. Thus, faced with this imminent military coup, the anarchist groups decided to accelerate their revolutionary efforts and devote themselves to agitation campaigns in the industrial and rural areas, while the Commission of Anarchist Relations would coordinate action at the peninsular level. Libertarian publications in Catalonia Crisol, Fragua Social, and Tierra y Libertad would support all these initiatives. The conference also revisited the anti-militaristic strategy pursued by anarchists until then, which had only produced a significant loss of militants, who were forced to go into exile once they rejected military service. They decided that it would be more effective for young people to join the army and form revolutionary action groups within it. These would be known as anti-militarist committees, and they would link their actions to those of local anarchist groups. They created a special bulletin named Hijos del Pueblo to spread revolutionary ideas among the troops. 3 Solidarios were members of the Regional Commission of Anarchist Relations: Francisco Esqueso, Aurelio Fernández, and Buenaventura Durruti, all of whom took on important responsibilities. Francisco Esqueso was the commission's secretary. Aurelio Fernández was entrusted with putting the anti-militarist committees into operation, and Buenaventura Durruti's task was to build an arsenal of guns and explosives. Durruti and another metal worker by the name of Eusebio Brau set up an underground workshop for making hand grenades and also a foundry for the same purpose. They quickly amassed a stock of 6,000 hand grenades and stored them in various parts of the city. For his part, Aurelio Fernández infiltrated the army and won a number of corporals over to the revolution, as well as some sergeants and even several officers. Anti-militarist committees began to proliferate in regiments outside the region. Finally, Francisco Escaso built alliances with comrades in other areas, specifically, with anarchist regional commissions that had been operating since Buenaventura's trip the previous year. All of these efforts demonstrated that conditions were ripe for undertakings of a greater magnitude, but great risks remained. Salvador Segui, one of the most well-balanced minds of the Spanish anarchist movement, was murdered on March 10, 1923. Angel Graupera, president of the Employers' Federation, paid a group of hitmen a large sum to do the job. In the middle of the day on Cadena Street, in full view of residents terrorized by the gunman's weapons, they coldly shot down the sugar boy, as Salvador Segui was known, and his friend Padrones. This unleashed a wave of anger among workers, causing even the bourgeoisie to become frightened by its own deed, given the victim's prestige in Barcelona's proletarian and intellectual circles. The CNT called a meeting of Catalan militants, and they decided that they had to stop the repression definitively and finish off the pistoleros and their leaders once and for all. They also agreed to try to find the economic resources that they needed to confront their organizational problems. 98 union tills were empty thanks to the constant seizure of funds by authorities. For their part, Los Solidarios resolved to eliminate some of the leading reactionaries: Martinez Anado, Colonel Arlegui, ex-minister Bagalal, ex-minister Count of Coelho, José Regueral, and Juan Saavedra, the Archbishop Cardinal of Zaragoza. These individuals bore direct responsibility for the terrorism exercised against the anarchists and workers. Several other anarchist groups decided to launch an attack on the Hunters' Circle, a pistolero refuge and meeting place of the most vicious employers. The raid had a devastating psychological effect. They never imagined that more than 15 people would audaciously burst into their lounge and fire at them at point-blank range. That is exactly what happened. The bourgeoisie asked for police protection and many pistoleros fled Barcelona. There was tremendous confusion in the city. The poor supported the radical workers and greeted police invasions of their neighborhoods with gunfire. It was a bitter war, and Durruti and his friends were destined to live out one of the most dangerous and dramatic chapters of their lives. Years later, a witness observed that it had no precedent other than the period experienced by Russian revolutionaries between 1906 and 1913. These youths disregarded the adults' prudent recommendations and became judges and avengers in Spain's four corners. They were frequently persecuted by the state and had no support other than their own convictions and revolutionary faith. 99. Chapter 8. José Regueral and Cardinal Saavedra. Although Durruti rejected Pina's idea that they should make themselves into professional revolutionaries, this is what he and the other Solidarios would become due to the course of events. The Solidarios had to adopt a lifestyle in keeping with the demands of their insurgent activities, but it should be noted that Durruti and his comrades were never salaried revolutionaries, something that clearly distinguished them from the bureaucrats and permanents of the socialist, communist, and syndicalist organizations. Garcia Oliver commented on the issue many years later: "I joined the CNT in 1919 and lived through all the turbulent phases of its struggle for survival. With other good comrades, I organized sections, unions, locals, and counties. I took part in hundreds of assemblies, rallies, and conferences. I fought day and night, with more or less good results. I spent 14 years of my youth in jails and prisons. But I never accepted remunerated posts. Professional activism simply did not correspond to my approach. This may be why I was never secretary of the local committees of Barcelona, regional of Catalonia, or national of Spain. And it isn't that I consider it degrading to live from the organization's meager salaries or because one earns much more charging workers' wages. It's just that it would have attacked my spirit of independence." 100. One of the first problems the group had to face was economic. They had spent all their resources buying guns and explosives, and yet circumstances now demanded even more money, not only to sustain themselves but also for activities that they were about to undertake. They needed cash urgently and, having neither the means nor the time to hold up a bank, they decided to rob some Barcelona City Hall employees who transported money. The job was risky, because the employees traveled with a police escort, but Los Solidarios went through with it nonetheless. The holdup occurred at the intersection of Fernando Street and Ramblas, a stone's throw from the bank. Los Solidarios disarmed the two police and made off with the money, which the press valued at 100,000 pesetas. 101. Durruti left for Madrid immediately, where he intended to participate in a conference called by the Via Libre group. He also had to deliver some money to help with the trial of Pedro Mateu and Luis Nicolau, who were charged with killing Prime Minister Eduardo Dato. Things progressed in Barcelona while Durruti traveled. Los Solidarios found out that Languia was hiding in Manresa. He was one of the most well-known pistoleros, the right-hand man of Sales, and widely thought to have played a role in the murder of Salvador Segui. Ascaso and Garcia Oliver took off for Manresa at once. They knew that three pistoleros always guarded Languia but managed to surprise the four thugs in the back of a bar where they were playing cards. The shootout was brief and they left the town quickly. The evening newspapers in Barcelona were already reporting on the murder of Mr. Languia, citizen of order by the time they got back to the Catalan capital. 102. The murder of this well-known assassin was a shock for the Barcelona pistoleros. Sales ordered his men to kill those thought to bear responsibility, Garcia Oliver, Ascaso, and Durruti, names that had already begun to appear regularly in the press, accused of hold-ups, assassinations, etc. These militants and their friends had to rely on their sixth sense to escape alive. Although traps and surprises menaced them at every step, Los Solidarios were determined to carry their plan forward. As soon as they received good information about where Martinez Anado and José Regueral were hiding, Ascaso, Torres Escartin, and Aurelio Fernandez set off to liquidate Martinez Anado while Gregorio Supervilla and Antonio El Toto left for Leon, Regueral's refuge. Martinez Anado had retreated to Ondarrida, an aristocratic area in San Sebastian. He lived in a cottage there and was guarded by two policemen around the clock. However, he was not a recluse. At noon every day he passed through tunnels separating Miraconcha from Ondarrida and took a long walk on the road wrapping around the Concha beach. He always ended the afternoon in the military club or the Gran Curzal. Los Solidarios had detailed information about his itinerary, but decided to confirm it by waiting for Anado in a cafe that looked out over the road. They would determine their course of action later. Shortly after sitting in the cafe, Torres Escartin began to suspect that someone was looking through the window from the street and went out to surprise him. He would be the one surprised when he found himself face-to-face with General Martinez Anado and his two police escorts. The general had casually taken a glance in the cafe. Concealing his shock, Torres Escartin disguised the delicate situation as well as he could and went back into the cafe, while Martinez Anado disappeared along the street. He told his friends what had happened and all lamented that they had left their weapons in the hotel. Francisco Ascaso, suspicious by nature, assumed that Martinez Anado must be aware of their presence in San Sebastian as well as their reason for being there. He suggested that they grab their guns and shoot him down wherever they find him. They went to the military club, the Gran Curzal, and anywhere else Anado was likely to visit. All of this was in vain. Martinez Anado was nowhere to be found. Apparently he had left for La Coruna in a hurry. Without wasting time, the three Solidarios bought tickets, this time separately, for La Coruna. When they arrived, Ascaso and Aurelio went to the port to talk with some dock workers about arms that were going to be shipped from Galicia to Barcelona. Torres Escartin made contact with the local CNT. They all agreed to meet around midday in a centrally located cafe. The police detained Ascaso and his friend while they were walking through the port and brought them to the police station to be searched. They had received confidential information suggesting that the two men were drug traffickers. However, the detainees managed to convince the captain that they were simply there to file some papers necessary to emigrate to Latin America. They were released and left La Coruna immediately, convinced that it was they not Anado in jeopardy. When Anado turned up at the police station to question the men being held, he was dismayed to discover that his pursuers had been set free after their identities were verified. This event cost the police captain his career. Anado told him that they were two dangerous anarchists following in his footsteps to kill him and that he was fired as a result of the mistake. The police raided hotels and arrested various suspects, but Los Solidarios had had the presence of mind to leave the Galician city quickly. 103 They were discouraged when they returned to Barcelona, and particularly when they found out that authorities had arrested Durruti in Madrid. Durruti had a dynamic temperament and there was nothing more contrary to his nature than idleness. Inactivity was a torture for him and, when circumstances forced it upon him, he tried to release his energy in 1,000 different ways. 104 When Durruti arrived in Madrid, he discovered that the conference that he intended to attend had been postponed for a week. This disrupted his plans, but he took advantage of his free time to accomplish part of his mission by visiting Buenacasa, with whom he had to sort out the matter of the trial noted above. Buenacasa didn't recognize him at first, since he was going around dressed like an Englishman, disfiguring his face with some thick-framed glasses. Durruti asked him about the status of the trial and delivered some money for legal costs. He then said that he wanted to see the inmates. Buenacasa did everything he could to dissuade him, saying that was way too risky and a good way to get himself locked up, but Durruti would not be deterred. A visit, he said, would raise the prisoners' morale. Buenacasa finally acceded, hoping that the jailers would take him for some strange tourist, given his foreigner's outfit. 105. Durruti was not satisfied with his trip to the prison. He could only see one of the defendants, journalist Moro Bahatiera 106, whose deafness made it impossible to talk with him in the visiting room. He and Buenacasa later said goodbye near the prison and he headed toward the city center. The police surprised him from behind while he was walking on Alcalá Street. He considered resisting, but realized that he was completely surrounded. They promptly threw him in a car and shot off toward the police headquarters. They confirmed his identity in police headquarters and charged him with 3 crimes: armed robbery of a trader named Mendizabal from San Sebastián, the conspiracy to kill Alfonso XIII, and desertion from the army. They sent him to San Sebastián under these 3 accusations. The newspapers in Madrid and Barcelona raved about his detention, declaring that one of Spain's leading terrorists had finally been captured. Indeed, the crime reporters made him into an extraordinary figure. They described him as a consummate bank robber, a train bandit, a dangerous terrorist, and, above all, an unbalanced mind with signs of a born criminal who perfectly illustrated the theories that the criminologist Lombroso advanced in his outrageous study of anarchists. 107. When they read the accounts in the press and learned that Arlegui was in Madrid's General Office of Security, many of the Solidarios thought Durruti was doomed. They could apply the ley de fugas to him at any time. Escaso, however, was not going to give in, and he and a lawyer named Ruzinal organized a plan to seize Durruti from the justice system's clutches. Ruzinal thought the armed robbery charge was the worst of the 3 accusations. The charge of conspiring against the king was nothing more than a simple supposition, and the claim that Durruti had deserted the army could actually help them organize his escape. He told Escaso that they should visit Mr. Mendizabal and try to convince him of his error, if he continued to claim that Durruti was one of the perpetrators of the crime. Francisco Escaso, Torres Escartin, and the lawyer went to San Sebastián, bringing the group's meager funds with them. The meeting with Mendizabal went extremely well. He said that he had not made a report against anyone named Durruti and was prepared to state as much to the judge. Mendizabal declared him innocent and his participation in the plot against the king was now in doubt. With a good sowing of money, the lawyer requested his client's freedom. The judge agreed, although Durruti nevertheless remained incarcerated for the last crime. 108. Ruzinal told Durruti about all these developments during a visit, which Buenaventura later explained to his sister in a letter. I should have been released 2 days ago, but apparently someone has fallen in love with the name Durruti and they're holding me for I don't know what reason. I write at night by candlelight, since the noise of the waves crashing against the prison wall stops me from sleeping. I trust that you'll be judicious enough to stop Mother from making another trip to San Sebastian. It's a very difficult trip for her and painful for me to have to see her through bars. I'm sure she's very tired. Convince her that I'm fine and that my release is only a matter of days or perhaps even hours. 109. While Durruti languished in jail, the Fiesta Mayor occurred in his native city, an annual event in which the rich and poor celebrated the patron saint, each in their own way. The former flaunted their power and wealth, while the latter liquidated their savings on new clothes and copious amounts of food. They could at least eat well once a year. There were fireworks in the workers' neighborhoods, whereas the wealthy gathered in the city center at the casino's annual dance or went to the theater. A theater company from Madrid had been invited to stage The Rabbit King that year. 110. The play's first performance occurred on May 17, 1923 and, as expected, the city's rich and powerful were in attendance. Ex-Governor José Regueral was also there, accompanied by his personal bodyguards. No one will ever know why Regueral left the theater that night before the piece had finished, but the fact that he did so was a big help to Gregorio and El Toto, who were wandering around the plaza, hidden among the throng. Regueral stood for a few moments at the top of the staircase, with his two police escorts just behind him. The plaza was in the midst of the celebration and nobody, other the two solidarios, paid any attention to that braggart. He took a few steps down the stairs and then a pair of shots suddenly rang out, muffled by the sounds of the fireworks. Regueral lost his balance and began to roll forward. He died instantly, and his police custodians had no idea where the bullets had come from. They stood there, surprised and immobilized before the lifeless body of this man who was so distinguished by his hatred of the working class. Protected by the clamor that erupted once the crowd learned what had occurred, Gregorio and his friend disappeared into the warm and star-filled night. The next day the press related the event with typical sensationalist fantasy. Some claimed that the murder was the work of an anarchist group from Leon, whose principal boss, Buenaventura Durruti, was incarcerated in San Sebastian. Others erroneously asserted that Leon police had already captured one of the perpetrators. The reality was that the police didn't know who was responsible and lashed out blindly, arresting endless suspects. Durruti's brother Santiago was among those detained and they would have taken his old and sick father, prostrate in bed, if Anastasia and the neighbors had not resisted. All of Buenaventura's friends were brought in, including Vicente Tijerina, secretary of the local CNT. The arrestees gave statements, but were released within 24 hours due to lack of evidence. That was the extent of the investigation and no one was ever be punished for the crime. What the police never knew was that the perpetrators were hiding in a house near the cathedral and that a week later, like good Leon peasants, they left one morning for the countryside to find a new refuge in Valladolid. 111 Leon authorities started to develop an interest in Durruti's case and new investigations prompted further delays in his release. Torres Escardin and Escaso were waiting in San Sebastian for their friend to get out of prison but, given the circumstances, they decided that it would be unwise to remain there. They spoke with the lawyer about the case and then went to Zaragoza, to wait for Durruti in that city. Zaragoza was not particularly secure either, given that both Escardin and Escaso had been mentioned in the local press as bandits. However, they were committed to staying in the area and told their comrades that they were going to hole up in a small house outside the city that had been rented by a Catalan anarchist named Dalmau. At the time it was occupied by an old anarchist militant named Teresa Clarimont, who was resting there after a grueling speaking tour of Andalusia. Clarimont knew Escaso and Escardin only by name and received them in an antagonistic spirit. She associated them with violent actions being executed in the capital of Aragon, which she opposed emphatically. Without preamble, she mentioned the recent death of a strikebreaker and security guard, both with children. That was detrimental to the working class's ideal, she told them. We have to reject those types of action. If we must use violence, she said, we should use it against those who beget it, heads of state, ministers, bishops, whoever they might be, but not wretches like this strike-breaker and guard. 112 The admonished comrades listened speechlessly, unaware that she might consider them culpable. Ascaso thought it best to let her vent and try to avoid arguments. That was a good tactic. After speaking her mind, Teresa began to recover her natural calm and, with a much softer tone, expressed concern for Ascaso's health. The two men then defended themselves and articulated their view of revolutionary violence, which they saw as a form of propaganda. Now, on better footing, they continued the conversation and spoke about the situation that the pistoleros had created in Zaragoza. There was a climate of desperate violence in Zaragoza, much like in Barcelona. The pistoleros who fled Catalonia and hid out in the capital of Aragon committed numerous assaults, robberies, and murders. Of course, local bourgeois newspapers held the workers responsible for all these incidents and managed to influence not only public opinion in general but also people like Teresa. Both Ascaso and Escartin knew that militants would make some mistakes. It was bound to happen in such a risky and passionate struggle, although they felt that these occasional errors did not invalidate their tactics as such. In fact, they were determined to confront that state of affairs in Zaragoza head-on and decided to organize an action that would ultimately shake the local ruling class and even the very foundations of the state. That was the only way to stop that wave of violence that was enveloping Zaragoza and threatening to confound even balanced individuals like Teresa. The Vox Populi accused the Archbishop Cardinal Saavedra of patronizing gambling houses and being responsible for and protecting the pistoleros. There were even rumors of his weekly orgies in a certain nun's convent. He was truly the most hated person in the capital of Aragon. 113 Ascaso and Escartin felt that eliminating this individual would put some order in the bourgeois disorder sweeping the city. At 3 in the afternoon on June 4, 1923, a black automobile with license plate Z135 left through the garage door of the Archbishop's palace in Zaragoza. There were two men in the back seat behind a lattice window. Both were clergymen, one was around 40 years old and the other 80. They were talking about a woman who happened to be the mother of the former and the sister of the latter, a wealthy lady who apparently showed signs of derangement. After passing through the center of the city, the car traversed the Los Delicios workers' district as it headed toward a location outside the metropolis known as El Terminio, where there was a beautiful country estate surrounded by lush vegetation. It was the St. Paul Home School. 114 The passengers were none other than His Eminence Cardinal Saavedra and his nephew and chief majordomo, Mr. Luis Latrajoro. The chauffeur slowed down when they reached the property's entrance and waited for attendants to open its wrought iron gate. At that moment, from 3 or 4 meters away, two men fired their pistols at the car's occupants, shooting what seemed to be 13 shots, one of which penetrated the heart of His Eminence the Cardinal. He died instantly, while his nephew and chauffeur were badly injured. The assailants disappeared as if by magic. No one could provide exact descriptions or accurate details of the event. 115. The killing was the talk of the town and news of the event reached the royal palace an hour later. King Alfonso XIII held Cardinal Saavedra in great esteem. He immediately dispatched a telegram to the Archbishopric of Zaragoza and sent one of his secretaries to the scene of the crime. He ordered them to resolve the matter at once. All the newspapers ran lengthy articles on the attack. El Heraldo de Aragon printed the following full-page headline: Yesterday's unusual and abominable attack. The assassination of the Cardinal Archbishop of Zaragoza, Mr. Juan Saavedra Romero. A photograph of the victim sat squarely in the middle of the page. The paper devoted 3 pages to the story. With respect to the police investigations, it said, the police chief and his companions followed the assassin's presumed escape route. At one point they found an Alcar pistol thrown alongside a path. It had the word Alcardo inscribed on its barrel, which is an arms factory in Guernica. It was a 9-caliber weapon and did not have one single cap in its clip. They continued onward, cutting across fields until they got to the Los Delicios workers' neighborhood. No one that they encountered en route could provide any information about the assailants. El Heraldo de Aragon also reprinted comments on the matter from other Spanish newspapers. The Madrid Daily Acción opined, "This crime is the best reflection, more than any other, of the state of things in Spain." The Heraldo de Madrid asserted, the crime was not the work of the Union men, but anarchists. All the police's efforts that night to identify the assailants were fruitless. Nevertheless, under pressure from the Interior Minister, who was in turn pressured by de la Cierva, leader of the Conservative Party, Zaragoza's civil governor Fernández Cobos ordered Police Chief Mr. Fernández to conduct a thorough investigation and rapidly arrest the perpetrators. Police focused on Zaragoza's anarchist and workers' movement circles and tried to build a trial on the basis of entirely arbitrary arrests. Victoriano Gracia, General Secretary of Zaragoza's Federation of CNT Unions, warned, "If even one innocent worker is arrested, the authorities and no one else who will bear responsibility for what might happen." 116 The governor, frightened by the CNT statements as well as the audaciousness of murder, went against his orders and commanded the police not to make arrests unless there was material evidence implicating a suspect and to limit their raids to sites related to the incident. They released detainees one by one. That was the case for Santiago Alonso Garcia and José Martínez Magorda, 18 and 16 years old respectively, who were arrested on the road from Madrid as they returned from searching for work in Vitoria. 2 days later Silvino Asatoriz and Daniel Mendoza were freed as well. Barcelona's La Vanguardia published an article on June 14 stating that the Zaragoza civil governor had informed the Interior Ministry that they would prosecute an individual seized a few days earlier on suspicions of links to the Sa d'Avila murder. However, a week later, the newspaper declared that there would be no trial due to a lack of evidence. It was only in late June that Madrid authorities decided to find a scapegoat. They ordered a raid on June 28 and brought in Pestana and other anarcho-syndicalist leaders on terrorism charges. The allegation rested on a flyer secretly distributed in the barracks that warned soldiers that their superiors were planning a coup and urged them to make common cause with the people. 117. The Zaragoza police also arrested Francisco Esqueso, who they held responsible for Cardinal Sa d'Avila's death. Although he could demonstrate that he was visiting inmates in the Predicatories prison at the time of the attack, he was still charged with the crime. The next day the national press reported the dramatic news of the arrest of one of the Cardinal's assassins, who had been executed by the infamous gang led by the terrorist Durruti. 118 The papers also published the following statement from the conservative politician Mr. de la Cierva: "Attacks are committed every day in Barcelona that go unpunished, as well as hold-ups whose culprits are never found, such as in the case of the armed robbery of the tax collection offices or the assault on the lawyer from blast furnaces. As the country's representatives, we have to wonder if the government has the means to stop these terrorist acts." 119. The church pressed the federal government and Zaragoza authorities to apprehend the well-known anarchists Esteban Utirio Solomero Bernard and Juliana Lopez Mamer as accomplices in the crime. Unable to find the former, the police seized his mother in his stead, an elderly woman in her 70s. Authorities declared that they would hold her hostage until her son turned himself in. They had yanked her out of bed, sick with tuberculosis. 12 hours after news of this outrageous detention broke, Esteban Solomero turned himself over to Zaragoza police. He said that he had nothing to fear from the law and demanded his mother's release. 120. Police tried to coerce Solomero into confessing his complicity in the murder by beating his mother in front of him. He was unable to endure the sight and signed a confession, although the police's tactics later became public knowledge. While he awaited trial, the justice system built its case against Francisco Esqueso, Rafael Torres Escardin, Solomero, and Juliana Lopez. 121. Chapter 9. Toward the Primo de Rivera dictatorship. While Zaragoza police used the most odious tactics to find the men who killed Cardinal Sa d'Avila, the person that the press depicted as the central figure in the matter, the terrible Durruti, was released from the San Sebastian provincial prison. The incongruities of the law. The last time that Durruti's mother had visited him in prison, he promised her that he would go to Leon the minute that he was freed and spend some time with the family. But when he found out about the arrest of Escaso and the other comrades in Zaragoza, he decided against the Leon trip and went to Barcelona without delay. Durruti could see that there was serious confusion among anarchists and Cientistas as soon as he arrived. Three tendencies struggled to impose their control on the Confederation. One was a misguided revolutionary position that wanted to institutionalize hold-ups as a CNT strategy. The second, advanced by Angel Pestana, was a more moderate view and denounced the illegalist approach as alien to the CNT and anarchism. Finally, there were the Bolshevik Confederals, who persevered in their attempt to take control of the CNT, putting forward their syndicalist revolutionary committees. The situation was even more confusing in the national political realm. The parties, including the Socialist Party, were in the midst of a deep crisis. In some cases this was due to their inability to grasp the challenges of the times and, in others, to divisions introduced by the Communist International. The army was the only solid and structured institution, and its influence increased thanks to the bourgeoisie's backing and the church's support. The latter's links to it had grown dramatically since the death of Cardinal Saavedra. Prime Minister Garcia Prieto was a mediocre, faint-hearted politician who had been unable to sleep since he received the explosive dossier about Morocco. That document, the result of investigations made by General Picasso, demonstrated that various leading figures, even Alfonso XIII himself, bore responsibility for the massacre of Annual. A scandal was approaching and it absolutely terrified Garcia Prieto, who knew that he couldn't keep the report from the Chamber of Deputies. He desperately hoped that something would occur that would force him to resign. This politician was so servile that he would rather fall off the face of the earth before confronting the king. Fortunately for Garcia Prieto, his wishes coincided with those of Alfonso XIII, who had dreams of installing a Mussolini in Spain, as Victor Manuel had done in Italy. After considering various generals who seemed like bright stars, he found that the brightest was General Primo de Rivera, perhaps because he shared the king's contempt for the rabble. Indeed, one of the main reasons that Alfonso XIII facilitated this coup, in addition to his disdain for the constitution, was his desire to silence those demanding accountability for the disastrous war in Morocco. But he needed a pretext to justify his maneuver, and what could be better than squashing the worker banditry? Even the Catalan bourgeoisie would applaud such an idea, despite their long-standing hostility to the central government in Madrid. An intragovernmental dispute between the Africanists and those wanting to end the Moroccan campaign made it much easier for the king to pursue his aims. One of those calling for a retreat from Morocco was Navy Minister Luis Silvila. He had ordered General Castro Gerona to negotiate an end to the armed conflict with Abd el-Krim. Alcala Zamora, Minister of War and spokesperson for the Count of Romanons, was the main proponent for continuing the war and vetoed Silvila's efforts. Alcala Zamora's veto also required that Silvila resign, which he did. His replacement made General Martinez Anado military commander in Melilla, and, a few days after he assumed his post, Dries Ben Said was riddled with bullets. Clearly this conflict would not be resolved peacefully. The national political scene and CNT's internal conflicts were the main topics of discussion at the Solidarios meeting held when Durruti arrived in Barcelona. Captain Alejandro Sancho, who advised the group on military matters, attended the gathering. He reported on developments within the armed forces, where there was open talk of an imminent military coup and where General Primo de Rivera's name was being put forward as a future dictator. He said that the military leaders would do little to oppose the coup and that it was unclear how the soldiers would respond. As for the anti-militarist committees, they were too new to undertake any spectacular actions, and proselytizing work had become nearly impossible in the barracks after the recent increase in surveillance following the discovery of subversive propaganda in them. The only hopeful possibility that Captain Sancho could identify was the chance that the soldiers might fraternize with the workers if an uprising occurred. That, at least, had happened on other occasions. Men without the courage of Los Solidarios would have given up in the face of such dreadful circumstances, but that was simply not in their character. Instead of resigning themselves and retreating, they decided to respond to the anticipated coup by organizing a revolutionary general strike. For the strike to succeed, they first had to get the wrecked workers' unions operating again, which the constant waves of repression had crushed. And to carry out the insurrection, they needed arms. Money, once again, became a central problem. They decided to rob a state bank to resolve the issue and, for reasons of ease, selected the Gijón branch of the Bank of Spain. Durruti and Torres Escardin took charge of the operation and set off for the Asturian city at once. On their way, they stopped off in Zaragoza to get an update on Escaso and his prison comrades, 122, but stayed only briefly, since Durruti and Torres Escardin were well known there and charges relating to the Sotavila matter still hung over Torres Escardin. A local comrade updated them about new developments in the case and also their plans to fight back. If everything went as anticipated, the Zaragoza bourgeoisie and church would not have the pleasure of garroting Escaso. 123 indeed, they were organizing a jailbreak that would free the most committed prisoners in predicatories. In addition to Escaso and others, Inocencio Pina was there as well, who had been arrested on June 13 after a shootout. Police also captured the young comrades Luis Muñoz and Antonio Moore on the same day that they seized Inocencio. Their case was particularly serious, since they had killed one of the arresting officers, López Solorzano, who was the right arm of Inspector Santiago Martí Baganas, leader of the Social Brigade. 124. Durruti and Torres Escardin continued on to Bilbao that day. An engineer in contact with an anarchist group there pledged to get them the arms that they needed if they provided him with the money to make the purchase. He could get several thousand rifles if they could produce the damned cash. Our Solidarios felt very carefree when they arrived in Gijón, since they were unknown to the local police. They patiently planned their robbery of the Gijón bank. While they did so, General Primo de Rivera and his regal accomplice charted their assault on power. They were also carefree, since the major political forces seemed unconcerned with their maneuvers. It was only the anarchists and the CNT who gave their undivided attention to their dictatorial plans, and with good reason. They knew that the principal justification for the military coup was to destroy anarchism and revolutionary syndicalism. Barcelona anarchist groups commissioned García Oliver to meet with the CNT National Committee in order to coordinate their forces for the general revolutionary strike, although the results of the meeting were discouraging. The successive government crackdowns had compromised the workers' organization, they had bled the CNT of its cadre, and many unions maintained only a token existence. Angel Pestana told García Oliver the following: "The revolution demands organization. The energies liberated in a revolution are those expressing the phenomenon of creative spontaneity. For a revolution to succeed, a minimum of 90% of organization is required, and we find ourselves under the sum of 50. Our deficiencies are the result of employer terrorism, in addition to our own internal conflicts and the disastrous impact that Bolshevism has had on our ranks, which has disoriented the working class in places like Sabadell. Today the only way to confront the coup is an alliance of all the forces opposed to the dictatorship." But what are those forces? The UGT doesn't show any interest in resisting the coup. It is the CNT that will stand alone before the approaching dictatorship. But the dictatorship is an attack on the country's authentic forces, which are organized under the acronym CNT. Our response will honor our revolutionary tradition, as we have always done. 125. Angel Pestana hadn't said anything that García Oliver didn't already know, but it was important that such things be explicit in that encounter between the CNT and the militant anarchists during those grave moments. The anarchist groups redoubled their efforts during the month of August 1923. Durruti and Torres Escardin sent an urgent message to the Solidarios in Barcelona, saying that everything was ready and they had to come quickly to prevent everything from going to waste. 1,000 rifles were waiting in a bar that someone named Zuluita had ordered on their behalf from the Great Waianachua manufacturer. We will let another author describe the dramatic robbery carried out in Gihon on September 1st. His account appeared on the front page of El Impartial under the following headline: Brazen Robbery of the Gihon branch of the Bank of Spain. Thieves seriously wound the bank manager and take more than 500,000 pesetas. Gihon, September 1 at 9 o'clock in the morning, shortly after this branch of the Bank of Spain opened, the most audacious robbery of all the most audacious in Spain occurred in the first lending establishment of the city. The event took place in the following way. 6 youths brandishing pistols entered through the main door, dressed in workers' clothes and wearing berets and caps. Their eruption into the main room caused tremendous panic among the employees and customers. One of the robbers stood at the door, with the entrance to his back, while holding a pistol in each hand. The others quickly went to the vault. With a hoarse and imperious voice, the one at the door shouted, 50 toward the Primo de Rivera dictatorship, hands up. Everyone be quiet. With fantastic speed the thieves entered the vault, where they shot 2 or 3 times and seized all the money the collectors had in the drawers and on the counter. When he heard the gunfire, branch manager Luis Aguirre Alvarez, 59 years old, emerged from his office on the upper floor. He shouted from the top of the stairs, "What's happening?" The gunman, apparently leading the gang, responded, "Don't move. We'll kill you." Mr. Aguirre ignored the threat and continued down the stairs. The thieves shot at him several times. One of the bullets seriously injured him in the neck. Mr. Aguirre fell face down onto the floor, spilling out an enormous amount of blood. The bandits put the money in their pockets and went toward the door, pointing their pistols at the employees and customers. Once in the street, they got into an automobile that had been waiting with its motor running and got away. But first they shot several times at a municipal policeman who tried to stop them. He attempted to fire back, but his weapon malfunctioned. The bandits shot at passers-by to force their way through, and also at the many residents who had come out onto the balconies of nearby houses after hearing the shouting and gunfire. Policeman Felix Alonso, who had tried to confront the criminals, was able to see the car's license plate when it slowed down while crossing another vehicle's path. It was registered in Oviedo, with plate number 434. The car's skilled driver got around the other car and, making clean and certain maneuvers, raced down Bigona Street, crossing Covadonga and then taking the road from Oviedo. By pure chance, the thieves had not stolen several million pesetas held in the big reserve vault. It had been opened just moments before they entered. Apparently their goal was to rob money destined for the Duro Felguera Society payroll. The bank robbers stole 573,000 pesetas, according to an estimate calculated immediately afterwards. The civil guard took off in pursuit of the outlaws on the road from Oviedo. A couple, accompanied by a police agent, found the driver 3 kilometers from Gihon. They arrested him and brought him to Gihon, where he gave the following statement. 6 individuals turned up in Oviedo on Thursday and hired him to make an excursion to Gihon on Friday, but yesterday came to tell him that the trip had been postponed until today. The 6 individuals who had contracted his service appeared this morning and ordered him to set off on the road to Gihon. When they reached Pinsuel's Mountain, 2 men appeared on the road and the passengers ordered the driver to stop. When he did so, the driver found himself with 2 pistols pointing at his chest. The 2 men on the road commanded him to get out and follow them. The driver obeyed and saw one of the car's 6 occupants get behind the steering wheel and start the motor. It was clear that he knew the car's make perfectly. The driver and the 2 bank robbers stopped in an elevated area, from which he could clearly watch the car drive toward Gihon. When he lost sight of it, the 2 gunmen told him not to be afraid, not to follow them, and that nothing would happen if he didn't resist. He would get the car back later, which will pick him up right there. They led him deeper into the woods at Pinsuel's Mountain, some 200 meters from the road. He did not have to wait for long. Shortly afterwards, the gunmen scanning the mountains made out the automobile. They all went back to the road, only to see the car pass by without stopping. One of those watching the driver told him, "Evidently they forgot that we're waiting here. You should just follow the road forward. You'll find the car soon enough." The terrified driver fled, but the thieves, who also disappeared, hadn't deceived him. He came across the abandoned car some 15 kilometers from Gijón, in the area known as Alto de Prubia. Several women in the vicinity told him that 6 individuals got out of the car 15 minutes earlier. They asked for directions to the Lanra train station and then slipped off in the direction indicated to them. The civil guard has cordoned off the whole province and is conducting raids in the mountains near the road. A couple detained an individual named José Pio who was heading toward Felguera, his hometown. He pulled out a pistol when he saw the guards. They took him to Gijón. We will comment on the account of the event printed in El Impartial below, but we first want to record the official story that Duke Almodóvar del Valle, Minister of the Interior, gave to journalists. His description is more accurate than the El Impartial version. He mentions 4 bank robbers, which is correct, since the driver stayed at the wheel of the car and another waited at the bank's door. He and the journalist from El Impartial also differ on the amount of money taken. The minister said that it is calculated that the quantity stolen exceeds 700,000 pesetas, although the real figure was 650,000 pesetas. Typically, during event of this nature, the robbery victims also try to take a cut. We can assume that the discrepancy reflects that fact. With respect to the bank manager, the press said that he had to give his statement to police in a first aid post because his injury was so serious. This is also untrue. It is worth describing the circumstances in which Mr. Ajkarat, the only semi-victim of the event, was hurt. A participant in the action said the following: Durruti was the one with the hoarse voice, it was he who kept the bank customers at a distance. The manager came down the stairs, hastily and suicidally, and went towards Durruti and tried to disarm him. Durruti struggled a little with this crazy man who, apparently thinking that Durruti was weak and scared, slapped him. It was at that moment that Durruti threw the individual off him and, while doing so, fired his gun. The bullet merely scraped the man's neck. Durruti didn't intend to injure or kill anyone. The shots let off inside the bank and during the exit were in the air and simply to scare people away. Durruti commented on the situation once he was in the car: "That lunatic wanted to die and tried to bite my finger," he said, showing his bloody little finger. "What a mess I had to make, like a terrible pistol row, trying to convince that maniac that he should stay still. And, as if to prove his insanity, he slapped me while I had a pistol in each hand." 126. When the group abandoned the vehicle, their plan was to go to Lanra and take the train. Instead of this, considering that police would be watching the roads and train stations closely, they decided that 2 of them would head to Bilbao through the mountain and purchase the arms. These 2 were Garcia Vivancos and Aurelio Fernandez. Durruti, Subervilla, Torres Escartin, and Eusebio Brau stayed together and hid out in a secluded cabin in the mountainside. Several days later, Fernandez and Vivancos had an encounter with the civil guard, who were searching the area intensively, but managed to slip through the security cordon with the money. Not long afterwards, on the morning of September 3, Durruti was shaving while Torres Escartin and Eusebio Brau ate lunch. Gregorio Subervilla was on lookout duty. They heard voices in the distance and suddenly a group of civil guards appeared. Gregorio began shooting. Torres Escartin and Eusebio Brau took off together, while Durruti and Gregorio each went their own way. There was intense gunfire between the civil guards and Torres Escartin and Brau, who had been trapped and had to resist. The battle lasted for several hours and their ammunition began to run out. Eusebio Brau tried to seize a nearby guard's Mauser while Escartin covered him, but he was not fast enough and died instantly after being shot. A guard then knocked Torres Escartin unconscious with a vicious rifle butt blow to the back. The guards took the dead and injured to their barracks and later dragged Torres Escartin off to the Oviedo prison, who was nearly destroyed after enduring several hours of torture. 127. El Impartial had published a fairly dispassionate account of the robbery, but the press changed its tone with the arrest of Torres Escardin. He was marked as one of Cardinal Saavedela's murderers, and the association of Torres Escardin and Escaso naturally brought Durruti's name into the fray, although for the moment it was Torres Escardin who mattered most to the reporters. The judge overseeing the proceedings against Escaso hurried to request Torres Escardin's transfer to complete the trial preparations. When news of his pending transfer reached the Oviedo prison, Torres Escardin's prison comrades began to organize a prison break. He told them that the plan was premature, given his precarious physical state, but he ultimately decided to give it a try after considering his dismal prospects. Unfortunately, he twisted his ankle while jumping from the prison wall to the street and was nearly immobilized as a result. His comrades tried to carry him, but Torres Escardin told them not to be sentimental and to run. Holding himself upright by leaning on the walls, he managed to evade the security forces for a time but started to grow increasingly weak and finally fainted in front of a church. A parish priest leaving the house of God found him shortly afterwards and, thinking the man suspicious, called the civil guard, who confined him to the prison once again. The Leon press occupied itself with Durruti. It published his photograph and, below it, a list of his many crimes. They used every type of fantasy and refinement to describe Buenaventura's escape from his persecutors. One journalist even wrote that Durruti had fled by disguising himself as a priest, whose robes he obtained by stripping a clergyman at gunpoint in the middle of a church. 128. In the Santa Ana neighborhood, Durruti's mother Anastasia became Leon's most famous woman. To anyone who asked her about her son the thief, she replied, "I don't know if my son has millions. All I know is that every time he comes to Leon, I have to dress him from head to toe and pay for the return trip." 129. While people discussed these robberies and killings in salons across the country, no one seemed to notice what was being planned from above. Los Solidarios despaired and were convinced that time was working against them. The weapons bought in Ibar were still there and likely to remain there for a while. In fact, Alfonso XIII was so surprised at the ease of his game that he even considered making himself a Mussolini, although Antonio Mora, that old and shrewd politician, dissuaded him. On September 7, Primo de Rivera and Alfonso XIII held a meeting and set September 15 as the date for their coup, although they later moved it forward to September 13. This was due to pressures from General Sanjurjo and also because the government had decided to present the conclusions of Picasso's investigation of the Moroccan military disasters to the parliament on September 19. General Primo de Rivera called the press to his office at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on September 13. He gave them his manifesto to the country. "This movement is of men, anyone without a completely distinguished masculinity should stand aside. In virtue of the trust and mandate that they have deposited in me, a provisional military junta will be formed in Madrid and entrusted with maintaining public order. We do not want to be ministers nor do we have any goal other than to serve Spain. The country doesn't want more talk of accountability, but to know it, to demand it, promptly and justly. We sanction the political parties by removing them completely." His manifesto contained endless declarations about ending terrorism, communist propaganda, separatist agitation, inflation, solving the Moroccan problem, putting the country's financial chaos in order, etc. A journalist asked if the coup was inspired by Italy's March on Rome. "We don't need to imitate the fascists or the great figure of Mussolini, although their acts have been a useful example for everyone. In Spain we have the Somaten and have had Prim 130, an admirable soldier and great political figure. 131. When the working class found out about the coup, it absorbed its defeat passively, doing little more than mount sporadic and symbolic demonstrations. It was simply too disorganized and battered to really resist. For their part, the political parties did nothing, despite the fact that the manifesto announced their elimination. The government crossed its arms while it waited for Alfonso XIII to return from San Sebastián, where he had been spending his summer vacation. Meanwhile, troops occupied public buildings and even the Congress of Deputies, where Picasso's famous dossier vanished into thin air. The CNT National Committee released the following statement on September 14: "At present, when generalized cowardice is manifest and civil authorities hand power over to the military without a fight, it is incumbent upon the working class to make its presence felt and not let itself be kicked by men who break every law and plan to eliminate all the workers' victories achieved through long and costly struggles." They concluded by calling for a general strike, but did so without optimism. Indeed, what should have been a popular rebellion was reduced to isolated and spontaneous actions that did not inspire the populace, despite their heroism. The UGT and Socialist Party also released a statement that day, which urged their members not to consider an uprising. They published another document on September 15 that implicitly recognized the dictatorship and cautioned against feudal rebellions that could provoke a crackdown, adding that all groups that might take independent actions are deauthorized. 132 The royal train entered Madrid's Estación del Norte station around midday. The entire government was on the platform. García Prieto urged the king to discharge the seditious general. The king, in reply, discharged García Prieto and his government. When the king reached the palace, he sent a telegram to Primo de Rivera saying that he was handing power over to him. With the dictatorship institutionalized by the king, the constitution that Alfonso XIII had sworn to defend was now abolished. Capriciousness began to reign and no one knew how long this new period would last. It was clear that the political parties would passively accommodate themselves to the new situation, including the Socialist Party, which was not going to feel great pangs of socialist conscience when it did so. But the situation was dire for the working class. The CNT and the anarchists, the genuine representatives of the working class, could not make a deal with the government like the UGT was going to do without renouncing their principles. The CNT would have to go underground. What did it mean for the CNT to be underground? Hadn't the CNT been forced underground constantly since its birth? What did the CNT pursue? The economic and political emancipation of the working class through revolutionary expropriation and self-management in all spheres of life. Could they achieve that legally? No, and the sermon that workers can obtain their emancipation within the law is a deception, because the law orders us not to tear the wealth from the rich's hands, which they have robbed from us. Expropriating the wealth for the benefit of all is a precondition of human freedom. 133 It was this perspective that would frame the CNT's theory and practice. It was illegalist through and through. The Solidarios intensified their security precautions for the group's members and guarded over collective belongings as if the revolution depended on it. One of their short-term actions would be helping Francisco Esqueso and Torres Escardin escape. For the long term, Durruti and Esqueso were entrusted with organizing a revolutionary center in France. From abroad, this center would support the revolutionary committee that would be set up in Barcelona to continue the struggle against capitalism, the state, and religion. Chapter X. The Revolutionary Center of Paris. García Vivancos arrived in Barcelona in late November 1923 feeling discouraged about his trip to the Asturian capital. At first things had looked promising when he landed in Oviedo. A soldier in the regiment guarding the Oviedo prison promised to mobilize his comrades to help break Torres Escardin out. The plan's pieces slowly fell into place and, when it was nearly time to execute it, everything was ruined. Soldiers from another regiment took over prison security. García Vivancos now had to work to secure the collaboration of a whole new squad of guards. He immediately began to sound things out, but began to worry when the police questioned him about his activities in Oviedo. While he had a good alibi, documents indicating that he was a traveling knitwear salesman, and the interrogation went well, it seemed clear that the guards had not been transferred by accident. He left Oviedo at once. 134. Although García Vivancos failed to organize Torres Escardin's escape, The Zaragoza comrades were successful and the jailbreak from predicatories was a complete triumph. The majority of the escapees left for France immediately. El Negro was among them, a native of Aragon with a long police record due to his revolutionary activities in Madrid, who had concealed his identity by using a false name when authorities arrested him, and Inocencio Pina in Zaragoza. Francisco Esqueso was the most compromised of all. Buenacasa tried to convince him to go to France right away, but he was determined to visit Barcelona first. 135. Los Solidarios held an important meeting when García Vivancos returned to the Catalan capital. It emerged that General Martínez Anado, interior minister and member of Primo de Rivera's military junta, had a special interest in crushing what he called the Durruti gang and had sent several of his best men to Barcelona to accomplish the task. Martínez Anado's antipathy toward the group only increased with Esqueso's escape. Under such circumstances, Esqueso and Durruti's lives were in great danger. The group decided that the two should go to Paris, where they would set up a revolutionary center to help a similar one established in Barcelona. They would also start a press in collaboration with the French Anarcho-Communist Union to produce international anarchist propaganda. The group gave them a significant portion of what remained from the Gijón robbery to carry out these missions. At the time, the ACU office occupied the ground floor of a building at 14 Petit Street in Paris's District 19. Books on sale and the front page of the anarchist weekly Le Libertaire were displayed behind its storefront window. A narrow hallway led into a room lined with shelves, weighted down with French-language anarchist books and pamphlets. In the back, there was a room used for everything: storage, editing, running the newspaper, and ACU administration. The administrator, Severino Ferrandel, was there daily and attended to tasks such as book and newspaper sales, and also received the visitors from Paris or the provinces that came in search of literature or news. The bookstore became more crowded in the evening, after work hours. Louis Lecoin was one of the usual hosts. He was busy with the campaign to stop the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti, two Italian anarchists who would ultimately die in the electric chair in the United States. Esqueso and Durruti went to the Petit Street building as soon as they arrived in Paris. They spoke with Ferrandel and his young companera, Bert Favart, explaining that they wanted to talk with the comrades responsible for ACU organizational matters. Ferrandel brought them to the back room, where Durruti and Esqueso met several of these militants. They outlined their plan after the brief introductions. The ACU men responded with interest but also some skepticism. Plans. Anarchists have plenty of plans, what they lack is the money to carry them out. When the Spaniards announced that they were able to contribute a large sum of cash so that they could take the first steps, the discussion took a new turn and they agreed to hold another meeting to lay the foundations of the publishing project. They met again several days later. Sebastián Faure, Valeriano Orobán Fernández, and Virgilio Gozzoli were in attendance. Durruti and Esqueso handed over 500,000 francs. 136. They decided to publish an international, trilingual magazine, which would mark the inauguration of the International Anarchist Press. The Anarchist Encyclopedia planned by Sebastián Faure would be the press's first book. Once the meeting was over and they left the building, Francisco Esqueso and Buenaventura Durruti reflected on the future. If they were very frugal, they had enough money to support themselves for a month, but a month goes by quickly and so they had to find work right away. Although it was easy to justify expending money stolen in Gijón on the historic rifles of Ibarra and the international press, Spanish newspapers ran articles implying that these two spent extravagantly and wastefully. These stories were repeated time and again, including in the book that police captain Eduardo Cumin Coloma wrote years later about police killed in action. The captain claimed that, after all the crimes carried out, the members of the Crisol group distributed 15,000 pesetas per head. Luis Muñoz, a native of Iniesta, sent his take to his family, in addition to another 2,000 that he had saved. This enabled them to buy land. 137 Cumin Colomer then states that Luis Muñoz was one of the perpetrators of the hold-up in Gijón, identifies him as a member of the Crisol group, and asserts that he killed policeman López Solorzano, a death for which he was arrested on June 13, 1923. This is an enormous blunder, given that it is public knowledge that the robbery in Gijón took place more than 2 months later. Here error and slander make good company, especially when inspired by a desire to discredit anarchism in the eyes of responsible public opinion. In early January 1924, Francisco Esqueso and Buenaventura Durruti settled in Paris, not in Marseilles, as La Voz de Guy Puzico incorrectly stated. They went there not to carry out hold-ups, as that newspaper claimed, but to support themselves through their work. Durruti was a mechanic with the Renault company, and Esqueso, despite his noted pulmonary ailment, worked as a laborer in a plumbing tube factory. Most of the émigrés in France at the time were Spanish, as a result of the dictatorship and Martínez Anidó's persecution, and most concentrated in the French Midi, Toulouse, Marseilles, Béziers, etc. The Spanish anarchists soon felt a need for organization, although in reality there had always been a degree of organization among Spanish political exiles in the country. In his memoirs, Anselmo Lorenzo notes that when he fled to Marseilles in the previous century he met a group of Spaniards as soon as he arrived and that they helped him find work as a typesetter. We have also seen that Durruti secured employment thanks to help provided by anarchist groups on French soil when he was a refugee in 1918. 138 After 1920, the number of exiles rose with the intensification of Martínez Anidó's terrorism and especially following Primo de Rivera's coup. The existing organizational bases made it easy to accommodate newcomers, but naturally their arrival generated greater needs, particularly for propaganda. New publications appeared, such as Liberation, which later became Iberian after police suspended the former, and Tiempos Nuevos, which became Voz Libertaria for the same reason. Over time, all these subversive activities, propaganda and various actions culminated in the foundation of a strong anarchist federation of Spanish-speaking groups in exile, which anticipated what would later be the Iberian Anarchist Federation. Durruti and Esqueso relied on these exiled anarchists as they established themselves in the Parisian workers' district known as Belleville, where many other Spaniards lived. Despite the pervasive repression in Spain, spirits were high among Spanish anarchist exiles and many hoped to return to the country in the near future. Of course, the idea was not to go back in resignation, but as a force that would overthrow the dictatorship. On December 30, 1923, the CNT held a meeting in Spain at which they prepared to put the CNT's underground apparatus into operation. At this meeting, it looked like the conflict had been settled with the Bolshevik sympathizers. This further increased the optimism among exiles as well as their desire to help the organization. But if the Spaniards were upbeat, the same cannot be said of the other groups of anarchist exiles, such as the Italians and Russians, who passed their own problems onto the French. The Russian Revolution had created a divide among anarchists and was the primary source of the difficulties. Some Russian anarchists found extenuating circumstances to justify the Bolsheviks' terrorist methods and their oppression of Kronstadt and Makhno. Others, as if to confirm the defeat, wanted to transform the anarchist movement into a party and infuse it with a Bolshevik spirit in the name of efficiency. Some of the Italians had drawn the same conclusion as the Russians, although in their case it was the apparent need for a united front against Italian fascists that pushed them in that direction. However, they were not split quite as sharply as the Russians, thanks to the influence of Enrique Malatesta, who denounced the Bolshevik dictatorship and its authoritarianism. Camillo Bernieri, who arrived in Paris after escaping from Italy, reinforced Malatesta's position. The problem was most serious among the French. Anarchists had virtually lost their influence on the workers' movement. The socialists dominated the CGT and the communists, enthusiastically using anarchist methods, entrenched themselves in the CGTU. 139 Bolshevism had dazzled activists of great value, like Pierre Minette, who influenced a large number of anarchists or anarcho-syndicalists. Although they didn't join the French Communist Party, they adopted an ambiguous and intermediate posture that weakened the anarchist movement, which slowly shrank and surrendered itself to empty debates over means and ends, theory and practice. These abstract disputes removed them even further from the proletariat's daily concerns, which is a path that leads to death, not life. Durruti and Ascaso reflected on the course of the Russian Revolution and thought that it could be an example to revolutionaries worldwide about what should and should not be done. To argue that the revolution necessarily had to descend into the dictatorship of the few was to renounce revolution itself. That would imply that radicals would have to trust only in the slow evolution of society, in the hope that it would follow a straight and progressive path. History had already revealed that as a falsehood. It made more sense, they thought, to appreciate the particular circumstances of the Russian Revolution, which made its results quite logical. The revolution emerged during a war, and the war itself had denatured it, crushing the most conscious part of the revolutionary vanguard, which also unfortunately lacked a strong libertarian perspective. It was only the Bolshevik Party that had emerged from the disaster of the First World War with solid structures and really knew where it was going and what it wanted. It wanted power and subordinated all its actions to that goal, while disingenuously calling for all power to the Soviets. After seizing power, the Bolsheviks did what they had to do, use every trick, coercion, and terrorist measure to hold onto it. When a few have power, the rest are subordinate. With the Bolsheviks triumphant, Kronstadt and later the Ukraine were to be the swan songs of the real Russian Revolution. Perhaps it could have been otherwise, but anarchism would have needed to have penetrated the Russia soul, as it had that of the Ukrainians and those of Kronstadt. Could that have happened? Answering such a question required a deeper analysis of Russia and its problems, and neither Durruti nor Ascaso, who were primarily men of action, wanted to lose themselves in labyrinths of conjecture. They knew that when anarchists have a greater influence on a revolution, that revolution is more libertarian. This is why they were consumed with the idea that what they had to do was to develop the revolutionary capacity of the classes exploited by capital and the state to the utmost, not cross their arms and enclose themselves in endless debates. It was the exploited classes who were called upon to subvert the dominant economic, political, and social structures. They alone would be the source of the new forms of social and political life that would arise from the revolution. The anarchists had to detonate situations that had become explosive and only needed to be ignited. Through continuous action, theory would become practical and practice theoretical. Revolutionary practice was the best school of revolutionary theory. The subject of revolution was the principal topic of discussion when Durruti and Ascaso spoke with their anarchist comrades of any nationality. Optimism ran high whenever they were present, and theory stopped being a dogma and took on forms of practice, of life. Walking, we make the road, Ascaso used to say, paraphrasing Malatesta's statement that of things, things are born. What was important was to be active, and, with so many issues prodding them into action, Durruti and Ascaso were in a perpetual state of ferment. While Paris went through a period of clarification, Spain, especially Barcelona, suffered bloody, often fatal repression. The liberal Catalan bourgeoisie stopped accepting Primo de Rivera's promises that he would give Catalonia administrative autonomy and soon felt the full force of the dictatorship. The government dismissed the president of the Mancomunidad, Puig Cadafalch, put the monarchist Alfonso Sala in his place, and then suppressed the institution altogether. 140 The coup de grâce came in May 1924 when state outlawed the use of the Catalan flag and language. Although the dictator concentrated his brutality against Catalonia, he hardly limited it to its liberal class. What really bothered him was Catalonia's proletariat and especially the CNT. Of course Martínez Anado, Primo de Rivera's executive arm, had old accounts to settle with Los Solidarios and worked tirelessly to destroy the group from the moment he took over the Interior Ministry. And, indeed, he achieved a measure of success, thanks to his network of informers. The Solidarios' first warning came when the police discovered one of their armories in the Pueblo Nuevo workers' district. Although they took new precautions thereafter and distanced themselves from people who seemed questionable, it was already too late. The police went into action on March 24, 1924. They surprised Gregorio Supervilla at home, but he managed to shoot his way out. He descended the stairs of his flat and crossed the street, but the police, who were taking cover in the doorways of neighboring houses, had him surrounded. An escape would have been a miracle. Thus, in the middle of street, in full view of the neighbors, one of the most complete revolutionaries that Pamplona had ever produced was shot down. Police never knew that they killed a participant in the Gijón bank robbery and José Reguerol's executioner. Marcelino del Campo, Tomás Arrate, and other militants also fell, although in different ways. 2 undercover police introduced themselves to Marcelino as persecuted comrades. He feigned to believe them and said that he would take them to a safe house in the country, where they would find trusted comrades. His goal was to get them out of Barcelona and then shoot them. His ploy failed. In hopes of capturing him alive, police pounced upon him as he went into the street. He drew his pistol and killed 2 of them, but quickly became the 3rd casualty. Police raided Aurelio Fernandez's house at almost the same time that Gregorio and Marcelino fell. His brothers Sefrano and Adolfo Balano were with him. The 3 descended the stairs in handcuffs after they were arrested. However, the police became careless once they reached the street, perhaps because it has been so easy to detain them and also because they didn't know that they had seized another one of the Gijón bank robbers. Aurelio took advantage of this to push his brother into the police's path and, with both Sefrano and Adolfo in their way, he escaped through the twisting and turning streets that made up Barcelona's so-called Chinatown. Francisco Escaso's brother Domingo, a true escape artist and suspicious by nature, heard the police enter the stairway of his building and lowered himself from his 4th-floor apartment with a rope that he kept precisely for such a purpose. Police surely thought that Gregorio Jover, who had recently joined the group, was a simple collaborator and were not particularly vigilant after arresting him. Gregorio took advantage of this to jump through a police station window and flee. If Martinez Anado thought this raid had crushed Los Solidarios, he was completely mistaken. Ricardo Sanz, Garcia Oliver, Aurelio Fernandez, Domingo Escaso, Alfonso Miguel, and Gregorio Jover were still in action. Alfonso Miguel and Ricardo Sanz covered Gregorio Supervilla and Marcelino del Campo's responsibilities in the Revolutionary Committee. No one could find Domingo Escaso. Garcia Oliver spent several days searching for him when, to Garcia's surprise, it was Domingo who found him. Domingo told him that he needed to go to Paris, so that he, Francisco, and Durruti could accelerate the revolutionary preparations in Spain. When they parted, Garcia asked where he had hid and Domingo told him in the Pueblo Nuevo cemetery. Indeed, a close friend of Domingo's, an old man from Aragon, worked there as a gravedigger and had harbored him in one of the mausoleums. Domingo told Oliver, "The best hiding place is among the dead. They don't speak." 141. By picking on the Catalanists, Primo de Rivera only created new allies for the anarchists. When the government outlawed the Catalan flag and language, the Catalanists from the Estat Català group created by Colonel Francesc Macià in 1922 sought out contact with anarchist groups. Ricardo Sanz claims that they were even members of the Revolutionary Committee operating in Barcelona during the period. 142. In May, shortly after the Estat Català joined the struggle and the raid that we described above, the CNT called a national meeting in Sabadell. The meeting transpired normally until the end, when police invaded the building. They had fortunately prepared an escape route in advance and the majority of the participants got away. Garcia Oliver had also fled, but police arrested him at the train station. Tried and sentenced, they sent him to the Burgos Penitentiary, where he would remain for 6 long years. Domingo Escaso's mission was to accelerate the revolutionary process by launching a guerrilla strike from the Catalan Pyrenees that would facilitate the liberation of the hundreds of anarchist prisoners incarcerated in the Figueres Penitentiary. Parallel to the Pyrenees action, they would unleash an insurgency in Barcelona with the support of soldiers from the Atarazanas barracks. For the success of the Barcelona operation, they counted on taking possession of the arms bought in Eibar that were being stored in the Barcelona port. 143. Domingo Escaso communicated this plan to Durruti and Francisco, who were already beginning to tire of the Parisian environment, which seemed to consist of nothing but endless meetings. They wanted desperately to go into action and were excited by the plan, despite its risks. According to Domingo, the first thing they had to do was size up the comrades without informing anyone about the matter in order to be sure that they could carry out the action with solid people. Barcelona would send someone to tell the militants in France when they were ready. Their delegate turned out to be Gregorio Jover, who arrived in July 1925, when the project was already well underway. All the Barcelona groups had expressed their support, and the committed soldiers even reaffirmed their desire to participate in a move against the dictatorship. They assembled various comrades in Paris for an important meeting. Once everyone had gathered, Gregorio Jover explained the undertaking. Everyone declared their willingness to partake in the guerrilla operation. They appointed a commission at the meeting to organize the expedition and acquire weapons. The Escaso brothers, Durruti and Garcia Vivancos, took on the task. The latter turned out to be particularly well suited for the job. He quickly made contact with a Belgian arms dealer who sold rifles with 100 cartridges at 30 francs each. 144. They had fully sketched out the Pyrenean offensive by late September. The weapons purchased, each participant chipped in money to buy them, were not rifles, but pistols of various calibers. While things advanced in Paris, problems arose in Barcelona. The soldiers started to cool off, Los Solidarios were unable to get the arms stored in the port, and now there was the risk that the weapons might be returned to the so-called Zolueta. Likewise, some militants began to voice skepticism about the likelihood of the revolutionary spirit erupting among Barcelona's workers, the driving force of Spanish social struggles. When they learned about the situation in Barcelona, some of the comrades in Paris also began to vacillate. This became apparent at a meeting called precisely to discuss the insurgency. Those who were committed to it did their best to convince the skeptics. Durruti and Escaso were the most dedicated to the undertaking, perhaps because their optimism demanded such continued and dramatic activity. However, in this case, in which participants were risking their lives, it was difficult to compel the unwilling to partake. Nonetheless, Durruti spoke to the group, not to persuade anyone, but simply to make some points that he considered elemental for understanding revolutionary action. When, how, and in what way can we know that things are ready? Yes, it's true that the news from Barcelona is not very encouraging, but it's no less true that the basic preconditions necessary for a revolutionary action exist and are emerging, at least in Catalonia, and especially in Barcelona. The dictator has picked a fight with the Catalanists, but has only made new friends for us by doing so. He exiles intellectuals like Unamano and Soriano, sows discontent among the middle class, and practices the most shameless favoritism. The war in Morocco is dragging on, and the soldiers don't want to go there and die. Don't you see positive elements in all this, especially when linked to the conditions of the peasantry and the working class in certain regions? Of course there are negatives, but it's the clash between the positive and the negative that produces the spark. We have the right and the obligation to force the negative to clash with the positive and cause the spark. Is that adventurism? Then I say that all revolutions have been triggered by adventurists. Yes, it's possible that we're wrong and that we'll pay with our lives or end up in prison. That's conceivable. But I'm sure that rebellions like this are not in vain and that they bring us closer to the generalized revolt. I'm not trying to convince anyone. An act like this has to be done by people committed to the basic ideas that I've outlined tonight. Durruti's speech was not meant to set alight fleeting enthusiasms. It was not a leader's harangue, but simply clear speech among revolutionaries. How were his words understood? We don't know, but none of the committed comrades were absent on the day of the action. 145 Shortly after this meeting several things occurred that were going to enhance the likelihood of the guerrilla action's success. Unamano and Soriano arrived in Paris after escaping from the Canary Islands, and the editor of El Quotidian put the pages of his newspaper at their disposal so that they could voice their criticisms of the dictatorship and Spain's socio-political conditions. Likewise, Vicente Blasco Ibáñez, the celebrated novelist from Valencia, perhaps embarrassed by his retiring life in Menton, plucked up the courage to join the fray and signed his name to a French-language pamphlet denouncing Alfonso XIII and the militarist terror in Spain. There were good reasons to be upbeat about the guerrilla operation. Orobon Fernandez, one of the participants, describes it as follows: comrades impatiently awaited the telegram in Paris, Lyon, Perpignan, Marseilles, and in every French city where anarchist groups existed. Those of us who lived through those moments of combative fever will never forget them. We all knew that we would have to assemble on the border when the telegram came and cross it fighting tooth and nail against the border police. Everyone was aware that we were going to battle large, well-organized, and better armed forces than ours. Many would pay with their lives, although the revolutionary action would ultimately succeed. We didn't care about the risks. Liberty is well worth many lives. The telegram arrived and we quickly set off for the border in groups of 10 or 12, taking a pistol as the only weapon, acquired at the cost of who knows how many hardships. In the Quai d'Orsay train station, the departure point for those in Paris, we could see Escaso handing out tickets to the comrades before he boarded with the final contingent, carrying heavy suitcases loaded with 25 Winchesters, the longest arms of the expedition. As agreed, the comrades in Barcelona set out to take the Atarazanas artillery barracks. To avoid attracting attention, they approached in very small groups. They intended to attack with grenades at 6 a.m. Atarazanas is in Barcelona's 5th district, which has always been a well-watched neighborhood. Barricades always appear first there, and it is also the home to the Solidaridad Obrera printing press, the editorial offices of Tierra y Libertad and Crisol, the woodworker and construction worker unions, and the many comrades who like to live close to their centers and newspapers. Due to the pervasive surveillance, and despite all the precautions taken, the police must have noticed something. One of the groups heading toward the barracks found itself blocked by a guard patrol, which tried to arrest them. This caused a heavy shootout, which left one guard dead and another injured. The panic spread and the police executioners armed with machine guns surrounded the barracks. It was impossible to carry out the planned attack. Police arrested comrades Montejo and Lacer nearby. They were summarily judged and executed. They faced death with great fortitude. Given the failure of the Barcelona action, those of us going to the border didn't have the slightest chance of success. The comrades who left for Vera and Hendaya, which were the points closest to Paris, arrived 18 hours before those who went to the other sites along the border. They took care of the first detachment that they encountered, but were later surprised by superior forces after an exhausting march through the mountains. They had to retreat while fighting. 2 comrades were killed, 1 seriously injured, and the others were arrested 2 days later, some of whom were executed in Pamplona. The rest will be tried and their hearings will likely be taking place when this correspondence is published. When those who were going to attack the border near Figueras and Gerona reached Perpignan, they read about the Vera events in the newspapers. They had arrived 18 hours too late. Of the nearly 1,000 comrades that met in Perpignan, many had to disperse, others were captured, and only some 50 could escape the security forces and take the suitcases of Winchesters and bullets up to the slopes of the Pyrenees. A comrade from a small Spanish village met them there, who was to guide them through the mountains to Figueras, where they would attack the prison holding a large number of comrades, including Elias Garcia, Pedro Mateu, Sancho Alegre, Clascu, and the accused of cholera. Our guide told us the bad news: several regiments were waiting along the border with machine guns and artillery. The authorities had taken significant defensive measures and thus we were unable to attack by surprise, which was one of the principal factors of success. Our undertaking was impossible. Crying with rage and anger, and a little ashamed at having been defeated without a fight, we had to return to our points of departure. That day, in the middle of the mountain, 1,000 meters above the sea, I saw many of those 50 men cry, lamenting that they had been unable to give their lives to the revolution. Ascaso was among them. Durruti among those of Vera. Jover with those who attacked the Atarazanas barracks in Barcelona. It was a naive attempt, clumsy, whatever you want, but those men possessed a great revolutionary passion, and for this they deserve everyone's respect. They failed, that is all. We have failed so many times, but one day we will triumph. 146. What does it mean to fail? Failing in relation to what? Those in Barcelona and the Pyrenees who rose up in November 1924 were not trying to seize power and didn't believe that they alone would bring down the dictatorship. They only wanted to demonstrate that it was time to stop being afraid. And they didn't achieve it because those who had to defeat fear were defeated by it. That is all. But it soon became clear that Alfonso XIII and his dictator were truly frightened. Martinez Anado sent operatives to France to discredit the action's organizers by spreading rumors designed to make it seem that the whole thing had been a police conspiracy. Parallel to this disinformation campaign, Alfonso XIII's government undertook another, more efficient action. It pressed the French government to move against Spanish anarchists living in France. This had immediate results: homes were searched, arrests were made, and people expelled. Many of the participants in the uprising went to Belgium and others set off for South America. Despite the fact that the police were searching for them actively, Ascaso and Durruti did not want to leave France before finding out more about the situation in Barcelona and the new activities planned by the Revolutionary Committee. While waiting for this information, they holed up in the outskirts of Paris in a house provided by some Parisian anarchists. They did not have to wait for long. The Revolutionary Committee in Barcelona sent Ricardo Sanz to tell Ascaso and Durruti about the organization's dreadful circumstances and how it urgently needed money. They thought that an excursion to Latin America might be a solution, enabling them to arouse emigrants' interest in developments in Spain as well as collect the much-needed funds. Thus, using false passports, Durruti and Ascaso set off for the Americas from the port of El Havre in late December 1924. Chapter 11. Guerrillas in Latin America. The stopover in New York was brief, only long enough to stock up for the trip to Cuba. Although Ascaso and Durruti were heading to Argentina, they decided to spend some time in the Caribbean island once they set foot in Havana. They went to the home of a young man by the name of J.A., a Spanish émigré who supported libertarian ideas and whose address they had received from Ricardo Sanz. J.A. was as young as his two visitors, but didn't share their faith in revolutionary violence. He could be described as an evolutionary anarchist. J.A. received Durruti and Ascaso fraternally and opened his home to them, but they soon quarreled over the question of strategy. J.A., like the other Spanish anarchists living in Cuba, thought that the anarchists' task was educational and that it was futile to try to cut short the journey to a libertarian society, particularly given the lack of education among the country's poor strata. While the misery and desperation reigning among them might provoke explosions of rage, such eruptions could not go further due to the proletariat's lack of theoretical maturity. Propaganda, J.A. told Durruti and Ascaso, was what mattered most, spreading anarchist theory to make anarchist ideas penetrate the workers' minds. "Your undertaking is doomed to failure," he said. "The Spanish and Cuban workers will give you some pesos but nothing more, despite the terrible conditions in which they live. Don't expect anything else. And if you do try to stir things up, you'll either be expelled from the country or thrown in prison, from which it's very difficult to leave in Cuba unless it's feet first." 147. At the time, Gerardo Machado governed Cuba, a tyrant who kept himself in power through fear, like all those of his ilk. Superficially, the country seemed somewhat prosperous, but this only concealed the domination of Yankee capital in the country and the city. It was enough to visit the taverns and workers' neighborhoods to see the moral and physical misery of the populace. Prostitution was ubiquitous and even encouraged by the government. Propaganda is necessary, Esqueso and Durruti said, but theory is a dead letter if not accompanied by action. This is especially true when there are so many illiterates, who are precisely those that propaganda is supposed to influence. And, furthermore, if propaganda is not backed up by an organization, then the movement's press and magazines are at the mercy of the authorities, they're shut down and destroyed, their editors imprisoned. The pessimism among anarchists in Cuba, or at least those with whom Durruti and Esqueso interacted, did not deter them. Why should Cuba be different from Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, Mexico, or other countries with large and dynamic anarchist movements? And, besides, the Cuban people had victoriously fought against Spain for national independence. Did they do so simply to be dominated by the dollar? The fact that the United States had sunk its talons into the country didn't diminish the merit of the Cuban anti-colonial struggle, but anarchists had to show that political independence needed to be complemented by economic independence, which is impossible to achieve with bourgeois politics. Political independence hadn't resolved anything, the same economic structures and the same ruling class from the colonial period remained. No theory was more relevant than anarchism for denouncing the bourgeoisie's false solutions, while also pointing toward the most direct path to real human liberation. But anarchism's critical message, said Durruti and Esqueso, must not be enclosed in a small circle of true believers. Anarchists have to take to the street, actively promote their ideas, and mix with the urban and rural workers. The written word must become practical action. Durruti and Esqueso became port workers. They loaded and unloaded the ships, socialized in the taverns, and lived alongside their workmates in the hovels that served as homes. Their fellow workers soon appreciated the two Spaniards, particularly Durruti, thanks to his brawn and readiness to lend a hand to the weakest. Sharing these work and life experiences exposed them to the proletarians' miseries and humiliations, and also to their disappointments in all the so-called leaders that urged them to act but left them in the lurch when it counted most. Fatalistically, the workers expected nothing but endless toil and then death, the only remedy for their misery. Indeed, superstition and fatalism were the two primary obstacles to any discussion about abolishing their physical and moral suffering. Talk of organization, of unionization, of forming groups, only invoked the memory of a leader that had deceived them, or the image of being dragged off to prison in handcuffs, to one of those prisons from which you only leave feet first. But neither Esqueso nor Durruti let themselves be overcome by the prevailing discouragement and felt duty-bound to convince their fellow workers that they were right to respond in such a way to the leaders and prison, and, precisely to avoid being tricked or incarcerated, they should neither entrust themselves to politicians nor rebel individually. When a professional leads the union, he'll inevitably betray the rank and file. Likewise, when a worker responds in isolation, he is imprisoned or beaten to a pulp. It is the workers alone who should make up the union, and they must not admit anyone unfamiliar with the direct effects of exploitation. And it is pointless to rebel individually, the revolt has to be collective. If the union is you, Esqueso and Durruti argued, and you are all perpetually vigilant and expel those who try to impose themselves upon you, then you will prevent the emergence of new leaders. If you stay united and insist on your demands, Machado won't have enough police to beat you or enough cells in which to jail you. Little by little, with simple language, a clear stance, and ideas like you have to lead your struggles yourselves, without bosses or leaders, the idea of organization took hold among the port workers. It was concretized in an organization that federated with other associations already operating among tobacco and food industry workers. Durruti revealed himself to be a talented mass agitator at the meetings and assemblies. He used simple but devastating language, and his speeches were more like axe blows than oratory. He had a unique ability to immediately arouse the interest of his listeners and sustain a strong bond with them throughout his talk. Durruti started to make a name for himself, not only among workers but also the police. He was soon at risk of being arrested, and thus he and Esqueso decided to disappear from Havana. They left the city in the company of a young Cuban who would guide through the island's interior. They arrived in the Santa Clara district and started working as cane cutters on an estate between Cruz and Palmyra. A sit-down strike erupted there a few days later, when the plantation owner reduced the cane cutter's salary under the pretext of a drop in the price of sugar. Foreman quickly reported the work stoppage to the owner, who ordered everyone to gather in an open area in front of the estate house. The foreman circled around the assembled workers on horseback. The owner reproached the cutters for letting themselves be carried away by certain individuals, whose identities he knew very well. He then named the 3 men that, according to him, had instigated and organized the revolt. The foreman seized the 3 supposed ringleaders and dragged them off to the closest rural police post. The police appeared an hour later with the 3 laborers, who had been beaten so viciously that they fell lifelessly at their comrades' feet. "Does anyone else wants to complain?" the employer bellowed. "The time you've wasted will be deducted from your pay. Hurry up, get to work." His orders rang out like the crack of a whip. With lowered heads, the workers returned to the sugar cane fields, followed closely by the rural police. Durruti and Escaso were among those bowed laborers. While cutting cane and more cane, they spoke with their Cuban comrade, and the 3 decided that they should teach the employer a lesson, one that would serve as an example to his colleagues. The employer was found stabbed to death the next morning with a note reading, "The Justice of Los Errantes." The police, who were waiting for such an incident, took off in pursuit of the executioners. But, early risers that they were already in the Camagüey province by then. News of the murder spread like wildfire and inflated as it circulated. Ultimately, the rumor was that a gang of Spaniards called Los Errantes had executed a half-dozen employers because they mistreated their employees. Giving chase to the assassins was a matter of pride for the rurals. By executing this raid in a very public fashion, they hoped to scare off anyone who might consider imitating them. They struck out blindly in their search and beat some peasants and burned down their shacks under the pretense that they had hid Los Errantes. It drove the rural police crazy that they couldn't find on the perpetrators. Their frustration only increased when they learned that the corpse of a bullying foreman in the Jalcan district had just been found with a communique indicating that Los Errantes were responsible for his death. This new attack ended up confusing the rurals about the location of their culprits and filled the employers with such fear that they fortified themselves in their palaces with excessive distrust and suspicion. 148. While the authorities sought Los Errantes in the island's interior, they had already reached Havana, with the intention of escaping the dangerous situation right away. We know how they were able to disappoint Machado's police thanks to a witness's account. Seeing that it was impossible to stay in Cuba any longer, they decided to go to Mexico. They rented a small cutter to ferry them outside the port and, once they were cleaving the bay, demanded that the boatmen take them on board any of the ships rigged to set sail. The frightened boatmen took them to one of the fishing ships. They boarded and then forced the skipper to raise the anchor, while taking the 2 skippers of the cutter with them. Once they were at high sea, with pistols in hand, they demanded that the fishing boat's skipper head to Mexico. They sailed to the Yucatan coast, where they disembarked after lavishly rewarding the Cuban sailors. Disembarking was not easy. 2 or 3 detectives from the Mexican treasury noticed their arrival and, thinking that they were smugglers, decided to take them to the Progreso port and hand them over to police. While walking, Durruti offered a certain sum in exchange for freedom. The treasury agents were more interested in the money than delivering their suspects. With directions provided by the government agents themselves, our friends arrived in Merida and from there went to Progreso, where they set off for Veracruz. 149. A Mexican anarchist named Mino was waiting for them in the port of Veracruz, which indicates that Durruti or Escaso had written Mexican comrades and told them that they were coming. Mino brought them to Rafael Quintero's house in the Mexican capital. He was a leader of the Mexican Confederación General de Trabajadores 150 and had fought in the Mexican Revolution alongside Emiliano Zapata. He also had a print shop at 13 Miral Plaza where he put them up at first. 151. A few days later, Quintero took them to the CGT's office at 3 Vizcaínas Plaza. Economic problems hampering the CGT's publication were the topic of discussion at the meeting held on the night of their visit. Without saying a word, Los Errantes donated 40 pesos to the newspaper. 152. The meeting was depressing for the two Errantes, not only because of the financial hardships suffered by the anarcho-syndicalist organization but also because of its lack of dynamism. It was clearly living off the legacy of the Mexican Revolution, which was little more than a memory by then. The best had died and the survivors had accommodated themselves to the new situation. Some even joined the new revolutionary power, which rewarded them with governmental appointments. This is how, for example, some ex-anarcho-syndicalists became governors. It was only the old comrades of Flores Magón, who died in a Yankee prison 3 years earlier, who really kept the spirit of anarchism alive. They hadn't forgotten the principle that revolution and law can't cohabitate, the true revolution is always illegal, to cite a posthumously published essay by Flores Magón. 153. The militants who carried on Magón's work were those persecuted by all governments, and it was among them that Durruti and Esqueso found housing and support. They stayed in Rafael Quintero's print shop for several weeks, while they waited for Alejandro Esqueso and Gregorio Jover's arrival in Mexico City in late March 1925. When the four reunited, they decided that it would be best to leave the city. Quintero suggested that they take up residence in a small farm in Ticomán. Roman Delgado, who owned the property, welcomed the four Spaniards and introduced them to the local anarchist group, which included Nicolas Bernal, the aforementioned Delgado, Herminia Cortez, and others. 154. In April 1925, there was a robbery at the office of a thread and fabric factory called La Carolina. Not long after this occurred, all the witnesses that we have consulted affirm that a large sum of money was delivered to the CGT. The donation was made in support of its publication and also its efforts to start a rationalist school like those that Francisco Ferrer y Guardia created in Spain in 1901. Several weeks had passed and we hadn't heard anything from them. Then suddenly they showed up out of nowhere, elegantly dressed and driving an older Buick. Durruti asked, "Has the newspaper come out?" When he was told yes, he wanted to read the published issues. "Are there still financial problems?" "Of course there are." Durruti responded by handing over a considerable amount of cash. When he did so, Durruti noted that he was looked upon with some suspicion and, to dispel any doubts among the Mexican comrades, he showed a letter from Sebastián IV that he was carrying in his pocket acknowledging the receipt of large quantity destined for the social library. 155. Another witness writes the following about this period of Durruti's hazardous life: "It was a surprise. He invited me to lunch, but not without first asking me to dress in my finest suit, since we were going to one of the best restaurants in the port. I refused initially, not because I had qualms, but simply out of an aversion to anything that went against my life and thought as a militant. He insisted, saying that it was imperative that I join him. He had to talk with me and couldn't invite me to a modest restaurant because he had come to Tampico disguised as a wealthy man. I was intrigued and finally accepted. Why not? I was curious and also eager to savor dishes that I hadn't tasted for a long time. When we finished eating, Durruti told me, 'What would you think if we had thousands of pesos to start 100 schools like the one founded by the Petroleum Union?' 'That's a dream, Miguel,' I said. 'Well, it's not a fantasy. I might be able to hand over 100,000 pesos to your confederation.' Durruti was very fond of children, which is why he risked his life robbing banks to support their education. When we said goodbye, he told me, 'Look, I know that you're men and that you're everything for your ideals. But we Errantes work in silence and wager all to serve our convictions. You do things differently, you fight against the state legally, we challenge it illegally.' 156. And we take this statement from Venezuela's Ruta magazine. Old Mexican comrades still remember Durruti's passage through the Aztec capital. He was one of the most fervent promoters of the Mexican CGT, led by Jacinto Huitrón, Rafael Quintero, and an additional handful of libertarians at that time. He was also naturally modest and had a pure love of the ideology. After describing the serious financial obstacles faced by the CGT as it tried to set up a rationalist school, columnist Victor Garcia wrote, "Durruti had the virtue of grasping problems quickly, often intuitively, and understood the mindset of these well-meaning comrades." In a confidential conversation with the CGT Council, he requested that they permit him to solve their economic problem. When asked what he had in mind, he said that he would explain that later. 2 days afterwards, Durruti handed over a large sum of money to the school committee and told them, "I took this money from the bourgeoisie. Of course they wouldn't have given it to me if I'd just asked." The following day newspapers in the Mexican capital published a long article on the robbery of the La Carolina factory and reported the exact sum stolen. That was the amount, without a centavo less, that Buenaventura Durruti had handed over to the militants putting together the Rationalist School. 157. Of course things don't always go smoothly when money is raised in such a way. In the case of La Carolina, the cashier grabbed the telephone to call the police during the holdup, there was a struggle, and a shot was fired that killed the employee. This, and the fact that several other robberies and attempted robberies had already occurred, made life very risky for Los Errantes. They decided that it would be best to leave Mexico at once. It was not for fear of police raids, these focused on poor neighborhoods, whereas Durruti and Escaso were staying in a luxury hotel. Nonetheless, one day, with only a few bags, false passports, and not too many pesos in their pockets, they left the hotel and began the journey back to Cuba. They left Mendoza the responsibility of settling the bill. 158. It was May 1925 and the 4 Spaniards were evidently in desperate straits since, according to Atanasio Rojas, they had been forced to sell various things, including the car, to finance the trip to Cuba. Naturally, given their previous activities there, Cuba was not even remotely secure for Durruti and Escaso, and so they stayed on the island only long enough to hold up Havana's Banco de Comercio. Immediately afterwards, they took off for Valparaiso, Chile on the Oriana steamer. They planned to meet Victor Recoba and Antonio Rodriguez in Chile, but could not, because the latter two were not in the country. A French jockey was also on board the ship that took them from Havana to Valparaiso, who thought the Spaniards were heading to Chile on business. We note the presence of this individual because he will be the Chilean police's primary source of information, after the events that we are going to relate. The Oriana arrived in Valparaiso on June 9, 1925, and on July 16 the Mataderos branch of the Bank of Chile was held up. We can see traces of Escaso and Durruti in a Chilean police report. They worked at odd jobs until the bank robbery and continued working afterwards, from July 16 to early August. The owner of the rooming house where they stayed described them as 5 well-mannered men who spoke continuously about social struggles, calling themselves revolutionary Spaniards and saying that they were traveling the Americas in search of money to finance the movement against the Spanish monarchy. 159. According to Chilean police, 46,923 Chilean pesos were stolen from the Bank of Chile during the July robbery. They report, after seizing the money, the unknown assailants fled in an automobile at a high speed, shooting in the air and creating immense confusion in that densely populated area. A bank employee grabbed onto the car while it was tearing out. One of the thieves shouted at him, telling him to let go, but the employee didn't give up. He got him off with a shot. Durruti, Francisco, and Alejandro Escaso, and Gregorio Jover stayed in Chile. The 5th man immediately left for Spain after the holdup. Who was the 5th man? Antonio Rodriguez. Indeed, it was none other than El Toto, also known as Gregorio Martinez. They used the entirety of the 46,923 pesos to support the underground struggle against Primo de Rivera's dictatorship. Los Errantes left for Buenos Aires in early August 1925. Before continuing with our biography, we must make a brief detour into Argentina's workers' movement in general and its anarchist movement in particular. Chapter 12. From Simon Radovitsky to Boris Vladimirovich. Due to circumstances beyond their control, Durruti and Escaso's Latin American excursion would end in the country where it should have begun. And, even worse, police from 3 countries were chasing the Errantes for crimes of a character that had divided the Argentine anarchist movement in 1925. Specifically, some anarchists advocated expropriation and attacks on individuals, while others vigorously opposed such tactics and believed that they were destructive to the movement. The tendency toward violence was a natural consequence of the Argentine state's vicious oppression of the workers' movement. Indeed, government harassment and the high number of anarchists among the waves of immigrants and exiles arriving in the country meant that there would be an abundance of combative anarchists in Argentina. Argentina's militant labor federation, the FORA, was founded in 1901. The emergence of this organization must be placed in the context of the long history of attempts to build a unified workers' movement in the country, whose first precedent was the appearance of a section of the International Association of Workers in 1872. The first international and similar efforts later ended in failure in Argentina due to the interminable conflicts between social democrats, Marxists, syndicalists, and anarchists, much like to those that occurred in Europe. Anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists predominated in the labor movement, particularly in the artisanal trades. Their prevalence was evident at the FORA's so-called Fifth Congress in August 1905, where participants decided by a large margin to embrace anarchist communism as the Federation's ideological identity. For their part, the Social Democrats had organized the Socialist Party in 1896, which belonged to the reformist and parliamentarian Second International. A workers' organization will not exist without class conflict, and the class conflict will not exist without the bourgeoisie. Workers' organizations began to appear in Argentina in the 1880s because the country had evolved, economically and industrially, to such an extent that the bases of bourgeois society, and consequently the class struggle, had taken shape. This struggle was going to unfold in its purest form there. There was a tremendous fear of the workers, wrote Diego Abad de Santillan, and every effort was made to weaken the movement triggered by the Buenos Aires bakers' strike in August 1902. During this strike, Judge Navarro ordered police to raid the FORA, the headquarters of 18 unions in the capital, and they caused tremendous damage to furniture and books. The result of the attack was the opposite of what the judge had hoped. Workers became infuriated and protested energetically. Socialist orators joined the anarchists to condemn the outrage, and they held a joint rally on August 17 that 20,000 workers attended. 160 proletarian radicalism grew, and subsequent strikes were settled violently, with police brutality on the one hand and worker sabotage and boycotts on the other. The government did not want a May Day celebration to occur that year, but the FORA called a rally in Buenos Aires for May 1, 1904 anyway. Participants departed from the Loria Plaza and congregated around the Mazzina statue on Julio Avenue. More than 100,000 people came to the event, according to estimates published in the bourgeois press. This was an enormous number, considering that the Argentine capital had only 1 million residents at the time. The police suddenly began to fire at the demonstrators, and, when armed workers responded, an intense shootout began. A sailor named Juan Ocampo was shot and killed. Approximately 300 protesters surrounded his body, and several men hoisted it onto their shoulders. The enraged workers marched to the office of the anarchist weekly La Protesta on Córdoba Street. Police tried to stop them several times but realized that these armed men were prepared to fight back and thus contented themselves with following from afar. Militants later took Ocampo's body from the office of the anarchist newspaper to the FORA building on Chile Street, where they left it in the care of the working people of Buenos Aires. The workers inside the building saw police mobilizing outside in a battle deployment. The militants recognized that another confrontation would be futile and left willingly. The guardians of law and order took advantage of this to seize Ocampo's body and bury it secretly. In addition to killing the sailor, the gunfire wounded more than 30 workers. These events are known as the Matsina Massacre. This bloody crackdown didn't subdue the working class, on the contrary, worker militancy increased throughout the country. In June 1905, the Longshoremen or Port Workers Union called a South American Congress to form a federation of maritime and land transport workers that would unify all the transport unions in South America. The circular laying the foundations of the initiative said, "This committee resolves to hold the first Congress of the South American Maritime and Land Transport Workers. The maritime transport associations in the following republics will take part: Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Chile, Peru, Paraguay, Ecuador, Venezuela, and Mexico. We will create a South American alliance and discuss the best way to counteract the advances of insatiable capitalism and also begin dialogue with the International Federation of Transport Workers based in Hamburg." This initiative was very significant, both socially and politically. For the labor movement, it meant strengthening international ties among workers in a continent formed by a mosaic of states created according to the interests of the ruling classes. Spain first dominated the area and then came the neocolonial powers of Great Britain and the United States. For the ruling classes, the rise of independent proletarian organizations was a threat to the partnership between the local bourgeoisie and imperialist powers. They were particularly worried about the possibility of unity among the Latin American workers' movements and any attempt to redefine the integration of the diverse Spanish-speaking countries in liberatory terms. For this reason, the state persistently and brutally attacked the workers' rebellions, their unions, and their federation. The May Day rallies after the one narrated above were equally intense. The reason lay in the terrible conditions to which the working class was subjected. The workers responded by declaring their commitment to anarchist communism at the FORA's Fifth Congress in 1905 and, afterwards, the workers' movement became increasingly aggressive. In 1906 alone, there were 39 strikes in Buenos Aires, in which a total of 137,000 workers participated, and an average of 600 laborers were on strike at any given time. This pervasive social antagonism put the rulers on edge. Indeed, the increasing pressure from the workers and the spread of anarchist propaganda was especially irritating for Buenos Aires Police Chief Colonel Falcon. He swore that he would crush the libertarians and, in his effort to do so, continuously violated individual liberties, abolished the freedom of association, instituted restrictive laws, and wantonly applied martial law. A war was brewing between the workers and the Argentine state. The government applied the so-called state of siege for the first time in 1902, which swept away the most venerated constitutional rights, and it was imposed thereafter for long periods of time by almost all elected or de facto governments. It was the exception rather than the rule to live under constitutional law. Furthermore, that same year the government also passed one of the most hated laws in Argentine history, the Ley de Residencia, which remained in force for more than half a century. This law enabled the government to deport all foreigners that it deemed undesirable. It was a direct attack on the working class, which is obvious when one considers the very high number of immigrant workers, especially Italians and Spaniards, that began to arrive in Argentina in 1875 and continued to do so until 1914. The law was an excellent weapon for the government, which it used to free itself of forward-thinking men who struggled for democracy and liberty. The FORA reacted to the regime's arrogance by calling on the workers to rebel and fight class exploitation. The year 1909 would be decisive in this bitter war between the high bourgeoisie and Argentines condemned to the worst working conditions, which they shared with the masses of immigrants brought into the country as cheap labor. The high bourgeoisie and Argentine statesmen were preparing to commemorate the anniversary of the country's first government on May 25, 1910. 100 years earlier, the area known as the United Provinces of the River Plate separated from Spain and became Argentina, Bolivia, Paraguay, and Uruguay. However, heirs of these 19th-century national liberation struggles saw the working classes' growing militancy with disdain and believed that class conflict was something alien to the lands of the River Plate. The dominant class simply could not understand that the country's economic development and incorporation into the capitalist world market as a semi-colony required the emergence of the class struggle. It was inevitable that a revolutionary movement would emerge. The bourgeoisie and its government representatives responded with outrage, trying to silence every voice of protest and human dignity with the police, shutting down unions, banning the workers' newspapers, breaking into and destroying proletarian centers and libraries, and imprisoning and deporting activists who rose up in defense of the rights of man. Nevertheless, the workers did not retreat and began 1909 by calling general strikes, rallies, and gatherings. There was deep outrage at the execution of Francisco Ferrer in Spain, whose death was among the issues prompting the anger and protests. Like almost always, two demonstrations occurred on May 1 that year, one organized by the socialists and one called by the anarchists. The anarchists gathered in Loria Plaza, whereas the socialists assembled in Constitution Plaza. Around 30,000 people participated in the former. After they began marching, the police charged and fired at the people. It was impossible to stop this unanticipated attack and a massacre took place. President Figueroa Alcorta's government draped itself in glory. There were 8 deaths and 105 injured among the demonstrators. Including a young Russian named Simon Radovitsky was among the aggrieved workers. 161. In response to this brutality, the socialists in the Union General de Trabajadores and the anarchists in the Fora called a general strike and declared that their members would not resume working until the imprisoned comrades are freed and the unions reopened. The strike lasted for a week, and it was both spirited and unanimous, despite government violence during those 7 days. Authorities ultimately had to cede, they released 800 prisoners, repealed the municipal code of penalties, and permitted unions to be reopened. But Colonel Falcon, the instigator and ringleader of the oppression, was still at the head of the police. This was a mockery and a provocation to the working class. The May Day assault deeply shook Simon Radovitsky, who was only 18 years old and a recent arrival in the country. Working completely alone, he decided to free the people of the bloodthirsty animal that tormented them. He killed Colonel Falcon with a bomb on November 14, 1909. 1 month had passed since Alfonso XIII had executed Francisco Ferrer. As expected, a violent crackdown followed the murder. Although the government banned La Protesta, its editors still managed to release a clandestine bulletin applauding the young Russian. Likewise, the Fora also used an illegal publication to praise Simon Radovitsky's act of vengeance. It was in the midst of this climate of violence that the patriotic and bourgeois commemoration of the centenary of Argentine independence was being planned. The Fora wanted to transform the event into a revolutionary and internationalist celebration and called a South American Workers' Congress for April 30 of that year. All the labor associations sympathetic to the Fora's idea said that they would attend. From their respective countries, the Latin American bourgeoisie decried the gathering and pushed Argentina to finally get the unruly anarchists in line. The heavy repression began on May 13. The government declared a state of emergency and imposed police terror everywhere. The first to be arrested were the editors of the La Protesta, La Battaglia, and the members of the federal councils of the Fora and Cora. Authorities then detained many prominent militants, including a large number of foreigners. Gangs of thugs organized demonstrations and took to the streets, all with the support of the bourgeoisie, the government, and the police. They ransacked and burned down centers of proletarian agitation, including the offices of La Protesta and the socialist paper La Vanguardia. The government packed Ushuaia with prisoners. This infamous penitentiary in southern Argentina was commonly known as the Cemetery of Living Men. Many foreigners were also deported. And yet, despite all this, the Buenos Aires workers still had the courage to declare a general strike to protest the centenary and the bourgeois police terror. After the events in 1910, the Fora spent 3 years underground. It began to reorganize its unions after authorities relaxed some legal restrictions in 1913. Older militants were shocked to see a new, younger generation in their ranks that had joined the struggle during the difficult, underground period. Although there were still class conflicts after the First World War, they were less bloody than before. One reason for this may be the split that occurred at the Fora's Ninth Congress in April 1915. One faction, which called itself the Fora of the Ninth Congress, adopted a syndicalist line, while the other, the Fora of the Fifth Congress, held fast to organization's anarchist stance. A bitter dispute erupted between the two groups, and energies that they should use to fight the bourgeoisie were wasted in intra-movement battles. In early 1917, the bourgeoisie launched another offensive against the workers. Police killed 26 proletarians that year alone. There was also a new rise in workers' militancy in response to the Russian Revolution and the agitation that erupted in 1919 and 1920, the factory occupations in Turin, the workers' councils in Bavaria, the revolution in Hungary, and the multiple forms of subversion throughout Spain. All these events had a powerful impact in Argentina and created a highly politicized youth, who joined the Fora and other radical groups. Then something extraordinary took place, the spontaneous emergence of revolutionary consciousness, which was ultimately unable to lead to a revolution. All these passions resulted in the tragic week of January 1919. A situation emerged that seemed revolutionary but, in reality, needed more solid foundations to be so. The anarchists could not work miracles or simply seize the state like the Bolsheviks. The revolutionary spontaneity gave everything it could and then collapsed after the first onslaught. The lesson of the tragic week was the pressing need to organize the revolution. Although the proletariat was going to pay dearly for its lack of preparation, its impulses filled the ruling classes with terror. That is why the bourgeoisie unleashed the tremendous wave of persecution after the 1919 insurrectionary strike. Authorities dragged 55,000 into police stations across the country and turned the Martín García Island into a prison. Amazingly, the Fora and its unions, the workers' groups and their newspapers, continued to survive and publish. In fact, a new workers' daily called the Tribuna Proletaria began to appear. During this rebirth of the workers' movement, which we locate in 1920, the Russian Revolution had a strong impact in Argentina, as it had in countries around the world. The question of whether or not to support the Soviet Union became a source of conflict within the Fora. Enthusiasm for Russia and its dictatorship of the proletariat swept up some Fora militants, much as it had captivated activists at the CNT's Congress in 1919. This dissension, writes Abad de Santillan, weakened the Fora precisely when it was on the verge of absorbing the country's entire labor movement into its heart. The Fora of the Ninth Congress supported the anarcho-Bolshevik current within the Fora and even financed their pro-Bolshevik newspapers. Ultimately, the Bolshevik supporters in the Fora and the Fora of the Ninth Congress fused to create a new workers' organization in March 1922, the Union Sindical Argentina. Lamentable acts of proletarian abandonment occurred between 1920 and 1922. During these difficult years, Moscow's agents came to Buenos Aires to divide the workers' movement, partially achieving what the Moranin group had attempted unsuccessfully in Spain. The agitation in Patagonia, wrote Santillan, began to be a public concern around this time. At first it was a simple rebellion with modest demands, but police persecution and landowner hatred transformed it into a historic event. It enveloped thousands of ranch workers and lasted almost a year, until the National Army savagely annihilated it. Dead and injured workers numbered in the thousands. The hero of those brilliant days was the Lieutenant Colonel Varela, the pacifier. Divisions in the workers' movement bore responsibility for this and other sad events during the period. Fora activists tried to end the internal debates and dedicate themselves to rebuilding the labor movement, but the damage had already been done. And, as expected, in the midst of these intra-movement conflicts, a united front emerged against the anarchist movement. How were the militant anarchists going to respond? The most immediate reply came from a German worker named Kurt Wilkins, who was active in Buenos Aires's anarchist groups. With a bomb and some bullets, he killed the pacifier of Patagonia on January 23, 1923. Men like Simon Radowitzki and Kurt Wilkins naturally made a powerful impression upon the youth, who had been educated as militants in the heat of defeats, massacres, and that united front against the anarchist movement. And, since one drop of water resembles another, the same thing that occurred in Spain in the early 1920s happened in Argentina, the organization of revolutionary defense against government terror. Expropriation would be one of the strategies of a movement that the bourgeoisie and state had cornered and hoped to crush. The first anarchist to use expropriation as a revolutionary strategy in Argentina was a Russian. His name was German Boris Vladimirovich, and he was a doctor, biologist, writer, and painter. 162 at age 20 he was active in Lenin's party but separated from the Russian Social Democrats, later called Bolsheviks, after their Congress in 1906. Boris then began to turn toward anarchism until he finally devoted himself to the movement fully. He traveled through Germany, Switzerland, France, and ultimately settled in Argentina on his friend's advice, where he spoke and wrote for the cause. Like Bakunin, Boris was a dedicated anarchist but never stopped being and feeling Russian. Indeed, his acts after the Tragic Week reflect his Russian roots. Before the Tragic Week, a fascist organization began operating that was first known as the Civil Guard and later the Patriotic League. It was made up by sons of the Argentine bourgeoisie and led by Manuel Carles, a doctor who was influential in governmental circles. Carles put the League at the police's service, and its members actively participated in the crackdown on the workers both during and after the Tragic Week. The Patriotic League's motto was, "Be a patriot, kill a Jew." In Buenos Aires, the vast majority of Jews were Russian, but for Carles and his supporters Jews and Russians were the same thing, especially when it was a question of fighting the Russian Revolution. These right-wingers called for a slaughter of Russians, in their muddled, nationalist tracts. Could this anti-Russian and anti-Semitic propaganda take root among Argentines? Unfortunately, history offers many examples of collective psychosis. Boris Vladimirovich was Russian, possibly Jewish, and knew from experience how dangerous these campaigns against Russians and Jews can be. Doubtlessly he thought of the constant pogroms in his homeland. How, then, could he explain the Russian Revolution to the Argentine people? Boris Vladimirovich and his compatriot Juan Konovezuk, both active in the Fora's pro-Bolshevik wing, decided to start a newspaper to inform Argentines about the revolution in their country and undermine the influence of the Patriot League's anti-Russian propaganda. But they had no money, so Boris, who probably had experience with expropriation in Russia, planned to hold up a jeweler. He and Juan Konovezuk carried out the unsuccessful heist on May 19, 1919. During the robbery, Konovezuk, who turned out to Andrzej Babi, a 30-year-old white Russian who had been in Buenos Aires for 6 years, shot a policeman to death. Both were arrested and the country's press devoted a great deal of attention to the matter. At their trial, Boris declared, "A propagandist like me has to face these contingencies. I already know that I won't see the triumph of my ideas, but others will follow in my footsteps sooner or later." Boris and Babi received life sentences and were incarcerated in Ushuaia. The action carried out by these two Russians caused a debate to erupt among Argentine anarchists about the legitimacy of expropriation as a revolutionary strategy. La Protesta opposed the use of violence and attacks on individuals. It wanted to preserve an untainted anarchism, although it was difficult to do so while also calling for class vengeance, which was the maxim it used to defend Simon Radowitzki, Boris Vladimirovich, Kurt Wilkins, and Sacco and Vanzetti. In contrast to La Protesta's contradictory and temperate position, the La Anarca magazine argued that revolution and therefore revolutionaries are beyond the law by definition. Rodolfo González Pacheco, a strong personality reminiscent of Flores Magón, was this publication's most outstanding figure. He was an incisive and steely writer, as demonstrated in the short pieces he published under the title Posters and Other Works. The divide between La Protesta and La Anarca over revolutionary methods was absolute in 1923. There were two additional figures of great significance among the anarchists: Miguel Arcangel Racina and Severino Di Giovanni. The former was a celebrated leader of the Buenos Aires metal workers and secretary of the Prisoner and Persecuted Support Committee. The latter, a schoolteacher and secretary of the Italian Anti-Fascist Committee, had a sentimental and idealistic disposition. The brutal force of the state will soon transform him into the idealist of violence. 163 Boris Vladimirovich had put a mechanism into motion that only needed to be oiled. Hipólito Yrigoyen, following the example of previous Argentine presidents, provided much of the oil with his methodological persecution and continued imprisonments. This was the situation in Argentina when Los Errantes arrived in August 1925. Chapter 13. Los Errantes in Buenos Aires in 1925. We will say more about Severino Di Giovanni. The child of a wealthy family, he was born in Italy on March 17, 1901 in the Abruzos region, 180 kilometers east of Rome. He studied to be a schoolteacher and, in his free time, typography. He began to explore anarchism as a youth through readings of Bakunin, Malatesta, Proudhon, and Kropotkin. He was orphaned at 19 and, a year later, devoted himself completely to the anarchist movement. The March on Rome occurred in 1922, and Mussolini took power shortly thereafter. Severino fled the country, along with his two brothers and many other radical workers. Some settled in France and others went to Argentina. Severino was among the latter group and arrived in Buenos Aires in May 1923. He promptly got a job as a typographic worker and joined the Fora. The Radical Party governed the country then. This party represented the new middle classes, who were in conflict with the old landowner, rancher, and commercial oligarchy and wanted a greater opening for a democracy and liberalism that would favor their interests. Hipólito Yrigoyen was the Radical Party's main leader and became its first president. He ruled between 1916 and 1922, was re-elected in 1928, and finally lost power after a military coup in 1930. Despite Yrigoyen's democratic populism, two waves of repression against the workers occurred during his first term in office. The first was during the January 1919 tragic week in Buenos Aires and the second was in 1921 to 1922, against the workers of Patagonia. Between 1922 and 1928, Dr. Marcelo Teodoro de Alvear occupied the presidency. He was also from the Radical Party, had strong links to the old regime, and was once Argentina's ambassador to France. His spouse, Regina Pacini, was a high society Italian with sympathies for Mussolini. She doubtlessly encouraged her husband to fight the anti-fascist Italian exiles living in Argentina. As an activist, Di Giovanni immediately began working with the anti-fascist groups on Argentine soil. As a writer, he served as the Buenos Aires correspondent for L'Unità dei Refrattori, the Italian-language anarchist magazine published in the United States. However, he was soon convinced that the anti-fascist groups in Argentina were little more than a harmless pastime for social democratic, communist, and some liberal politicians. For Di Giovanni, multi-tendency anti-fascist organizing was a deception for the masses. That is why he started publishing the anarchist newspaper Culmen, which he wrote, laid out, and printed during his free time, in hours robbed from sleep. This was the person who would scandalize the crème de la crème of the local ruling class at a cultural event organized by the Italian embassy at the Cologne Theatre on June 6, 1925. Italian ambassador Luigi Aldrovandi Marescotti was an aristocrat who wanted to exploit the 25th anniversary of Victor Manuel II's accession to the throne for political purposes. He decided to organize a celebration in a big way, that would both affirm his confidence in Mussolini and show the diplomatic corps that Italy's political regime enjoyed good health and prestige. Indeed, Argentina was a very important stage upon which the dramas of Italian politics played out, due to the hundreds of thousands of Italian immigrants who had settled in the country over the previous decades. Many of them and their children, having made it in America, were now bourgeois to the bone and supported Mussolini's fascism. The Italian ambassador secured the attendance of the Argentine president and his spouse at the celebration at the Cologne Theatre. Of course, the president was accompanied by all his ministers, with the Minister of Foreign Relations at the head of the group. Numerous other ambassadors, consuls, and political personalities were present, as well as the high society ladies and gentlemen and representatives of the international monopolies. The bourgeois youth active in the Patriotic League were also there, working with the Italian embassy's black shirts. In sum, this event in Buenos Aires, the so-called Queen of the River Plata, would be just as grand as any fascist celebration in Rome. The evening began with the Argentine national anthem, which the municipal band of Buenos Aires performed. After the customary applause, the musicians then began to play Italy's royal march. The bourgeoisie and fascists stood up, while the ambassador sang the praises of fascist Italy at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, there was some commotion in the theater's upper gallery, where the bourgeoisie had set aside seats so that the plebs could attend the event. The murmurs quickly became shouts and cries of assassins. Thieves! Matati! Rang out in theater. 164 Suddenly hundreds of leaflets protesting oppression in Italy rained down on the seats below, even falling onto the ambassador's feet. The black shirts had been strategically distributed throughout the theater precisely to stop an incident like this from occurring, but the disruption had caught them completely unawares. They immediately raced toward the unexpected outburst. A struggle erupted between the anti-fascists and the black shirts, who had not forgotten to bring along their truncheons. One of those shouting the loudest was a tall, young man with blonde hair who was dressed in black. A black shirt took him by the neck and dragged him over the seats, but the youth fought back with the strength of a beast. After suffering numerous strikes, he dropped to the ground and audience members tried to punch and kick him. He finally stopped in the first row, where he continued denouncing Mussolini and his fascist government. The dozen troublemakers dominated the theater for 10 minutes, shouting and then trading blows with those trying to silence them, but were cornered and captured one by one. The youth dressed in black was the last to fall. They were dragged out of the theater, while the crème de la crème of Buenos Aires attempted to retaliate. They tried to spit on and kick the dissidents, who had insulted what many there regarded as their motherland, their king, and the king's favorite, Mussolini. Escorted to the street by high-ranking Italian soldiers, the rebels were handed over to the police and loaded into a paddy wagon. The last to enter was the young man in black, who spat a "Viva Anarchy" into the face of a stiff Italian soldier. 165 This youth was the only one among the arrestees to respond without evasion to police questioning. He declared that he was an anarchist and signed his statement with a firm hand, Severino Di Giovanni. Los Errantes visited the editorial office of La Anarca when they arrived in Buenos Aires. Donato Antonio Rizzo, who ran the Anarchist Weekly, greeted them. He spoke to them about the political situation in Argentina, the conflicting views among anarchists about how to respond to government terror, and some of the comrades that he and other members of the La Anarca group considered exemplary. One of those was Severino Di Giovanni, an impassioned militant who thought it was time for deeds, not words. 166 Another was Racina, a distinguished activist from the Metal Workers Union who shouldered the weight of the prisoner and persecuted support committee. He was cerebral and strategic, but when it was time to act, he always jumped in head first. Durruti and Escaso knew of Diego Abad de Santillan and Lopez Arango through mutual acquaintances, their writings, and their work with La Protesta. They also knew other comrades who had passed through Spain and now lived in Argentina, such as Gaston Laval, Rodolfo González Pacheco, and Teodoro Antilli. Buenos Aires was home to some of the most talented men in the anarchist movement, but the vicissitudes of the struggle had left them bitterly divided. There was a clear split between the men of action and the theorists, which Spanish libertarians had managed to avoid, and the schism threatened to undermine the anarchists' influence on the Argentine working class. In response to this, Los Errantes decided to refrain from any actions that could further aggravate the already heated debate over the legitimacy of revolutionary violence and expropriation. They resolved to search for common ground and calm dialogue with militants from either faction. However, given Argentina's contradictory conditions and the problems faced by militant anarchists, Durruti and Esqueso's position would ultimately prove untenable. If anarchists lack solidarity among themselves, then they lack their fundamental strength. Indeed, La Protesta, despite its purism, could not stop itself from defending Radowitzki, Wilkins, Sacco and Vanzetti, and others. The first two had used personal direct action and the bomb for the purposes of social justice, whereas the charge of robbery hung over the second two. La Protesta defended Sacco and Vanzetti in typically bourgeois terms by professing their innocence. However, Yankee capitalism would never concede such a thing, as anarchists, Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty by definition. How to break out of that game of deceits and double meanings? Flores Magón resolved the problem by recognizing that it was impossible to fight the state within the law, they had to fight it illegally, on the revolutionaries' natural terrain. If the editors of La Protesta wanted to be consistent, they would have to embrace Magón's stance, if not, their purism would drive them to evolutionism or reformism. There was no middle ground in Argentina during those years, above all because government violence largely determined the contours of the struggle. The Los Errantes quickly exhausted the few pesos that they had brought with them and used their network of friends to find jobs. Durruti became a port worker, Francisco labored as a cook, and Jover made his living as a cabinet maker. Alejandro Esqueso disappeared from Buenos Aires shortly after arriving for reasons that are unknown to us. Los Errantes were working and living unassuming lives when an armed robbery occurred on October 18, 1925. According to Buenos Aires La Prensa newspaper, this is what happened. Like a movie, 3 individuals enter the Las Heras streetcar station, of the Anglo, in the middle of the Palermo neighborhood. One of them is masked. They pull out black pistols and threaten the collectors, who had just made the nightly recount of ticket sales. They shout hands up in a marked Spanish accent and demand the money. The employees babble that it's already in the safe. They demand the keys. No, the boss has them, and he's already left. The assailants talk among themselves. They withdraw. While leaving, they take a small bag that a guard had just left on the counter. It contains 38 pesos in 10-cent coins. There is a lookout outside and, further away, an automobile waiting for them. They disappear without being pursued. 167. Osvaldo Bayer, from whom we take the previous quote, writes, Buenos Aires police are confused. Gunmen with a Spanish accent? They are unaware of anyone with those characteristics. They question underworld figures, but don't learn anything useful. Nobody knows them. The booty was laughable and thus the police are sure that they'll pull off another job soon. And that is exactly what happened on November 17, 1925, barely a month after the holdup of the Las Heras station. Minutes after midnight, the ticket seller Durand has finished counting the day's collection in the Primera Junta subway station in Caballito. He's still waiting for the last subway service from the center of the city. When it arrives, he'll be able to finish his work and go home. A stranger suddenly appears and pulls out a pistol. In a Spanish accent, he says, "Shut your mouth." Meanwhile, another robber bursts into the ticket office and grabs the wooden box that normally holds the collection. Everything hardly lasts an instant. The two men turn around and head toward the exit onto Centenera Street. The ticket seller begins to shout, "Help! Thieves!" That's when one of the assailants turns around and shoots into the air to scare him and stop him from giving chase. A policeman stopped on Rivadavia and Centenera must have heard the shouting and gunfire. He runs to see what is going, while drawing his weapon. They beat him to it. There are 2 more assailants serving as lookouts in the 2 subway entrances and, when one of them sees that the policeman has his gun out and is going to run into the 2 robbers, who are leaving through the stairs, he fires 2 bullets that hit their mark. The agent drops like lead. The 4 bandits run to a taxi that is waiting for them on Rosario and Centenera. For some reason, the driver can't start the car and, after losing precious minutes, the thieves get out and run eastward on Rosario Street and then disappear. The robbery was in vain, a failure identical to the one at the Las Heras station. The collection money had not been put in the wooden box, as usual, but rather in an iron box under the window. There wasn't even a 10-cent coin in the wooden box. The Argentine police assume that the two events are connected and put special emphasis on the matter of the Spaniards. They concluded that the assailants in both cases must be the same people. But who are they? It was then that Argentine police received the dossier from Chilean police that established, with the help of the Spanish police, that the criminals were Durruti, Ascaso, and Jover. With their photos in hand, Argentine authorities identify the men who robbed the Las Heras and Primera Junta stations. Yes, they had no doubt. It was them. They begin an exhaustive investigation and raid boarding houses and hotels in search of the foreigners. They find nothing. Social order intervenes and detains anarchists of action, in hopes of getting some clues, but they don't turn up anything useful either. They hang posters in the subways and streetcars bearing photographs of the four foreigners. 168 These posters prompted poet Raúl González Tunin to write some magnificent verses about Durruti. I see his face in the mugshot. Straight ahead, from the side, with a number. His turbulent hair, disheveled. The only thing missing is a dove above. Raging and delicate 169. At this point in our biography, we should review some facts before proceeding. Thus far, bank robberies were only types of expropriation practiced by Durruti, and he had demonstrated some skill in each instance. When Los Errantes arrived in Argentina, they decided not to undertake actions that might exacerbate existing debates about expropriation and revolutionary violence. How, then, could it be that they suddenly carry out two poorly planned and chaotic robberies of train stations? What proof demonstrates that Los Errantes were the culprits? Did a robbery victim recognize one of them? Were the perpetrators Spaniards because they had a Spanish accent? The truth is that there was no proof, and police only decided that it was them after the intervention of their Chilean and especially Spanish colleagues. By hanging posters in the streetcars and subways, by using the press, and by vigorously pursuing Los Errantes, it seemed like police were challenging the robbers to defy them. They did just that on January 19, 1926 at the San Martin branch of the Banco Argentino. While residents of the tranquil city of San Martin were eating lunch or taking refuge from the sun and the heat in their homes, La Prensa reported, a group of outlaws armed with carbines placed itself at the entrance of the Banco Argentino branch across from the principal plaza. We continue with Osvaldo Bayer. 7 individuals get out of a double touring car on the corner of Buenos Aires and Belgrano, 2 blocks from the police station. 4 enter the bank and the other 3, armed with rifles, take up positions at the bank's main door. It is a very strange robbery, with a nuance of professional bandits. When the 3 outside see some unsuspecting pedestrians approach, they point their rifles at them silently. The pedestrians think it is a joke at first, but leave in a hurry when they realize that the men are serious. Meanwhile, the 4 who entered work quickly. They go for the counters, go through the paymaster's drawers, and collect all the money they find. They don't bother going to the safe. Altogether they take in 64,085 pesos. The bank employees obey when they hear a hoarse Spanish voice shout. Anyone who moves will be shot. They escape in a car with the money. The police chase them, but they cover their getaway with gunfire. Chapter 14. Toward Paris, 1926. After the hold-up of the bank in San Martin, police were now sure of the thieves' identities. They increased surveillance of the city's anarchist circles and tightened control over the borders and ports. It would seem impossible for Durruti, Ascaso, and Jover to pass through the net that police had thrown over the region, and yet that is exactly what they did. They set off for Europe in Montevideo at the end of February 1926. Los Errantes experienced some of the most difficult moments of their lives between January 19 and their departure. It was very hard for them to find a safe place to hide, and some veteran militants who knew Durruti and Escaso from Spain even turned their backs on them, not because of police pressure, but simply to avoid getting involved. Had it not been for members of the Union Sindical Argentina and the La Anarca and El Libertario groups, it is very likely that authorities would have captured them. But this never happened, as we have said, and the principal organizer of their escape was a Spanish anarchist named J.C. Este. He had recently arrived in Buenos Aires and, when he learned about the difficulties that Los Errantes were facing, he rushed to arrange their trip to Montevideo and put them on board the steamer that would bring them to France. While they were busy acquiring passports and preparing their escape to Uruguay, Argentine police were searching for them relentlessly. Their hunt became even more complicated thanks to mistakes made by the police and also the press in Spain. A very confusing article appeared in a Spanish paper on February 23, 1926, "The Spanish gunman, has Durruti been arrested in Bordeaux?" Nothing is known about the event in Gironda, but in Gijón they guarantee that it happened. Some details of a terrorist's eventful life. That was the headline that La Voz de Guipúzcoa printed above its coverage of the news from ABC in Madrid, which had published the following telegram from its Gijón correspondent: Gijón, 23:11 p.m. We just learned that Francisco Durruti has been arrested in Bordeaux for robbing a furniture factory in that city, a crime for which 2 Spaniards were recently guillotined. Durruti is the leader of the gang of gunmen who held up a branch of the Bank of Spain in Gijón on September 1, 1923. The bank manager, Mr. Luis Ascaret, was shot to death during the act. Durruti, the correspondent from Gijón concludes, had also been in Havana, where he committed another bank heist. We were surprised, La Voz de Guipúzcoa wrote, that our correspondent in Bordeaux, M. Melzi Cathulin, had not said anything about the matter, and so we asked him about the issue during our daily meeting yesterday. He told us that officials had not reported Durruti's detention and that none of the local newspapers had mentioned the event. This was strange, given the importance of the arrest and the stir caused by the robbery throughout Gironda. Furthermore, no one had previously implicated Durruti in the robbery of the Horribly furniture factory. Police had arrested 3 anarchists for that crime, in which 2 people died and 3 were injured. 2 of the arrested anarchists, Requesens and Castro, were guillotined last December, but the leader of their group got away. Requesens and Castro said that their ringleader was from Aragon and used the nickname El Mono or El Negro. The fugitive in the photographs does not resemble Durruti in the slightest, and his first name is also not Francisco. José Buenaventura Durruti, also known as El Guerrilla, is indeed one of the most prolific Spanish terrorists. He is a native of Leon and is 50 years old. In 1922, Durruti lived in San Sebastián and worked as a mechanic adjuster in the Mujica Brothers factory and then later at another factory. He was vice president of the CNT Sindicato Unico in the Iguía neighborhood and, until August that year, did not stand out as a man of action. He was an excellent worker, but it was clear that his extremist ideas were deeply rooted. In August 1922, Durruti and 2 other syndicalists carried out a bold robbery of the Mendizabal brothers' office. The 3 bandits entered with pistols drawn and, pointing them at Mr. Ramon Mendizabal, forced him to open the safe and hand over whatever money was in it, in addition to what he was carrying in his wallet. The crime went unpunished, since Durruti and his accomplices left San Sebastián before police found out about their participation in the event. Durruti was later arrested and transferred to San Sebastián, but it was impossible to prove his culpability. La Voz de Guipúzcoa continued with Durruti's biography, but their account contained numerous errors about his trip to the Americas. Durruti, a man gifted with a rare intelligence, disappeared from Havana and set sail on a steamship with a false passport. In autumn 1924, he showed up in Paris. He had abundant money at his disposal, the booty from robberies in the Americas, and used part of it to support the anarchist weekly Liberation. According to Spanish police, Durruti was traveling with another anarchist named Juan Riego Sanz, one of the ringleaders of the eruption at Vera del Bidaso. Despite the glaring errors in this article, it does contain two pieces of information that contradict those who tried to dismiss Durruti as a pistolero. He was a skilled technical worker and used the money stolen from banks to support the cause. But we return to essential matters. It was this article that shaped the actions of the Argentine police. Specifically, considering the official character of the Madrid daily, and also that the Argentines had failed to apprehend any of Los Errantes, it makes perfect sense that this article led them to think that Durruti had escaped and was in Paris. However, the Buenos Aires authorities were mistaken. Durruti, Ascaso, and Jover sailed to France in the very end February, 1926. Before embarking, the comrades in charge of arranging their flight learned from reliable sources that the ship was not going to stop in any Spanish port. With that reassuring news, Los Errantes occupied their cabins. Several of the vessel's sailors were sympathetic to anarchism, and Durruti and his friends immediately made contact with them. These sailors' reports were extremely useful and helped avert a tragedy. While the ship approached the Canaries Islands, its captain announced that they needed to stop in Spain's Santa Cruz de Tenerife for reasons beyond their control. Los Errantes became extremely worried. Had they been discovered? Were they going to be delivered to Spanish authorities? They were not going to let themselves be surprised and decided to take control of the ship and prevent it from making that stop at any cost. Who could help them? The anarchist sailors. They immediately spoke with one of them and asked him why the ship was making an unexpected stopover. The sailor put them at ease when he explained that it was fully justified by damage that the steamship had suffered at sea. The passengers disembarked in Santa Cruz de Tenerife and stayed in a hotel at the shipping company's expense. They would have to remain there until the company could send another ship, which would pick them up and take them to La Havre. Although there was apparently no reason to fear, Los Errantes decided to take passage on board an English ship scheduled to stop in the French port of Cherbourg. They arrived on April 30, 1926, and within 2 days were living in a hotel on Legendre Street in the Paris's Clichy neighborhood. Using passports acquired in Buenos Aires, they registered under the names Roberto Codolo, Salvador Arevalo, and Luis Victorio Regetto. Los Errantes found a different Paris in May 1926 than the one they had known 2 years earlier. Most of the Spanish anarchists had moved to Belgium or scattered to the eastern and southern parts of the country. Lyon and Marseille were the main centers of exiled anarchist activity. There was a Spanish Commission of Anarchist Relations in Lyon. There was also a group in Béziers called Prisma that would publish a magazine by the same name a year later that would be the voice of Spanish anarchist exiles in France. Nonetheless, Paris was still an important city for the exiled Spanish anarchists, thanks to the international press, which worked under the auspices of the French anarchist periodical, Le Libertaire, the publication of the French Anarcho-Communist Union. The following Spanish anarchist groups were among the most active: German, Sinpan, Prau, Afinidades, and Espartaco. Among the most distinguished Spanish militants, we should note Valeriano Orobon Fernandez, who published the Spanish-language magazine Tiempos Nuevos, Liberto Callejas, who edited Iberon, and Juan Manuel Molina, better known as Juvenal, who was the Spanish representative on the Administrative Council of the International Press. The month and a half that Durruti and his friends spent in Paris is largely an informational vacuum for us. What we do know relates to their activities as men of action. When had they learned that Alfonso XIII intended to pass through Paris on a trip to London? We don't know. But after Durruti and his friends arrived in the French capital, they met 3 old acquaintances who had fled Spain: Teodoro Pina, Pedro Bodas Rivas, and Agustin Garcia Capdevila. These youths were implicated in bomb attacks on Spanish soldiers, and it would be disastrous if they fell into the French police's hands. Los Errantes thus decided to send them to Argentina, recommending them as good comrades to Resina. According to Osvaldo Bayer, those youths carried a special invitation from Durruti for Resina, asking him to come to Europe, because he was needed as a strategic man of action. Racina did not accept the request. He apologized, but said that he was too engaged in the struggle in Argentina to leave. 170 They had also asked Bodas to tell a comrade driver in Buenos Aires that they urgently needed him in Paris. If we link Racina and the driver with the plan to kidnap Alfonso XIII, for which Durruti, Ascaso, and Jover were arrested on June 25, it is easy to deduce that their main concern from May until their detention was preparing the action against the King of Spain. With the exception of comments by Italian anarchist Nino Napolitano, who was close with Durruti and Ascaso, very little information is available about this mysterious conspiracy. I met Ascaso and Durruti at the home of a Parisian comrade named Bertha. One day they lost a suitcase and naturally I offered them mine. Ascaso took it in hand and said, laughing, "It isn't strong enough." I objected and said that the suitcase was perfectly good, of excellent treated material. I seemed like a shopkeeper anxious to sell his wares, but my efforts were in vain. Ascaso didn't want it. Some time later I found out why. They needed a very strong suitcase to carry dismantled rifles and other weapons. Around that time, Paris was preparing for a visit from King Alfonso XIII. The Third Republic planned to receive the man who had killed Francisco Ferrer with the melodies of La Marseillaise. Durruti and Ascaso planned to receive him with a pair of shots. They organized everything with absolute serenity. This is the idiosyncrasy of Spaniards. They behave like great men, which is not to say patriots, even when they are proletarians. Our two comrades possessed this talent and made great use of it in the days preceding the official visit. To elude the web of police agents, they went to places in the French capital frequented by members of high society. They played tennis in a club and even bought a fancy automobile so as not to seem suspicious when they pulled up next to the statesman participating in the welcome ceremony. They planned every detail meticulously. We had dinner in Bertha's house on the eve of the king's arrival. I remember that she served us a sago soup that neither Ascaso nor I liked very much. We made fun of her culinary skills. When Durruti and Ascaso laughed, she began to cry. Where two conspire, my man is the third, Maniscalco, the known agent provocateur of the Bourbons once said smugly. This time the third man was sitting at the wheel of the car that would take Ascaso and Durruti to the scene of the action. He had sold out to the French police. The two conspirators were arrested and Paris received Alfonso XIII to the sounds of La Marseillaise without missing a beat. 171. Nino Napolitano's testimony is first-hand, but he wrote it in 1948. Too many things had happened in the intervening 22 years for him to be able to recall all the facts properly and, as a result, there are contradictions in his account of the period. Bertha lived with Ferrandel, who ran Le Libertaire, and surely both were aware of Ascaso and Durruti's plans. The visit mentioned in the quote must have occurred while they were preparing the action and, since the visits were infrequent, Bertha was quick to break into tears when teased. Ascaso and Durruti were arrested on June 25 and Alfonso XIII arrived 2 days later. The important thing in Nino's comments is his reference to the provocateur, to the driver recruited by Los Errantes in circumstances that are unknown to us. We noted that they had asked Bodas to tell the Argentine driver comrade to come to Paris quickly. The Argentine did not come. Garcia Vivancos also disappointed them. Presumably, it was shortly before the king's arrival, as time pressed upon them, that someone introduced them to the driver who would betray them. They were arrested in the morning while leaving their hotel on Legendre Street. A search of the premises revealed the weapons that they had hidden in the room. The press first published news of their arrest on July 2, although it did not mention the date of their detention. Durruti clarifies this in a letter that he sent to his family while incarcerated. I was arrested on June 25, on the occasion of the King of Spain's trip to Paris, and implicated in a plot against him. After my arrest, they took me to La Sante. Chapter 15. The plot against Alfonso XIII. Alfonso XIII couldn't take a step without inspiring some Spaniard to try to kill him. he was the target of at least a dozen alleged assassination attempts and yet somehow always emerged unharmed. The attempt on May 17, 1902, on the day of the coronation, failed. What was being prepared for him in Paris on May 31, 1905 was discovered in time. Exactly 1 year later, Matteo Morale killed 26 people and injured 107 with a bomb on the king's wedding day and still couldn't get to his target. Other men who tried to take out Alfonso XIII also had their hopes dispelled. It seemed written that this monarch would die of old age in bed. Mindful of such threats against the king, the Spanish embassy in Paris took stringent security precautions and also asked French police to imprison any Spanish exile who might be tempted to execute the monarch. The French police consented to this request and launched a raid on the morning of June 25, 1926. Some 200 Spaniards were taken in, including Durruti, Ascaso, and Jover, from whom an appreciable quantity of arms were seized. The French government wanted to receive Alfonso XIII and his prime minister dictator, Primo de Rivera, without any conflicts. It ordered the police to protect the Spanish king and the press to behave respectably with the guest. One newspaper that did not agree to this was Le Libertaire. Judge Villette deemed an editorial that it ran insulting and ordered authorities to shut it down. They charged its manager, Girardin, with being an instigator to assassination. The public didn't know anything about the government crackdown until July 2, by the time Alfonso XIII was already in London. That day the press published a short comment from the police declaring that they had discovered a plot to assassinate the King of Spain and had arrested 3 Spanish exiles in connection with the case. On the same date, Le Libertaire reproduced the substance of the article for which it had been suspended on June 25. The full-page headline was, "The Republic at the Orders of Alfonso XIII. More than 200 arrests. Le Libertaire seized and persecuted." Last week, Le Libertaire ran a piece from the Anarcho-Communist Union calling militants from the Paris area to demonstrate their disgust with the regal assassin in the Orsay station. It was nothing monstrous, barely 10 lines remembering Ferrer, the assassins of Vera, and the torture inflicted on Spanish militants. Le Libertaire was seized by judicial order on the pretext that the tract was an instigation to assassination. But things didn't end there. All the Spanish and even French militants found themselves endowed with a police escort. No well-known comrade could do anything without being followed by a pair of police. Later, on Monday, we learned that authorities had foiled a conspiracy against the Spanish king. It seems that someone had decided to give the monarch the punishment he deserves. Not only did the French police, and even the Spanish police, arrest hundreds of comrades known for their revolutionary ideas and send them to the depot, but they also plan to take them to the Spanish border. You must immediately raise your voices in protest and make it clear to the left-wing government. A gang of expatriates with clear criminal tendencies, some of whom were awaiting trials for crimes committed in Spain, had acquired precious resources with which they purchased an expensive automobile, automatic weapons, and abundant ammunition. They intended to machine gun the car carrying the royal couple at one of the stops on its itinerary. French police discovered the conspiracy hours before their majesties were to leave. Thanks to their good work, the bandits were already imprisoned and their car and arms confiscated by the time the royal couple departed for France. The king thus left Madrid without the burden of this danger and even unaware of it, since the French government had wisely decided not to publicize the matter until he reached London. The Spanish government had maintained equal reserve. Some of the criminals detained in Paris had committed scandalous crimes here. The government quickly expressed its gratitude to French authorities and trusts that the regal trip will have a happy conclusion. These events will not cause a loss of serenity, they have precedence in all times, and fortunately the effective organization of the security services ensured that they were discovered and thwarted in the present instance. The Spanish embassy in Paris was aware of Durruti and his friends' time in South America when it released this communiqué. When it denounced them as the alleged perpetrators of the supposed assassination attempt, it was trying to lay the foundation for the extradition demand that it would soon make for the 4 defendants. The government planned to ask France to return them to Spain as culprits in a common law criminal offense. But Spain's ambassador, Quiñones de Leon, had some concerns about the viability of the extradition demand. The Spanish regime enjoyed scarce popular support in France, and although authorities had consented to Spain's request to raid the refugees, it did so with hesitation. The Spanish ambassador must have held talks with Argentine ambassador Álvarez de Toledo to convince him that his country should also initiate extradition proceedings against the 4 anarchists, given that Argentina would have a greater chance of success. Thus, as soon as the Argentine government learned that Francisco Esqueso, Buenaventura Durruti, and Gregorio Jover had been arrested and, for what reason we do not know, José Alamarcha was connected to them, it solicited information about their case from Paris. This is how the Argentines learned that Durruti, Esqueso, and Jover had arrived in France on April 30 with Uruguayan passports issued in Buenos Aires in the names of Roberto Codolo for Durruti, Salvador Arevalo for Esqueso, and Luis Victorio Regetto for Jover. Roberto Codolo was a well-known anarchist in both Argentina and Uruguay. He was active in the Argentine Libertarian Alliance and one of the best writers of El Libertario. The other names also belonged to prominent anarchists. Of the 3, Roberto Codolo was the only one that the Buenos Aires police could find. When questioned about his passport, he stated that he had indeed obtained a Uruguayan passport in his name on April 1 in the Uruguayan consulate in Buenos Aires, but that he had lost it a few hours later, perhaps because it fell from his pocket. This glib explanation angered the police. They threatened Codolo, telling him that he was going to take the rap for Durruti and his friends in Argentina if he didn't say what really happened, but he stuck to his statement. After many interrogations and 2 months in jail, a judge released him due to the absence of proof. The country's press took note of the judge's decision, pointing to contradictory statements from the police. It concluded that the Durruti-Codolo issue was nothing more than a police conspiracy designed to damage the Argentine anarchist movement. Nevertheless, and in spite of public sentiment, Argentine police held firm to their attempt to secure the extradition of Durruti and his friends. High-level police functionaries pressured Argentina's president, Dr. Alvear, to pull string among his old connections in Paris. The president consented, and the police, thinking that the matter would be resolved shortly, sent 3 of its best men to Paris to speed up the process. The policemen were Fernando Baza, Romero, and Carrasco. We mentioned that the Argentine press condemned the police's anti-anarchist schemes. This was not only the anarchist press but also the so-called sensationalist papers. For example, Critica printed the following on July 7, 1926, while Codolo was locked up in the Brigada Social: "We can't believe the rumors spread by the police. This is nothing but a ploy, the result of the mysterious meetings they have held in recent days. This is where we find the thread of the actions that necessarily had to lead to the detention of men known for their advanced ideas." The police chief, the Argentine newspaper continued, told the press, "Given the absence of proof, it's possible that the French government will not authorize the extradition. However, we feel confident, considering its strong ties with our government, that it will agree to our request. They can be sure that we'll be ready to reciprocate when the time comes." The matter couldn't have been clearer. The police had no proof demonstrating that Durruti and his friends robbed the bank in San Martin, but that was just a minor detail. The state's needs alone were enough to justify shipping the 3 anarchists off to Buenos Aires. The Critica and La Repubblica newspapers raised the topic again, in more or less the same terms, on July 8. The first wrote, "Police comments led one to think that they had evidence against Robert Codolo, Jamie Rotger, and the well-known libertarian Dvorich that demonstrated their complicity in the armed robberies. But the strange activity of the police proves that they neither had evidence against them nor even knew who the perpetrators were. Their machinations were so transparent that Rotger and Codolo had to be released. Indeed, they were freed, but detained again, and then freed once more, only to be detained another time. The judge, under pressure from the public, had to intervene to put an end to Codolo and Rotger's comings and goings. In Paris, the legal process continued to follow its course. Durruti and Jover named their respective lawyers and their trial took place in the Palace of Justice. Le Libertaire reported on the affair in its October 15 issue. On Thursday, October 7, 1926, our Spanish comrades Durruti, Escaso, and Jover appeared in court in Correctional Courtroom number 11 under the following charges: Escaso, possession of prohibited weapons, use of a false passport, and rebellion; Durruti, possession of prohibited weapons and use of a false passport, and Jover, use of a false passport. Many comrades wanted to attend the trial to show their support for the accused, but a band of informers were already occupying the part of the courtroom reserved for the public when the trial began. Our comrades had to stand in the hallway due to the lack of space inside. The defendants were dignified, calm, and energetic. Thanks to his good French, Durruti spoke for the group. He stated that they had planned to follow the king on his trip, abduct him on the border, and hold him for a time. This would make rumors of his death circulate in Spain and thereby provoke a revolution. The accused frankly admitted that they purchased a number of weapons and used false passports. "We are Spanish revolutionaries," Durruti declared, "and we've gone into exile because of the odious regime that Alfonso XIII and Primo de Rivera have imposed on our country. We are political exiles, but we intend to return to Spain. Our comrades in Spain, our brothers in ideas," he continued, "endure the hardest and most persistent repression that any government has ever inflicted on the working class. They passionately want to free themselves from that oppressive regime, and of course we share their desire. That is why we declare, conscious of the responsibility that we incur, that we will not stop until we smash the dictatorship. We are also convinced that we're close to achieving our goal. Other than the clique that supports the government, the vast majority of the country is against Primo de Rivera. The discontent is widespread and an armed insurrection could erupt at any moment. The weapons that we bought were for sustaining and defending our country's revolutionary movement. With respect to the false passports, how else could we have evaded the Spanish government's thick web of informers in France? Obviously we used false names for that reason." The French police who arrested our comrades also made a statement at the trial. They tried to present the accused as extremely dangerous figures, but didn't convince anyone. Under pressure from the defense lawyers, they had to admit that the Spanish embassy had given them the names of the accused, whom they described as dangerous anarchists and recalcitrant bandits. They also stated that all their information about the detainees had come from the same source, the Spanish embassy. Lawyers Henry Torres and Berthan, with the assistance of their secretaries, Mr. Joly and Mr. Garçon, took on the responsibility of defending our comrades. The defense lawyer's speech was restrained, but precise and moving. "Gentlemen of the tribunal, my colleagues, and I have the honor of defending men who represent the most advanced sector of the Spanish opposition," Berthan said. His exposition made it seem like something solemn and grandiose was occurring. That sentiment was only reinforced by the presence of numerous marshals and armed guards in the courtroom. 172. Escaso was sentenced to 6 months in prison, Durruti to 3, and Gregorio Jover to 2. Of the 3, only Francisco Escaso would have to remain in jail. For their part, Durruti and Jover had already exceeded their sentences with the time that they had spent in preventive detention. What was going to happen? The French government considered the extradition demands from Argentina and Spain and finally awarded it to the first of the two countries. Given the ambiguity of French legislation on extraditions at the time, this meant that the lawyers and defendants had to work quickly to ensure that the police did not hand them over to Argentina or Spain whenever they wanted. The defense's strategy was to appeal their convictions in the Supreme Court, which would be a way of gaining time and would also prevent the police from acting on their own. They sent the appeal to the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, the government moved Durruti and Jover to the conciergerie in the Palace of Justice. Escaso continued serving his sentence in La Sante. Le Libertaire wrote, "We must protest energetically. The public has to know about the warped machinations of the Argentine and Spanish police and stop the French state magistrate from granting the extradition. 173 In other words, it didn't matter if Durruti and his comrades were innocent or guilty of the charges against them, their actions were not common crimes, but rather political acts committed in the course of their revolutionary efforts. According to French law, this meant that they could not be extradited. Durruti gives an account of his travails in a letter sent to his family on December 17, 1926, I was sentenced to 3 months. I signed for my freedom in La Santé on October 8, but since the Spanish government wants me, French police moved me to the Palace of Justice. That's where I am now, not as a French prisoner, but in the custody of the international police. I didn't work in La Santé. Hard labor is only for those sentenced to more than 6 months and for more matters more serious than mine. Here, in the Palace of Justice, they don't make anyone work, certainly not those of us requested by a foreign country, since French law has nothing to do with us. You can see that those gentlemen from the Diario de Leon and La Democracia don't know what they're talking about. They didn't allow me write in Spanish when I was in La Santé because they said that the judge hadn't authorized it. Now, as you can see, I'm able to write in Spanish. This is the most palpable proof that I'm not doing hard labor, despite what those stupid journalists say. Everything they write is designed to make it look like the French government gave me one of the harshest sentences. But you should laugh in their faces. They don't deserve anything but contempt. Don't worry about the confirmation of the 3 months in prison. All of this is simply a ploy between the lawyer and I to prevent the police from sending me to Spain. I've also appealed to the Supreme Court about the sentence and I'll have to go to court for this once again. All these things are ways to gain time and fight the extradition demands lodged by foreign governments. I tell you this to calm Mother and so that she ignores everything those idiotic journalists write. The newspaper clipping that you sent just affirms what I already suspected. Clearly our trial was a real scandal. All the speeches and charges in the trial revolved around the King of Spain, but you already have an idea of what it was like. There's no need to say more. Regarding Father's question about my remaining prison time, he should know that I've already finished with the French. There's still the question of the Americas. Our comrades are working hard, and so are the lawyers and the League of the Rights of Man. They held a rally demanding our release on Tuesday, December 14 and promise that many more will follow if we're not freed. Militants in Buenos Aires are also doing everything they can to stop us from being taken there. I don't want to say anything about Spain, since you're better informed than I. There's not much that I can tell you about my life here. I spend my time reading, painting, or writing. They come to see me twice every week and, on Sundays, bring clean clothes and money so that I can eat in the restaurant. You can see that everything happening here is the opposite of what the papers say there. I'm also not short on reading material, since there's a library and they give me the books that I ask for. There are some books in Spanish, but I've read all of them by now. The warden authorized me to buy illustrated magazines, which a woman responsible for the detainees' requests brings me. Illustrated magazines are the only ones allowed. Newspapers are prohibited. Rosa says that Benedicto doesn't write me because it makes him ashamed, but that he thinks of me. I don't distinguish between my brothers, since I remember all of them, whether or not they write me. Perico sends a few words to console my sorrows. Thanks, Perico. I'm grateful for your consolations, but you should know something. I endure my sorrows with my convictions, which are stronger than all of this human vileness. My convictions are deep. They were born in the bosom of this unjust society and represent love and liberty. They're as solid as steel. They're what console me, because I'm convinced that they're good. My dear Perico, don't pity me, I'm not unhappy at all. These chains that stop me from being free are rotten and won't hold me for long. I'm waiting for your letter in French. Tell me how you're doing with your mechanics. I suggest that you to apply yourself to studying it, since it'll be useful to you when you're older. Claudio tells me that she's sad that I couldn't be with you over Christmas. I'm sorry too, Claudio, but don't worry about that. I'm not the only one who will spend it behind bars. There are countless others. And how many poor will have nothing to eat that day or a place to sleep? That is how this society works, a lot for the few and nothing for the rest. Christmas is only for the rich, who celebrate it with the workers' sweat, turning it into champagne, and who make laughter from the cries in the homes of the dispossessed. The parties of the rich are daughters of the miseries of the poor. But this will end soon. The revolution will put an end to this social disorder. 174. Chapter 16. The International Anarchist Defense Committee. Parisian anarchists first campaigned to save Sacco and Vanzetti through the International Anarchist Defense Committee and latter through the Freedom for Sacco and Vanzetti Committee. This permitted the IADC to retain a broader focus. There was an unmistakable need for the IADC, given the oppression of anarchists in Russia under the Bolsheviks, in Italy under Mussolini, and in Spain under Primo de Rivera. They defended Sacco and Vanzetti as victims of North American capitalism imprisoned because of their revolutionary activism among Italian exiles in the United States. Of course, the American legal system tried to conceal its function as a tool of the ruling class and thus obscured the social and political content of the trial. It charged the Italian anarchists with armed robbery as a way to deceive American and world opinion. The goal of Paris's Freedom for Sacco and Vanzetti Committee was to expose that deceit. The Anarcho-Communist Union sponsored the group and two of ACU militants, Louis Lecoin and Severino Ferrandel, led it. The Escaso, Durruti, and Jover affair required a new initiative from the ACU and thus it created the Durruti-Escaso-Jover Asylum Support Committee. Like Sacco and Vanzetti, the three Spaniards were charged with a common crime. Should the ACU defend the illegalist anarchists? They debated the question and ultimately took a much clearer stance than Argentina's La Protesta. On April 2, 1926, the ACU publicized its views on illegalism. Meeting on March 28, 1926, the International Anarchist Defense Committee, which is an extension of the ACU, declares its position on the core issue in the articles on illegalism recently published in Le Libertaire. We declare that illegalism is not synonymous with anarchism. Anarchism and illegalism represent two completely distinct systems of ideas and action. Only anarchism's detractors would try to confuse the two, although their insidious purposes are easy to discern. An illegalist act is not an anarchist act in itself. Someone who is totally ignorant of and even antagonistic to our ideas can carry it out. Even if an anarchist or someone with anarchist sympathies commits it, the illegalist act does not immediately become an anarchist act because of the circumstances that provoke it, the spirit that animates it, or even how its proceeds are expended. The International Anarchist Defense Committee states that the practice of illegalism has not materially contributed to the spread of anarchist ideas in France, except in a very weak measure. It has been exceedingly detrimental to our idea and, as a whole, more damaging than beneficial to the expansion and diffusion of anarchism. Far from encouraging our comrades to become illegalists, the IADC calls their attention, particularly the youth's attention, to the material and moral consequences implied by illegalism. 1. Those who refuse to work for a boss and try to support themselves through illegalism almost always pay with prison, deportation, or violent death as a result. Indeed, from an individual point of view, instead of enabling the individual to live his life, illegalism almost always leads him to sacrifice it. 2. Also, the illegalist, even the so-called anarchist illegalist, almost always slips down the slippery slope toward the adoption of bourgeois ways and slowly becomes an exploiter and parasite. 3. The comrade who supports himself through illegalism is forced to give up active propaganda and separate himself from all productive work, depreciating it and being disgusted by it, in such a way that he lives because he doesn't produce anything himself by exploiting the work of others. Of course, this is the classical form of capitalism. We have clearly explained our position on illegalism in this statement, but also feel the need, and thus the obligation, to add that we do not condemn illegalism absolutely and without exception. On the one hand, we are sympathetic to workers who, being reduced to the insufficient salaries they receive, break the law. On the other hand, we approve of the illegalism practiced by certain individuals who selflessly carry out their acts for the purposes of propaganda. These men rob banks, transport companies, large industrial and commercial firms, and the very rich. After committing what we call individual expropriation, they dedicate the benefits of their acts to propaganda, instead of keeping it for themselves and becoming parasites. In conclusion, as members of ACU's International Anarchist Defense Committee, and always faithful to the precedents set by other comrades, we declare that when Le Libertaire speaks of honesty and work, it does not invest those terms with the significance attributed to them by the bourgeois spirit and official morality. We will not exalt those that the official morality and bourgeois mentality deem honest workers, those filled with the respect for property and who submissively and passively accept the conditions imposed upon them. Those workers are not anarchists, but totally the opposite, given their obedience to the rules of conduct that bourgeois morality assigns to the world of work. Anarchists oppose that type of honesty, which represents nothing but submission to the social iniquity forced upon the productive class. Anarchists advocate, encourage, and dutifully practice a different type of honesty. It is one that inspires the revolutionary passion among the workers, who will explode one day and usher in the social revolution. The working man will be liberated and, on the basis of free accord, will create a society made up of free individuals, equal and fraternal, in which illegalism will no longer exist because, with the state and capital abolished, there will be no more laws. 175. The following individuals signed this resolution: Sebastian Faure, Duquilzar, L.E. Malure, Pedro Odian, Louis Lecoin, L. O'Real, Marchel, Champrinoft, Jean Gavard, J. Girardin, Even, G. Bastien, Chizoff, Bouche, Brussel, F. Maldiz, Darras, Lacroix, Delicourt, and Lily Fair. The above statement makes it clear what French anarchists meant when they said that Sacco and Vanzetti were innocent, just as Lecoin's insistence on Durruti, Ascaso, and Jover's innocence will also be clear. Unlike La Protesta, Le Libertaire did not appeal to bourgeois concepts of honesty but rather insisted on the right and obligation to revolt. Lecoin commented on the origin of the campaign for the Spaniards: I came home one evening in October 1926 and found a telegram urgently requesting my presence at the office of the Anarcho-Communist Union. A number of militants were already there when I arrived: Sebastian Faure, Ferrandel, and others. All were visibly shaken. Sacco and Vanzetti were in danger of being electrocuted. A telegram came from America asking us to go into action immediately. What were we going to do? What could we try that we hadn't tried already? A comrade proposed that we prepare to bury them honorably and avenge them. What I know, I replied, is that they still aren't dead. And, since they're alive, we should focus on practical measures that might save them. Until now, and for the last 5 years, we've only convinced those who could be convinced that they're innocent. We've built a revolutionary campaign around those two names, instead of fighting to rescue them. Why don't the liberal bourgeoisie, the CGT, and the Socialist Party join us in demanding freedom for Sacco and Vanzetti? What stops that from happening, they asked me. Nothing, of course, except for our own clumsiness. We must reach out to the stragglers, knocking on their doors. It's not about organizing an anarchist campaign, but about getting these two anarchists out of the electric chair. That's it and nothing more. And our role is to convince absolutely everyone that they have to take a stand. If nothing else, at least I convinced my comrades, who entrusted me with making all the necessary contacts, and gave me carte blanche to start a broad campaign in the name of the Sacco-Vanzetti Committee. Ferrandel, a big fellow, with a delicious southern accent, took me aside and said, "It's also essential that you take charge of Ascaso, Durruti, and Jover's defense." 176. Chapter 17. The Anarcho-Communist Union and the Poincare Government. Louis Lecoin set out to do nothing less than crush French Prime Minister Raymond Poincaré's foreign policy. Louis Barthot, a faithful servant of the bourgeoisie, was the Minister of Justice, and the veteran socialist Aristides Briand occupied the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The government called itself the left-wing bloc and had won the elections on May 4, 1924 under that name. The socialists were well represented in the National Assembly, which had the radical socialist Édouard Herriot as president. However, this left-wing government executed the policies of the right, both internationally as well as domestically. We can find proof of this in its conduct in Morocco, where it helped Alfonso XIII exterminate Abdelkrim's guerrillas. The culmination of the government's friendly policy towards Spain was of course its reception of Alfonso XIII and Miguel Primo de Rivera in June and, as a final touch, its consent to Argentina's extradition demand for Durruti, Esqueso, and Jover on October 26, 1926. Extraordinary reasons of state must have been at work for the French left-wing government to risk its electorate's rage by satisfying Alfonso XIII via Buenos Aires. Where to open fire first? Lecoin decided that the best strategy would be to involve the League of the Rights of Man in the campaign and, toward that end, met with an elderly lady named Mrs. Severine, who had publicly defended the Spaniards and denounced Alfonso XIII and his regime on various occasions. As expected, Mrs. Severine reaffirmed her support for Spain's radical workers and promised Lecoin that she would help him gain access to the League of the Rights of Man. While she did so, the Durruti Esqueso Jover Asylum Support Committee began its campaign with a rally on October 25 in Les Sociétés Savantes de Paris. The speakers at the event were, Cain, for the Social Defense Committee, Louis Ward, for the Union Fédérative de Syndicats Autonomes, Henry Berthan, one of the Spanish trio's defense lawyers, Georges Payach, a writer, Sebastián for the IADC, and a Spanish member of the League of the Rights of Man. The rally was a success and Parisian newspapers commented upon it at length. Articles published in papers such as Le Populaire, L'Ouvre, Era Nouvelle, Le Quotidien, and El Humanite all suggested that this would be a dynamic campaign. Meanwhile, bearing a recommendation from Mrs. Severine, Lecoin paid a visit to Mrs. Dorian Mesnard. Dorian then introduced him to the president of the League, Mr. Victor Bache. The meeting between Bache and Louis Lecoin was a disaster. Justice Minister Barthot had already warned Bache against getting mixed up in a common law criminal case and, as a result, Bache told Lecoin that all his efforts were in vain, the defendants were guilty and the League would not take part in campaigns of that nature. Lecoin undiplomatically spoke his mind to the president of the League and stormed out of the premises. He concluded that his attempt to enlist the League was a failure. To his surprise, Lecoin received a telephone call later that afternoon from Mr. Gurnett, the League's secretary, who asked him for a complete file on the detained Spaniards. What caused Victor Bache to change his mind? It must have been Mrs. Severine or perhaps even Mrs. Dorian Mesnard. However it occurred, the important thing was that the League was going to take on the case. Lecoin realized that it wasn't going to be easy to force Poincaré to capitulate, but new possibilities were emerging. 177. On November 5, 1926, Le Libertaire commented on the French government's willingness to deliver Durruti and his friends to Argentine police. Will it dare send them to their deaths? It asked. The following week Le Libertaire announced that there would be another protest rally in Les Sociétés Savantes on November 15 and that Sebastián Faure and writer Han Reiner would address the audience. It added, Jover, Alamarcha, Durruti, and Esqueso could be handed over to the Argentine government at any moment. Workers of Paris, we will stop the extradition. The same issue also contained a statement from the League of the Rights of Man protesting the extradition and a letter from Esqueso and Durruti to the Anarcho-Communist Union, which they had sent 8 days earlier from the Conciergerie. They wrote, Dear comrades, even if the courts prove that we were going to kill Alfonso XIII, in hopes that his death would lead to a positive change in Spain, would that be enough reason for Republican France to take the side of our enemies and deliver us to their class vengeance? And yet that is what is happening, We have been officially notified that we will be handed over to Argentine police. While that news may surprise us, it doesn't weaken our spirit. It was long ago that we offered our lives to our beautiful and just cause. It is unfortunate that there is such a nasty campaign against us, and that we're accused of acts for which we bear no responsibility, but we won't flinch before the vengefulness of the Argentine and Spanish governments. However, our comrade Jover has 2 children, one is 3 years old and the other only 18 months. He loves both deeply, and it's imperative that he isn't separated from them, either through execution or because he is sent to prison for life. We hope that the French Republican government, which offers us so willingly to the Spanish tyrants, will think before it turns Jover's children into orphans. If we are extradited, so be it. But we ask for a new investigation of Jover's case and that justice be declared without regard for diplomatic considerations. Fraternally yours, F. Escaso and B. Durruti. 178. L. E. Libertaire commented on the letter, "We don't know if this letter had any impact in governmental circles, but presumably it didn't mitigate the reasons of state. However, large numbers of French proletarians that belong to the CGT pressured its General Secretary Jourho, who was obliged to intervene directly in the government. If Ministers Briand and Bartho's responses to Jourho were unsatisfactory, they did leave open the possibility that the trial might be reviewed. Clearly the ministers in question are sensitive to the protests that have come to them from all quarters. But police department superiors can change the situation. Simply to please their Argentine colleagues, they could hand over Durruti and his friends without waiting for the French government's decision. With respect to that possibility, defense lawyer Henry Torres just reminded the courts that his clients have made an appeal and that they expect French law to follow its normal course. 179. The same day that he spoke with French legal authorities, Torres wrote the Argentine ambassador and set up a meeting with him, various lawyers, and several French deputies. The later group was on a list that Louis Lecoin was drawing up. He had set out to gather the support of more than 50% of National Assembly representatives and then to present the list of supporters to the Prime Minister with a statement demanding freedom for Durruti, Escaso, and Jover. If Lecoin managed to collect these signatures, Poincaré would be obliged to release the Spaniards or resign. In either case, the anti-parliamentarian Lecoin would defeat Prime Minister Poincaré. The situation was desperate for the French government. On the one hand, it was under serious pressure from Spain, which passionately wanted Durruti, Escaso, and Jover to be extradited, whether to Spain or Argentina. The result would be the same in either case, because the Spaniards would ultimately obtain their prisoners from Argentina if they were sent there. But, on the other hand, if the French government extradited them, it would be making a mockery of the rights of man, the foundation of the French Republic itself, and could outrage the French proletariat, which was well informed about the case. How could it extract itself from the impasse? Its solution was to secretly deliver one of the 4 defendants to the Spanish government, José Alamarcha. His delivery might have remained a secret had it not been reported by L. E. Libertaire. The newspaper wrote, "When we learned that the French government had refused to hand over Escaso, Durruti, and Jover, we assumed that José Alamarcha would also be safe. There were no serious charges against him and he was the least guilty of the 4. At the most, he might have faced expulsion. But, then, 8 days ago, Alamarcha's jailers took him from his cell, saying that they were going to bring him to the Belgian border. And now we have found out that they delivered Alamarcha to the Spanish police. Shame on the French government, which kneels before the Spanish dictator. Shame on Poincaré's false republicans, who send an innocent man to the garrote just to please that bloodthirsty rascal Alfonso XIII. Now we fear for Escaso, Durruti, and Jover. We cannot trust anything the authorities say. Revolutionary comrades, we must save our comrades. Go to the rally on November 30, 1926, 180. Days later, on December 3, 1926, L. E. Libertaire printed the following note: the French government just informed the Secretary of the League of the Rights of Man that Argentine police now acknowledge that the fingerprints that they gave French authorities were not taken at the scene of the robbery in San Martin. The Argentines admit that they received the fingerprints from a foreign government. Why hasn't the French government released its 3 hostages? Will it continue to detain these men who rise above our poor humanity with their courage and moral energy? Will it do this for reasons of pride, when there is no legal justification whatsoever? Despite everything, France stuck to its October 26 decision to extradite the anarchists, although it did not dare deliver the 3 men languishing in the conciergerie to the Argentine policemen waiting for them in Paris. In the street, the Anarcho-Communist Union continued organizing rallies to galvanize public sentiment, adding the protests for the 3 Spaniards to those organized against the scheduled execution of Sacco and Vanzetti. The campaigns were vigorous. The left-wing press played a role, but it was militants from the International Anarchist Defense Committee who bore most of the weight of the mobilization and who were the only ones who genuinely wanted to extract the 5 anarchists from the hands of the respective governments. On December 10, Le Libertaire announced that another rally would be held 4 days later and printed a letter from Argentine comrades about the case. It said, "Our Argentine friends tell us that they are carrying out the same campaign in their country as the one that we're carrying out in France. And they warn that if Escaso, Durruti, and Jover are handed over to the Argentine police, that they will try to make them pay for all the terrorist acts attributed to Argentine anarchists in recent years. They haven't forgiven the anarchists for the death of Police Chief Colonel Falcon." On November 21, 1926, Buenos Aires's Critica newspaper noted the contradictions in the French government's position and also that Argentine police never really thought that France would agree to extradite them. It wrote, "But the unthinkable occurred, France accepted the extradition request, although it really should have rejected it, since there were only suppositions against the defendants. Indeed, there was nothing more than a vague statement from a witness who said he recognized them after seeing their photograph. Furthermore, anarchists are not bandits. Indeed, Argentine and French police have acknowledged on several occasions that Durruti, Escaso, and Jover are militant anarchists. If they really are anarchists, as a leader of our country's security forces has also declared, they could not have committed common law offenses. Revolutionaries do not carry out such crimes. Had Escaso, Durruti, or Jover done so, their comrades would have been the first to eject them from their ranks." These comments in Critica reflected views expressed in a survey organized by the newspaper, in which numerous workers defended Escaso, Durruti, and Jover as authentic revolutionaries with the right to struggle for freedom in Spain. But public opinion and the press mattered little to Argentine police. For them the issue had become a matter of pride. The police defiantly continued to push Argentina's president to secure the delivery of the 3 Spaniards. However, as the police were ready to seize their prey, Argentine anarchists were prepared to snatch them away from them. The Escaso, Durruti, and Jover issue was the order of the day at workers' meetings and rallies, which police did their best to stop. Osvaldo Bayer describes the spirited perseverance of the Argentine anarchists, La Anarca, the Social Prisoner Support Committee, and the autonomous unions of bakers, plasterers, painters, drivers, carpenters, shoemakers, car washers, bronze polishers, the Committee of Relations between the Italian groups and the Bulgarian group, are not daunted by police threats and organize lightning rallies. In this respect, the anarchists are quite eccentric and use truly unusual methods. For example, they plan a meeting in one's plaza and then announce it publicly. Authorities order the mounted police to surround the site and disperse the small group there. Then an anarchist comes out of the subway and leans on the railing of the tunnel exit that opens into the plaza, while another two, from the staircase, immediately chain him to the railing. 181 They bind their comrade to the rails and then he begins to speak with one of those booming voices that has been exercised at hundreds of assemblies and meetings where neither amplifiers nor electric systems are used. "Here, come listen. Here we are. The anarchists. Shouting the truth about comrades Escaso, Durruti, and Jover. The police run toward his voice and discover the incredible spectacle of a man crucified with chains and speaking rapid fire. While they react, asking for orders and talking among themselves, the anarchist delivers a lengthy sermon to pedestrians, whose responses range from fear to stupefaction. At first the police try to shut him up with a club blow, but the anarchist continues speechifying and the event becomes even more of a spectacle. Clearly that strategy would not work. Hitting a tied-up, defenseless man turns anyone's stomach. Then they try to cover his mouth, but that doesn't work either, because the anarchist pushes the gag aside and chokes out more words, which only heightens the grotesqueness of the scene. More curious bystanders gather around. Ultimately, the police have to hold back and wait for a locksmith from the central department, who takes about an hour to cut the chains. Of course, in the meantime, the orator gives 3 or 4 additional speeches that touch on every topic: Ascaso, Durruti and Jover, Sacco and Vanzetti, Radovitsky, the prisoners of Weidma, Alvear, the police, Karls, members of the Patriotic League, communism, soldiers, etc. No one was spared. 182. While authorities continued wrestling with whether to give Durruti, Ascaso and Jover to Buenos Aires, the issue, as well as Alamarch's delivery to Spain, created a deep strain in the French parliament. Several socialists began to reconsider the thorny matter. At the time, police had complete control over the destiny of any foreigner demanded by another government. They decided without hearing or appeal. Only the government could stop an extradition. The situation was particularly bleak with Poincaré as Prime Minister and Barthot in the Ministry of Justice. They simply had no heart. 183. France's confusing stance on extradition demands became an issue in the parliament, and several parliamentarians proposed legislation on the topic that would end the police's arbitrary control. The Senate approved the new legislation on December 9, 1926. Senator Vallier described it in these terms: "Previously we did not have clear laws on extraditions in France. This is surprising in a country that has made great efforts to secure individual liberty for more than a century. There was a clear need to prevent the police's arbitrariness and abuse. From then on, the Supreme Court had to authorize extraditions and in each case would conduct an in-depth investigation of the matter, with the participation of the accused, their interpreters, and their lawyers. Furthermore, Article 5, Section 2 of the law specified that extradition will not be granted when the crime is political in nature or results from political circumstances of the state soliciting the extradition." 184. This law's only shortcoming for the case that concerns us was that it wasn't retroactive and therefore would not apply to Durruti and his comrades. Nevertheless, the existence of this legislation was positive and their lawyers could lodge an appeal to make it retroactive. Chapter 18. The Anti-Parliamentarian. Of Louis Lecoin. The French Justice Minister was committed to sending the Spaniards to Argentina. In the National Assembly, a deputy asked Barthot if the government would give them to Spain. The minister replied categorically, "To Spain, no." The contradiction was glaring. Alfonso XIII said that they had killed the Cardinal Archbishop of Zaragoza and robbed the Gijón Bank, which French law recognized as political acts. Then why did France recognize crimes of the same nature supposedly committed in Argentina as common law offenses? Why 2 weights and 2 measures? As an Argentine worker said in the Critica newspaper's survey, France and Argentina were playing a diplomatic game that will ultimately lead to Argentina shipping Ascaso, Durruti, and Jover to Spain. But the battle wasn't over and both Argentine and French workers were determined to do everything in their power to stop Alfonso XIII from garroting the 3 anarchists. On January 7, 1927, the Durruti-Ascaso-Jover Asylum Support Committee held an important rally in Paris's Wagram Hall. When the building opened at 8 p.m., it was clear that it would be too small to accommodate the large crowd that wanted to enter, despite its capacity for 10,000 people. Many attendees had to stay outside on Wagram Avenue, under the watchful eye of the police assigned to the meeting by the Prefecture of Paris. This rally was the most significant of those organized thus far. The speakers were Victor Bash, for the League of the Rights of Man, Miguel de Unamano, a Spanish exile, Fros Sard, editor of the Soir evening newspaper, Savoy, for the CGT, Henry Sellier, a Paris city councilman, Sebastian Faure, representing the Anarcho-Communist Union, and defense lawyers Henry Torres and Henry Berthan. This rally unanimously endorsed a statement demanding the immediate release of the 3 Spanish anarchists. All the Parisian papers noted and commented upon the event. By that time, 100 deputies had declared their support for Lecoin's motion insisting that the government free Jover, Ascaso, and Durruti. Additional adhesions had been gathered in the National Assembly by deputies René Richard, Moreau de Jaffery, Pierre Renaudel, Ernest Lafont, and André Berthan. How did the French government respond to the growing movement to liberate these men? Amazingly, Poincaré and his ministers remained firmly committed to handing them over to Argentina. Heavy political pressure must have weighed on Poincaré, who knew that his stance jeopardized his position as prime minister. However, Le Libertaire sensed that something was beginning to break the government's will and, since you have to strike while the iron is hot, it promptly organized another rally. This one occurred on February 11 in Bullier Hall. The paper wrote, "This impressive demonstration should eliminate the need for a hunger strike, which could have fatal consequences for our 3 comrades." 185 indeed. They also printed a letter from Durruti, Ascaso, and Jover in which they reported their decision to declare such a hunger strike. They said, "We're grateful to all of you, to the organizations, to the newspapers, and those who have supported our defense even if you don't embrace our ideas. However, we think you're wasting your time and that the energy you use to support us could be expended more efficiently on other causes. No one except those who take their class hatred to the extreme doubts our right to life. But, for reasons of state, they want to hand us over to Argentina. Although those who made the President of the Republic sign our extradition decree could be disavowed, everything done on our behalf will be in vain when faced with an irresponsible but powerful bureaucracy. We once began a hunger strike and then ended it at your insistence. Now we are going to begin it again and ask that you don't do anything to break our resolve. We embrace our fate. Should we be afraid to die?" Signed, Ascaso, Durruti, Jover. Several newspapers reproduced and commented on this letter. They started their hunger strike on February 13. 3 days later the Council of Ministers published a note declaring that it had annulled the decision to extradite the Spaniards and imparted instructions for the law on extraditions approved by the Senate to be submitted to the Chamber of Deputies for a vote as soon as possible. It added that the law would be retroactive. The French public also began to learn about some of the behind-the-scenes, diplomatic maneuvering. Apparently something had not gone well between the Argentine and French governments. Parisian newspapers published a diplomatic communiqué from a French source saying that the French government had ordered its representative in Buenos Aires to explain to the Argentine government why France might delay the extradition of the anarchists. Argentine authorities expressed some displeasure at the delay in settling a matter that they thought had been resolved. Argentina instructed its man in Paris, Mr. Álvarez de Toledo, to put pressure on the French Foreign Affairs Ministry. The French government published the following statement in response to the Argentine ambassador's efforts. Argentina claims 3 Spanish anarchists residing in France as perpetrators of common law offenses, such as robbery, murder, and bank robbery. The Argentine government promises to discount all political concerns and not send the anarchists to Spain. The French government, respectful of its obligations, prefers to wait for the vote on the law on extraditions. The goal of that law is to make extradition pass from administrative to judicial control, which will make the Supreme Court the only body capable of authorizing an extradition. 186. On February 28, the Chamber of Deputies ratified the law on extraditions without debate. The law was retroactive and thus Ascaso, Durruti, and Jover were ipso facto its beneficiaries. Their case had to be brought before the Supreme Court immediately. This was to occur on March 27, 1927. A few days before the hearing, newspapers reported that police had discovered a plot to free the 3 Spanish anarchists on March 9. This was clearly a Spanish conspiracy to confuse the public. Jover, Ascaso, and Durruti had requested a revision of the trial, and now they were apparently planning an escape, just when their case was going to be reopened with full judicial guarantees. Wasn't this exactly the type of thing that made the anarchists deserve extradition? Le Libertaire printed an immediate response to the ploy. Last Friday, the French press announced that police had discovered a plot in which friends of Ascaso, Durruti, and Jover were planning to help them escape. We can declare without hesitation that no friend of these Spanish anarchists was even remotely mixed up in this supposed conspiracy, which appears to be an attempt to influence the Supreme Court on the eve of Ascaso, Durruti, and Jover's appearance before it. Indeed, these 3 men will appear in that jurisdiction on Tuesday. Their lawyers, Henry Torres, Henry Berthan, and Henry Gurnet, will defend them. With this note, we publicly protest against these despicable tactics used at the last moment to impose on the Supreme Court what the dossier held by the Argentine government does not support. Signing the communiqué, Durruti Ascaso Jover Asylum Support Committee. 187. Durruti sent a long letter to his family on April 25. He first excused himself for his long silence, which was due to the fact that he still did not know what fate awaited him. His life, he said, was in the hands of the French Minister of Justice. In no way does this letter show his spirit flagging. On the contrary, he was optimistic and tried to reassure his family. His love for his mother was also very clear. To his sister, he said, "Rosa, you not only have to be her daughter, but also her comrade. I ask all of you to be as supportive as possible, to counteract the pain that I'm causing her against my will." 188. 2 days after Durruti wrote this letter, the French government informed the Argentine ambassador in Paris that Argentina could now take the detainees. Álvarez de Toledo told French authorities that his government had sent a ship, the Bahía Blanca, which would arrive in El Havre to pick up the prisoners. According to law, Argentina had 4 weeks to take possession of the 3 anarchists, but the extradition would be revoked if it did not do so within the allotted time. That legal period ended on May 27. Would Argentina, its police, and its ruling class deprive themselves of the pleasure of judging and condemning these 3 men? Impossible. Buenos Aires's La Anterca wrote the following, after divulging the news that they would soon be shipped to South America: "Meat to the beasts, those gentlemen leaders of the stultifying French who traffic in human lives." It described Argentina as a barbaric country, uncivil, without individual or collective security, exposed to all the abuses and violence from above, which have an easy and immediate hold on it. That is Argentina. It is an immensely stupid country, without moral conscience, without even the most basic attribute or sense of justice. Here there is only a despicable fear that governs and, even worse, a despicable fear that obeys. We are only assured that there is a cowardly environment, a lying environment, a dissolute environment. But the anarchists were not going to give up. Bring them, they challenged Alvear's government. The Social Prisoner Support Committee is ready to defend the 3 Spaniards as soon as they set foot on Argentine soil. 189. In Paris, Louis Lecoin went from deputy to deputy as he labored to gather the support of a simple majority of the National Assembly in order to make his interpellation, which could not only make the government totter but also fall. He tirelessly collected signatures and even installed himself in the National Assembly so as to do his work more efficiently. Meanwhile, the days continued passing and the Argentine ship still hadn't reached French shores. But Article 18 of the March 10, 1927 law was categorical: if a month passed and the plaintiff government had not taken custody of its defendants, they had to be freed. And the unimaginable occurred. May 27 came and the promised Argentine steamship was nowhere to be found. According to law, the government had to release Ascaso, Durruti, and Jover, which is exactly what they asserted in a letter to the Justice Minister. Despite this, Bartho continued to hold them in prison and wait for the Argentine vessel. Why hadn't the ship from Buenos Aires arrived? According to Osvaldo Bayer, President Alvear took a step back at the last moment. Agitation for Esqueso, Durruti, and Jover grows continually more intense and joins the campaign for Sacco and Vanzetti. Alvear realizes that when the three Spaniards are lowered onto land it will be another disruptive factor in the already strained environment of 1927. Would it be useful to bring them? Toward what end? Simply to satisfy the police? Alvear is smarter than those Americans who let themselves get stuck in the Sacco and Vanzetti mire and earn the rage of the whole civilized world. Is it worth bringing the three Galicians to try them here? No, obviously not. There are already enough problems with Radovitzky in Ushuaia. Why give the anarchists a new excuse to throw bombs, hold demonstrations, and declare strikes? 190. This analysis makes some of the related events comprehensible, such as the supposed accident that the Bahia Blanca suffered, which prevented it from continuing the trip, and also that Alvear later demanded that French police bring the three anarchists to Buenos Aires. All of these things were too much not to ruin the good intentions of Poincaré and his ministers. While the Argentine government retreated, Louis Lecoin acquired enough signatures to make his interpellation to the government on July 7, 1927 at 2 p.m. Poincaré suddenly recovered his political sense and sent his right-hand man, Louis Malvi, to deal with Lecoin 2 hours before the public debate in the National Assembly was scheduled to begin. Do you know, Malvi asked, that your interpellation could cause Poincaré's government to collapse? Do you hate him that much? No, Lecoin didn't hate Poincaré personally, but politics in general and those who make a profession of it. Why should he care if Poincaré's government falls? What he wanted, and this is what he told Poincaré's Terra Nova, was freedom for Esqueso, Durruti, and Jover. So be it. Malvi said. Esqueso, Durruti, and Jover will be freed tomorrow. 191. The crisis was averted. There was no interpellation that afternoon, and the next morning the three Spaniards were released to their comrades and a sizable handful of journalists. The combined action of the Argentine and French workers had made two governments give way and sent a resounding no to Alfonso XIII and his dictator, Miguel Primo de Rivera. La Anarquista celebrated the victory in an article that it titled "The Rescue, It's the Joy of Recovery, the Return to Action, and the Defeat of the Reactionaries." At 6 p.m. that day Francisco Esqueso had the pleasure of embracing his mother and sister Maria, who had entered France secretly. Gregorio Jover's Campanera and their two children were also there. They had an improvised dinner that night in a modest third-floor apartment on Du Repos Street, next to the Père Lachaise cemetery. Nothing was lacking except Durruti's mother. Perhaps it was because of her absence that Durruti replied, when a journalist asked him about his next steps, Now we're going to continue the struggle with even greater intensity than before." 192. Chapter 19. Emilienne, Baird, and Nestor Makhno. Although the French government freed the three anarchists, it also ruled that they had to leave the country within 15 days. Where should they go? The Asylum Support Committee frantically began trying to get them an entrance visa for any European country. None of the embassies refused their request outright, but none replied affirmatively either. During the trying wait for a positive response, Durruti, Esqueso, and Jover talked about the possibility of living in some corner of the earth, beyond the law, as they were accustomed. But Gregorio Jover had a family to think about and needed to find a solution that would keep his Campanera and two children at his side. He resolved the problem with some false documents, which enabled him to settle in Béziers, where he supported himself as a cabinet maker. Unemployed, Durruti and Esqueso spent their afternoons in the anarchist bookstore, located on Prairie Street in the Ménilmontant neighborhood of Paris's District XX. They became close with two French anarchists there, with whom they later formed free unions. These young women were Emilienne Morin, who became Durruti's Campanera, and Berthe Favart, who began a relationship with Esqueso. They also met Nestor Makhno during this time. Makhno was a prominent militant among Russian anarchists and a figure of the first order in the revolution that occurred in his country in 1917. His activity in the Ukraine up to August 1921 is deeply troubling for both left and right-wing historians, who typically share a desire to conceal any information relevant to this taboo topic. In the history of proletarian struggles, Nestor Makhno is perhaps the only anarchist to trigger a revolutionary movement that realized the anarchist vision of a society without political authority. He fought a life and death struggle against the Whites and the Reds for 4 years, while the Ukraine, although immersed in war, lived out a dramatic experiment in libertarian social development. Beginning with only a handful of men, Makhno built a powerful peasant army that resisted the German invaders who entered the Ukraine after Trotsky signed a peace agreement with Germany. Makhno's 25,000-man army was the only force fighting for the Russian Revolution in the region from then until the Germans' defeat in November 1918. After the German invaders were crushed, the Bolsheviks sent the Red Army into the Ukraine and feigned a deal with Makhno, agreeing to respect the anti-authoritarian structure of the Soviets in the area. But in reality neither Trotsky, the Commissioner of War, nor Lenin, leader of the new Soviet state, would tolerate this anarchist experiment, especially when its successes sharply accentuated the arbitrariness and despotism of Bolshevik rule in Russia. The movement in the Ukraine, and also the one among the Kronstadt sailors, was destined to be the swan song of the Russian Revolution. The Ukrainian denouement began in the final months of 1920 when the Bolshevik government set a trap for a group of leaders from the Makhnovishina. Using an invitation to participate in a military council as a pretext, they were summoned to a specific location and then arrested and executed by the Chikha. The Bolsheviks used a similar ploy against the detachments fighting the Whites in Crimea. Parallel to these two attacks on the Makhnovishina, Trotsky sent an army of 150,000 men to crush Makhno's army in the Ukraine. Makhno's dual struggle against the Red Army and the Whites lasted for 9 months. Ultimately, in August 1921, Makhno and a handful of his comrades had to abandon the struggle and fled to Romania, where they were imprisoned. After escaping from Romania, Makhno went to Poland, where he was tried but absolved. Thanks to the efforts of Rudolf Rocker, Volin, and Emma Goldman, he was able to enter Germany in 1924. He finally settled in Paris in 1925. Exile for a man of action like Makhno was death. He was only 35, but already exhausted by war and the multiple injuries he had suffered. His most painful wound was the defeat of the movement that he led and also the endless torrent of lies poured upon him and the Ukraine by the Bolsheviks. This, as well as his authentically Russian character, made it difficult for him to adapt to France and its customs. Makhno had heard talk of Durruti and Ascaso and their adventures and had followed their trial in Paris. When he learned that they wanted to meet him, he agreed to receive them in the modest hotel room he shared with his daughter and companera. As soon as the three men were face to face, Durruti said, "In your person, we come to greet all the Russian revolutionaries who fought to realize our libertarian ideas and to pay homage to your struggle in the Ukraine, which has meant so much to all of us." Durruti's words had a profound effect on the despondent warrior. The small but burly man seemed to feel revived. The penetrating stare of his oblique eyes demonstrated there was still a vigorous spirit hidden in his sick body. "Conditions are better in Spain than in Russia," Makhno said, "for carrying out a revolution with a strong anarchist content, given that there is a peasantry and proletariat with a great revolutionary tradition. Perhaps your revolution will arrive early enough for me to have the pleasure of seeing a living anarchism inspired by the Russian Revolution. You have a sense of organization in Spain that our movement lacked. Organization is the foundation of the revolution. That's why I not only admire the Iberian anarchist movement but also think that it's the only one presently capable of making a deeper revolution than the Bolsheviks while also avoiding the bureaucratism that threatened theirs from the outset. But you have to work hard to preserve that sense of organization and don't let those who think that anarchism is a theory closed to life destroy it. Anarchism is neither sectarian nor dogmatic. It's theory in action. It doesn't have a predetermined worldview. It's a fact that anarchism is manifest historically in all of man's attitudes, individually or collectively. It's a force in the march of history itself, the force that pushes it forward. The conversation was tiring for Makhno, particularly because of the language difficulties. His friend Dowinski provided a simultaneous translation, but he still lost the thread of his thoughts. He did his best to follow the exchange and scrutinized the Spaniards' faces to see how they responded to his comments. Over the course of several hours, Makhno shared details of the struggle in the Ukraine with Durruti and Escaso. He spoke about the nuances of their communal experiences and the nature of the Soviets in that libertarian region during his years of activity. He said, "Our agrarian commune in the Ukraine was active, in the economic as much as political terrain, and within the federal and mutually supportive system that we'd created. There was no personal egoism in the communes, they relied on solidarity, at the local as well as regional level. Our successes made it clear that there were different solutions to the peasant problem than those imposed by the Bolsheviks. There wouldn't have been the tragic divide between the countryside and city if the rest of the country had practiced our methods. We would have saved the Russian people years of hunger and prevented the pointless conflicts between workers and peasants. And, most importantly, the revolution would have taken a different route. Critics say that our system was unsustainable and couldn't grow because of its peasant and artisanal base. That's not true. Our communes were mixed agricultural and industrial, and some were even specifically industrial. But it was something else that made our system strong, the revolutionary participation and enthusiasm of everyone, which made sure that a new bureaucracy didn't emerge. We were all fighters and workers at the same time. In the communes, the assembly was the body that resolved problems, and, in military affairs, it was the war committee, in which all the units were represented. What was most important to us was that everyone shared in the collective work. That was a way to stop a ruling caste from monopolizing power. That's how we united theory and practice. And it's because we showed that the Bolsheviks' tactics were unnecessary that Trotsky and Lenin sent the Red Army to fight us. Bolshevism triumphed in the Ukraine and Kronstadt militarily, but history will vindicate us one day and condemn the gravediggers of the Russian Revolution. Makhno seemed particularly fatigued when discussing events that were painful for him. At one point, he sighed and exclaimed, "I hope that you'll do better than us when the time comes." When he said goodbye to the two Spaniards, he said, "Makhno has never refused a fight. If I'm still alive when your revolution begins, I'll be one fighter among many." 193. The time allocated by French authorities was now exhausted, and police took Durruti and Escaso to the Belgian border on July 23, 1927. This was the beginning of a legal comedy that the two men had to endure in all its tiresome development. When the French police brought the Spaniards to the border, the Belgians refused to admit the dangerous anarchists to their country. The police then took Escaso and Durruti to a French border post and patiently waited for night to fall. Under the cover of darkness, they smuggled the undesirables into Belgium. This is how they ended up in Brussels. A Belgian anarchist named Hemday received them and put them up in a painting workshop. He had hopes that the government would grant them political asylum. The last week of July passed slowly, while they anxiously waited for their uncertain legal situation to end. It was in late August when Durruti and Escaso learned of the sad conclusion to the Sacco and Vanzetti affair. Nothing had deterred the authorities in the United States. The international proletariat rose up in acts of solidarity with the Italian anarchists during the 3 days preceding their execution, but everything was in vain. They were killed by electric chair in the first minutes of the first hour of August 23, 1927. Nicola Sacco was killed at 19 minutes and Bartolomé Vanzetti at the 26th minute. These two men had captured world attention for 6 years and now remain in history as examples of revolutionary defiance and rectitude. Escaso and Durruti were not the type of militants to curtail their radicalism and ask for clemency from a victor after losing a battle. They had never denied their intention to free the Spanish people of Alfonso XIII, nor had they asked the French government for mercy or otherwise repented their goals. All they demanded was that the government applies its own laws. Nothing more. And matters were clear, extremely clear. In the case of Sacco and Vanzetti, the dominant class was causing a social war by killing the two men. As far as they were concerned, it would be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Severino di Giovanni certainly felt this way. He launched dynamite attacks against Yankee capitalist interests in Argentina. While Durruti and Ascaso reflected on the turn that their lives had taken, in hopes of extracting something positive, the Belgian police surprised them one day in late August. The police didn't bother to arrest them for entering the country illegally. Instead, imitating their French colleagues, they brought them to the closest border and forced them back into France. French police were soon alerted to their presence, surely by the Belgians. They immediately searched the homes of all French or Spanish anarchists likely to give them shelter. Durruti and Ascaso considered living in Paris clandestinely, but the constant risk of arrest made life unbearable there. And if the police detained them again, they could ship them directly and secretly to Spain. What to do? The provisional solution came from someone who found them refuge in Joigny, a small town in the department of Yonne, where a militant pacifist named Émile Bouchet lived. She took them in without hesitation. Bouchet later commented, "I accepted the duty of saving these two Spanish militants who were cornered by the French police. I hid them in my house, where they lived for 2 months, sharing in our labors and joys. We were warned on numerous occasions and the gendarmes investigated. They had information about the presence of the two Spaniards in my home. I was able to confuse them several times, but they weren't convinced. The situation was starting to become dangerous for all of us. One day I was driving them in a car, with Ascaso and Durruti in back and me at the wheel, and had to stop to attend to an urgent matter at my notary's office. While leaving his office I had the unpleasant surprise of seeing the captain of the gendarmes standing next to the car. Controlling my concern, I walked toward him and greeted him. He returned my greeting and asked me if I had seen the individuals about whom he had inquired the previous day. I told him that they had returned to my house shortly after he had left and that I'd advised them to go to the gendarmerie to regularize their work permits. Then I asked, "Have they come by?" "No," he responded, staring at me. "That's strange," I said. "They assured me that they'd do so, but I haven't seen them since." "Yes, it is strange. We're going to investigate this more thoroughly," he replied. He shook my hand and walked away looking pensive. I jumped in the car, took the wheel, and pulled out quickly. We drove past the captain, who was still walking along, perplexed. I looked back and saw my two friends smiling. Ascaso, shaking his right hand, made me understand that they had escaped a close one. They had tried to stay calm during the conversation that took place 2 meters from them, but were ready to attack the captain or escape if it occurred to him that the two individuals that he was looking for were the two sitting in the car. This last incident obliged them to leave my house. At night I took them to a secure location and from there they went Paris. 194. Paris was no better this time around, life was simply untenable for them there. The committee said they would be more useful to the revolutionary efforts there. Chapter XX. Lyon, and in prison again. Even though Lyon was a large city, police control was so lax there that it was hardly evident when Durruti and Ascaso arrived in early November 1927. Using false identity papers, it wouldn't be hard for Durruti and his friend to find work and live tranquilly while waiting for the right moment to return to Spain. They would simply have to avoid hotels and be cautious. They found housing, work, a discreet daily routine, but not tranquility. These men of action, restless by temperament, could not sit on the sidelines and passively watch the days go by. They began to inform themselves about the state of the exiled anarchist movement in France and also about the movement's development in Spain. During the 15 days they spent in Paris after their release from prison, they found out about the underground conference held in Valencia on July 24 and 25. They also learned that participants at the event had forged the statutes of the Iberian Anarchist Federation, thereby uniting all the activities of anarchist groups throughout the peninsula. Spanish-speaking anarchist groups in France played an important role in the creation of the FAI. A first step in that direction occurred when a national anarchist conference held in April 1925 in Barcelona entrusted activists in France with the difficult mission of coordinating anarchist activities inside Spain from abroad. The militants who created the FAI also formed its Peninsular Committee, which was made up by Spanish and Portuguese anarchists, and decided that the organization's base would be in Sevilla. The FAI simply built upon and revitalized the patterns of anarchist organization that had existed in Spain since organized anarchism first made its presence felt in the country. The affinity group was the basic unit, which linked with other groups for the purposes of collective action. What was new was the formation of regional commissions of anarchist relations, entities that coordinated the activities of all the groups in a geographic area. These regional commissions appointed members to the Peninsular Committee, which in turn selected the FAI's secretary. The secretary's role was to maintain contact with anarchist groups throughout the peninsula and the world between the organizational meetings. Why had the Iberian anarchists created a specifically anarchist organization? There were several reasons for this, but ultimately it reflected the original sin of the Spanish anarchist movement, which was a product of the Alliance for Social Democracy. The alliance had been formed in Spain under the inspiration of Michael Bakunin. Its purpose was to protect the First International against state harassment and also ensure that it did not descend into a species of corporate syndicalism that simply fought to improve the workers' material circumstances. It advocated an unambiguously revolutionary struggle against capitalism and the state. This has always been the stance of the anarchists within the workers' movement, who were direct heirs of the International. In the early period from 1869 to 1872, the Alliance for Social Democracy and the International Spanish Regional Federation were interpenetrated with one another, but they were two distinct bodies. Although Bakunin had warned Spanish Alliance members about the problems that this could cause, the pattern had already been established. Thus, the existence of a separate anarchist group undermined Bakunin's hopes of making the International in Spain fully anarchist, even though anarchists would always have a powerful influence on workers' groups. This is how the labor movement unfolded, with the CNT inspired by the anarchists, who maintained independent groups and carried out specifically anarchist activities on the theoretical and practical realms. And they would have continued in this way, if not for the phenomenal development of the CNT and all the unique problems that such growth presented to the workers' movement. It wasn't possible to clarify the complicated relationship between the anarchist and workers' movements during the period of violent strikes and bourgeois pistolerismo, but this changed when the movements entered a period of relative calm after the establishment of Primo de Rivera's dictatorship in September 1923. The CNT then had to face a new problem: should it submit to the new government's labor legislation? Or should it go underground? In addition to this issue, which was difficult enough on its own, there was another one that was no less significant: exactly how should they fight the dictatorship? The government could crush the CNT and the anarchists if they stood aloof from the other oppositional forces, and of course that they could not overthrow the dictatorship alone. Everything suggested that the CNT form an alliance with the other groups fighting the dictatorship. Those forces were democratic bourgeois and reformist. Even the socialists and the UGT had officially adapted to Primo de Rivera's regime, and collaborating with them implied a common political platform. In other words, it implied a political compromise. The CNT could potentially extract some practical benefits for the workers with such a strategy, but it would also mean the integration of the CNT into the government that would emerge after the dictatorship fell, or, more likely, the CNT helping to destroy the dictatorship and put the reformists in power. Either alternative would disfigure the CNT and tie it directly to the state. What really limited the CNT's room to maneuver was its commitment to libertarian communism, its opposition to government mediation of labor struggles, and its rejection of the state. If the CNT abandoned its anarchism, then it would be free to form alliances with political parties and could push the government to approve laws that might offer material benefits to the proletariat. It was a stark dilemma, so much so that two different attempts to respond to these questions emerged after the military coup. Angel Pestana and later Juan Piro inspired one of the responses. They asserted that the CNT should discard its anarchism, since that was the obstacle. That position took the name professionalization of the unions, which meant, concretely, making them neutral in the class struggle. Pestana hoped to resolve political issues with the so-called associations of militants, embryos, or cells of the anarchist party. This would be his response to the anarchist labor movement duality. Piro's reply was less clear, but he essentially sought the same thing as Pestana. Piro began from an analysis of the class struggle and took the economic evolution of capitalism as a premise. Capitalists concentrated themselves and established the foundations of what we now call multinational capitalism through their monopolistic trusts and cartels. To fight capitalism effectively, the CNT should use this process as a model and organize itself in the same way, which is to say, by federations of industry at the local, regional, and national levels. It would create two governing bodies at the national level. One would be the National Committee of the National Committees of Industries and, the other, a National Council of the Economy, with its respective sections, including the important one of statistics. In addition to the usual bureaucracy, this structure implied CNT's acceptance of state legislation. Piro did not speculate about the political representation of the CNT, because he assumed that it would have a political impact derived from its growing strength in the economic realm. Thus, while Pestana and Piro disagreed on some details, they coincided in their attempt to erase the anarchist content from the CNT. How did the anarchists respond? There were also differences in the anarchist replies, although they too agreed in the final analysis. Some favored ending the anarchist labor movement divide by making anarchism dominant, using the Argentinas Fora as a paradigm. Others focused on what was called the link between the CNT and the anarchists. They believed that the division of activist tasks that it reflected between union activists on the one hand and proselytizers on the other was the best alternative. In any case, both tendencies wanted to maintain the anarchist influence in the workers' movement. There was also a third position, which Los Solidarios supported. They began from the historical reality that Spain had only experienced a relative and unequal industrialization and that, as a result, the proletariat and peasantry had equal importance in its class struggle. The country had a population of 25 million, an active labor force of 9 million, and a total of 5 million peasants. But the Spanish peasantry was different from the peasantry in other European countries, where agrarian reform had created a peasant middle class. There had been no agrarian reform in Spain. Latifundismo still existed in large parts of Andalusia and Castillo, and there was a mini latifundismo in other regions. As a consequence, there was a proletarianized peasantry with deep connections to the social struggles of the urban proletariat and that had expressed its adherence to libertarian communism or instinctive socialism, as Díaz del Moral termed it in his study of Andalusian peasant unrest. If there was endless conflict between the peasantry and the aristocratic landowner class in the countryside, in the industrial and mining zones the proletariat had to fight an anachronistic bourgeoisie that was wedded to the dominant monarchical caste or against the world capitalists who had asserted themselves in the country's key industries. The class struggle appeared everywhere, in its most brutal and revolutionary form. The peasantry and the proletariat were equally desperate, in a country where the boundaries between the poor and rich were clear and precise. And the state? What was its political foundation? The historical formation of the Spanish state rendered it into an unstable institution that could not rely on any type of national consensus. In fact, such a unified nation did not exist. Instead, there were multiple regions that pushed toward federalist decentralism if not outright independence. Ascaso and Durruti felt that it was their task, as anarchist revolutionaries, to exasperate the regime's contradictions while simultaneously cultivating the revolutionary potential of the proletariat. That was their goal in their daily efforts to trigger the revolution. Regarding the anarchists' role, they believed that their mission was to work among the masses and encourage their revolutionary consciousness. The CNT, inspired by the anarchists, was a propitious field for such an undertaking, as were the socialist workers' circles. But Ascaso and Durruti also knew that anarchists could not limit themselves to fighting for the material betterment of the workers and had to remain perpetually focused on their long-term revolutionary goals. Some of the more orthodox anarchists charged Durruti and Ascaso with anarcho-Bolshevism, but the accusation was unmerit, given their soundly anti-bureaucratic conception of the revolution and also their daily practice. All of these questions were the order of the day in the activist meetings when our friends arrived in Lyon. It seemed as though the future of the revolution depended on the relations between the CNT and the anarchists. Discussions of these problems were particularly heated, in part, because of the inactivity imposed upon these exiles who were so far from the scene of the action and also due to the repression against exiled Spanish anarchists after the failed attack on Alfonso XIII. To encourage activity among the exiled Spaniards, a group of anarchists advanced the idea of creating CNT sections in France in April 1928. But, since these CNT sections could not undertake public action in the country, they would work through the anarcho-syndicalist Confédération Générale du Travail Syndicaliste Révolutionnaire. Ascaso and Durruti believed that this distorted the subversive potential of the exiled Spanish anarchists and argued, first in Lyon and later at a meeting in Paris, that it was a way of dodging the anarchist movement's fundamental problems. They asserted that there was no justification for creating CNT sections in exile, particularly because they couldn't make demands for salary increases or undertake other activities that might improve workers' circumstances. What was important, they said, was to continue revolutionary efforts oriented towards Spain, while also working with other exiled anarchists, particularly the Italians. While Durruti and Ascaso articulated this position in Lyon, Joaquim Cortés arrived in Paris after being expelled from Argentina for seditious activities. Ascaso and Durruti were close to Cortés, and had been active in the workers' movement with him when they were in Buenos Aires. Ricardo Sanz and Garcia Vivancos had also recently come to Paris. After exchanging letters with all of them, Ascaso and Durruti decided that they should talk collectively and traveled to Paris in January 1928 for that purpose. Ricardo Sanz's reports from Spain were not very encouraging. Pestana and Piro had started a debate about the CNT's future and the anarchist press oozed with the effects of the polemic. Every meeting seemed to revolve exclusively around the topic, as two conflicted tendencies took shape and partisans forgot that such disputes had already divided the Valencia comrades. To top it off, various political figures were also launching idiosyncratic and feudal conspiracies against the regime. Cortés told them that the campaign for Radovitzky was the priority in Argentina. The Foro was recovering from its old splits and hoped to become the principal workers' organization in the country. It had around 100,000 members, an extraordinary number given that the Foro focused more on spreading anarchist ideas than recruiting. But Cortés also pointed out that the comrades there seemed unaware of the growing threat of a fascist coup d'état, which could lead to a bloody crackdown on the movement. Unfortunately, Cortés was prescient. On September 6, 1930, General Uribarra carried out the augured coup and violently suppressed the workers' movement and its leading cadres. He was especially merciless with the combative anarchists. To all this, Cortés said, one can add the cycle of open violence that erupted in Argentina after the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti. The vicious conflicts between the anarchists of action and those more inclined toward theory did not presage anything good. The figures that polarized this debate were Di Giovanni, that blonde youth who published Culmen, and Diego Abad de Santillan, who thought all insurrectionalists were nothing more than anarcho-bandits. There was also another matter that brought Durruti and Ascaso to Paris, a meeting called by the Spanish-speaking anarchist groups in France. Bruno Carreras had represented those exiled in France at the CNT's national meeting in Barcelona that month and was scheduled to report on the situation in Spain. Carreras spoke about how difficult it was for the CNT to hold itself together while underground. He also discussed the link between the CNT and the anarchists, which ensured the CNT's independence from the state and the anarchists' continued influence in the labor movement. In France, Carreras said, "We really don't have that problem, but we should create CNT sections." To study this question, the National Federation of Spanish-speaking anarchist groups in France has called a meeting in Lyon on February 19. Carreras asked those present for a written statement pledging that they would attend the gathering. There was strong opposition to this proposal. Many did not think that the CNT had any role to play in France. Carreras's principal argument was that many Spaniards exiled in France did not want to be active in the anarchist groups but did want to work with CNT, that sizable group could ultimately be recruited into the anarchist movement. Cortés in a lively way and then Esqueso more calmly refuted Carreras and lined up on the side of the opponents. 196. The meeting of anarchist groups took place in Lyon as announced and, according to the summary published by Prisma magazine, there was a hearty debate about the role of the CNT in France. We can be quite certain that neither Durruti nor Esqueso participated in the meeting, given the position that they articulated in Paris. Police arrested Esqueso and Durruti shortly afterwards. This time there was no scandal. They were sentenced to 6 months in prison for infractions of the laws on foreigners. They entered prison in April 1928 and left in early October with the same problem as always, exiled from both Spain and France and without any country willing to give them an entrance visa. 197. Chapter XXI. Clandestine in Europe. While Durruti and Esqueso were imprisoned in Lyon, the Asylum Support Committee inquired at various embassies and consulates in Paris about the possibility of getting them an entrance visa. "Our country cannot give asylum to dangerous anarchists," was the most common response. There was some hope in the fact that the Soviet Union had replied positively to their query the previous year 198, but neither Esqueso nor Durruti were very enthusiastic about the idea of going to the USSR, and all their comrades, including Makhno, warned them against such a move. Thus, the two didn't know where to go when they were released, although they did need to leave France immediately. They concluded that perhaps they could hide out in some Central European country once they possessed of Soviet passports. They went to the Soviet consulate as soon as they arrived in Brussels to pursue the matter of the Russian entrance visa. The consulate staff told them that they had indeed received a visa but needed fill out the necessary paperwork in Paris, since that was where they had made the application. Once they did that, they would receive the passports. Esqueso and Durruti explained that they were barred from entering France and faced months in prison if they were arrested there again. The Soviet functionaries were unmoved. What could they do? They decided to secretly go to the Soviet consulate in Paris, although when they arrived, they were told that they had to go to the embassy, not the consulate, to carry out the requisite procedures. At the embassy they had to answer a series of questions in which they were pressed to explain why they wanted to go to Russia and what they intended to do there. Then they had to fill out forms asking them to pledge their commitment to defending the Soviet Union, that they would not participate in any activities that might damage it, and to acknowledge that the Soviet state was the authentic expression of the popular will. They decided that these requests were intolerable and, as a result, their last chance to live legally in a country disappeared. 199. Germany was the only nation in Europe where the anarchist movement possessed a certain organized strength at the time, and thus to Germany they went. They arrived in Berlin at the end of October 1928. Orobon Fernandez had provided them with Augustin Souchy's address. Forewarned, Souchy took the two anarchists into his home and set out to regularize their situation as foreigners. He spoke with Rudolf Rocker, a distinguished German anarchist who enjoyed great prestige in some intellectual and political circles thanks his prominence in the workers' movement and his theoretical accomplishments. In order to prevent a disaster, since Germany was not France, they agreed to keep the two Spaniards' presence a secret and lodge them in a comrade's home in the suburbs of Berlin. Rudolf Rocker discussed the two Spaniards' situation with the libertarian poet Erich Mussum, and both decided that they should to speak with an old comrade by the name of Paul Kampfmeyer. Although Kampfmeyer had grown distant from the anarchist movement over the years and joined the Social Democratic Party, he continued to be good friends with some of the most renowned anarchists. Thanks to the fact that he held a position in the government, He had also been able to help them resolve several tricky bureaucratic problems in the past. For example, Kampfmeyer provided invaluable aid when Nestor Makhno and Emma Goldman were leaving Russia. They explained Durruti and Ascaso's case to him and asked if he could help them get residency permits for the two men. He promised to do his best, Rocker wrote, but said that we had to give him some time. Meanwhile, they planned some activities and tried to make the stressful wait as bearable as possible for the Spaniards. Rocker elaborates, "We often took the exiles to the city at nightfall and spent the evening with them in our home, or perhaps Augustin Sushi's or Eric Musum's. The police weren't too worried about foreigners in Berlin then, so we could risk activities that would have been impossible under the Empire. Foreigners were generally left in peace, if there wasn't a direct complaint against them or pressures from foreign governments. That might have been the case with Durruti and Ascaso, but their situation was particularly dangerous and so we thought it best to try to authorize their residency legally." After a period of 15 days, Kampfmeyer told me that he could not take another step in the matter. The Prussian government was then in the hands of a coalition of Social Democrats, Democrats, and the Center Catholic Party, and although the Social Democrats were the strongest party and held the most important ministerial positions, they had to demonstrate their flexibility in order to avoid a governmental crisis and not endanger their position in the Reich. With respect to Durruti and Ascaso, the central problem was that they had killed the arch-reactionary Cardinal Saavedra in Zaragoza. Saavedra was one of the most rabid enemies of the Spanish workers' movement and had funded the pistoleros, who were responsible for killing many of our best comrades. "I could have done something for them if they'd murdered the King of Spain," Kampfmeyer told me, "but the Center Catholic Party will never forgive the death of one of the Church's highest dignitaries. There's no way that the government will give them asylum." The situation was desperate. If Ascaso and Durruti somehow fell into the police's hands, they would be shipped to Spain immediately. Rudolf Rocker didn't want them to have false hopes, so he updated them on the matter. When Sushi and I explained the situation and asked them what they thought we should do, they reflected for a moment and then said that perhaps they should go to Mexico. Of course they couldn't live there under their own names, but it would be easier to pass unnoticed and find work in a country where they spoke the language. We decided that this was the best option. They would first have to enter Belgium secretly, where trusted comrades would get them the necessary documents, and then they would set sail for Mexico in Antwerp. For our part, we had to raise the money to cover the costs of the trip, which were by no means insignificant. We didn't tell them anything about this, given that they would not have accepted such a sacrifice. The movement demanded huge outlays from each of us then, as we were in the midst of constant industrial struggles and also in a period of latent economic crisis. But we had to get the money as soon as possible. I spoke with Musum about the issue and he suggested that we visit the well-known actor Alexander Granich, who might be able to help out. I explained the object of our visit, without giving him any real details. "You've come at a good time," he said, almost shouting. "Here's what I earned this morning." And he took 300 or 400 marks out of his pocket and threw them on the table. We really hadn't expected so much and were extremely pleased. This was an auspicious beginning. The good Granich never knew who he helped with his money. All he needed to know was that we required his help for a good cause. The rest wasn't his concern. They finally raised the money necessary to finance the trip and the two Spaniards took off for Belgium. Rocker writes, "After a long time without hearing anything from Durruti and Ascaso, we suddenly received a letter from them out of the blue. They returned the greater part of the money that we'd given them and told us that they had decided against going to Mexico. They had resolved to return to Spain as soon as possible. As for the money, they held on to only what they needed to cover the costs of the trip to their country. 200. The Belgium that Ascaso and Durruti found in early 1929 had more relaxed policies on foreigners, which made Hemday think that it might be possible to regularize the residency status of these two fearsome Spaniards. It turned out that the Belgian police agreed to their request, but only if Ascaso and Durruti changed their names. This astounded our perennial illegalists. Ascaso later exclaimed, "What happened in Belgium was the strangest thing that happened to me in my entire life." 201. Durruti and Ascaso had countless friends there. That, plus the ease of gaining residency and the encouraging news from Spain, made them completely rule out moving to Mexico. Liberto Callejas describes the environment in Brussels at the time. The Casa del Pueblo was near the end of Rue Haute Street. This was home for the political refugees and the socialist workers of the country. Van der Velde, after finishing his ministerial chores, would occupy a table in the large parlor restaurant and leisurely have coffee with cake. 202 All the comrades gathered there to conspire, write, and struggle against Spain's dictatorial regime, symbolized by the hated figure of General Primo de Rivera. The first outlines of the conspiracy of Garraf were drawn up in a corner of the Casa del Pueblo. The anarchist weekly Tiempos Nuevos was produced there. Francisco Ascaso and 2 other exiles painted the building's exterior. His brother Domingo sold handkerchiefs and stationery. Durruti found a job as a metal worker. I was a sawyer in a cork and dishwasher factory in the hotel where Francesc Macià stayed. Salvador Ocana built tables and wardrobes. Each one did what he could in that almost provincial environment. 203. For his part, Leo Campion wrote the following: "I got no Ascaso before Durruti. We worked in the same automobile parts workshop. When we first met we spoke about social issues and, within a few minutes, he told me, 'No man has the right to govern another man.' With that declaration, we discovered that we had friends in common." Those who lived in Brussels in 1930 will remember the large number of Spanish and Italian refugees, especially the Spaniards. They will also recall the refuge they found at Hemdes Mont de Arts bookstore, which was a center of permanent conspiracy against all established orders. There were 2 residents of the first floor, the Barrasco firm and Leo Campion. The Barrasco firm made articles for hawkers and sold them without intermediaries. The factory occupied 1 room, which also functioned as a living room, smoking room, dining room, kitchen, and bedroom, or, more accurately, bedrooms, considering the endless number of lodgers. At least a half-dozen leaseholders responded to the name Barrasco, including Ascaso and Durruti. 204. Ida Met completes the picture for us. When Durruti and Ascaso arrived, Belgium, like the rest of Europe, was suffering the effects of the world economic crisis. But conditions were worse there than in France. It was extraordinarily difficult for a Belgian to find work and, needless to say, nearly impossible for a foreigner, especially Ascaso, who didn't have a trade. Like so many other foreign political refugees at the time, Ascaso got a job as a painter in construction. As always, the professionals initiated the new ones, and when someone found work he told the others. Despite the difficulty getting a job something worth holding onto once you had it, Ascaso didn't make concessions to the foremen or bosses, which meant that he immediately lost the heart to find positions. I later worked in a factory in which Ascaso had been employed for a short time. It was a subsidiary of a French small mechanics firm. The customs were so archaic: paternalism, non-unionized workers, and tremendous fear of the management and owners that comrades could barely work there for more than a few days. That was the case with Ascaso and an anti-fascist doctor comrade. After the manager fired me, the first thing he did was mention Ascaso and the doctor. He acknowledged that our demands were just, but said that agreeing to them would only encourage the other employees to rebel. One of Ascaso's qualities was an absolute inability to yield to authority. Although police were constantly watching him, he came to all our meetings and rallies and, without speaking to the group, always participated actively in the work. Ascaso belonged to that advanced sector of the proletariat of the time that actively cultivated its hatred for the bourgeoisie. Destroying the bourgeoisie was the essence of their very lives. They didn't know what would emerge after the revolution, but that was the least of their concerns. The important thing was the character of the struggle, because that was what gave meaning to their existences. During that period, I met other political refugees who, like Ascaso, endured the material and legal difficulties of their lives without complaint. Such hardships seemed inherent in being a revolutionary to them. Even death in the struggle felt natural, something in keeping with the style of life that they had freely chosen. To speak of Ascaso is also to speak of Durruti. The two names were always pronounced together. And yet what a difference between the two! Not only in their physical aspects, but also in their temperaments. While Ascaso looked typically Spanish, that was not the case with Durruti. He was big, strong, and had green eyes. He was also an excellent mechanic and even found work in a Belgium shaken by the economic crisis. I remember that he once saw a strange help wanted ad in a newspaper after he had been out of work for a while. He and several unemployed Belgian mechanics went to the factory together. The manager subjected them to a professional test and it turned out that Durruti scored the best marks. The manager then asked his nationality. Durruti told him that he was a mechanic. The manager, thinking that he was a foreigner and probably hadn't understood the question, stated it once more. Durruti's reply was the same. This time the manager asked it more slowly. Durruti's response was, "I believe you're looking for a mechanic." "I'm a mechanic." The manager realized that Durruti was mocking him and, with that, the possibility of getting this job came to an end. 205. These statements offer an image of daily life in Brussels at the time, but the atmosphere was not quite as peaceful as Liberto Calleja suggests. The police followed all the prominent refugees step by step and were always ready to intervene. On December 26, 1929, Madrid's Informaciones reprinted information from El Independence Belge that made it clear that police were still watching the anarchists closely. The rumored plot against Belgium's royal couple. El Independence Belge reports that police knew that the militant anarchist Camillo Berneri had been in Belgium for some time. It also says that they had carried out surveillance of anarchists thought to be in contact with him, principally of an anarchist from Douai, whose name still hasn't been released. This matter has been kept in the greatest confidence, but it has been revealed that Prime Minister Jaspa, Justice Minister Janssen, and Defense Minister Brockville have received letters threatening violence against the royal family if they consent to the marriage of Princess Maria José and Italian Prince Umberto of Piedmont. Authorities assert that these letters came from Berneri and gave strict orders to arrest the Italian anarchist at all cost. Italian police are also aware of this planned attack against the Belgian royal couple. El Independence Belge says that the regicides intended to take the train leaving Brussels immediately after the Italian royal train left at 10 p.m. on January 3. The royal train was going to follow a special schedule, so as to not arrive in Rome until the morning of Sunday, January 5. The train on which the anarchists intended to travel would catch up to it en route, and their plan was to throw several bombs at it while they passed it in Milan. Ascaso and Durruti, two Spanish anarchists who allegedly killed the Archbishop of Zaragoza, have been implicated in the conspiracy. And later, under the headline "Berneri was carrying 4 portraits in his pocket when arrested," it says, when he was arrested he was carrying 4 portraits of the Italian Minister of Justice in his pocket, whom they were attempting to assassinate. These portraits were doubtlessly destined for his accomplices, who are thought to be Ascaso and Durruti and the Dutch anarchist Maurice Stevens. Police state that Berneri paid 428 francs to purchase a high-caliber pistol from a well-known gun manufacturer in Brussels. The second arrest, about which great reserve has been maintained, was carried out at the same time as Berneri's. The detainee's name is Pasquale Rasconi and he lives in Laeken, under the protection of a socialist politician from Brussels who is a strong supporter of the theory of violence. The politician had intervened to prevent the government from expelling him once before. Police also found a pistol in Rasconi's residence. El Independence Belge adds that Mr. Rocco, the Italian Minister of Justice, cancelled his trip to Brussels due to the discovery of this plot. The same newspaper printed other news related to the plot. On the basis of official reports, the Belgian news agency says that there was not a plan to attack their majesties. Police arrested the 2 Italians for carrying false passports. And, Berneri has been released. Officials deny that the 2 Italians participated in a plot against the Belgian royal family. Bernieri has been freed. He told police that a member of the anti-fascist group in Paris had come to Belgium to organize plots that were to be executed in Italy. He carried a false passport. The above makes it clear that Mussolini's agents who worked closely with Primo de Rivera's government were trying to undermine the anti-fascist movement. Camillo Bernieri played an important role in that movement and, to justify persecuting him, they invented the plot against Belgium's royal couple. On the other hand, the press also noted the unsuccessful attempt to kill the Italian Minister of Justice, which probably wasn't a fabrication. It would not be strange to find Bernieri, Ascaso, and Durruti working together, given that the three had previously attempted to organize a rebellion that would reach across Spain, Italy, and Portugal. While Spanish refugees in Belgium had their sights set on Spain, it was becoming increasingly clear that the monarchy would soon collapse. Primo de Rivera's dictatorship sank into discredit, financial scandals proliferated, and international capitalists brazenly exploited the national wealth. Everyone except Alfonso XIII knew that when Primo de Rivera fell, the monarchy would be swept away with him. Chapter XXII. The Fall of Primo de Rivera. The only thing revealed by Ascaso and Durruti's interrogation and Camillo Bernieri's arrest was Mussolini's obsession with inventing conspiracies and assassination plots. Perhaps the Italian dictator was yearning for those that he couldn't carry out when he was active in socialist ranks and tried to pass for a professional revolutionary in Switzerland. Authorities verified the links between Durruti, Ascaso, and Bernieri and then deported the latter for entering the country with a false passport. However, they did not expel Ascaso or Durruti, which suggests that members of the Belgian Socialist Party had made efforts on their behalf or that the government simply dismissed the matter as an Italian concern. Both things were probably true, although what is important is that police didn't bother Ascaso or Durruti any further and that our friends were able to continue their activities in Brussels. Ascaso and Durruti were always at the center of subversive campaigns. For example, in Brussels, they and exiled Catalanist Colonel Francesc Macià participated in some of the preparations for the plot organized by the Spanish politician José Sánchez Guerra in January 1929. That conspiracy, like all those organized against Primo de Rivera, ended in failure. The Sánchez Guerra affair was important for the mobilization of CNT and anarchist forces. On February 6, 1929, shortly after the failed uprising, there was an important meeting of anarchist groups in Paris. The central topic of discussion was the role of the anarchists in light of present events in Spain. Participants decided that Spanish anarchists living in France should be prepared to cross the border and intervene directly in any rebellion that might break out. They would have to be armed to do so, and they entrusted anarchist Erguido Blanco with getting them weapons. We know that Blanco contacted Nestor Makhno, among others, to discuss military questions. While no sources indicate that Blanco went to Brussels, the comrades there must have been informed about the matter. The connections between the militants in the two cities were simply too strong for that not to happen. For example, anarchists in Paris had turned La Voix Libertaria over to their comrades in Brussels due to police harassment in France. Those comrades Liberto Callejas, Ascaso, and others published a single issue, the magazine's Third, on September 30, 1929. Hem des Monts d'Arts bookstore received anarchist publications from around the world. Ascaso and Durruti visited the shop regularly, and of course they paid special attention to literature from Spain. One can imagine how startled they must have been to read the following in Vigo's Despota in December 1929, the death certificate of the CNT. This was the name of a report from the CNT National Committee, signed by Angel Pestana and Juan López. It was a pessimistic statement that raised the following question: why should a national committee exist if the CNT's regional committees are so inactive? Militants in Spain immediately sent letters condemning the newspaper for publishing that vile document. The debate, which ultimately served to revive the militants, had no source other than Pestana's tendency to start debilitating controversies. Ascaso and Durruti probably wrote Ricardo Sanz in Barcelona, asking him for information about the matter and to mobilize the Andalusian immigrants living there. Most of these were working on the construction of the subway, and the fact that the construction union made Sanz its president suggests that Los Solidarios continued to have an impact in Catalonia's labor and activist circles, even if many were in exile or imprisoned. By the end of 1929, it was clear that the dictatorship's fall was imminent. It would fall not because of popular pressure, but due to internal disintegration and because it had been abandoned by organizations and individuals that once supported it. Indeed, the monarchy itself entered into terminal crisis, and the remedies prescribed by the wisest doctors in politics only accelerated its demise. Miguel Primo de Rivera's ridiculous activities, his contradictory policies, and especially his belief in his own popularity precipitated his fall. On January 28, 1930, the dictator gambled his future and lost. The king replaced him with another officer, General Berenguer, and Primo de Rivera fled to Paris. Everyone thought that this personnel shake-up was extremely significant, but little had changed. The dictatorship still existed, the state's repressive apparatus continued to operate, and all the suffocating laws remained in force. Spain is a paradoxical country, and its complex history has confused more than a few historians, who are often unable to appreciate the deeper context of its political transformations. It is impossible to understand Spanish developments by applying the rules that govern other countries. They are inapplicable because the lower classes' eruption into history always pushes events in unanticipated directions. That constant particular to Spain repeated itself when Miguel Primo de Rivera's powers were transferred to Damaso Berenguer. What did Alfonso XIII tell his new prime minister? Of course he ordered him to save the monarchy and, when necessary, apply the heavy hand of the state. Anything else, particularly an orientation that suggested tolerance, would contradict the dominant regime. And yet that is exactly what happened. All the passions that the monarchy had suppressed for decades suddenly poured out onto the Hispanic homeland. Alfonso XIII suspended the 1876 constitution when he handed power to Miguel Primo de Rivera. During the 7 years of the dictatorship, the government crushed the freedom of association, the freedom of the press, and numerous individual rights. Could Damaso Berenguer abruptly reconstruct Spanish society on liberal and democratic basis? Surprisingly, that is what he attempted to do. General Berenguer wanted the country to slowly return to the constitutional norms that had governed it before 1923. But, while pushing the country in that direction, he lost control of events and the reins of power were wrung from his hands. The fear previously felt by the working masses now began to haunt government leaders. We will analyze the effect that the movement of fear on the social scale had on the CNT in order to examine its consequences for Durruti's life. The Barcelona CNT's first step after Primo de Rivera fell from power was to publish a newspaper to establish direct contact with the working class. The first issue of the weekly Acción appeared on February 15, 1930. The CNT also held a national meeting, which groups from Asturias, Leon, Palencia, Aragon, Rioja, Navarre, Catalonia, and Levante attended. There was only one important issue on the agenda: the reorganization of the CNT and reopening its unions. Participants knew that it was urgent to rebuild the CNT, although they would have been well advised to address some of the Confederation's important internal differences before throwing themselves blindly into the task. Indeed, parallel to the reorganization efforts, there was a conflict between the CNT space and its leadership. The National Committee prompted this clash when it established the CNT's position in that highly politicized moment. It declared, "The CNT will support 1. All efforts tending toward the convocation of a constituent assembly. 2. The re-establishment of constitutional guarantees and all citizens' rights. 3. Absolute and rigorous union freedom. 4. Respect for the 8-hour workday and all prior labor victories. 5. Freedom for all social political prisoners and review of their trials. 206. The CNT, as an organization, had not determined its position on these 5 issues, and yet the National Committee was already defining the body's stance. Pestana's hand was present there. Activists promptly criticized the National Committee for abusing its power. Although the National Committee tried to explain itself, it was unable to erase the impression of bad faith maneuvering. This led to yet another series of written debates, which naturally weakened the CNT at a time when it needed all its strength for the enormous tasks of reorganization. The politicians also went into action, and Republicans with truly monarchical souls rose to the surface. Miguel Mora and Niceto Alcala Zamora were the two principal monarchists who passed seamlessly to the Republican camp. Likewise, the celebrated politician José Sánchez Guerra declared his opposition to Alfonso XIII. The liberal Republicans and socialist Republicans then proclaimed their support for a republic. It was a chaotic political moment. Politicians addressed the world and made promises as if they really represented a popular force. The political and ideological madness even infected some of the CNT's leading men, like Juan Piro and Pere Foy. They signed the Manifesto of the Catalan Intelligentsia, a document in which leaders of almost all the Catalan political parties stated that they wanted Spain to become a republic. The second issue of the anarchist weekly Tierra y Libertad appeared on April 19, 1930. It depicted the political scene with a satire titled "There are 36 parties in Spain." After listing them, it said, 36 parties and not one less. We have made a list and see that we presently have 36 programs, drafted by figures from the left, right, and center. One needs approximately 4.5 hours daily to read the manifestos and proclamations from these political groupings, with the aggravating circumstance that we hardly learn anything. All the appeals and harangues neglect to mention the principal issue, that their authors want to rule us. 207 days after this article appeared, the CNT held a rally in Barcelona's Teatro Nuevo on the Paralelo, in which two of the orators, Juan Piro and Angel Pestana, had been stripped of their right to speak in the CNT's name. Piro responded to the sanction quickly. He sent an open letter to Acción resigning from all CNT positions and, shortly thereafter, withdrew his signature from the manifesto. Pestana's case was more complex, given his habit of saying one thing and doing another. Nevertheless, he decided to come to the rally. The audience was very large, capable of filling the theater 2 times over, and attendees affirmed their commitment to completing the reconstruction of the CNT begun in February. Sebastián Clara and Pedro Massoni spoke. The crowd heard Clara and Massoni enthusiastically, Pestana with less enthusiasm, and there were murmurs of opposition to Juan Piro's address. The latter professed his faith in anarcho-syndicalism from the podium and announced that he had retracted his signature from the manifesto. Swept up by the excitement of the moment, the audience cheered Piro, as if wanting to forgive his blunder in order to focus wholeheartedly on rebuilding the Confederation. Chapter XXIII. The murder of Fermín Galán. The CNT would soon become the country's most important proletarian organization, thanks to the dramatic reorganization of its unions, the impact of its rallies on the workers, and the widespread distribution of publications. The renewal of the anarcho-syndicalist movement began not only to fill the monarchy's ruling classes with fear, but also the politicians conspiring against it. For their part, the exiles in France and Belgium were brimming with excitement, thinking that the hardships of the past were justified by the new turn of events. It was harvest time and the harvest looked good. Indeed, many of these refugees were so excited by the developments in Spain that they did not wait for the declaration of the Republic and, with it, political amnesty, but decided to return to Spain secretly. Juan Manuel Molina, head of Tierra y Libertad and its press edil, was among those who made such a determination in Paris. He later became famous under the pseudonym Juvenal after enduring multiple trials for crimes of the press. The CNT and anarchist resurgence in Spain was also tantalizing for the exiles in Brussels, and they too were tempted to rush back into the country. The more prudent comrades, like Liberto Callejas or Emeterio de la Orden, had to curb Escaso and Durruti's immediate impulses. Indeed, their hour still had not arrived. The old order still stood and its judicial apparatus could still go after them, if Martinez Anido's assassins didn't riddle them with bullets first. They had to wait. And the wait was not only long, but also laden with doubts and worries. The CNT's reorganization was going well and the anarchist movement was recovering, but there were also contradictory tendencies at work. The two antagonistic forces that were Pestanaism and anarchism each pulled in their own direction, hindering the CNT's progress. But the news from Spain was quite good. The CNT rebuilt itself quickly in Valencia, was gaining ground in Aragon, and opened way in Madrid. It was only faltering in Sevilla, thanks to the Stalinist schemes of ex-CNT members José Díaz and Manuel Adame, who wanted to make the local CNT an appendix of the Communist Party. The CNT reached its greatest level of growth in Catalonia, especially Barcelona. The Construction Union, with its 42,000 members, made Ricardo Sanz president, and the Metal Workers Union, which had also recovered, declared its opposition to Pestana as CNT secretary. Barcelona's powerful industrial art and textile workers joined the CNT in a decision made in a General Assembly held on April 29, 1930 in the Meridiana Cinema in the El Clot district. 2,000 workers representing the diverse sides of the textile industry approved their entrance into the CNT with acclaim. The other Catalan provinces were not lagging behind the capital. A CNT regional meeting took place on May 17 and participants discussed the need to publish a confederal newspaper. Representatives from 22 localities participated in another regional meeting on July 6 and set August 1 as the date that they would release of the first issue of Solidaridad Obrera. The CNT National Committee was named on June 27 without Pestana. Progreso Alfarich became the organization's secretary, and another National Committee member, Manuel Servant, also belonged to the Peninsular Committee of the FAI. 208. While the CNT reorganized, anarchist groups were busy planning an uprising with Captain Alejandro Sancho, a close ally of the FAI. The plan was to instigate riots and strikes in several large cities and then provoke rebellions in Bilbao, Logroño, Zaragoza, Calatayud, Teruel, Sagunta, Valencia, and throughout Andalusia. The government would have to respond to many areas simultaneously and, with Catalonia isolated from the rest of Spain, the revolutionaries would only have to arm the people. They would do so by storming the Barcelona Armory and Artillery Park, where there were abundant rifles, ammunition, and other instruments of war. 209 They formed a revolutionary committee in Catalonia to lead the rebellion, which would operate in conjunction with the CNT's Catalan Regional Committee. Its members were Captain Alejandro Sancho, Ricardo Escrig for the students linked to the FAI, Manuel Hernandez, for the FAI Peninsular Committee, and Bernardo Po and J.R. Magrana for the CNT's Regional Committee. The resurgence of the anarcho-syndicalist movement was an aspect of the social process that began when Damaso Berenguer took the reins of government. But, at the same time, there were also very troubling tendencies, specifically, counter-revolutionary forces that disguised themselves as revolutionary. The counter-revolution found its ideal man, who managed to make both the Republican opposition and the monarchy revolve around him. His name was Miguel Mora, son of Antonio Mora. As they say, like father, like son. A monarchist to the bone, Miguel Mora saw from the outset that the best way to defend the interests of the privileged classes, and even the monarchy, was by going over to the opposition and declaring himself a Republican. He told the king as much before proclaiming his modestly liberal, Republican right-wing faith. If the others in our party follow my path, he said, we will not only create a cushion that will protect the monarchy when it falls. The murder of Fermín Galán, but also effect a political change that will be little more than make up on the royal shield. 210 However, the other members of Miguel Mora's party, lazy to the bone, thought that everything would simply fall into place if they gave him a free hand. Only one of Mora's friends, the assistant to the Count of Romanons, declared himself Republican. That was nice to Alcalá Zamora, Alfonso XIII's ex-minister of war, who made his own proclamation even more modestly than Mora in April 1930. The CNT's resurgence horrified Miguel Mora and Niceto Alcalá Zamora. Its increasing ability to impose its will on Catalan employers was an outrage to the two politicians. For Mora, the revolutionary process was like a wild horse that Damaso Berenguer had freed but could no longer control. "If we let this process unfold without direction or restraint," said Mora, "then there will be a deep revolution and nothing of the old monarchical state will remain. The popular wave will sweep everything away and Spain will become an immense Soviet and anarchist, no less." How could he guide the course of events and with what forces? How could he impose a direction on the popular movement against the monarchy and compel it to obey his commands? It was no longer enough for Mora to be a republican, he had to become a revolutionary. But relying on whom and on what? Only the Socialist Party and its union, the UGT, could help Mora. During the last days of the monarchy, these two forces had control over their members and nearly intact organizational structures, thanks to the fact that their subservience to the dictatorship had saved them from government persecution. Mora's position would be particularly good if he could secure the support of socialist leader Indalecio Prieto. He had opposed the PSOE's capitulation to Primo de Rivera and was thus more popular than Largo Caballero, who had been an advisor to the state. Time was of the essence. He held talks with Prieto, the two came to an agreement, and together they crossed the Rubicon by calling the meeting of political leaders held on August 17, 1930 in San Sebastián. It was here that they would cook up the so-called Pact of San Sebastián. The following individuals were in attendance: Alejandro Lerou, Marcelino Domingo, Álvaro de Albornoz, Angel Galarza, Manuel Azana, Santiago Casares Quiroga, Manuel Carrasco y Formiguera, Matías Malol, Jaume Aguador, Niceto Alcalá Zamora, Miguel Mora, Indalecio Prieto, and Fernando de los Rios. This handful of men claimed to represent the following political abominations: Alianza Republicana, Partido Radical Socialista, Izquierda Republicana, Federación Republicana Gallega, Acció Catalana, Acció Republicana de Catalunya, Estat Català, and Derecha Liberal Republicana. Indalecio Prieto and de los Rios represented themselves. Also present, as guests of honor, were Felipe Sánchez Roman, Eduardo Ortega y Gasset, and Gregorio Marañón. These political representatives' professions were: undefined, school teacher, historian, departmental head in literature, lawyer-writer, with a fondness for war themes in times of peace, lawyers, economists, doctor, undefined, but with journalistic pretensions and some education as an economist. What did they discuss? The preparation of a revolutionary uprising, Miguel Mora explains, in which few, very few, had any faith, but which we thought was necessary as a challenge to the dominant regime. We created an executive revolutionary committee to define Republican policy and lead the rebellion. Alcalá Zamora presided over the committee and Indalecio Prieto, Manuel Azana, Fernando de los Rios, Marcelino Domingo, Álvaro de Albornoz, and myself were members. 211. The committee's first step was to make a deal with the Socialist Party, which endorsed the pact on the condition that they would receive 4 ministries in the new Republican government. The Socialists pledged to declare a general strike if the rebellion exploded, but only after troops sympathetic to the Executive Revolutionary Committee were in the street and taking up arms against the monarchists. Miguel Mora had planned out the defeat the monarchy like a good lawyer, but there were still 2 groups with which he had neither dealt nor implicated in anything, the CNT and FAI. Furthermore, there were soldiers sympathetic to these organizations, like Captain Alejandro Sancho and Captain Fermín Galán, who were planning rebellions that had to be taken seriously. How to stop the anarchist plots and prevent the CNT from disrupting the transfer of power to the Republicans? Miguel Mora was at a loss. Perhaps they could have tried to control the CNT through the Pestana faction, but the FAI's influence in the Confederation rendered any attempt of the sort illusory. Given the circumstances, the best solution was the truncheon, which was in the hands of a very monarchical general and good friend of Mora by the name of Emilio Mola, the general director of security. With Mola's skillful use of the club, and a dose of diplomacy from the Executive Revolutionary Committee, they could ruin the anarchist captain's subversive plans, imprison the most rebellious workers, and disorganize the CNT. That was exactly what Mora and Mola set out to do. As a first step, Mola sent a circular to all the governors asking them to raid CNT and FAI circles on October 22. Police arrested Alejandro Sancho, who died in a military prison, as well as Ramon Franco, Ricardo Escrig, Angel Pestana, Manuel Servant, Pierfoy, Sebastián Clara, and many members of union committees. These committees lost their organizational coherence after they were forced underground. This raid on the anarchists and insurrectional soldiers helped the San Sebastián conspirators. It cleared the field for their political maneuvers and also attracted many of the troops under Mola's orders to their camp. Miguel Mora was behind all of this, directing the action. Even Mola was among of his puppets. History is often made and unmade by chance, and on November 12 the fortuitous event occurred that would have an important impact on the course of events. There was a terrible accident that day in a poorly built house on Madrid's Alonso Quino Street, and 4 men working there died in the collapse. The entire country, already hypersensitive due to the recent political instability, shuddered. Madrid's construction workers declared a strike and held a massive public funeral for their comrades. Police tried to disperse them and shot 2 men to death in the process. Madrid's proletariat declared a general strike, and Barcelona expressed its solidarity by declaring one as well. The police repression in Madrid was tepid, but it was fierce in Barcelona. Authorities shut down all the CNT's unions and filled the prisons with militants once again. This harsh persecution practically shattered the CNT and dealt a heavy blow to Barcelona's proletariat, the driving force of the Spanish workers' movement. General Mola struggled to contain all the discontent and disruptions, including the escape of Air Force Commander Ramon Franco 212 on November 25, who had been arrested the previous month for conspiring with the anarchists. Would Ramon Franco join Fermín Galán, 213, who was zealously carrying out preparations for the rebellion against the monarchy? Mola felt a deep bond with Fermín Galán, dating from when they both served in Morocco. General Mola knew that the conspiracy plotted by Niceto Alcalá Zamora and the Executive Revolutionary Committee was a tall tale, and that Fermín Galán would launch an uprising alone. How to stop him? Mola's only recourse was the pen. He wrote Fermín Galán a letter on November 27, 1930. He said, "The government and I know that you intend to revolt with the garrison troops. The matter is serious and could cause irreparable damage. I beg you to think about what I'm saying and let your conscience guide you, not fleeting passions, when you make your decision." Was Fermín Galán simply looking to die? We will never know. The fact was that Galán had resolved himself in conscience and gave himself the right to think at the cost of his life that there were genuine revolutionaries among the members of the Executive Revolutionary Committee in Madrid. Galán, as he expressly stated during those feverish days, was fed up with the failures of 1926 and doesn't want to rely on pseudo-revolutionary generals in the style of Blasquez, or on the opportunistic politicians that, for him, make up practically all the telephoners. The majority of the Jacques soldiers adored him and would follow him wherever he led. He had the support of enough officers, and even conservative and Catholic men like machine gun captain Angel Garcia Hernandez. Others opposed his quixotic actions, but at least 60 officers and sub-officers in Jaca were with him. 214. Galán lost his most important source of support when authorities arrested Alejandro Sancho and the Anarchists' Revolutionary Committee, but he was still determined to go forward. That was the most open and frank way to put all the conspirators to the test. If they abandoned him, the working class would have to draw its own conclusions about the traitors from Madrid's Executive Revolutionary Committee. Galán knew that his life hung in the balance. The general strike declared by the Barcelona CNT in solidarity with Madrid lasted from November 16 to November 22. The repression came later. and it was in the middle of this clampdown that Madrid's Executive Revolutionary Committee first made contact with the CNT. Miguel Mora and Angel Galarza went to Barcelona and met with Piro. They asked him, if there is a revolutionary uprising, will the CNT support it by declaring a general strike? 215 Piro said that he would relay the matter to the National Committee. The National Committee did not have the authority to decide on the issue and thus called a national meeting. Participants at the meeting decided that the CNT should come to an agreement with the political elements in order to make a revolutionary movement. 216 This was a clear step backwards. Until then the CNT's position had been to conspire without forming alliances with political figures. What had happened? We believe that recent bitter strikes and also the government's October 11 raid, which crushed the anarchists' revolutionary committee, had weakened the CNT and also the FI's influence within it. With the more radical elements incapacitated, a more accommodating position rose to the surface. Both Piro and Pestana supported an entente with the politicos as a way of deflecting the persecution bearing down upon the CNT, but that was unrealistic. It was totally out of the question for General Mola, who thought Spain had no worse enemy than the CNT, whether Pestana or Alfarich was at its head. Miguel Mora shared his view, which he did not hesitate to repeat in the work he wrote years later about the events. 217. The Executive Revolutionary Committee set an ambiguous date for its rebellion, toward the middle of December, although it had previously set December 12. Clearly nice to Alcalá Zamora and the Executive Revolutionary Committee hoped that no one would rise up. After all, with vague instructions like theirs, individual conspirators could select the date that seemed best to them or simply not select one at all and do nothing. Fermín Galán opted for the first date December 12 and prepared to launch the uprising at dawn that day. Galán began to worry as the moment drew closer because his liaison with Madrid, the journalist Graco Marça, had not come to Jaca. He sent a telegram to Madrid in the early hours of December 11 saying, Friday, December 12, send books. In the agreed-upon code, that meant, I'm going to revolt on December 12. The Executive Revolutionary Committee received the telegram on the morning of December 11, although by that time it had set December 15 as the date of the rising. What did the Executive Revolutionary Committee do with Galán's telegram? The telephoner simply ignored it and, instead of telling him that they had changed the date to December 15, sent Graco Marça and Casares Quiroga to Jaca to dissuade that lunatic from doing anything crazy. They left Madrid at 11 a.m. on December 11 and reached Zaragoza 7 hours later. What did they do in Zaragoza? A mystery. All we know is that they finally got to Jaca at 1 a.m. on December 12 and immediately sought out a hotel. Galán was staying in the Moor Hotel, but the emissaries from Madrid decided to take a room in the La Palma Hotel on Mayor Street, just a stone's throw away from the Jaca lunatic. Marça suggested contacting Galán, but Casares Quiroga dissuaded him. They were exhausted and the best thing was to go to sleep. 218. While Graco Marça and Casares Quiroga slept soundly, several of the officers committed to the rebellion assembled in Galán's room in the Moor Hotel. They put the final touches on their battle plan, finishing around 4 in the morning. Galán then took off for the Victoria Barracks and woke the soldiers up with a shout of Viva the Republic. The soldiers applauded him and the revolt began. The Republicans from Madrid slept for several hours more, dead to the world. Bernardo Po and J.R. Magrana contacted the engaged soldiers in Barcelona on behalf of the CNT's Catalan Regional Committee and urged them not to abandon the Jaca rebels. They shrugged their shoulders and did nothing. Po and Magrana reached out to the Lerida garrison as well, and the men there replied in the same way. 219 At dawn on December 13, the rebels began the fight in Silas against the soldiers from the Huesca garrison and were soundly defeated. Fermín Galán told some of his comrades to flee while they had the chance. He could have done so himself, but chose to surrender instead. He and 7 of his companions went before a court-martial several hours after the fighting had ended. 2 of the 8 defendants were condemned to death, Fermín Galán and his good friend Captain Garcia Hernández. The sentences were carried out at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on December 14, 1930. Garcia Hernández asked for spiritual aid, whereas Fermín Galán respectfully rebuffed the chaplain. "You'll understand," he said, "that I'm not going to suddenly abandon views that I've held for a lifetime, especially now." The two captains asked to die while facing the firing squad and without blindfolds. Just before they shot him down, Galán waved to his executioners and said, "Until never." 220 Garcia Hernández died moments later. On December 15, 1930, as expected, Nice to Alcalá Zamora's uprising did not occur. The members of the Executive Revolutionary Committee, authors of the celebrated Why We Rebel Manifesto, slept peacefully in their homes on the night of December 14. Police arrested them while they showered or ate breakfast on December 15. Authorities, with great consideration, brought them to Madrid's Modelo prison, where the prison warden had prepared to incarcerate them in luxury. While the members of the Executive Revolutionary Committee meekly entered prison, there were general strikes in Madrid and Barcelona, but they were pacific and barely evident. The workers' movement was too depleted, and too confused about what had happened in Jaca, for it to do otherwise. There was an attempt to attack the Prat de la Brega airfield, but it failed because the officers involved pulled back at the last moment. It was only in Asturias, particularly in Gijón, where the proletarian presence made itself felt through hard conflicts with the police. The conclusion that the working class had to draw was the same one it drew after the August 1917 general strike, when it severed its ties with opposition political parties. Presumably it would do the same on this occasion, after a period of reflection, and try to determine its own fate independently. Antonio Elorza wrote the following about the consequences of the December rebellion for the CNT, the unions, which had just begun functioning normally in Barcelona after the November strike, were closed on December 30 during the general political strike. And this time the Confederation gave Mola the pretext that he needed to crush the revolutionary syndicalists. He stated as much in a December 7 Governors' Conference: "We used the CNT's revolutionary posture to dissolve its unions, which was a great necessity." 221 Those who supported forming an alliance with the political parties at the CNT's national meeting in December would now suffer for their decision. Several of them, including Angel Pestana and members of the National Committee, were among the 100 militants locked in the Modelo prison from December 1930 to March 24, 1931. In the first 3 months of 1931, writes Elorza, the primary concern in confederal circles was once again reopening the closed unions. Except for the diminished efficiency of the oppressive apparatus, everything reminded one of the dictatorship, even the government's orders to persecute those who collected dues. 222. In the trimester before the proclamation of the Republic there were 3 prominent monarchists who, consciously or unconsciously, worked for it: the Count of Romanones, Emilio Mola, and José Sánchez Guerra. The tripartite action of these figures was perfectly complementary. Mola silenced the CNT through repression, the Count of Romanones provoked the February crisis and, with it, General Damaso Berenguer's fall and the entrance of Admiral Aznar, and, finally, Sánchez Guerra's refusal to form a government on February 17 without the members of the Executive Revolutionary Committee, who were still incarcerated. With a monarchy lacking real power, only 2 things were possible: either a popular revolt, whose consequences were unforeseeable, or the proclamation of a republic, in which power was delivered to a team of men who had sworn to remain united in order to proclaim a republic that would in no way alter the social and economic foundations of Spain. It was the latter that took place on April 13, 1931. We can justly describe the political events between January and April 12, 1931 as a comic opera. The cowardice among monarchists is particularly notable. This became manifest in February when he provoked the crisis that caused Berenguer's collapse. Berenguer and Alfonso XIII concluded that the only way to save the monarchy was by calling general elections. It was a smart move, despite the Socialist Party's announcement that it would abstain. What happened in the electoral campaigns? How did the radical politicians behave? What did they seek and what means did they use? Of course, we can take it for granted that the means were not revolutionary. Opposition politicians always try to present themselves as good brothers, winking at the whole world to get the greatest number of votes. The only ones who could have upset the electoral campaign were the anarchists, and Mola had pushed them to the margins. The results of the April 12 municipal elections were 22,150 monarchist councilmen and 5,875 Republican councilmen. 223. The Count of Romanons freed the men that would compose the future Republican provisional government and thus made possible the advent of the Republic. Miguel Mora himself makes it clear in his book that the opposition did not want a social or even political revolution and didn't think that the proclamation of the Republic was imminent. He wrote, near dawn, around 5 in the morning, Largo Caballero, Fernando de los Rios, and I left the Casa del Pueblo. 224. Fatigued and silent, we went out on foot, walking slowly toward Recolitos Avenue. Suddenly, Fernando said, today's victory permits us to go to the general elections in October. Our success there will bring us the Republic. I looked at Largo and was astonished to see that he agreed with that strange argument. Apparently, neither of them had considered the inevitable consequences of what had taken place during the day. Miguel Mora told them that they would be governing within 48 hours. They called me naive, and we said goodbye, arranging to meet a few hours later in my house, which had been the headquarters of the committee since the beginning. 225. Chapter XXIV. Viva Macia. Death to Cambo. Everything started around 1 p.m. on April 14, 1931, to a backdrop of the tricolored flag flying in the street. It was spontaneous, sincere, and enthusiastic. Workers made flags out of scraps of fabric in the textile factories. To Barcelona, was the shout in the factories. One by one the looms and other machines shut down, the stores, businesses, and restaurants closed. With the factories at a standstill and workers flooding the streets, it seemed like an enormous festival was taking place in the city. The joyous and contagious racket reminded some older workers of July 1909 or 1917, but of course without the violence or barricades. The youngsters chanted the same slogans as the older ones: Viva the Republic! Viva Macia! Death to Cambo! 226. It also seemed to be the day of the woman. Women stood out, frenzied and passionate, in all the groups. At first it was the factory workers who made up these groups, then the store employees joined them after they left their shops, next it was waiters who poured out of the restaurants. The crowd steadily grew in size and diversity. From Barcelona's workers' districts, such as Sant Martí, Poblenou, Sant Andreu, Gracia, Horta, Sants, Santa Eulalia, and from places near Barcelona, like Badalona and La Torres, everyone went towards the center of the Catalan capital. They converged on the Plaza de Catalunya or in the Plaza de la Generalitat, cheering the Republic and Macia and denouncing the King and Cambo. Few knew what was happening in Madrid at the moment or even elsewhere in Barcelona. Lewis companies entered City Hall at 1:35 to raise the Republican flag on the balcony. It was flying by 1:42. The workers who left their jobs at 1 o'clock inundated the Plaza de la Generalitat and adjacent streets by 2 p.m. Lewis companies hoisted the flag at 1:42, but the people had proclaimed the Republic at 1 p.m. exactly. Given that politicians always take the moving train, we will see a little of what was happening in Barcelona shortly before companies hopped aboard. The CNT men were in the street. It was they who took the initiative, particularly in Barcelona. The prisons, the civil government, the general captaincy, City Hall, the Palace of Justice, they swept everything away. A political thug had been comfortably installed in the civil government, Alejandro Lerroa's second in command, Emiliano Iglesias. The CNT forced him out and put Lewis companies in his place. Jaume Aguador was put in City Hall and General Lopez Ochoa in the Captaincy General. No official center of importance was left untouched. The CNT was everywhere. Everywhere it cleared the path of those who no longer mattered. 227. The people of Ibar were the first to proclaim the Republic, which they did at 6 in the morning on April 14. Other proclamations followed: Ibar's, Valencia, Sevilla, Oviedo, Gijón, Zaragoza, Huesca, and later Barcelona. The workers were also demonstrating in the streets of Madrid. Republican flags flew above the crowd. But no official announcements were forthcoming, as those in the two centers of power, Miguel Mora's house and the Royal Palace, watched the events unfold. There was news of desertions from the latter and adhesions to the former. General Sanjurjo, the leader of the Civil Guard, declared himself for the Republic and put himself at Miguel Mora's orders, who would become the Interior Minister in a matter of hours. Sanjurjo's adhesion cleared away the last unknown. The king began packing his bags. The Count of Romanons had been going around in circles since 9 in the morning trying to decide how to carry out the transfer of power. In agreement with the king, he arranged for the transfer to take place in Dr. Marañón's house. There, on neutral ground, the Count of Romanons would deliver the abdication of Alfonso XIII to his assistant, Niceto Alcalá Zamora. The provisional government decided to meet in its entirety shortly after the Civil Guard went over to the Republic. All the future leaders were assembled in Miguel Mora's house, except for the future Minister of War, Manuel Azana, who was the only one among them who had avoided going to the Modelo prison. None of Azana's colleagues had had a clue about his whereabouts since the police raid on December 15, when he had hid somewhere in Madrid. But now, on the afternoon of April 14, they urgently needed to find him so that the government could present itself fully. Miguel Mora set out to locate him. It wasn't easy to find him, since his intimates jealously guarded the secret of his hiding place. They finally directed me to the home of his brother-in-law, Cipriano Rivas Cherif. I went there to find him. After more than a few formalities, and having to give my name and wait a good while, I was led into back room. There was Manuel Azana, pallid, pale as marble, doubtlessly because he had been shut in there for more than 4 months. I explained the purpose of my visit and ordered him to immediately come with me to my house. He refused categorically, claiming that we had already been convicted and practically absolved, but that he continued in rebellion and that anyone, even a simple guard, could arrest and imprison him. I was absolutely astonished. I told him about the people's euphoria, Sanjurjo's visit and offer, and how much he could stimulate the more spineless spirits, but all without managing to change his decision to remain in hiding. I was getting ready to leave him there when his brother-in-law Rivas Cherif appeared, returning from the street in a state of excitement and enthusiasm shared all Republicans at the time. He confirmed everything that I had been saying, and Azana finally reluctantly decided to follow me. He was muttering I don't know what as we drove in my car to my house. He was clearly in a foul mood. We entered the library and he greeted the comrades one by one. I was then shocked to realize that he hadn't seen any of them since December 13, 4 months ago. Nobody had had any contact with him or even known where he was. This confirmed what I already suspected: Azana, a man of extraordinary intelligence and lofty qualities, was suffering from an insurmountable physical fear. It was stronger than he, although he was doing his best to conceal it. 228. Such was the man who would run the Ministry of War in the first government of the Second Republic. The meeting between the Count of Romanons and Niceto Alcalá Zamora took place at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Dr. Marañón's house. The Count relates the events as follows: Alcalá Zamora, there is no solution other than the king's immediate departure and renunciation of the throne. He has to leave this very afternoon, before sunset. Alcalá Zamora made use of a supreme argument. Shortly before coming here, we received the adhesion of General Sanjurjo, leader of the Civil Guard. I turned pale when I heard him and didn't say any more. The battle was hopelessly lost. 229. The Count of Romanun spent 2 hours in discussions and held talks with the king at 5 p.m. Alfonso XIII signed a proclamation to the country drafted by the Duke of Mora: "I do not renounce any of my rights, because more than mine they are a deposit accumulated by history, of whose custody I will have to give a rigorous account one day. I hope to understand the authentic expression of the collective conscience, and while the nation speaks, I deliberately suspend the exercise of royal power and withdraw from Spain, thus recognizing it as the only master of its destiny." 230. Power truly did not exist between 5 o'clock and 10:30 p.m. This vacuum of authority made Miguel Mora impatient, and he convinced the rest of his colleagues that they had to occupy the Interior Ministry at once and put the machinery of the new Republican government into motion. Miguel Mora had conceived of this government as the cushion born of the Pact of San Sebastián. It would save many, very many, things on that April 14, 1931. 231. Chapter XXV. The new government and its political program. The April 15 issue of the Gaceta Official reported on the composition of the new government, as well as all the appointments and administrative orders. A new group now controlled the state. The ministries were distributed among those who had cooked up the Pact of San Sebastián and in accordance with their commitment to unity. There were 3 ministries for the Socialists: Fernando de los Rios, in the Ministry of Justice; Francisco Largo Caballero, in the Ministry of Labor; Indalecio Prieto, in the Treasury Ministry. The radical socialists followed the socialists in importance, with 2 ministries: Alvaro de Albornoz, in the Ministry of Public Works; Marcelino Domingo, in the Ministry of Public Education. Then, with the same number of ministries, the radicals: Alejandro Lerou, in the Ministry of the State; Martinez Barrio, in the Ministry of Communication. For Manuel Azena's Republican Action: 1. Manuel Azena, in the Ministry of War. For Casares Quiroga's Galician Republicans: 1. Santiago Casares Quiroga, in the Ministry of the Navy. The Ministry of the Economy was reserved for a Catalan, Nicolau de Olwer. Miguel Mora, the ex-monarchist who wanted a law and order republic, ran the Interior Ministry. His support for the republic rested on the following observation: the monarchy committed suicide and, therefore, either we joined the nascent revolution and defended legitimate conservative principles within it, or we left the field open for the leftists and workers' associations. 232. The presidency went to Niceto Alcalá Zamora, an ex-monarchist who also ruminated on the demands of the moment: a viable republic, governmental, conservative, with the mesocracy and Spanish intelligencia's consequent deference toward it. I serve it, I govern it, I propose it, and I defend it. A convulsive republic, epileptic, full of enthusiasm, idealism, but lacking in reason. I will not play the role of a Kerensky to implant it in my homeland. 233. What was the government's political program? For all the twists and turns that we give to the texts that formed the foundation of the state, we do not find anything resembling a program. The only thing we come across is the commitment to unity in confronting the popular explosion and cushioning the monarchy during its crisis and collapse. What were the central ideas around which these men formed their pact in San Sebastián? To defend legitimate conservative principles. With what forces? With the mesocracy and the Spanish intelligentsia. What are these legitimate conservative principles? The right to private property. What was the right to property? The abuse of that right with anachronistic economic structures imposed by Fernando de Aragon and Isabel de Castillo through conquest and pillage, a war booty distributed among their captains in the form of countships, dukedoms, and marquiates that established the land ownership system based on large estates in Andalusia and part of New Castile. Rural caciquism was part of the legitimate conservative principles of the aristocracy and its appendages. The Church, despite all the attempts at reform, continued to be an economic power and to monopolize education and the country's cultural and intellectual life. The army, with almost as many officers as soldiers, and a statist bureaucracy that suffocated the country's economy, formed part of the legitimate conservative principles and functioned like a parasitic caste that gobbled up taxes. With whom did they intend to defend those conservative and legitimate principles? With the Spanish intelligentsia and the mezocracy, that is, with the bourgeoisie. The intelligentsia smelled of vestry and was chained to the church. State bureaucrats made up the mezocracy and the bourgeoisie was inexistent as a political force, given that the monarchy had impeded its development and fostered the supremacy of rural oligarchs over industrialists. With that political program, if we can call it a program, the new government intended to leave everything just as it found it and to ignore the social and political problems that had, at base, caused the monarchy to crumble. They would maintain the social relations of the monarchy under the cloak of a republic. Was that program viable? Could such a republic survive while they completely disregarded the working class and the peasantry who, in reality, had proclaimed it? Like it or not, Alcalá Zamora was going to be the Spanish Kerensky. Second part. The Militant. Chapter I. April 14, 1931. Durruti, Ascaso, Liberto Callejas, Joaquim Cortés, and other exiles in Brussels were among the first militants to arrive in Barcelona. Garcia Oliver, Aurelio Fernández, Torres Escardón, and other solidarios who had been in prison or exiled elsewhere followed closely on their heels. Echoes of the previous day's popular celebration were still in the air when Ascaso and Durruti met with Ricardo Sanz on April 15, who had experienced the monarchy's last moments and the proclamation of the Second Republic. Ricardo Sanz enthusiastically told them about the heroic deeds of the CNT, which had expelled the Laroxist Emiliano Iglesias from the civil government and put Luis Companys in his place. Durruti and Ascaso were not impressed and must have lamented the contradiction between the CNT's activity and its public stance. Indeed, the perspective that should have guided its action had been stated clearly in the April 1 issue of Solidaridad Obrera: elections, elections, and more elections. This seems to be the supreme solution to all the country's problems. We aren't surprised in the least by this political comedy. We take it for granted that the people's revolutionary spirit will soften somewhat when they are permitted to play at being councillors and deputies. The CNT will have to draw useful lessons for the present and not too distant future about the bankruptcy of our supposedly revolutionary politicians. There is nothing in the events of April 14 that would lead one to conclude that Companys was more revolutionary than Iglesias. Both were little more than efficient instruments of the counter-revolution. The fact that some CNT men supported Companys and others of his ilk made it clear there were still contradictory tendencies within the CNT and also an imperious need for political clarification within the organization. It was urgent for the CNT to return to its core mission and, in that context, mark out a clear response to the country's political and social problems, while ensuring that the new government could not steady itself. This is the framework that will guide a new, decisive stage in Durruti's life as a revolutionary. From this moment on, his activity will be of a much larger scope and more directly linked to the radicalization of the working class and peasantry. It was a unique juncture for the anarchist movement. The Republic emerged from a profound crisis that could not be resolved with merely formal solutions. The men who took power were ignorant of the dialectic of history and confused superficial phenomena with the essence of popular sentiment. This is why they erroneously supposed that they could shape the country's future with simple demagoguery. They thought, after 6 years of dictatorship, the working people and peasants now give us this proof of civic-mindedness by peacefully accepting the regime change. This shows that they trust us and have forsaken their violent methods from the past. To guarantee stability, all the government has to do is control a half-dozen anarchist agitators. This argument was convincing for Miguel Mora and nice to Alcalá Zamora. As far as they were concerned, the country's economic and political structures were fundamentally sound. These men were lawyers, not sociologists or historians, and thus assumed that the solution lay in making the state's laws and the civil guard's rifles effective. Surprisingly, among the members of the new government, there was a socialist worker leader, 2 historians, and Marcelino Domingo may have had a rudimentary knowledge of sociology, whereas Nicolae d'Olwers had been educated as an economist. Nonetheless, all of these men willingly accepted Mora and Alcala Zamora's logic. Durruti, Ascaso, and Garcia Oliver immediately understood the Republican government's great error and also what role the anarchists should play. There was no chance that the state would greet the explosion of popular enthusiasm that accompanied the Republic's birth with measures designed to encourage that excitement and confront the country's problems radically. On the contrary, the state would allow Spain's deep economic and social problems to discourage the people and strip them of hope. And gradually they would become enraged at the demagogues who had assumed power. The anarchists' responsibility, then, was to channel this discontent, make it conscious, and give an ideal to the most desperate. Then the revolution would be a real possibility. The left, even the Marxists, regarded their extreme anarchist position as a form of revolutionary infantilism. And, likewise, some members of the CNT derisively described them as anarcho-Bolsheviks. The dialectic of history would formulate its verdict on the validity of their stance. To understand what inspired the Solidarios and the FAI to embrace such a radical position, and also to contextualize the dramatic mistakes made by the Republican government, it is necessary to examine the socio-economic state in which the monarchy left Spain. According to statistics from 1930, 26% of the country's 24 million inhabitants did not know how to read or write. Women suffered this blight most acutely. 32% were totally illiterate, although the 19.5% illiteracy rate among men was also not very encouraging. Illiteracy was more common in the countryside than the city. 70% of the country's 6 million agricultural workers could not read or write. We will now see how the agricultural sector broke down, how agricultural workers lived, and the distribution of the land. Lacking more specific data, we will use the averages from the 1930 to 1935 period, to which put the Republic's meager efforts to remedy the situation inherited from the monarchy into stark relief. Our point of departure is the population of 11 million active workers among the country's 27 million inhabitants at the time. With respect to the agricultural sector, we can define that active working population in the following way: 2,300,000 salaried workers, 2 million small or medium seized property owners, and 1 million well-off property owners. These figures reveal that the peasant proletariat was as numerous as the mining industrial proletariat. Spain remained a predominantly agricultural country, although this observation alone means little without considering the distribution of land. Steppes of limited agricultural productivity presently cover half the country, 10% of the surface is infertile. Rain is rare in 32 of the 48 provinces, the dry lands cover 17 million hectares, and they barely produce 9.3 quintals of durum wheat per hectare, which is half of what the irrigated fields produce. 7 million hectares are not cultivated regularly, and the absence of livestock prevents the arable land from being renewed. In some regions the soil is so poor that peasants have to bring humus from afar to the river's vicinity. It is estimated that 40% of the surface is not sufficiently cultivated. Only the provinces bordering on the Atlantic and Portugal are irrigated well enough to support cattle. As one can see, irrigation is the most urgent problem. The 4 great river systems of the territory contribute enough water to irrigate approximately 3 or 4 million hectares, but less than half of the government's development projects are complete. In hopes of serving agriculture and the unemployed but without clashing with the capitalists, Primo de Rivera launched great public works. However, monopolist societies and the landowners control water distribution and sell it at prices that are inaccessible to the peasants. The land remains infertile, and only enriches speculators, who rent it out without granting the right to the precious liquid. Peasants are obliged to buy water bills at any price that they demand. It is only in Valencia where farmers have retained the old institutions of water use and where the water judges, peasants themselves, gather in the cathedral's atrium every Friday to distribute it among the region's inhabitants and hear complaints from those concerned. Point 3. Rabasire describes land distribution in the following way: in 1932-33, the Agrarian Reform Institute conducted an investigation in 7 provinces: Badajoz, Cáceres, Sevilla, Ciudad Real, Huelva, Jaén, and Toledo. Of 2,434,268 agricultural operations, 1,460,160 occupied less than a hectare, 785,810 farms had 1 to 5 hectares, 98,794 had an area of 6 to 10 hectares, and 61,971 encompassed 50 hectares. When the land is not irrigated, 50 hectares is very little, especially because the lack of modern equipment imposes a 3-year regime of rotating cultivation. But if we count the farms of less than 50 hectares, we will see that they make up 9/10 of the total rural establishments in these regions. Only 19,400 farms run from 50 to 100 hectares, and only this 1/12 of the total has enough land to support those who work it. Of the rest, 7,508 establishments are large domains, among which 55 occupy 5,000 hectares each. The area held by these rural properties of more than 250 hectares adds up to 6,500,000 hectares, as the total extension of the 2,426,000 farms of less than 250 hectares does not amount to 4,256,000 hectares. In the north, in Galicia and Asturias, small farms of less than 1 hectare are most common. Many northerners have to emigrate, because the south has enough space to receive the thousands and even hundreds of thousands of colonos if the landowners allow it. The property regime in the agricultural sector can be calculated at, some 50,000 landowners own 50% of the land, 700,000 well-off peasants possess 35%, 1 million middling peasants own 11%, 1,250,000 small peasants 2%, and 2 million workers 40% of the rural population have nothing. 5. How did people in this rural world live? Eduardo Auz, a government minister during Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, states, while they live in misery, the majority of the agricultural workers will not be able to participate in politics. This misery is the foundation of caciquismo. 6. Altamira, the celebrated historian of the Spanish economy, points out that in many small valleys, the limited productivity of the land has forced the peasants to preserve a rural communism up to the present. It has proven efficient and is deeply rooted in the people's psychology. 7. Costa thinks that almost all of Spain's problems have their origin in the iniquitous distribution of wealth, especially the land. 8. Flores Estrada, the great early 19th century economist and reformer, shows that the seizure of the land by certain individuals prevents the majority of humankind from working. In provinces where there's a land registry, it has been tallied that 84% of the small property owners earn less than 1 peseta daily, writes Rabasire. Likewise, Gonzalo de Raperez bemoans the misery in Andalusia. From Cartagena to Almeria, we are witnessing one of the most appalling European tragedies. Hundreds of thousands of human beings are dying in slow agony. 9 others declared that it was impossible to build housing unless salaries were increased. In the countryside, and even in the small villages, people use huts, caves, and caverns for shelter. In a word, almost the entire rural population is forced to live in conditions unworthy of a human being. 10. Just as we see the monarchy's hand in the origin and maintenance of feudal structures in the rural world, we also see its presence in the government's orientation toward industry. Carlos I, after crushing the nascent bourgeoisie in the Comunidades de Castillo, concluded that he needed to stop the emergence of an industrial and commercial bourgeoisie at all cost in order to sustain monarchical absolutism. The alliance between the monarchy and the rural and military aristocracy dates from that period, as does Spain's resultant impoverishment and decline. Rather than encourage the development of a strong and cultured bourgeoisie, Carlos I preferred to buy the products needed to support the colonization of the Americas and Spain itself in France, Belgium, or wherever else he could find them. This policy necessarily produced a disregard for manual labor and an increased taste for military, ecclesiastic, and literary careers. Scientific and mechanical studies were erased from the curriculums of Spanish universities. The Bourbons rigorously observed this political line drawn by the Habsburgs, with the brief exception of Carlos III. 11. The political course that Spain followed since the 16th century could have only one result for its economic industrial structure. It yielded an unequal and capricious industrial development, structured around the interests of the kings and their favorites, and ensured that foreign capitalists would have the exclusive right to exploit mines, industry, electricity, railways, and telephone lines. The state gave to foreign capitalists what it denied Spanish capitalists, whose industrial initiative was asphyxiated by the iron corset of state monopolies. The Bank of Spain is organized in such a way that all the country's profits end up in the pockets of those holding power. The big firms, banks, large industry, and transportation serve the state as an instrument of its plunder. The big firms hold the state captive and the state has imprisoned the nation. The economy is atrophied and the state hyperatrophied. These are the factors that determine the country's situation. The state absorbs a third of the national income, 60% of which, that is to say, 2/9 of the national revenue, is used to maintain the state's repressive apparatus. 12. With small and medium-sized industry controlled by the monopolies and strangled by excessive customs taxes and transport fares, the Spanish population's standard of living could not improve, especially when more than half its agrarian and peasant sector fell outside the circuit of consumption. As a result, Spain is disastrously backward in relation to other countries. Of the 4,000 lead mines, only 300 operate, and only a quarter of the rainfall is utilized. In Spain, 5,000 or 6,000 million tons of coal lay under thin layers of sand, and yet not more than 6 to 9 million are extracted each year. And the mineral riches do not stay in the country. Of the 2,700,000 tons of iron mineral extracted, England buys 1 million and other foreign countries an equal quantity. Altogether, mining production reaches levels on the order of 1,000 million gold pesetas, industrial production approaches 7,000 million, of which 2,000 million come from the textile industry, and agrarian production reaches 9,000 million. This indicates that more than half of national production is agricultural. The same proportions are also evident in the workforce. There are 4 to 5 million people working in industry and the mines, and 5 to 6 million in agriculture. 13. We must now ask, who were arrayed against those 11 million laborers who consumed so little and lived so poorly in the countryside as well as the city? The 10,000 landowners who owned half of Spain's agricultural property, the financial political oligarchy, the speculators, the large industrialists, with their retinue of caciques, a military and ecclesiastical caste, and other parasites who lived in idleness thanks to interest and monopolies. Between these classes, one quite small and the other enormous, there was an abyss. No common project could unite them. Alcala Zamora had been mistaken. There was no mesocracy to soften the contrast between the few who made hunger exist and the majority who suffered it. The middle term between what? Asked Miguel de Unamuno. Spain has never known the middle class. 14. In this mosaic of so-called social classes, there was also the intellectual. The clergy was by far the most numerous of the group, with its approximately 100,000 people who lived at the country's expense in one way or another and constituted its most reactionary sector. After the church intellectuals, there was the teaching corps, with its bosses and subordinates. The bosses were the ardent Catholics, as Menendez Pelayo described them. The subordinates came from that petty bourgeois population of storekeepers, pharmacists, and small manufacturers who partially filled the ranks of the left-wing Esquerra Catalana and Manuel Azaña's Republican left. We must finally add the students, the promise of the future, whose prospects were ambiguous and who could as easily opt for socialism as fascism. The latter movement began to make its appearance in Spain through the theorists Ramiro Ledesma Ramos, Escobedo Jiménez Caballero, and Juancimo Redondo, who were articulating their views in early 1931 in the periodical La Conquista del Estado. 15. The only part of the population that really enjoyed life was made up by 1 million people, between the bureaucrats, priests, soldiers, intellectuals, large bourgeoisie, and landowners. The rest was the rabble. When Miguel Morris spoke of defending legitimate conservative principles, he meant the preservation of those feudal structures that impeded the country's economic development. To maintain and defend them was to subject the peasant to a slow death, with salaries that went from 1.5 to 3 pesetas for a workday lasting from sunrise to sunset, which is to say, for 12 to 14 hours of labor. The anarchists were prepared to respond to these contradictions and use them to their advantage. They were not idealists. They had a realistic view of the situation and had many reasons to believe that they could trigger a revolution and guide it with a libertarian communist program adapted to the radical spirit of the working class and peasantry. But naturally they could not unleash the revolution overnight. They had to organize it and make the workers and peasants conscious of its necessity. Written propaganda would play a very important role in this, because it enabled anarchists to elucidate how a libertarian communist society could function. The masses needed to be able to envision a new economy, new work relationships, and a federation of internally autonomous neighborhoods. The high rates of illiteracy made such propaganda very difficult, and so they set out to end that social blight. They intended to do so with rationalist day schools for the youngsters which practiced what today is called anti-authoritarian pedagogy, and night schools for the adults, which were installed in the unions and libertarian Ateneos and actively encouraged. As a result of this, the CNT's unions and the libertarian Ateneos became not only instruments of struggle, but also centers of proletarian education and cultural development. Opponents both inside and outside the CNT criticized the FAI anarchists. Some called them impatient revolutionaries. Others, the Marxists, accused them of being ignorant of history and told them that it was impossible to skip stages of historical development. Spain's revolution, they said, has to be political, not social, that is, it has to be democratic bourgeois. Anarchists replied to this outlandish argument by saying that the Spanish bourgeoisie had already had its chance to make a democratic bourgeois revolution and it failed. It was now the proletariat's turn to make its revolution. 16. Chapter 2. Before May 1st. The forces in play. Durruti mailed his first letter to his family since returning to Spain on May 6, 1931. He wrote, "Please excuse me for not writing earlier, but I've had a lot of work to do. And, on top of everything, I've had to look after 2 French comrades who have come to Barcelona to report on our movement. I have a double responsibility, as their friend and comrade. I spoke at a rally that we organized on May 1st. When I got off the platform, a fellow from Leon introduced himself to me and told me that he's thinking of heading there. I pleaded with him to go see you and tell you the details of my life here. With regard to your trip to Barcelona, I have to tell you something. My life is completely abnormal and it would be impossible for me to attend to you in the way that you deserve. It's better that you wait. On Monday Mimi will arrive from Paris, and when she's here and we get a house, we'll tell you to come and spend some time with us. 17. As we will see, the change in the political regime created problems that the CNT had to confront immediately, as early as April 15. One dilemma was the issue of the prisoners. They were freed quickly in places like Barcelona, where the workers themselves opened the jail doors, but it was much more complicated with the convicts in the penitentiaries. The Provisional Republican government gave amnesty to political and social prisoners and, in that category, had included political party militants and radical workers imprisoned for crimes deriving from their activism. But the situation was different for the CNT and FAI. Many of their men had been locked up under the discriminatory policies of the dictatorship, which classified their offenses as common crimes. What policy would the new government adopt toward these prisoners? Would it treat them as social prisoners and give them amnesty? The new government began to send signals indicating that it wanted to review each trial, which would amount to leaving a large numbers of anarchist militants in prison. Solidaridad Obrera quickly denounced the new government's position on the prisoners and demanded their immediate release. It also drew the government's attention to the peasant question, We are unaware of the provisional government's intentions relative to this distressing problem, but we are sure that it will continue if the Republic keeps employing the monarchy's methods. That is something that our peasant comrades will not tolerate. 18. The CNT and FAI were very preoccupied by the matter of the prisoners. This was also an important concern for the freed solidarios, who had a number of comrades wasting away in the penitentiaries. Aurelio Fernandez was in Cartagena, Garcia Oliver was in Burgos, and Rafael Torres Escardin, Esteban Utirado Solomero, and Juliana Lopez were in the Duso penitentiary. Durruti and Escaso began working assiduously to arrange the immediate release of these militants as well as many others. But, in addition to this, there was also the complete reorganization of the CNT in Catalonia and throughout Spain. Rallies and public lectures took place almost without interruption in union halls or other rented sites. Durruti soon showed himself to be a popular orator and excellent agitator. He was asked to speak with such frequency that sometimes he had to participate in 2 different events on the same day. When Durruti arrived in Barcelona, he stayed with Luis Riera at his home at 12 Paseo Montal in the Sant Martí de Provençals district. Durruti remained with Riera until the Escaso brothers found him housing at 117 Taulat Street in Poblenou. This house was rented in the name of Emilia Obadia, which suggests that Escaso's mother was in Barcelona at the time. Times were hard for everyone. Neither the Escaso brothers nor Durruti had found work. "I can't go to Leon right now," Durruti wrote. "The economic situation is not very bright. I also have a lot of responsibilities in Barcelona and, since the political situation isn't very clear, I can't afford to waste any time." 19. He sent another letter to his family on May 11, in which he said that Mimi had just come from Paris. He also told them not to write again until he sent them a new address, "because I'm thinking of going to live in another house." He also added, "I started working today and hope that I can live comfortably in Barcelona. Political life here is somewhat complicated. We are fighting hard and hope that our efforts will be crowned with good success." 20. Durruti's allusions to the political situation make sense in the context of the activities undertaken by the Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya. Hours before the proclamation of the Republic, Francesc Macià decided that the time had come to proclaim the Free Catalan Republic. He did exactly that, without waiting for the provisional government to call elections or approve a constitution conceding such autonomy to the region. This upset the new leaders in Madrid, and Alcalá Zamora came to Barcelona to convince Avi that he should wait. However, the real source of the CNT's difficulties lay in the Esquerra's desperate effort to get CNT militants to abandon anarcho-syndicalism and join their party. Their propaganda did influence some CNT members. There were additional problems as well. For example, Socialist Labor Minister Largo Caballero used his ministerial position to privilege the UGT over the CNT. As a whole, his labor policies simply mirrored those advanced by Social Democrats in countries where they had some degree of governmental power. Their goal was to improve workers' conditions through legislation, which naturally led to class collaboration, not class struggle. However, this social reformism was inapplicable in Spain, because a bourgeoisie did not exist as a political force, industry was not sufficiently developed, and the state lacked the necessary institutional coherence to apply the reforms. The class struggle had to take place in its purest state in Spain, although that did not stop Largo Caballero from persevering with his reformist tactics, which, in turn, prompted the radicalization of CNT strategies. We will examine all of this below and only mention it here for the sake of background. But we should add that the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party was not an entirely homogeneous body, and that rivalries among its leading cadre had grown more acute since the Pact of San Sebastián. These divisions revealed deeply rooted differences within the SP. Julian Basteiro, Trifón Gómez, Andrés Sabarit, and others thought the party should not join the provisional government and, instead, to wait to compete in the forthcoming elections. Largo Caballero and Indalecio Prieto believed that it should join the government. The opportunistic stance of the latter two prevailed within the SP. Joining the government, they argued, would be the best way to consolidate the party. The easiest way to win elections is from power. We should also note the presence of Joaquim Morin's Bloc Obrero y Camperol, which was always in conflict with the CNT. There was the Communist Party as well, an alien force whose life support came from Communist International representative Humbert Draws, who controlled the finances used to publish Mundo Obrero and also crafted the political slogans steering the Spanish cadre. Centrist parties usually have some ideological convictions in other countries, but that wasn't the case in Spain. The Radical Party occupied the center and its leader, Alejandro Lerroux, was the prototype of the professional politician. His disciples, who frequently exceeded their master in the arts of opportunism, made up his general staff. Speaking of his youthful activity in the anarchist movement, Lerrouxist Diego Martinez Barrio 21 once said that he had decided that he felt more comfortable in parliament than prison. This party's electorate was a mishmash of those nostalgic for the anti-clericalism of early Lerrouxism, to bureaucrats, to those living off investments and looking for the best place to invest their capital. The left, including Manuel Aznar and his Republican Party, lined up along the Socialist Party. It drew its members from the small population of liberal bourgeoisie with intellectual inclinations, but did little more than pontificate about the earthly and divine in café discussion circles, often with deep ignorance of both. We will end this list by mentioning Marcelino Domingo's radical socialists, who navigated the events without radicalism in the socialist sense of the word. The right, which took refuge under Mora and Niceto Alcalá Zamora's flag, was largely inactive, except when its members were shipping their capital abroad or stopping the cultivation of the land on their large estates. Solidaridad Obrera continued warning the working class about the country's unresolved problems and the need to address them as soon as possible, since it's best to strike the iron when it's hot. For their part, the workers poured into CNT unions en masse and participated in the nightly meetings organized throughout Barcelona. Orators at all these events urged the workers not to trust the new leaders. Of course they were not revolutionaries, and if they did institute some reforms, it was only because of proletarian pressure. Massive activist gatherings followed one another almost without interruption. There was a lot of work and little discussion, as propagandists were sent throughout Catalonia to support the CNT's reorganization. News from the rest of Spain was positive: the CNT was being reborn from its ashes. Militants believed that the CNT could play a role of the first magnitude in the country's political and social life, and that its influence could exceed that of the UGT, which would naturally accept the social truce that the socialist ministers were asking from the workers. The CNT needed to go beyond the socialists' reformism and draw the UGT workers into their ranks, so that together they could impose grassroots solutions to the country's problems. The CNT's Catalan Regional Committee called a meeting on Saturday, April 18 to draw up plans for an agitation campaign in Catalonia that would lay the foundation for the complete reorganization of the region. The following day there were scores of workers' rallies in Barcelona and other major Catalan cities and towns. The central topics were freedom for the prisoners, worker and peasant demands, including an immediate increase in salaries, improvements in working conditions, and a 40-hour work week without a decrease in salaries, the dissolution of the civil guard, cleansing the army and eliminating the statist bureaucracy, real educational reform, with separation of the church and state, and numerous other closely related issues. The halls were so packed that Sunday morning that they were unable to hold all those who came to hear the voice of the CNT and FAI. Teatro Proyecciones in the Montjuic Park was overflowing with people, who poured out onto the street and milled around outside. The same thing occurred in the Teatro Romea in the Sants district, in Gracia, in El Clot-Sina Meridiana, where Federica Monsanati spoke for the first time, in Poblenou, and in the Teatro Triunfo. Durruti spoke on the rostrum of the Teatro Proyecciones for the first time that day. He told the crowd, "If we were Republicans, we would say that the government is incapable of recognizing the victory that the people gave it. But we aren't Republicans, we are authentic workers, and in their name we call the government's attention to the dangerous route that it has embarked upon and which, if unchanged, will bring the country to the brink of civil war. The Republic doesn't interest us as a political regime. If we've accepted it for now, it's merely as a starting point for a process of social democratization. But, naturally, this happens only on the condition that it ensures that liberty and justice are not reduced to empty words. If the Republic forgets all this and disregards the workers' and peasants' demands, then it will not satisfy the hopes that the workers invested in it on April 14, and what little interest we have in it will be lost. 22. The subject was the same in the rest of the rallies, and the workers' reply made it clear that if the government didn't rapidly institute social and political reforms, the people would solve their problems on their own. As anarchists, a speaker said at another assembly, our activities have not been and will never be subordinated to the political line of any cabinet, political party, or state. We anarchists and militant CNT workers revolutionaries, all of us have to apply pressure from the street to force the men in the provisional government to carry out their promises. 23. For Los Solidarios, this contact with the working masses was decisively important for the development of their revolutionary practice. From a personal point of view, Francisco Escaso revealed himself to be an excellent speaker, simultaneously serene and dynamic. Garcia Oliver also showed a notable mastery of the rostrum and would become one of the fiercest tribunes of the revolution. As for Durruti, a listener of his offered the following account: he improvised short sentences, which were more like axe blows than words. From the very beginning he established a connection with the audience that remained unbroken throughout the duration of his talk. It seemed as if he and his listeners formed one body. His powerful voice and physical presence, gesturing roughly with a closed fist, made him a devastating speaker. These qualities were complemented by his personal modesty. He occupied the stage only while speaking and, as soon as he finished, left to mix with those present. While standing outside after the ceremony, he continued talking with the groups of comrades on the sidewalks or in the plaza. He treated the workers like he had known them for his entire life. 24. The next week was also very intense. The CNT planned to celebrate May 1 with a large workers' rally. It wanted to mobilize the country's proletariat and warn the government that it couldn't do as it pleased without taking the working class's needs into account. That gesture was extremely opportune, given important political developments that were unfolding at the time. Indeed, three momentous events had just occurred. Francesc Macià had proclaimed the Free Catalan Republic, without waiting for the approval of the central government. He thus resolved the problem of Catalan nationalism in radical terms, to the great satisfaction of most Catalans. From a theoretical point of view, the CNT could stand aloof from this matter, but, tactically speaking, Catalonia's independence benefited the CNT because it weakened the central government. Another development pertained to Manuel Azena's new military policy. Azena had studied how to reform the Spanish army for years and concluded that it was necessary to readjust it in such a way that would allow modernization through specialization and significantly reduce the military high command. This would end the disproportions in the army, which had almost as many officers as soldiers. Azena was correct, technically speaking, but would fail while attempting to institute his policy. His reform immediately put him at odds with his own government comrades, particularly Miguel Mora and Alcalá Zamora. How would Manuel Azena apply his plan without rupturing the government's unity? Through wishy-washy politics, as we will see. Spain now had a new regime and military leaders ought to swear their fidelity to it, thought Azena. However, the Republic shouldn't ask for a declaration of loyalty from those who do not support it, and thus army hire UPS who do not embrace the new government should leave the army. In compensation, they would receive their full salaries for life. This second part of the measure did not resolve anything and, in a certain way, contradicted the primary purpose of the reform. The policy's immediate consequences were the opposite of what Azena had wanted. Genuinely Republican officers left the armed forces and dedicated themselves to political activities, whereas those who were still monarchists rejected the Republican oath, refused to leave the army, and immediately formed the National Action Party. Spain's most reactionary civilians, large property owners, industrialists, financiers, aristocrats, and retired soldiers also joined the party. Angel Herrera, the editor of the Catholic newspaper El Debate, directed it politically. Interior Minister Miguel Mora carried out the third important act of the period by legally recognizing the National Action Party. Now officially sanctioned, the party began a slander campaign against the Republic and ordered its supporters to withdraw their capital from the country in order to cripple industry and stop the land from being cultivated. They also organized public demonstrations demanding death to the Republic and Viva Christ the King. There were no casualties at their rallies in Madrid, but there were deaths at those held in the provinces. The deeply monarchist civil guard shot at the proletarian counter-demonstrators and the number of victims began to grow. The Republic was now firing on republicans and protecting monarchists. The unity pact sealed in San Sebastián began to bear fruit. These are, succinctly, the events that occurred on the eve of May Day 1931, just 15 days after the proclamation of the Second Republic. In addition to multiple organizational and propaganda tasks, Durruti and Escaso also had to accompany the groups of foreign anarchists sent to Barcelona for the May 1 celebration. The following foreign militants attended: Agustin Souchy, for the German Anarchist Federation; Valline and Ida Met, for the exiled Russian anarchists; Camillo Bernieri, for the exiled Italian anarchists; Rudiger, for the SAC; Alberto de Jong, for the Dutch anarcho-syndicalists; Hemde, for the Belgian anarchists; and Louis Lecoin and Pierret for the French Anarcho-Communist Union. An important meeting of CNT militants and anarchist groups occurred on Monday, April 27 in the Construction Workers' Union at 25 Mercators Street. Its purpose was to plan the May Day events. One issue that they had to address was under what flag to march. This was not merely a symbolic question, it also had theoretical roots in a 1919 debate between the Red Flag and Black Flag anarchist groups. The former were anarchists. The idea of forming an Iberian Anarchist Communist Federation was first advanced in their newspaper in 1919 but put greater emphasis on labor issues. The second group, in which Garcia Oliver was active, was purely anarchist and therefore more distant from economic questions. There was a strenuous debate between the two groups, which lasted almost until 1930. The issue was meaningless now, with the proclamation of the Republic and the tremendous opportunities for mass mobilization. Nonetheless, it was necessary to put a mutual agreement on record. Garcia Oliver proposed that they give material expression to the accord by making the two flags into one, the black and red flag. For the first time in history, the red and black flag flew over a CNT-FAI rally. 25. Chapter 3. May 1, 1931. April 14 and May 1 were dates with deep social meaning, and their proximity only highlighted the difference between the two. One had a political content and the other was for the workers. In fact, this May Day was going to be the Spanish proletariat's April 14. The fate of the Second Republic hung on the confrontation between these dates. The UGT and the Socialist Party organized the May Day Workers' Parade in Madrid. 3 socialist ministers presided over the event, making it an almost governmental ceremony. A small number of communists joined in for propagandistic purposes. They photographed strategically placed militants as they posed with CP banners. The party then distributed copies of the photos abroad and printed them in La Correspondencia Comunista in order to demonstrate the party's influence on the Spanish working class. 26. Other than this, the rally unfolded like a day of popular revelry. Things were very different in Barcelona, and events there would evoke the tragic 1886 day in Chicago when the working class was once again aggrieved for demanding the right to life. 27. The CNT wanted to make the May Day celebration a massive expression of proletarian militancy. Although they had planned a rally, the city's walls did not look like those in other countries on similar occasions, where large posters attract the attention of pedestrians and invite them to demonstrate or attend an event. Louis Lecoin complained bitterly about the CNT's lack of organization and for neglecting what he called advertising. Indeed, the CNT was always very impoverished, although perhaps its economic poverty was actually a strength. With more money, it might have tried to be the perfect organization, with the perfect union apparatus. Lecoin writes, after the fall of the monarchy, I paid a visit to my friends Durruti, Ascaso, and Jover in Barcelona. On the eve of May Day, the communists announced an assembly and covered the walls with large posters. From the CNT and FAI, nothing. Had these organizations dismissed the opportunity to demonstrate in that festival? I was worried and communicated my concern to Durruti. He reassured me. Contrary to what you think, the CNT and the FAI are not going to pass this proletarian celebration in silence. Quite the opposite, we've organized a large demonstration for tomorrow and expect more than 100,000 to attend. But the advertising? I asked. A few lines in Solidaridad Obrera will suffice. This time the confidence of the Three Musketeers was vindicated. More than 100,000 people came to the rally. 28. Tierra y Libertad printed an extensive account of the sorrowful day that transpired. On its front page it ran a 5-column article under the following headline, A Tragic May 1st. Police attacked the FAI and CNT demonstration. Given the incidents that occurred on the morning of Friday, May 1st, we cannot shirk the duty of reflecting the whole truth of the events in our pages. Those responsible must be held accountable for the cowardly aggression that we, the demonstrators in the Plaza de la República, were victims of. We will try to order our memories and record them impartially but firmly. We will not permit anyone to accuse us of having ungainly political motives. The rally. The Palacio de Bellas Artes was totally full, and thus many thousand comrades hoping to hear the orators were unable to enter. Another rostrum was set up on a truck in the Salón de Galán, so that the comrades who spoke inside could do so again there. 29. All the speeches were enthusiastic, energetic, and filled with the greatest serenity of spirit. The speeches were delivered by comrades Castillo, Bilbao, Martinez, Cortés, Lecoin, Pereira, and a Portuguese émigré in the name of his exiled comrades. Comrade San Martin presided over the event. Here, below, are summaries of the speeches from the local press. We have to expropriate the businesses closed by the bourgeoisie. The workers can run them on their own. We can't forget the intellectual formation of the youth. It's imperative to stop the state from controlling education. The state always tends to create soldiers and slaves. When Minister Alvaro de Albornoz was in the opposition, he said that the 1873 Republic failed because it lacked courage and didn't guillotine the large landowners. Clearly the government's current policy doesn't correspond to that sentiment. All new conquests are impossible once the people abandon revolutionary action and try to intervene in social affairs by means of universal suffrage. We can't wait for the parliament to resolve the social problem. The representatives of the people don't have any creative power, they're nothing but demagogues. There can be no revolution but the working class's revolution. The workers with the CNT are fully capable of making a deep social revolution. It's not only the workers here who desperately need a revolution in Spain. We also have to make it so it can be an example for proletarians around the world who are subject to the yoke of capitalism, the reaction, and the fascist dictatorships. The CNT has to advance a practical and concrete program. It isn't time to entertain yourself by reading history. It's time to make it. Workers and peasants, beyond the parliament, our duty is to march energetically toward the future 30. The immense workers' gathering voted unanimously to support the following demands and nominated a group to deliver them to the Catalan government. Dissolve the police and the civil guard. The defense of the people must be carried out by the people themselves. Expropriate the large landowners, without compensation and immediate delivery of their belongings to the peasants for their collective use. Immediately expropriate factories and businesses closed by capitalists to protest the Republic. Expropriate foreign companies, which exploit our country's mines, telephones, railroads, etc., without compensation and immediately deliver their possessions to the workers for their collective use. Dissolve the army and immediately withdraw from Morocco. 31. When the delegation left the Palacio de Bellas Artes, the area was so crowded that it was impossible to take a step in some places. Workers filled Triunfo Avenue and adjacent streets. Black and red, Republican, and black flags were flying over the tumult. Huge white canvas banners read, "We demand the dissolution of the civil guard, down with the exploitation of man by man, and the factory to the workers, the land to the peasants." 32 Tierra y Libertad continues, the rally. The rally in the Salón de Galán was organized immediately. 3 trucks were at its head. They were full of youths waving black and red and black flags. The audience became an impressive, formidable mass. There were approximately 150,000 people there. The march set off in perfect order toward the Arco del Triunfo, passing the Ronda de San Pedro, Plaza de Catalunya, Ramblas, and Fernando Street. The tip of the demonstration arrived at the Plaza de la República just after 12:30. The 3 trucks entered and the delegation stopped some 10 meters from the Generalitat's door. 33 The commission that was to deliver the rally's demands to authorities stood in the middle of the crowd. The palace door had been closed, but it was open to allow the delegation to enter. At this moment there was no one at the door except some members of the Generalitat's autonomous police. We did not see any agent provocateur, despite all the biased statements of the authorities and the bourgeoisie press of every hue. Comrade Louis Lecoin followed the delegation as it entered. This comrade was carrying the black and red flag, since it is customary that commissions bear their flags when they address authorities. The Generalitat's brutal police, the terrible Catalan civil guard, committed the first outrage. When Lecoin was about to enter the Generalitat with the delegation, various henchmen pounced on him and fought with him and tried to snatch the flag from his hands. They failed, because our brave comrade heroically defended the flag. Police broke the flagpole during the struggle, but the flag remained in his hands. No one can disprove the events that we will relate, because we were among the hundreds that witnessed them, despite everything said by the perpetrators of this shameful incident and all the statements issued by the Generalitat. Neither Macia nor governor companies saw what we saw. They weren't there. We were at the scene of the event, first mistreated by the Generalitat's police and later fired upon. Shots. Before continuing, we should correct the statement made by the comrades from the delegation. They were already inside the Generalitat when the episode with the flag began and thus could not see what took place outside, although before entering they had verified that there was no agent provocateur at the door, only the Generalitat's police. But we'll get to the central matter. At almost exactly the same time as the Generalitat's police assaulted our flag, a shot rang out from the entrance of the Generalitat. We do not know if one of their policemen fired the shot or if it was someone entrenched behind them, but we guarantee and repeat that the shot rang out from the Generalitat's entrance. We were more shocked than frightened. The police who had knocked over Lecoin fled into the Generalitat when they heard the gunfire. They closed the doors behind them, while our flag flew triumphantly in the air. If the police didn't fire the shot, they probably know who did, since it came from within the building. As if the shot was an order, shooting immediately rang out from the corner of San Severo Street, directed at the flags and at the trucks, which were then occupied by women. There was enormous confusion. The frightened crowd fled in all directions. Some brave comrades got ready to confront the attackers. Durruti was still on top of the truck and averted a disaster. With a strong, booming voice, he called upon those running wildly to be calm, so that they wouldn't crush the others while fleeing. He also stopped the armed comrades from responding without thinking. However he did it, he was able to control the panic and prevent something terrible from occurring. 34. When calm was restored, the plaza once again filled with people. But 5 minutes did not pass before there was more gunfire from side streets near the Generalitat. There was also the roar of shotguns, fired before the people could leave the plaza and take shelter somewhere safe. Those with helmets fire. It was those of the helmet, the terrible security guards, who came from the Regomer delegation. Posted on the corners of City Hall, they were preparing to shoot at the crowd and cut them down at close range. The decisiveness and bravery of our comrades stopped a great tragedy, because they made the guards retreat by going toward the side streets where they were about to machine gun the unarmed demonstrators and, taking the corners, held them back so that they couldn't enter the plaza. Shots also rang out from other side streets. Someone was shooting at the demonstrators with a rifle from a building in the plaza. Various well-dressed youths were seen on San Severo Street, carrying pistols and slipping through doorways. They later fled through the alleys surrounding the Generalitat Palace. The same thing occurred on Obispo Street. If the agent provocateurs were old Liberanos, there were doubtlessly those from other organizations as well. It is incumbent upon authorities to find out who they were and punish them. The shootout continues. The shooting was now widespread. Our comrades had taken the street corners, but some were injured. There was enormous panic throughout the area. All the doors were closed and anguished cries mixed with the crackle of gunfire. The battle lasted about 3/4 of an hour. When it reached its most deadly pitch, a group of comrades in streets surrounding the Plaza de la República went to the artillery barracks on Comercio Street to ask them to help stop those still in the plaza from being massacred. Here we have to say more. Despite all the official and unofficial statements, this was not a communist provocation. Perhaps some old Liberanos were mixed up in it, but if one of them initiated the incident, he was certainly protected by the Generalitat. Furthermore, it was not accidental that the dreadful helmeted riflemen intervened. They didn't come from City Hall, since had they been there they could have easily machine-gunned the people from the windows that open onto the Plaza de la República. They came from the Regomer delegation. And they had to have come from there with concrete orders. It isn't our concern whether or not they received these orders from Governor Companies or Lieutenant Cabezas, who says he solicited help. The fact is that the security guards were called to machine gun the people and the cowards carried out their orders, assaulting without being assaulted. Brother soldiers. There is no need to state that the Capitan General ordered the troops to go to the Plaza de la República and end the battle. We don't doubt it. And we also know that the soldiers, our brother soldiers, with their officers at the head, didn't hesitate to grab their weapons and rush to defend the oppressed in the plaza after our comrades asked for their help. Our soldier brothers, sons of the people like ourselves, generous and valiant like anonymous heroes, elicited vigorous applause and deafening cheers in their wake. There were happy smiles on their faces because they were being useful to their brothers, because they were flying to their aid and stopping them from being murdered. A detachment of troops commanded by an officer raced to subdue the guards that were attacking the people. Other detachments arrived, and they cordoned off the plaza and calm was restored. Resounding cheers and applause replaced the clamor of gunfire. Our soldier brothers deserve our most sincere gratitude and our most cordial embrace. They are the people in arms, disposed to avoid crimes not commit them. They, our soldier brothers, haven't made the rifle a trade. They don't bear arms to kill their fathers and brothers, to machine gun the people. Soldier brothers, salute. The Civil Guard. When the Savior troops took their position in the Plaza de la República, a section of the Civil Guard cavalry arrived at a gallop. Doubtlessly someone had ordered them to come to the plaza. And we know that the Civil Guard came to charge and shoot, not to protect the assaulted citizens. We want to know who sent them. The act of sending them is very significant. They planned to attack those who were defending their lives and honor in the plaza. The people received the Civil Guard with catcalls louder than we have ever heard before. Immediately upon arriving, they drew their sabers and got ready to charge against the people, voicing their displeasure at seeing them there. The leader of the troops, of our brother soldiers, who is a soldier and brother as well, gave an order to the commander of the Civil Guard. We know that he did not obey that order, because we saw the soldiers load their rifles. This convinced the Civil Guard that it would be better to withdraw. Now, without the fear of being machine-gunned, the people poured into the plaza once again. Flags flew and enthusiastic cheers sounded out. The tragedy was over and the balance was painful. There were many injured comrades and one guard had been killed and 2 injured. The dead guard had been shot numerous times. According to official statements, which we deny categorically, the rebels finished him off. That's a lie. A loathsome and rotten lie. A scoundrel's lie. He fell during the shootout, his comrades left him there, and then he was riddled with ricocheting and poorly aimed bullets. No human being could have entered the area to finish off the guard, because he would have been annihilated immediately by the shotgun fire. The official statements are full of shameful, cowardly, and despicable lies. There were no murderers in the Plaza de la Repubblica. The real assassins were posted behind the corners. They were the aggressors and would have slaughtered many of us if our brother soldiers had not intervened. We left the Plaza de la Repubblica. Meisha came later and lamented the events from the Generalitat's balcony. We lament it much more, because we were the victims. And we have no use for emotional apologies. We want justice. We demand it. And, to begin, we demand that no one defame us with villainous accusations. What fanaticism can do. In an attempt to justify the disgraceful conduct of the Generalitat's police and the gunman with pistols and rifles, some circulated the story that there was an attempt to assault the Generalitat palace. Only fanatics could devise such nonsense. To be clear, we believe this stupid fable came from young Meisha supporters who worried that such events in front of the Generalitat could harm the cause of Catalan independence. To play it safe, they invented the excuse before the accusation was made. We do not charge Meisha's people with the aggression, nor do we hold him directly or indirectly responsible for now. We limit ourselves to affirming that the first shot came from the Generalitat. The interested parties will have to clarify things, but they must stop making up ridiculous fabrications. As an example, the events on Friday immediately aroused the rage of all the zealots against us, against the anarchists and militant workers and anyone with advanced social views. Thus, when a small group of communist demonstrators passed the Plaza de Catalunya, the civil guard charged and dispersed them. The Catalanist middle class thought these were demonstrators coming from the Plaza de la Repubblica and applauded the guards when they tried to lynch 2 of the communists. It is repugnant enough to cheer those who trample the people. The communists are people too, even though we are anti-communist, but to try to lynch defenseless men is an act of cowardice only conceivable in rogues, asexuals, and eunuchs. The politicians who profess their concern for the suffering masses will not earn our sympathy with such attitudes. On the contrary, they will provoke a deep rupture, whose distressing consequences will not be our responsibility. 35. Chapter 4. The Nosotros group faces the CNT and the Republic. The CNT and FAI both called meetings to decide how to respond to the restrictive policy that the new Catalanist leaders would surely try to impose on them. Speeches and statements that Meisha made after the May Day tragedy indicated that he was afraid of falling out with the CNT workers and hoped that they would help him pass the Catalan autonomy statute in the referendum due to be held shortly. Also, some militants supported a truce and thought that the CNT should give the Catalan politicians an opportunity to exercise their new power in peace. In other words, they wanted the CNT to strike a deal with the governing Catalanists. Others countered that authorities would see any expression of goodwill as a sign of CNT weakness and a disavowal of the anarchist groups who fought with the police. It would suggest a rupture between the CNT and the FAI, which the politicians would take as a green light to act against the anarchists. Furthermore, such an entente implied compromises, and those compromises would empty the Catalan CNT of its anarcho-syndicalism and make it an appendix of the Generalitat. In essence, there were forces within the CNT that framed events in diametrically opposed ways. This became clear at the CNT's meeting. In fact, the problems were so deeply rooted that everyone thought the organization might have to split. It would be disastrous for such a schism to occur while the CNT was trying to rebuild itself. Also, this would stop it from responding clearly to the transparent aims of the new Minister of Labor, Francisco Largo Caballero. His goal was to undermine the CNT by promulgating laws designated to mediate and regulate class conflict. The CNT could not back down against the reformists. That would mean renouncing its anarcho-syndicalist content and allowing its integration into the state. The CNT needed to advance a concrete, coherent, and decisive position against the new government. The militants knew that they were facing a crucial juncture, and the looming threat of division made their discussions particularly tense. The CNT's internal unity was clearly very fragile. Those present at the CNT meeting did their best to reconcile the contradictory perspectives and reduce the dangers of a split. Ultimately they decided to refer matters to a CNT Congress, where they could define a response to the new political conditions created by the establishment of the Republic. The anarchist groups also met and had similar concerns as well. Barcelona's local federation of groups had called the meeting and delegates from more than 30 groups attended. Many militants had joined the movement during the difficult years of dictatorship, some had entered through the unions and others through the cultural centers, ateneos, and literary associations. The CNT's reappearance in 1930, and the new discussions within it, was a call to action for some and a renewal of commitment for others. The FAI was younger and more dynamic, and had greater theoretical coherence than during the underground years. There were many new faces for Los Solidarios at the meeting. Indeed, when the groups announced their presence by stating their names, the Solidarios were surprised to learn that one of the recently created groups had selected Los Solidarios as its appellation. The men from the old group didn't say anything about the issue, there was no patent on the name and, besides, that wasn't what mattered. 36. As a whole, those present believed that if the FAI let the CNT give in to the Catalan politicians' blackmail, the provocation was clear, then the CNT's moderate faction would succeed in erasing the anarchist influence in the CNT and, accordingly, isolate the anarchists from the workers. This would prompt the CNT to accommodate itself to Largo Caballero's labor legislation and integrate itself into the state. The social revolution would be deferred indefinitely. The ex-Solidarios, who were now the Nosotros group, articulated an important response to the dilemma. They argued that Largo Caballero would be unable to prevent the radicalization of the class struggle, because neither the bourgeoisie nor the state was capable of instituting his reforms, due to the bourgeoisie's backwardness and Spain's lack of industrial development. But, while the reformists had no chance of success, the Republican government could try to suppress worker discontent, if the state grew stronger. Here the experience of Primo de Rivera's tyranny was instructive. Such a strengthening of the Republican state would be an unmistakable setback for the revolution. In such conditions, they said, it is imperative to prevent the Republican state from fortifying itself, and, to do so, they must maintain a state of constant pre-revolutionary ferment by practicing what the Nosotros group called revolutionary gymnastics. The CNT would be the revolutionary vanguard of the political and social struggle in this process. Through perpetual revolutionary gymnastics, workers and peasants will make contact with revolutionary theory, and their practice will shape their theory. It will be a dialectical give and take in which theory and practice inform one another. Obstacles will disappear, the sacred truths of bourgeoisie ideology will shatter, and taboos will dissipate. Workers will start to envision the future society and assimilate that vision into their beings as a tangible, accessible reality. The anarchist groups were not indifferent to the possibility of a split within the CNT, but they had a different response to the threat than the CNT activists. They believed that an organization has to have a coherent perspective for its practice to be coherent. If there are divisions within the organization, and tendencies pulling in contradictory directions, then those tendencies will counteract one another and render the organization inert. If there is no other solution, if a split has to occur for the sake of the revolutionary process, then at least it should take place in a way that causes minimal disruption. 37. Responding to rank and file pressure, the CNT National Committee called a Congress, the CNT's third, which it scheduled for June 1931. The FAI called an anarchist conference for the same dates, and both events took place in Madrid. During the time, CNT and FAI militants were so intensely active that every spare moment seemed to be occupied by meetings. This was particularly true for Durruti, Ascaso, and Garcia Oliver, who not only had to attend to normal activist responsibilities but also spoke frequently at rallies and meetings. Indeed, the presence of these three comrades on a rostrum was enough to guarantee a rally's success, which is why they were asked to speak all over Spain and traveled constantly. If we also recall that each one had to work in a factory to earn his bread and support his family, it is easy to imagine what their lives were like. Emily N. Morin states that I didn't see Durruti for entire weeks, as he went from meetings directly to work. 38 While the CNT was trying to resolve its internal disagreements and prepare for its Third Congress, the provisional government anxiously watched over it, hoping that the Confederation would admit its legitimacy. The government also had to resolve the Catalan question raised by Macia. The new leaders in Madrid, particularly Miguel Mora, could not accept the assault on the central government's power represented by Macia's abrupt declaration of Catalan autonomy. Although they knew that they would inevitably have to accept some degree of Catalan independence, they wanted to do so through established legal and constitutional processes and not be forced to accept it in Francesc Macia's guerrilla style. The government dispatched several ministers to Barcelona to try to convince Macia to utilize the sanctioned mechanisms. He didn't agree, and so they tried to find a modus vivendi that could endure until Catalonia's autonomy was formally instituted in the 1932 referendum. In addition to the Macia dilemma, the government also had to address problems created by a very different man, Mr. Pedro Segura, the Cardinal Primate of Spain, whom Miguel Mora described as a guerrilla of Christ the King. 39 On May 1, Cardinal Segura released a pastoral letter to the clergy and faithful of the Toledo Archbishopric that discussed the country's serious problems. The letter was extensive, and what interests us is its political part, toward the end, in which he reminded the devotees of their obligations in the next parliamentary elections. In the present circumstances, Segura wrote, it is imperative that Catholics come together in a serious and effective way to secure the election of candidates to the parliament that will defend the rights of the Church and the social order. 40 This amounted to a declaration of war on the new regime. Cardinal Segura became a true boss of party politics and constantly called for resistance to any government measure that might undermine the historic foundations of the nation. Among his suggestions, he urged his followers to withdraw all economic support from the regime. National Action was seen as Cardinal Segura's party, and its first public act on May 10 incited people to set fire to 150 churches and convents throughout Spain. According to Mora, the events in Madrid occurred like this: the crowd gathered on Alcalá Street, between Los Abels and Independencia Plaza, in front of the Bailén Palace, hurling insults and threats. A police truck waited for I don't know what in front of one of the building's tightly sealed doors. Some infantry security guards and others on horseback surrounded the demonstrators, without making the slightest attempt to use their weapons, or even their bodies and horses, to clear the streets. I approached on foot and asked the leader of the force about the cause of the disturbance. I found out that in the morning some monarchist youths had assembled on the building's third floor, which was apparently the party's new center. When the public was returning from a concert in the Retiro and when there was the most people passing by, the ill-advised young men placed a gramophone in the window and played the Royal March through an amplifier. The public had continued to stop in front of the building, and soon there was a sizable, hostile crowd there. They repeatedly tried to force open the building's door, but it had been shut from inside. They shouted, demanding that those inside open the door, so that they could teach them a lesson. The guards, called by telephone from within the building, came to prevent an attack on the premises. 41. Mora says that he didn't know what to do and thus returned to the Interior Ministry and spoke with the General Director of Security, General Carlos Blanco, who had been appointed to his post at Alcalá Zamora's request. This officer neither supported the Republic nor had the slightest spiritual or ideological contact with us, says Mora. Indeed, Carlos Blanco continued to be 100% monarchist. Meanwhile, the workers remained concentrated on Alcala Street. They knew that Juan Ignacio Luca de Tena, editor and owner of the ABC newspaper, was the perpetrator of the monarchist provocation, and so they went to attack the newspaper's office on Serrano Street. Another group of demonstrators went to the Puerta del Sol to rally in front of the Interior Ministry. The demonstrators shouted for the Interior Minister's head and also for the dissolution of the Civil Guard, whom they called assassins. Given the situation, and with the government gathered in the Interior Ministry building, Mora asked for authorization to clear the demonstrators with the Civil Guard, after the requisite formal warnings. 42 Manuel Azana objected, saying that he would do anything but put the Civil Guard on the street against the people. The rest of the ministers agreed with Azana, except for socialists Largo Caballero and Indalecio Prieto, who were on Mora's side. 43 At 6 in the afternoon, a group of demonstrators asked to speak with Manuel Azana, who met with them in the Interior Ministry. They told him that he should go to the balcony and assure the demonstrators that will be justice had. Azana did so, but immediately after he addressed the crowd, one of the demonstrators meeting with him also spoke. He demanded the resignation of the Interior Minister, punishment of the monarchists responsible for the morning's incidents, and the dissolution of the Civil Guard. And that, writes Mora, from the very balcony of the Interior Ministry, without my knowledge and with the Civil Guard troops in the courtyard, hearing everything that he said and shouted. 44. In his account, Mora relates his discussion with Azana in detail, as well as Azana's apologies, who said that everything he promised to the crowd was nothing more than a ruse to get them to leave. Then the already delicate situation became volatile. The demonstrators on Serrano Street tried to attack the ABC building, and the Civil Guard, sent by Mora to protect the monarchist newspaper, fired on the assailants, killing 2 and injuring several others. News of this reached those in the Puerta del Sol, and a standoff began between the government and the infuriated protesters. The impasse dragged on until Mora ordered security guards to clear the plaza around 6 in the morning. Mora had no choice but to use security guards, given that the government had denied him the right to use the Civil Guard for the purpose. The arson of churches began at 10 a.m. on May 11. It started with the burning of the Jesuits' residence on Flore Street, with 10 more acts of arson following, between schools, churches, and convents. The government still hadn't called out the Civil Guard and decided to use the army to pacify Madrid. General Captain Gonzalo Queipo Delano declared a state of emergency, ordered the troops to patrol the streets, and put an end to the arsons. Miguel Mora was depressed by the government's lack of decisiveness and retired to his home with the intention of drawing up his resignation. Panic spread among government ministers when they learned that he was going to quit, and they reconsidered their attitude toward public order. They all agreed that it would be best to accede and give Miguel Mora the powers that he wanted. They granted him such vast authority that he was even entitled to declare a state of emergency if he wished. Mora, in other words, would exercise a dictatorial power. He soon began to use his rights at whim. It was in the midst of this social and political turmoil that the CNT prepared its Third National Congress, with workers' assemblies and rallies following one after the other. The activity was particularly frenetic in Barcelona. This was a supremely important moment for the anarchists, with respect to their presence on the peninsula and also their potential impact on the worldwide anarchist movement. Earlier we noted the anarchists' international crisis after the defeats in Russia, Italy, and France. Indeed, organized anarchism seemed to withdraw into itself after these blows and succumb to a sort of inferiority complex in relation to the more dominant Bolshevism. One of the first issues anarchists had to confront was the efficacy or non-efficacy of organization. The debate on this topic paralyzed anarchists, from a combative point of view, and the communist parties grew stronger in their absence. The Spaniards were conscious of this phenomenon and thought that they could have a positive impact on kindred anarchist movements around the world if they built a mass organization that was inspired by anarchism. The Secretariat of the Eight shared this view and, accordingly, decided that the organization's International Congress would occur in Spain shortly after the CNT Congress. For several days, Madrid was going to be the global capital of anarcho-syndicalism. Rudolf Rocker was the secretary of the 8th. Below is his account of his arrival in Spain. Our large group began the trip in the beginning of the last week of May. Augustin Souchy and I went as representatives of the 8th International Secretariat. Orobon Fernandez and 2 Swedish comrades who had come to Berlin also traveled with us. As for the FAUD 45 delegates, Helmut Rudiger had already been in Spain for some time, and Carlo Windhoff, who lived in Dusseldorf, made the trip to Madrid from there. Delegates from Holland and France awaited us in Paris. After meeting with them at nighttime, we immediately continued on to Barcelona. We reached the city at 8 o'clock in the morning and went directly from the train station to the CNT's administrative office. We found Juan Piro there, the editor of our newspaper Solidaridad Obrera, and approximately a dozen additional Spanish comrades, all of whom greeted us warmly. The comrades were in excellent spirits. The monarchy's collapse had excited them all. They told us about the movement's astonishing growth over recent months. The CNT had more than 1 million members, and its influence extended beyond its membership and made itself felt in other circles. 46. The foreign delegates were hosted at the CNT's expense. Rocker recounts his favorable impression of his time in Barcelona. There were large posters everywhere in which 3 letters stood out powerfully: CNT. They were calls to popular meetings, announced for the following Sunday. This, and the presence of Solidaridad Obrera on all the magazine stands, made it clear that we were in the center of Spain's libertarian movement. Durruti and Escaso were waiting for us when we returned to the hotel that evening. Durruti asked about a pair of comrades he had known in Berlin, and especially about Eric Mussum and the good comrades of Oberseehohenweide, in whose house he had to hide at the time. We talked about the new situation in Spain and the perspectives for the movement's future. Both had great hopes, although they knew that it still had to overcome many obstacles before it could victoriously impose new patterns of social development. That was totally understandable. The monarchy left Spain in tremendous chaos and it couldn't be repaired overnight. They would have to confront the challenges with constructive and tenacious work, on new foundations. Escaso believed that the terrible pains preceding the birth of the Republic were worse than the birth itself. He saw a certain disadvantage in this, because decisive changes in social and economic life, such as the resolution of agrarian problem, which was so important in Spain, had to be carried out over a long revolutionary period, which would need to create new conditions and couldn't be delegated to any government. Nevertheless, he thought the situation would become clearer after the June elections and that the CNT was destined to play a great role. 47. The CNT had organized a welcome rally for the foreign delegates on the day following this conversation. It occurred in the Expositions Palace of Communications. Rocker and the other internationals were quite shocked to see such a massive assembly, which was not the norm in their respective countries. More than 15,000 people attended the rally according to the bourgeois press. The palace was incapable of accommodating that many, and so organizers placed amplifiers at the building's entrance so that people could follow the rally from its terrace. Rocker noted that the audience did not emphatically applaud the speakers. He communicated his surprise to Durruti when Durruti had finished his speech and sat down at his side. Rocker's question took Durruti aback. In reply, he said, "But Rocker, you know perfectly well that we, the anarchists, don't worship personalities. Applause and ovations are simply tacky music that encourages vanity and leaderism. A comrade's capacity should be recognized and nothing more. The audience shows its interest by following the speech." Rocker concludes his discussion of the rally in the following way: "That memorable event was surely one of the most vigorous ceremonies that I have ever attended. At mass meetings called by socialist parties in Germany, the orators generally didn't do more than hurl endless insults at their political opponents, completely unaware, in their blindness, of the danger hovering over all of them. By contrast, that spirited rally of Barcelona's working class was deeply gratifying. There were men there with a clear objective in mind, looking optimistically toward a new future and feeling confident in their own strength. If many lost heart in Germany during the grave internal struggles, and some of the strongest comrades bordered on depression when faced with the proletariat's disintegration, a gigantic ceremony such as this one was a regenerator. One felt renewed and inspired to look boldly into the future. Chapter V. The FAI and the CNT meet. There was no doubt that the FAI had a significant influence on the CNT, but the relationship between the two organizations was unclear. That is why the FAI's Tierra y Libertad emphasized disagreements in the brief article that it ran about the international rally that we discussed in the previous chapter. The voice of the FAI was not heard there, which would have been the voice of Iberian anarchism. It was absent, and quite absent. In Spain, the anarchist voice has more right than any to be heard at these meetings of the CNT and 8th. 48. On June 10, one day before the CNT Congress was due to begin, the FAI held its first Peninsular Conference in Madrid. 120 county representatives were present. The conference resolved to do the following. 1. Conduct a propaganda tour throughout the peninsula, beginning on August 1. 2. Make the weekly Tierra y Libertad into the daily newspaper of the FAI, coming out of Madrid. 3. Affirm anarchism within the CNT. 49. Conference participants also discussed the prior behavior of the Peninsular Committee. Their declaration on the matter stated, after a discussion of the flawed conduct of the FAI's Peninsular Committee between October 1930 and January 1931, we have drawn the following conclusions. That comrades Elizalde, Hernandez, and Servant assumed powers exceeding those assigned to them as members of the Commission for Revolutionary Preparation and did not respect the resolution adopted at the Valencia meeting against collaboration with politicians from any camp. We recognize that it would be excessive to enumerate all the details that make up the matter, it is enough to extract the real essence of the event. Here we announce the applicable sanctions, which will be the beginning of the solution that we will try to give to this irritating incident. We resolve that we will not tolerate another divergence from the paths agreed to by the FAI at the whim of any of its members, whatever his situation within the organization may be. Likewise, anyone who dares to repeat this offense will be removed from their posts and will have to wait, in accordance with their future behavior, for the collective to return the trust in them that they violated. Regarding the comrades that have created this circumstance, whom we have named, we believe it fitting that they cease to occupy posts in the anarchist organization for some time. The additional details of the intimate contact that they had with the political elements, while censurable, are a part of the collaboration that we reject. We also cannot accept any attempt to justify their error by pointing to aggravating circumstances. They acted against a decision of the organization that they represent. Furthermore, a prior consultation with the anarchist bodies would have prevented the unfavorable national and international sensation that the collectivity has had to suffer. 50. By purifying its organization in this way, the FAI put closure on the confusing period of political conspiracies that took place during the monarchy's last moments and renewed the possibility of a broad affirmation of anarchism. The matter that the FAI discussed and resolved would also be central to the debates at the CNT's Third Congress, which occurred between June 11 and June 16 in Madrid's Conservatorio. The last time that the CNT had been able to hold a Congress was in 1919. During the intervening years, meetings or national conferences governed the Confederation's organizational life, which could in no way substitute for a Congress. By 1931, the CNT was suffering greatly from the lack of regular Congresses. The need to make decisions while underground had created undemocratic and destructive vices within the organization. Indeed, the greenhouse of the underground had incubated the CNT's internal crisis. While clarifying the organization's political stance was already a very complex task for the Congress, additional factors made its work still more difficult and even jeopardized the Confederation itself. We have seen how the CNT grew to have 1 million members after only 2 months of public activity. Among these members, there were workers who were sincerely impressed by the CNT's heroic legend. But there were also some who were highly politicized and intended to mine the organization for recruits for their own political groups. Given that, and the debate between the anarchists and union activists that had unfolded for more than 4 years, it was easy to anticipate a negative and divided Congress. The fact that it was neither of these things, but rather a constructive workers' event, affirmed the strength of the working class and rebuffed the political parties who hoped to lead it. The Congress had to consider a lengthy agenda that included many important points: the National Committee's report, which would review a long period of activities, the reorganization plan, based on the federations of industries counterposed to the Sindicatos Únicos, national propaganda campaigns and attracting the working class and peasantry to the unions, salary demands, shortening the workday, rejection of income taxes, and ways to fight forced unemployment, CNT publications and how to improve their coordination with other efforts and make them more effective propaganda tools, formulation of reports for the 8th Fourth Congress, and the CNT's position on the convocation of the Constituent Assembly and the politico-legal economic demands to present to it. A total of 511 delegates representing unions from 219 localities discussed the agenda. Although it is difficult to calculate the total number represented, given irregularities in the payment of dues and the inexperience of many of the recently organized unions, it is not an exaggeration to say that 800,000 workers and peasants were represented there. One important characteristic was that delegates carried a mandate from their unions, which recorded the number of members represented and topics to advance for consideration at the Congress. Angel Pestana opened the ceremony in the name of the National Committee. He gave a short speech on the importance of the Congress and the CNT's trajectory since its second Congress in 1919. As 8th Secretary, Rudolf Rocker greeted the Congress in the name of the anarcho-syndicalist workers of the world. The greatest danger facing the CNT today is the democratic danger. The Republic offers workers the promise of improvements that are impossible to obtain within the capitalist regime. And there is the risk that the masses will accept its promises. But you already know that democracies only sustain the old capitalist apparatus, not destroy it. They plan to improve capitalism and, when the workers accept their pledges, they are diverted from their real path. Therefore, the danger for Spanish anarcho-syndicalists is the likely diversion of workers toward republican democracy. Possibilities unsuspected until now are opening up daily before the global proletariat. But we have to work quickly, energetically, and courageously to seize them. The workers have to fight for the realization of their aspirations, which are nothing other than establishing libertarian communism through social revolution. Francesc Isglias as well as Juan Ramon and Gabriel Gonzalez presided over the Congress Committee. Once the agenda was passed, the Asturian delegates asked the body to send a group to the Ministry of Labor in support of their effort to secure a 7-hour workday in the mines as well as a salary increase. The goal, they stated, is to put pressure on Largo Caballero, who is the enemy of the CNT's mining union in Asturias and the protector of the armed socialist scabs. If the meeting is a failure, the CNT will take radical measures. The striking miners must not be defeated. The conference voted to make Miguel Abbas, Ramon Asen, José López, José G. Trabal, and Angel Pestana members of the commission. There was a debate in the third session about whether or not to accept the FAI as an optional entity at the Congress. FAI members in the Catalan Regional Committee preferred to withdraw their motion before having the FAI accepted with limited rights. 51 There were strong differences of opinions about the matter and participants failed to come to a conclusion. The National Committee's report was extensive and took up part of the third and fourth sessions. Speaking for the National Committee, Francisco Aron stated that the National Committee was appointed in June 1930 and that all its actions prior to April 12, 1931 with respect to parties or political figures were authorized by national conferences or meetings. Furthermore, let it be understood that the National Committee never surpassed its authority with regard to CNT decisions and was always faithful to the Confederation's revolutionary and anti-political stance in its relations with political elements. Delegates criticized the National Committee harshly. They accused it of political collaboration, although it was evident that the Confederals and FAistas had good revolutionary intentions in their dealings with political figures. The National Committee roundly denied any participation in the Pact of San Sebastián 52 and asserted that certain contacts were maintained only because they had been established by the previous National Committee. The discussion continued in the fourth session. There was a debate about whether the CNT had collaborated with the political sector and what agreements had been made with Lewis companies. Juan Piro responded to insinuations made regarding the latter issue by saying that companies did not ask for 3 months of peace from the Confederation, but a half year. We made no compromises with him. On the contrary, we explicitly rejected his request. Several Catalans asserted that their unions had held protest strikes in the early days of the new republic, without any CNT committee or any of the new rulers, such as companies claiming that they were breaking a deal. Aaron, Piro, and Pestana also spoke. Delegates ultimately concluded that the National Committee had not abused its power, and they ratified that later, but they also appointed a new National Committee, which Pestana interpreted as a rebuke. Angel Pestana inopportunely presented an important proposal during the fourth session, whose significance escaped the Congress due to the prevailing excitement. His proposed that the CNT ask the Republic to declare Spanish Morocco a region with the same rights as the peninsular regions. The Congress rejected this, although the issue was a source of contention. The anarchists at the Congress saw Pestana's initiative as a clear attempt to negotiate a sort of truce with the Republican government. To even suggest contact with the government was like mentioning rope in the house of a hanged man and only increased suspicions about Pestana's collaborationism. For the anarchists, it was inconceivable to accept asking the federal Republican government to consider Spanish Morocco another region. To ask for was to negotiate, and Spanish was to accept the government's colonialist policies. The anarchists who replied to Pestana rejected both of these things. The oppression suffered by Refis 53 was identical to that of other peoples subject to capitalism and colonialism. The Spanish working class was colonized and exploited by the same forces that dominate the Refis. What was important was uniting the workers of the world in a joint struggle against the state and capitalism. The CNT would take this struggle to the RIF, not to insert the RIFI into Spain's authoritarian structures but to work with them to make a social revolution. 54. The agrarian question was another important issue at the Congress. In fact, representatives from many peasant unions attended, and the Andalusians had even come in their work clothes in order to illustrate the miserable conditions that they had to endure. The CNT's Peasant Federation would advance the following program. Expropriate all large estates, reserves, and arable lands without compensation and declare them social property. Confiscate reserve livestock, seeds, implements, and machinery, which is the wrongful property of the landowners. Proportional and free delivery in usufruct of these lands and effects to the peasant unions, for their use and direct administration. Abolish contributions, taxes, debts, and mortgage charges that burden small landowners who do not exploit manual labor beyond the family unit. Suppression of income in money or kind that small tenant farmers, colonos, leased tenants, etc. must pay to owner parasites or their intermediaries. The Congress is committed to and emphasizes the revolutionary preparation of the peasant masses as well as their capacity to manage agricultural production themselves. The presentation on the CNT's reorganization plan was read during the 8th session. The reorganization would take place on the basis of federations of industry. The plan's author was Juan Piro and, as noted earlier, he premised his argument on the national and international evolution capitalism. Trades would feed rate at local, county, provincial, regional, and national levels, and there would be a national federation of each respective industry. The national committees of the trades would form a national committee of the economy, and the CNT National Committee would operate above all of them. We have already mentioned this plan's bureaucratic character. We now enter the debate more fully. The most important speeches in this debate were made by Garcia Oliver, against, Piro, in favor, Alberola, against, San Agustin, in favor, Santander, against, and Emilio Mira, in favor. Here are their arguments. Santander: if Spain is more agricultural than industrial, Why should there be federations of industry? We are undeveloped, industrially speaking. With the exception of the public service monopolies, there is no industrial development in Spain. And, even if that type of capitalist concentration does exists, should we, who have followed a different trajectory than the Marxists, different because we apply our philosophy to all things, should we now abandon our principles and give in so easily simply because the bourgeoisie economy develops in that way? Juan Piro, if the bourgeoisie of a particular industry unites to defend itself, not as industrialists but as a class, shouldn't the workers also concentrate themselves and form a united front against the bourgeoisie? My reply is categorical, and perhaps that's my sin. José Alberola, the supporters of the federations of industry embrace it because they've lost confidence in our ultimate goals and only have faith in the gears of the machinery. That machine doesn't cultivate strength but consumes it, and in that sense will create a mentality opposed to everything implied by individual initiative. We defend the Confederation, we work in accordance with its basic principles. We have an ideal, which will sooner or later overwhelm the capitalist system. We do not accept anything resembling statism, because all forms of statism invariably become acts of coercion. Emilio Mira, capitalism has political, economic as well as militaristic institutions. It can say to us, so, you want to abolish the state, private property, and the exploitation of man, what body, what organization, what ideal of social life do you counterpose to our system that would be so much better? Against the supposed economic harmony of capitalist production, we have to assert the economic harmony of workers' production through industrial federations and, for their defense in the political and social terrains, the Confederation. Garcia Oliver. We cannot accept the federations of industry because they carry the germ of disintegration within themselves. They kill the spirit of the masses, who we have ready to go into action against the state. CNT hasn't failed at all, or, if it has, it is only because of the lack of revolutionary intelligence among its most distinguished militants. The Confederation has an extremely important role to play right now. The revolution has been strangled and the Confederation would have to be prepared. Participants voted on the matter and the CNT accepted the national federations of industry by 302,000 in favor against 90,671 against. During the 12th session, attendees approved a protest against the state of emergency in Andalusia and also unanimously ratified the CNT's principles and aims. They also had to consider the position of the CNT toward the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. The Congress resolved. The CNT must always practice direct action, push the people on a clearly revolutionary path toward libertarian communism, and convert the political event that has occurred in Spain into a revolutionary event that is fundamentally transformative of all political and economic values. To do so, the CNT will immediately and energetically devote itself to organizing its revolutionary forces and to imminent, anti-electoral action. 55. Chapter 6. The Republic's Social Policy and the CNT. The Congress's decision to embrace the federations of industry would seem to indicate that the CNT's moderate tendency had seized control of the organization. However, the exact opposite would occur. Ultimately, it will be the more radial wing that will impose its revolutionary line on the anarcho-syndicalist confederation. Shortly after Congress attendees had returned home, the most important labor conflict during the Republic's 5 years erupted, the telephone workers' strike. After the proclamation of the Republic, the majority of telephone workers unionized with the CNT and formed the National Telephone Workers Union. Previously they had not been unionized and thus at the management's mercy, but after unionizing they began to make demands on the company. The company was intransigent and the workers went on strike. Only CNT workers supported the strike at first, but that changed after there was violence against the strikers and Miguel Mora ordered police to shoot without warning. The rest of the workers then declared their solidarity and joined the CNT men. The socialists were drawn into the dispute against their will, SP member Fernando de los Rios was the communications minister, and it was decided that he would arbitrate the conflict on the government's behalf. After numerous meetings, he announced a ruling that was quite beneficial to the company but that did recognize the workers' right to a labor contract. However, the company did not abide by his ruling and the strike dragged on for several more months. Finally, the Prime Minister signed a decree on March 15, 1932 undermining the communications minister's ruling and, with it, the workers' right to a contract. No one could explain Manuel as an strange intervention in this matter. 56. Of course the CNT did not accept his arbitration and the strike continued. There were more shootings and acts of sabotage in this strike than any other in Spain's history. A reader unfamiliar with Spain's recent past will wonder why a prime minister would annul the ruling of one of his own ministers, particularly in a conflict between Spanish workers and a foreign company. However, the Telephone Company of Spain was Spanish in name alone. It was actually a branch of the North American International Telephone and Telegraph Company. The English may have occupied Gibraltar, but the Yankees had their own Rock of Gibraltar in the heart of Madrid. Spain's contract with IT&T dated back to the dictatorship. Gumersindo Rico, Melquiades Alvarez, Primo de Rivera, and Alfonso XIII all played a role in drafting it, and of course each one had extracted his take from the deal. 57. When this contract mortgaging Spanish telephone communications to IT&T was signed, two types of shares were put into circulation, some were preferential and others were ordinary. Spanish capitalists owned the first, represented by the Urquijo Bank, which did nothing but take a percentage of the profits, and foreign shareholders held the second. The latter were the only ones with a voice and a vote in shareholder meetings. Furthermore, the contract exempted the telephone company from the obligation to pay any taxes or tributes to the state. The socialist leader Indalecio Prieto condemned this contract in a talk at the Ateneo de Madrid. 58. If the Spanish state wants to rescue telephone services valued at around 600 million pesetas in 1928 by handing over something slightly smaller than a Spanish province to North America, it should know that we will continue being shackled to this company. That's because the telephones installed in Spain use apparatuses and systems patented by IT&T member groups, and we will continue paying for them until the patent expires. Communications are the most delicate and sensitive part of the state's nervous system. Indeed, the security of the state itself can depend on them at times. And yet they've been handed over to a foreign business. 59. Spaniards were well informed about this travesty. The workers had hoped that the government would annul the contract once the Republic was proclaimed, particularly since one of its strongest critics was a government minister. No one understood why the government did the opposite and used its repressive forces in the interests of a foreign company and against the Spanish working class. However, the reality was that the men of the new regime not only supported the contract, but also replaced its beneficiaries under the dictatorship with Republicans. The deception and theft continued, only now with different people. This was so clear that IT&T's best-known representative in Spain, Captain Rowe, publicly stated, "Deals made in the Republic have been much better for my company than under the monarchy. You don't know the power of a blank check in this type of republic." 60. The fishermen of Puerto Paseas declared a strike in late May 1931. The employers were intractable and the workers organized a demonstration to pressure San Sebastián's Republican authorities, taking their wives and children with them. The governor of San Sebastián asked Madrid what to do, and Mora called in the civil guard. 16 civil guards were to be positioned at the access point to San Sebastián, the Mira Cruz Bridge, which is a narrow but necessary passage for anyone entering the city on the road from Paseas. All things considered, it was an ideal place to stop the demonstrators, said Miguel Mora. He continues, the mob reached the civil guards. I was told that there were more than 1,000 of them, including women, and they were armed with sticks, shotguns, and other improvised weapons. They were irate, and their shouting and angry gestures showed that they had been stirred up by outside agitators. These people had never been prone to violence before. The guards blocked the road and spread out across it in 2 lines. The cornet player gave the first call to attention as the throng drew closer. The masses kept advancing. He sounded a second call, which also had no effect on the crowd. And then he finally made the third call, which sparked the demonstrators' furious assault on the guards. The guards were kneeling on the ground now and got ready to fire. They had to fire the volley to stop the avalanche of people falling upon them. There were 8 deaths and more than a few injuries. Hours later, police arrested the 4 Galician CNT leaders who had provoked these sad events. 61. Miguel Mora was not any minister but a senior minister with nearly absolute power to apply his own brand of justice. That is what he told the journalists who gathered in his office to hear about the deaths among the Paseas fishermen. I reminded them that as far as the press was concerned, they were in the presence of a minister who had full powers over public order. I didn't tell them to conceal the news, but rather pleaded with them to do so meticulously and truthfully. I wanted Spain to know that it had a government that was not to be played with. 62. None of the newspapers except La Voz commented on the events. The other ministers, seeing that Mora had frightened the press into silence, applauded the good work of Antonio Mora's son. Mora accomplished another feat in Sevilla. We previously noted that the government had declared a state of emergency in Andalusia. Of course, it wasn't the landowners who let the harvest rot or refused to plant that worried the Republican government, but rather the hungry peasants. It was against them that it declared the state of emergency. Elections had been called for June 28. In Sevilla and throughout Andalusia, Ramon Franco's electoral campaign had strong socialist hues. He was clearly popular, like another candidate, Dr. Cayetano Bolivar, who leaned toward communism but didn't declare himself a member of the Communist Party. Both later became deputies, and their popularity indicates that many workers believed that the country's continued problems were due to the government's novelty and that things would improve once national elections were held. The results of the elections seemed to justify that hope. The socialists elected 116 deputies and the rest of the seats in the parliament went to the left. The right wing was eclipsed. The monarchists only elected 1 deputy, La Ligia Catalana, 3, and the more moderate Al Servicio de la República, 14. The left, including the socialists, was victorious across the board. With 116 socialist deputies, the peasants thought the government would institute agrarian reform and urban workers thought it would confront the work stoppage that was spreading across the country like an oil stain. Although it looked like the socialists had achieved a lot, that was not the case, and Interior Minister Mora was there to prove it. Miguel Mora's black beasts were the CNT and the anarchists, who had been rebuilding themselves throughout Spain. In Andalusia, the CNT was displacing the UGT as the predominant labor organization, which must have felt like a sharp blow to the UGT's general secretary, who was also the Minister of Labor. We don't believe that there was a deal between Mora and Largo Caballero, but simply that Mora hoped that his relentless persecution of the CNT would strengthen the UGT. This was why he devised the Tablada conspiracy, for which he hoped Ramon Franco would take the fall and lose his deputy's certificate. 63. When that conspiracy unraveled, Mora plotted another, more notorious one, the Bloody Week of Sevilla. According to Mora, an anarchist doctor by the name of Pedro Valina was organizing an insurrection in Andalusia that would be centered in Sevilla but break out into a general revolutionary strike throughout the region. Just like with the Paseas fishermen, Mora needed to crush the rebellion and teach its organizers a lesson. We will see how he did so, drawing on Mora's previously cited work as well as Pedro Valina's memoirs, written 40 years after the events. When I arrived in Sevilla, Valina writes, I received a confidential letter from some completely trustworthy comrades in Madrid. They told me that Interior Minister Miguel Mora had called the governor of Sevilla, Antonio Montaner, to his office to propose something despicable to him. Montaner behaved himself well. He immediately rejected Mora's overture and resigned from his governor position. Mora's plan was to provoke a general revolutionary strike in Sevilla, arrest the leading militants, dissolve the workers' organizations, and blame all this on me, trying to destroy me forever. What a dignified man like Montana did not accept, a vile man accepted fully, Mr. Bastos. He was appointed governor and went to Sevilla to occupy his post and carry out his mission. 64. Here is Mora's version. When the Republic was proclaimed, the UGT, that is, the Socialist Party, was preponderant in Sevilla. That Labor Federation and Party were so strong that they were considered the only ones really organized there. Later, while discussing Ramon Franco, he states, I watched his adventures closely and learned that in the Andalusian countryside a doctor named Valena, an anarchist who was very popular among the region's peasants, had made a deal with Franco and other soldier friends of his to assault the city of Sevilla on the eve of the elections, that is, on Saturday, June 27. Mora continues, Mr. Montana began his efforts to destroy the UGT and Socialist Party as soon as he arrived in Sevilla, giving the CNT every chance to surpass its rival. In reality, when Bastos occupied his post, the UGT had practically disappeared from the scene and the CNT had enlisted almost all the province's worker and peasant masses, who were armed and ready not only for a general strike in the capital but also for the assault on it that Dr. Valena would lead. 65. Valena writes, the new governor Bastos arrived a few days later and the most reactionary and dangerous figures in the area came to see him. My Madrid friends told me to sound the alarm to the militant workers in Sevilla, so that the agent provocateurs wouldn't dupe them. I told them what was happening, but my meeting with them gave me with such a bad impression that I was upset when I went to the city. It wasn't that there was any complicity with the enemy, but simply a state of great excitement prompted by the ungainly conduct of the Republican leaders. Valena went to Alcalá de Guadaira, where he lived, and the next day received a militant from Sevilla who, he says, told him that it looked probable that the revolutionary general strike would occur. Valena immediately informed local workers about Mora's ploys. After listening to me attentively, they said that they were also worried about strange things happening in relation to a strike that they had called. The employer himself had told them that he would have settled it already, but was being pressured from above to prolong it. 66. Nonetheless, the provocation was stronger than Valena's warning and the workers went on strike. I was sleeping peacefully at home, unaware that the strike had been declared that day, when a mob of civil guards showed up, under the command of an officer. They smashed into my house and arrested me. They later arrested 4 workers, whom they described as my general staff. 67 authorities took them to Sevilla by car and from there to Cádiz, where they were held incommunicado in the Santa Catalina castle. Several days later Rodrigo Soriano, a Republican deputy and friend of Valena's, used the prerogatives of his position to find Valena and tell him what had occurred. 234 The Republic's social policy and the CNT. The general strike had exploded, as Mora had hoped, with the collaboration of unthinking and provocative elements. The civil guard was ordered to shoot without warning, which is what happened in the province's towns and capital. There were many deaths, 39 in Sevilla and 100 in the rest of the province. The most repugnant act was the murder of 4 defenseless workers in Maria Luisa Park, on the edge of the Guadalquivir, and the most stupid was the bombing of the Casa Cornelio in La Macarena, because the café had been a meeting place for revolutionary workers. 68 Valena spent 3 months in prison. Authorities finally freed him after being unable to find any evidence against him. This is Mora's account of the events. The revolt became more intense between July 19 and 21. 3 civil guardsmen died in the street on July 20 after being fired at from the balconies and 4 workers fell after the police shot them. Bastos and I had decided that we wouldn't relinquish military command except in the last instance. Their offensive became even more severe on the morning of July 22, thanks to reinforcements that the rebels had apparently called in. This occurred despite the fact that Dr. Valena had been arrested and imprisoned when the march on the city began, led by a caravan of trucks that were full of rebels. It was necessary for the military authorities to take control. General Ruiz Trillo led the division of Andalusia. he took over the command and proclaimed the state of emergency. The struggle continued throughout July 22. In the early morning, when the prisoners were being transferred from Sevilla to the port, where they were going to be taken to the prison in Cádiz, they were changing vans in the middle of Maria Luisa Park and several of the detainees tried to escape. The soldiers fired on them and killed 469. The parliament's sessions had begun on July 14 and news from Sevilla made them contentious. The government formed a commission to investigate the events, and one of its members, Antonio Jaén, a deputy from Malaga, declared, "The Andalusian peasants voted against the monarchy on April 12. On May 12, with the events in Madrid and Malaga, they affirmed their radical sense, and on July 22, they showed their social disposition. There is no civil war in Andalusia but rather a social war whose roots can be traced to the beginnings of the Reconquest, a social war whose echo can be heard in all the rebellions and is even perceptible in ballads and popular folk songs. I'll cite a folk song from Andalusia that perfectly indicates the feeling in our land. God in heaven wants justice to return, and the poor to eat bread, and rich to eat grass. A vote of confidence in the provisional government, which would ratify the government and confirm the ministers in their posts, was scheduled to occur on July 29. Luis Companys, who gave up his position as Barcelona governor to be a deputy, suggested that the government should only be made up by Republicans. Miguel Mora felt like Companys had plunged a spear into him. Mora swore his Republican faith and then audaciously declared the following in front of 4 socialist ministers and 116 socialist deputies: "Is the CNT somehow exempt from legal obligations and duties and yet entitled to all the rights conceded to Spanish citizens?" This was the real question, and, to concretize it, I took a stand in the government. My duty is to say to the CNT and FAI, and also to the SS.SS, that Spanish law forms a whole. If they are exempt from duties within the law, given that they do not accept the laws that regulate work, do not recognize the parity committees, mixed tribunals, and, above all, governmental authority, then they will also be exempt from their rights, and the laws of assembly, association, or any of the others that protect them won't exist for them. If they honor the laws of work and those regulating commerce, then they'll have the right to a normal relation with the government. The chamber ratified my position with a prolonged round of applause, and the dispute was over. 71. The final word of this popular folk song is shit, but the deputy used the euphemism grass out of respect for the chamber. 70. Chapter 7. In the middle of a storm. Without a compass. Miguel Mora's boasting was a challenge to the CNT. To take the blow without reacting would only encourage his authoritarianism, yet there was no point in protesting benignly with a long document in the workers' press. What to do? The only solution was to continue the struggle in the street. The Nosotros group was destined to play an important role in the new period that the CNT was entering at this time. As we will see later, CNT moderates will derisively label them Blanquists and say that they had a simplistic analysis of the country's social conditions. 72. History would determine the value of the respective theses in play. Shortly after the proclamation of the Republic, the Nosotros group met to define its strategy. They studied the political and social problem from every angle. A republic based on individuals like Alcalá Zamora, Queipo Delano, General Sanjurjo, and Miguel Mora could not effect any important reform in the political, much less in the social sphere, given that the republic was held hostage by a team of men intimately linked to the monarchy, who had been members of the dominant class before April 13 and still retained all their privileges. 73. It was that perspective that framed the Nosotros group's confrontation with the circumstances at hand. Conditions were increasingly turbulent in the rural as well as urban areas. Indeed, the preconditions of a revolution seemed to be emerging quickly. There was practically no divide between the UGT workers and the CNT men, as Mora himself recognized. He wrote, "There was a series of attacks on large landowners' estates and farms in the Córdoba mountain range, and they were beginning to become dangerous. With their mayors leading the way, the residents of 18 towns burst in on the region's large country estates and grabbed everything they found. They took the plunder to the town and the mayors divided it among the citizens in the respective city halls. I had to concentrate all the civil guardsmen at my disposal in the area to put an end to that dangerous peasant orgy. I also urged Largo Caballero to restrain the revolutionism of his colleagues, given that 14 of the 18 towns in question had socialist mayors, as well as a socialist majority in the city halls. My comrade in government was unable to accomplish this task and the attacks on the country estates became more frequent and more intense. It was necessary to intervene decisively. I first suspended all the mayors and city councilmen in those towns and formed administrative committees made up by the largest local taxpayers. I also put as many civil guardsmen in them as I could and, after publishing and distributing a severe warning, imprisoned the first who committed any excess. The problem was cut at its root and peace returned to the Cordoba mountain range. 74. Put bluntly, Mora's solution was to imprison the socialist mayors and the most well-known militants, put the large landowners and caciques in charge of local governments, and protect them with the civil guard. The Nosotros group was well aware of the revolutionary workers' agitation sweeping Spain. Its members were extraordinarily active, some traveled to speak at rallies, conferences, or informational meetings, and others on missions to organize groups and accumulate means of combat for the immediate future. It was imperative to use time well, since the situation tended to get worse daily. On one occasion Francisco Escaso and Ricardo Sanz had to go to Bilbao, where they took part in a rally with José María Martínez, a militant anarchist miner from Gijón. The event occurred in the front in Euskalguna. It was an unprecedented success in every sense and left the impression that the CNT was serious and responsible, which greatly benefited the organization, particularly in Vizcaya, where the Confederation was beginning to establish itself. The comrades also went to Ibar, where they visited the great and Anachua manufacturer. They discussed delivering the arms, the 1,000 rifles still being held by the company. 75. The gunsmith knew the men and received them well. He also allowed them to inspect the rifles and see that they were in good condition, but he said that he could not supply the weapons without authorization from the governor. The following day, Escaso and Sanz went to the civil government to meet with Mr. Aldisaro, the provincial governor. They explained the matter to him and he responded by saying that he could not allow the weapons to be released without the express and written consent of Mr. Mora, the Minister of the Interior. Escaso left for Madrid and met with Mora, whom he asked to authorize the shipment of the arms to the unions. Mora responded that he could not do so, but would allow the rifles to be sent to the Catalan government once the Generalitat's power was formalized in Catalonia. The Nosotros group met to discuss the issue and decided that their only option was to cede the arms to the Generalitat. At least the rifles might someday get to the workers. The Generalitat created an ununiformed, armed militia called the Eskimos, which was an assault force that replaced the Somaten. 76. It armed the Eskimos with rifles that the Nosotros group had purchased with money expropriated from the bank in Gijón. Ultimately, the workers, their rightful owners, did get control of those weapons. 77. The labor movement absorbed the Nosotros group. Its members were frequently asked to participate in public events throughout Spain. The majority of them were locked out from their trades and obliged to concentrate themselves in the Ramo del Agua 78 of Barcelona's Manufacturing and Textile Union, which had a job listing service recognized by employers. In other words, when an owner in that sector needed workers, he had to request them from the union through factory representatives. Under no circumstance were non-unionized workers admitted to the job. 79. The long quote helps us grasp the Nosotros group's strategy. The succession of events since the Republic was proclaimed had only confirmed their judgment about the essence of the new regime. The unrest in those 18 Cordoban towns described by Mora extended throughout Andalusia and even to the bordering provinces in New Castile, where latifundismo was also the norm. Driven by hunger and despair, the peasants launched consistent revolts, but desperation can only lead to rebellion, never revolution. The hopeless had to have an ideal, possess a program, and make their instinctive revolt a conscious, reflective undertaking. That is the only way that an insurrection can become a revolution. The Nosotros group patiently devoted itself to making that happen. It was not only a question of fomenting uprisings, but also of provoking uprisings that would lead to a collective expropriation of the means of production and the creation of new forms of human sociability. It was thus necessary to elaborate the general contours of the libertarian communist society. The Nosotros group articulated this idea within the FAI and at workers' meetings and rallies. It was accepted broadly, and Isaac Puente wrote a simple but comprehensible outline of libertarian communism. The situation in Barcelona had deteriorated since Josep Oriol Anguera de Sojo became the governor. He and Barcelona's police chief Arturo Menendez faithfully carried out the orders of his boss Miguel Mora, who, as noted, was fighting a bitter war against the CNT. His instructions were categorical: make the CNT toe the line. The Modelo prison began to fill with governmental prisoners. The authorities shut down unions and declared workers' gatherings clandestine meetings at will. The proletariat replied by calling a general strike in August. However, this general strike, called specifically to demand the release of prisoners, was not genuinely supported by Solidaridad Obrera, whose editor was Juan Piro, and was even ignored by the CNT National Committee, which was then under the control of men from the moderate faction. Upset with the results of the general strike, Barcelona's 20,000 metal workers continued striking independently. The 42,000 members of the Construction Workers Union joined the metal workers. These events put the CNT's internal crisis into sharp relief. The situation seemed to grow more confused and desperate daily, thanks to pressures from the Esquerra Republicana and also the Catalan bourgeoisie, which was closing factories and cutting staff punitively. The work stoppage was spreading, and circumstances in the city threatened to become explosive, as they had among the peasants. The FAI met in Barcelona to try to orient the discontent and transform it into a conscious force. They created an economic defense commission to organize a rent and electricity strike, and also called large popular meetings to mobilize the population. One of these occurred on August 2 in Barcelona's Bellas Arts Hall. Durruti, Garcia Oliver, Tomás Cano Ruiz, Vicente Corbay, and Arturo Pereira spoke at the event, all of whom were FAI activists. Durruti sent the following note to his family around this time: "I'll have to respond quickly to the letter that I received from you today. I understand your eagerness to embrace me, that's something I want deeply too, but it's impossible for me to leave Barcelona at the moment. I have a lot of work. I participate in rallies and meetings daily and must also attend to my union responsibilities. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to visit Leon anytime soon, but you can send me the railroad passes and I'll use them the first chance that I get." 80. These comments indicate the intensity of Durruti's life in Barcelona. Indeed, he had returned to Spain on April 15 and still hadn't been able to hug his mother. The metal workers went back to work, but the construction workers continued their strike, and there was a good deal of sabotage. Anguera de Sojo ordered to the police chief to seize the Construction Workers Union at 25 Mercaders Street, not far from police headquarters. This occurred on September 4, 1931. The brand new assault guard 81 cordoned off the premises and a captain ordered his troops to attack the building. However, when he yelled forward, a shot rang out from within the Union, while a half-dozen guards threw themselves against the building's door. There was a shootout that lasted for several hours, although the intrepid libertarians finally exhausted their limited ammunition and had to surrender. 94 comrades were arrested and many others risked their lives to escape the siege of the Union Hall. The champions of liberty wrote a heroic chapter in the annals of Spain's revolutionary history that day. There was a proud and arrogant young man among the detainees, who was convinced that he had done his duty. It was Marionette. 82 menaced by bayonets and machine guns, authorities took our comrades to the holds of the Antonio Lopez steamship, which in days bygone had been the site of innumerable crimes against black slaves brought from Africa to the new continent. 83. The workers had been in the midst of a meeting when authorities attacked the union, and the topic of discussion was the construction workers' strike. The mood was impassioned. Authorities had attacked other unions and dragged militants out of their homes and to prison in the middle of the night. The construction workers defended themselves with arms because they didn't want to go to jail simply to satisfy one of Mora's whims. In any case, when the entrenched construction workers finally agreed to surrender, they said that they would only turn themselves over to army soldiers. Authorities accepted this condition and sent a squad of troops under the command by Captain Medrano. As promised, the workers surrendered. However, the assault guards were not happy to see their prey escape them and used the pretext that they had to interview some of those involved at police headquarters to justify bringing a dozen detainees there. The assault guards machine-gunned the workers once they reached the building's door. In late August, in that climate of bloody class war, a manifesto appeared in the bourgeois press that was said to speak for the sensible side of the CNT. The document, signed by 30 well-known CNT activists, will always be known as the Manifesto of the 30. While it acknowledged that the situation in Spain was genuinely revolutionary, it argued that it was necessary to consider that revolution scientifically and therefore enjoy a period of social peace during which the working class could attract technicians and intellectuals to its cause, who would help it devise an economic structure capable of replacing the capitalist order. They also denounced without mentioning it the FI's strategy, which they said was inspired by the Blanquist theory of the daring minority. They accused the FAI of wanting to Bolshevize the CNT and impose its dictatorship on the Confederation. Juan Piro and Angel Pestana were among the signers. 84 The bourgeois press took this document as a sign of division within the CNT and went on the attack against the horrific FAI led by the three bandits named Escaso, Durruti, and Garcia Oliver. In the midst of this storm, when bourgeois newspapers spoke of Durruti in the same terms used by the press under the dictatorship, Durruti's mother prompted his sister to visit him in Barcelona. She noted her impressions of the trip in a letter to a friend: "My brother and sister-in-law live in conditions that make me ashamed. His house on Freser Street has been bereft of belongings since they moved in. They barely have the basics, a couple of chairs, a table, and a bed without a mattress, on whose box springs my pregnant sister-in-law Mimi sleeps." I shouted at him for not having told us about his situation, so that we could send him money and he could at least buy a mattress for Mimi. What do you think he did? He shrugged his shoulders. Treating me like a little girl, he said, "Look, Rosita, Mimi gets by very well and the pregnancy is going fine. You'll see that she'll have a beautiful child." What could I do? My brother will always be an incurable optimist. 85. The CNT had lost its direction in the storm. The National Committee actually restrained CNT militants instead of encouraging their spontaneous action. For its part, Solidaridad Obrera took a partisan stance and published an editorial defending the sensible men grouped around the 30. Only the anarchist weekly El Locator was willing to defend the terrible FAI. It published the following article by Federica Monsanati titled "The Confederation's Internal and External Crisis. A series of events have occurred between the publication of my article, a circular and its consequences, and the present. In the first place, a group of militants which the bourgeois press, Maisha, and companies describe as the sensible part of the Confederation published a manifesto. Second, there was the strike in Barcelona, which Governor Angara de Sojo, a creature of Mora, caused with his unspeakable attitude toward the prisoners. Third, there is the editorial in Solidaridad Obrera, which is a historic document that will make its author blush someday, if he still has any virility and shame. These events have unfolded in the modest space of 10 or 12 days, dizzying events that indicate the intensity our times. All of this has resulted in the beginning of a violent campaign against all well-known FAI members and the start of the disarticulation of the Confederation, a process that some hope will make the anarchists those terrible extremists into responsibles, when it is actually the responsibles who have caused the political actions of the Barcelona leaders and their attitude toward anarchist opinion in the CNT. We must now speak of these same events in relation to the authorities, the bourgeoisie, and public opinion in general, all of whom gaze at and applaud the struggle between the CNT's left and right wing, between those inclined to make the Confederation an appendage of the Generalitat and the Esquerra Republicana, and those who represent the Confederation's libertarian spirit, who aren't the FAI, the gentlemen politicians, or union functionaries, but the real Confederation. It is the spirit that spoke at the Madrid Congress, articulated by all the delegates from the counties, towns, and unions. It is the authentic Confederation, that of the workers who labor, that of the men who believe, who feel, who struggle, who sacrifice, who die when necessary, who have never lived nor will live from liberalism or union professionalism. This internal crisis occurs at a time when we need unity most, during these grave and dangerous moments. This divisionist crisis has undermined the Barcelona proletariat twice already and renders us defenseless against the public powers and the fissures in the rough seas of communism. It is an internal crisis, a process of decomposition, in which some have succumbed to the political disease, in a workers' movement so strong and dynamic that it has intoxicated those put in the lead by circumstance. We saw it coming long ago, as we now see the series of consequences that the National Committee circular, as well as its poor response to the Barcelona strike, will trigger. The events in Barcelona, the killings at the doorstep of police headquarters, the governor's intransigence and insanity, when he didn't find the entire proletariat on combat footing in an unanimous protest, all of this gives ample space to the oppressive acts of the Republican authorities, who defend capitalist interests and are embodied in Mora, that despot and future dictator. This, after the tragedy of Andalusia, the repression that the Andalusian peasants are suffering, who did not hear an echo of protest or solidarity from the rest of Spain, all this eliminates any opposition to and hesitation in the government, which self-confidently believes that it isn't facing a worthy opponent. Finally, the compromises that labor leaders have made with Mora, hoping to facilitate the approval of the famous Catalan Autonomy Statute, all of this ends the outline of our panorama. When Catalonia is self-governing, the government will have a tolerant policy towards the CNT's good boys, but it will tighten the screws, company's phrase, on the FAI, on the famous extremists, on those qualified as extremists because they are not ready to let the Confederation be in Barcelona what the UGT is in Madrid. And in relation to the Republican and Catalan governments, the Catalanized CNT, with its national committee installed for life here, will feign ignorance of the rest of Spain, as it feigned ignorance of the strikes in Sevilla and Zaragoza, which were fought out with more honor and intelligence than one finds around here. The Spanish proletariat will be easy to control, as the persecution of anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists divides it, breaks it up, reduces it to sporadic rebellions, undermines its capacity for collective action, and bleeds it of its most active elements, bravery and spiritual dynamism. It will be easy for the dog trainer that is the Interior Ministry to manage. Each meeting will be a scandal, each strike an embarrassing display of cowardice and incoherence, each day the consummation of a new shame for us and the imposition of a new governmental iniquity. The Republic, consolidated and organized, the Republic, shamelessly at the service of the bourgeoisie, the Republic, managed by the bullying hand imposed on all the ministers and the entire sheep-like parliament, the Republic, the social democracy, the owner and master of Spain, obstructing, as I said in my first article written after April 14, the social and political evolution of Iberia. And here, in the oasis of the Catalan autonomy, in the paradise that Macià's good faith promises, assuming he's capable of good faith, there is a confederation that has been converted into the fourth hand on the new Consell Descent de Catalunya, 86, a domesticated confederation, governmentalized, with the olive branch policy of harmony between capital and labor, a labor confederation in the English style. It will be a worker democracy, manufactured in Barcelona but for export everywhere, to be used by the humanitarian governments underpinning totally worm-eaten, bourgeois orders. With respect to the FAI, to the frightening, terrible FAI, which that herd of ambitious idiots see personified in two men that, if nothing else, at least aren't cowards, with respect to the FAI as envisioned by the donkeys of Mirador. Oh, people, citizens, brothers of the Iberian people. They will tighten the screws on everyone, even the last volunteer at Soli. There will be a harsh turn from Mora and companies, not to mention the ineffable Louis Valesca and poor Mr. Mesha. They have turned the FAI into a mythological monster, a minotaur or dragon against which neither Theseus nor St. George are useful. Point 87. Chapter 8. Durruti and Garcia Oliver. Respond to the 30. Durruti was never very fond of the press. In his view, paid journalists wrote simply to please their employers, and although they received a salary, they lacked a worker's conscience. Most workers, despite being paid, could refuse to produce something that they considered detrimental to their class. For example, Barcelona's bricklayers and forgers, he said, refused to build the Modelo prison because they knew that they were constructing their own tombs. I can't think of any journalist who has done something similar. 88. With opinions like these, Durruti was unlikely to seek out journalists to comment publicly on the manifesto released by the 30. The fact that he did make a statement in the press was due to the efforts of Eduardo de Guzman, editor of La Tierra. De Guzman asked him for his thoughts on the document published by the reformist syndicalists. His comments were unequivocal: "We anarchists will respond in an energetic but noble way to the attack made upon us by some members of the Confederation. I hope it's clear that this is a direct attack on Garcia Oliver and me. That's natural. I clashed with these figures when I arrived in Barcelona, and, after we spoke for several hours, it became obvious that we had two different positions, which are only becoming more and more distinct. We, the men of the FAI, are nothing like what many people think. Indeed, there's an aura around us that's unmerit and that we need to dispel as soon as possible. Anarchism isn't what many pusillanimous spirits suppose. To be fair, our ideas are much more widespread than the privileged classes believe, and they are a serious danger to capital and even for the proletariat pseudo-defenders in high positions. Of course, the manifesto that Pestana, Piro, Aaron, Alfarach, Clara, and others recently published pleases many of the bourgeois leaders and labor activists in Catalonia, but the FAI has no solidarity at all with these men's mea culpa and will continue along its path, which we believe is the best. How can they expect us to support the present government, which allowed 4 workers to be killed in the streets of Sevilla 4 days ago, which revived Martinez Anido's shameful practices, after they were updated by Mr. Mora, the Interior Minister? How can they expect us to embrace a government that fails to sanction the parties from the dictatorship and allows them to conspire openly in Lizardi? How can they think that we'd support a government formed in part by men who worked with the dictatorship? We are absolutely apolitical. We are convinced that politics is a system of artificial government and completely against nature. Many men succumb to it so that they can continue occupying their positions, sacrificing whatever they think might help them, particularly the humble classes. What's happening now is simply what had to happen, because a revolution wasn't carried out on April 14th. The changes needed to be much more far-reaching than they were, and now the workers are paying the price. We, the anarchists, are the only ones defending the principles of the Confederation, libertarian principles which the others seem to have forgotten. Proof of this can be found in the fact that they abandoned the struggle precisely when it should have been waged more strongly. Clearly, Pestana and Piro have made moral compromises that hamper their libertarian action. The Republic, as presently constituted, is a real danger for libertarians. We will descend into social democracy if the anarchists don't act energetically. We have to make the revolution, and to make it as soon as possible, since the Republic offers the people no security, either political or economic. We can't wait for the Republic to finish consolidating itself. Right now, General Sanjurjo is asking for 8,000 more civil guard. Naturally, the Republicans have the Russian experience in mind. They see what happened to Kerensky's government, which was nothing more than a preparatory stage for the real revolution. That's exactly what they want to avoid. The Republic can't resolve the religious question. The bourgeoisie also doesn't dare do battle against the workers, although they have taken positions. They have a dilemma: either support social democracy, like in Germany or Belgium, or the organized working masses will expropriate them. They aren't fools and have chosen the path that's most comfortable for them, social democracy. Mesha, a man of infinite goodness, so pure and upright, is one of those responsible for the anguishing situation of the workers today. Instead of positioning himself between capital and labor, as he has done, if he had leaned definitively towards the workers' side, the libertarian movement in Catalonia would have spread throughout all Spain and Europe, and would have even found adepts in Latin America. Mesha has tried to make a little Catalonia, while we would have made Barcelona the spiritual capital of the world. Spanish industry can't compete with foreign industry, and yet the workers are much more advanced here. If Spain's industry is going to modernize and compete with that in other countries, we the workers will have to take a step back. We're not going to do that. It's necessary, indispensable, to resolve the problem of the unemployed, whose numbers grow daily. We workers have to provide the solution. How? With social revolution. It's time to make way for the workers. Although it seems paradoxical, the workers and only the workers have to defend Spain's wealth. Getting back to the manifesto, I should mention that during one of our meetings I suggested to Pestana and Pyro that they be theorists and that we, the youth, be the dynamic part of the organization. That is, that they come after us, reconstructing. As members of the Confederation, those of us in the FAI have only 2,000 members, but we have a total of some 400,000 workers, considering that at the last meeting we obtained 63 votes against 22. It's a question of whether or not to give a revolutionary response to the first provocation of the present government. The first meeting of the local federation will be held on Sunday and we'll articulate our protest against the published document there. We know that our organization causes great fear in the Catalan bourgeoisie, but we'll never take a step backward as far as the workers' demands are concerned. 89. The same day that La Tierra published Durruti's comments, Solidaridad Obrera ran an editorial by Juan Pyro defending the views of the 30. It's very easy, wrote Pyro, to summon the workers to protest, so that they can be mocked and shot at. But those who do so aren't revolutionaries, they are moral assassins. The difficult thing, and perhaps this is why it concerns so few, is to ignite the masses with a coherent plan that concretely determines the three phases of any revolutionary movement. Pyro expounded on the question that obsessed him, the federations of industry, which he thought would attract technicians and petty bourgeoisie to the CNT. For him, not having a plan for economic reconstruction meant being unprepared for the revolution. The proletariat has to understand completely that the organization of the economy is the base upon which the whole revolutionary movement at root, essentially socialist, rests, and upon which political liberty and social and economic equality have to be built. To argue anything else, however you dress it up, is to be messianic and Bolshevik, which is always tyrannical in form and content and therefore completely incompatible with anarchism and revolutionary syndicalism. 90. Garcia Oliver also made some comments about the 30 and the problem of revolution while speaking to the same journalist from La Tierra. De Guzman began his article with a few words about the circumstances of his meeting with Garcia Oliver and an appreciation of the latter's personality. Garcia Oliver gave a lecture at a union hall in the El Clot district to an exclusively worker audience on the parallels between Socrates and Christ's lives. He was extremely eloquent and expounded original ideas as he shared his knowledge of the Socratic philosophy with the workers. And if the speaker is admirable, this young man who gave himself an exceptional education in hours robbed from sleep and during long years spent in prison, the same can be said of the audience. Silently, thoughtfully, the listeners strained to grasp the full depth of the orator's words, whose meaning was complex despite their apparent simplicity. We talked after he finished his lecture. Garcia Oliver is one of the most outstanding men of the FAI and the fiercest opponent, conscious, serene, and revolutionary of the men who signed the infamous August Manifesto. Garcia speaks logically, dispassionately, and advances his ideas after a moment of reflection. The differences between the manifesto signers and the FAI, it's difficult for those who don't live in our circles to understand why they're attacking the FAI. The manifesto's signers are angry at us because the anarchist groups have shaken off their tutelage. But the battle isn't really from today. It began in 1923 when the anarchists saw that Pestana, Piro, and the majority of the men who signed the document were unable to confront the difficult times that Spain was going through, in which there was a tangible possibility of a military coup. We even argued at a Congress that there would be a coup within 3 months and, regrettably, our fears were confirmed. That, the poor leadership of the transportation strike, and their clear inability to deal with the problem of terrorism prompted the anarchists to rebel. We didn't do so to divide the CNT, but to get the organization to give a revolutionary solution to Spain's problems. The anarchists didn't distance themselves from the Confederation at the time. We've always been its most active element, but from men like Pestana, Piro, etc., who had a disproportionate influence over the organization. The same thing is happening today. 2 months ago, Pestana and Piro looked at the Republican reality in Spain and concluded that Parliament is an effective tool for social change. The anarchists, on the other hand, knew that the dictatorship fell not because of pressure from political parties, but because the Spanish economy had stretched to its limit. We disagreed with them and asserted that social problems can only be resolved by a revolutionary movement that transforms the economy while also destroying bourgeois political institutions. Revolution is not a question of preparation, but of will. Without setting a date, we advocate revolution and don't worry about whether or not we're prepared to make it. We know that revolution is not a matter of preparation but of will, of wanting it. We don't disregard revolutionary preparation, but simply consign it to secondary importance. After the experience of Mussolini in Italy and Hitler in Germany, it's clear that preparing for and advocating the revolution also propels the fascists into action. Revolutionaries previously assumed that the revolution would triumph by necessity when it's time for the people to make it, whether or not the opposing elements in the dominant regime want it. We could accept that theory before the fascist victory in Italy, because until then the bourgeoisie believed that the democratic state was its last refuge. But after Mussolini's coup, capitalists are now convinced that when the democratic state fails they can still find the necessary forces to overthrow liberalism and crush the revolutionary movement. The FAI, revolutionary ferment. The signers of the manifesto say that the FAI wants to make a Marxist revolution, but unfortunately they're confusing the revolutionary technique, which is the same for all those who intend to rebel, with anarchism and Marxism's very different principles. At present, the FAI represents the revolutionary ferment, the element of social decomposition that our country needs in order to make the revolution. Ideologically, the FAI embraces anarchism and aspires to the realization of libertarian communism. As such, if a new regime is installed in Spain after the revolution that is similar to the one in Russia or the dictatorial syndicalism advocated by Piro, Aron, and Pinion, then the FAI would immediately begin fighting against that order, not to destroy it in a reactionary sense but to push it to go further in order to implant libertarian communism. The dictatorship of the proletariat sterilizes the revolution. He is quiet for a moment. I ask a question. Garcia reflects, and then replies calmly but firmly, "We don't like to make judgments about what may or may not be possible in the future." Indeed, those who use hypotheses to establish dictatorial theories only reveal their own ideological confusion. All revolutions are violent. But the dictatorship of the proletariat, as understood by the communists and the syndicalist signers of the manifesto, has nothing to do with the violence of the revolution as such. In essence, they want to make violence into a practical form of government. Their dictatorship naturally and necessarily creates classes and privileges. And, given that the revolution has been made to destroy those privileges and classes, the effort would be in vain and it would be necessary to begin again. The dictatorship of the proletariat sterilizes the revolution. It's a waste of time and energy. The FAI does not want to imitate the Russian Revolution. We want to make a real revolution, the violent event that frees people from their burdens and sets authentic social values aloft. That's why we don't prejudge Spain's revolutionary future. But if we were to do so, we would have to affirm that libertarian communism is possible here. Certainly our people are at least potentially anarchist, in the cases when they lack the ideology. Furthermore, we can't forget that Spain and Russia are located at Europe's two extremes. And not only are there geographic differences between the two countries, there are psychological differences as well. We want to prove this by making a revolution that doesn't resemble Russia's in the slightest. The signers of the manifesto do not believe in the revolution. Garcia Oliver becomes pensive again and, after reflecting briefly, says, those who put their names on the manifesto never believed in the Spanish Revolution. They participated in revolutionary propaganda in the distant past, but their fictions have been shattered today, now that the hour of truth has arrived. The signers of the manifesto see that they've been overwhelmed by events and declare their faith in the revolution, but they absurdly postpone the event to 2 or more years in the future, as if that were possible with the current crisis of the economy. Furthermore, in 2 years the revolution would be unnecessary for the workers. Between Mora, Galarza, and hunger not a single worker will still be alive. Or, if there is one, he will be oppressed by a military dictatorship, whether it's monarchical or republican, that will necessarily arise, given the failure of the Spanish parliament. The CNT does not need to waste time preparing anything. Then what course of action should the Confederation take? The CNT doesn't need to waste time and prepare the two aspects of the revolution, destructive first and later constructive. The CNT is the only solid thing in Spain, a country in which everything is pulverized. It is a national reality that all the politicians combined can't overcome. The CNT should not postpone the social revolution for any reason, because everything that can be prepared is already prepared. No one would suppose that the factories will function completely immediately after the revolution, just as no one would imagine that the peasants will work the plows with their feet. Workers will have to do the same thing after the revolution as they did before it. In essence, a revolution implies a new concept of morality, or making morality itself effective. After the revolution, the workers must have the freedom to live according to their needs, and society will satisfy those needs according to its economic capacities. No preparation is necessary for this. The only thing required is that today's revolutionaries defend the working class sincerely and don't try to become little tyrants under the pretense of a more or less proletarian dictatorship. Garcia Oliver becomes quiet. An unwavering faith in victory shines in his eyes, and also the belief that it is already near. 91. Chapter 9. Two paradoxical processes. Alfonso XIII and the Gijón Bank. Given these statements from Durruti and Garcia Oliver, and the opposing comments from Juan Piro and his friends, it was inevitable that the manifesto would become a subject of debate within CNT unions, particularly those in Catalonia. The fact that the 30 had used the bourgeois press as a vehicle to voice their disagreements was one of the things that most upset militants. That, and the timing of their statement, made it harder for the CNT and anarchists to effectively confront the government's persecution as well as the criticisms that socialists and communists were lodging against them. In this context, it is worth quoting a letter that Durruti sent to his brother Manolin, who was active among the socialists in Leon. I'm just sending a few lines to tell you that the Sevilla comrades haven't gone along with anyone, neither the bourgeoisie nor the communists. The CNT doesn't accept anyone's tutelage, and we refuse to take part in rebellions that aren't inspired by the workers or sponsored by their unions. Political movements, especially those of the communists, respond only to the party's needs, without taking into account the workers' general interest. But the communists go further. The imperatives of the Soviet state shape all their activities. Moscow directs the communist parties like pawns, who advance or retreat according to its political strategy and international goals, which are always determined by the needs of the state. So don't pay attention to what the communists say in Frente Rojo. The CNT will respond in due time to all the slanders being spread against it. Right now the CNT needs all its energy to clarify its own positions and confront the repression constantly bearing down upon its militants. 92. The CNT's Catalan Regional Committee called a regional meeting for October 11, 1931 to clarify the internal conflicts. Between the call for the meeting and the meeting itself, there were endless union gatherings, strikes, acts of sabotage, and clashes which were almost always bloody between the workers and the police. On September 30, Barcelona's local federation met to talk about the bank agenda of the regional gathering. Instituting the federations of industry was the contentious point, and the antagonisms between the two tendencies in the organization came to a head. The moderates accused the radicals of wanting to control the CNT, who in turn objected to the moderates' attempt to integrate the revolutionary workers' movement into the state by means of the CNT's industrial bureaucratization. They resolved the matter with a vote. 16 unions declared themselves in favor of the federations of industry and 3 against. Nonetheless, as if to underscore how conflicted they were about the issue, 2 of the 3 men nominated to represent Barcelona's unions at the regional meeting, Francisco Esqueso and José Canella, were FAI members. Their appointment produced its first consequence the following day, when Juan Piro resigned as the editor of Solidaridad Obrera, before the regional meeting had even occurred. The seats of the Teatro Proyecciones in Barcelona's exposition were full of delegates on October 11. Assault guards watched the surrounding areas closely and, as if hoping to provoke a confrontation, constantly demanded identification from anyone heading toward the meeting. The harassment, and the thorny matters to discuss, created an extremely tense environment. Activists entered the theater as friends but feared that they would leave it as enemies. The debate about federations of industry consumed a total of 16 hours of passionate discussion spread out over 4 sessions. Although meeting participants ultimately accepted the CNT's national decision on the federations of industry, they asserted their right to apply or not apply the decision, in accordance with the autonomy enjoyed by the CNT's regional confederations. This was a blow to the moderate faction. Likewise, meeting participants also decided not to reaffirm the Solidaridad Obrera team. This tore the powerful informational weapon from the moderates' hands. Meeting attendees voted to put it under the control of Felipe Alaez, who was a well-known supporter of anarchism's advanced extreme, as he liked to say. Alaez describes how Francisco Esqueso told him about his nomination. One morning, he came to my home in Sants. "You have to be the editor of Soli, starting right now, as a professional and a comrade." Esqueso seemed to be a militant in a rush. "The Catalan unions have elected you. You have more votes than Macia." Garcia Oliver came by after Esqueso had left. Garcia and I went to the meeting in the Teatro Proyecciones, where the matter had been decided. It turned out that I was something like a half-millionaire in votes. That day I had coffee with Esqueso in La Tranquilidad, which was the most untranquil café on the Paralelo and in Catalonia. 93. La Tranquilidad was a café located in the middle of the Brecha de San Pablo on the Paralelo, and its owner, Martí, was sympathetic to the militant anarchists. 94 FAI members and supporters liked to gather there. In opposition to the La Tranquilidad, there was the Pepe Café on San Pablo Street, almost at the Brecha, where militant syndicalists met. They led what were called confederal groups, which were syndicalist action groups that formed the CNT's underground, defensive shield. The police occasionally arrested everyone inside these cafés on the pretext that they needed to verify their identities. Of course, authorities always prolonged the detentions of those they had been watching by charging them with sabotage or some other criminal infraction of bourgeois law. Nonetheless, despite the constant police raids, these cafés were always full of people. It was in La Tranquilidad where Russian writer Ilya Ehrenberg first met Durruti, shortly after the proclamation of the Republic. There, surrounded by many well-known militants, Ehrenberg tried to convince Durruti that Bolshevism was superior to anarchism. Durruti ending up cutting up the Russian writer with his brutal responses. Among other things, he reminded Ehrenberg that the Soviet Union, the homeland of the proletariat, had slammed the door in his face when he found himself in a Europe with nowhere to go. Alaez and Garcia Oliver found Durruti and Esqueso at La Tranquilidad, who had been passing the time talking about the news from Leon. Durruti's sister Rosa had just informed him that Leon police had come to her house looking for him. This was a response, she said, to a search and capture order for Durruti and El Toto 95 printed in the Bulletin Official. When the new arrivals told them that the CNT meeting had voted to make Alais editor of Solidaridad Obrera, Durruti replied, "Your news isn't new, but mine is. Apparently the police are trying to find Toto and me, so that they can charge us with the holdup of the bank in Gijón. And you can consider yourself lucky if it's only for that, but I don't think things will end there," Alais responded. "I imagine that they'll also try to lock you up for the action against Alfonso XIII. And why not for the attack on Cardinal Saavedra as well?" Escaso asked. 96. While the CNT's radical faction continued to win ground and weaken the moderates, the bourgeois press inveighed against the Republic's three greatest enemies Durruti, Escaso, and Garcia Oliver, whom they described as public enemies as well bank robbers and bandits. Catalanist papers also tried to depict the FAI militants as mercanos. 97. They were trying to incite public opinion against the horrific FAI, but instead of diminishing the FAI's impact on the CNT, this propaganda actually increased it. The fact that Francisco Escaso's fellow workers went on strike to demand his release immediately after he was arrested made this clear. When Felipe Alais took over solely on October 13, he also had to immediately begin organizing a campaign to free Escaso. Police accused Escaso of having killed Alexander the Great and also gave him a serious beating. 98. The CNT's Catalan Regional Committee organized rallies throughout the region to protest Escaso's arrest. Durruti spoke frequently on the topic and the content of his speeches was always the same: "We're living just like we lived under the dictatorship. Nothing has changed, the same bureaucracy, the same military bosses, the same police and, therefore, the same oppression, now exercised by a police force made up by socialists. I'm referring to the assault guard. Complaints aren't useful, we have to react, and soon, to demonstrate our opposition to the rulers and the death of Republican hopes. The working class has the obligation, if it doesn't want to deny itself, to seek its well-being beyond all these political tricks and political parties, which are nothing more than bureaucratic schools of power. The working class has no parliament but the street, the factory, and the workplace, and no path other than social revolution, which it can only make through constant revolutionary struggle." 99. Authorities charged Durruti with insults against authority after a speech he gave at a rally held on Escaso's behalf in which he denounced the Republican government's repressive policy against the workers. The press reported on his arrest, although, in reality, it was no more than a bureaucratic matter in which he was informed. But it worried Durruti to think of the concern that his mother would feel when she learned the news. He hastened to send some calming words, and he also replied to a letter from his family in which they urged him to leave the movement and return to Leon. It was not the first time that Durruti had received letters of this nature. Although Durruti's response on this occasion was similar to those that he gave at other times, his letter merits reproduction because it contains valuable biographical information. "I suspect you've read about my arrest in Madrid's La Tierra. I don't know who communicated the news, but the fact is that no one has bothered me. I go about my life as always. I haven't stopped working for a moment and continue to go to the unions. It's Escaso who has been arrested, but we hope that he'll get out soon. The police detained him because they found him in the company of people they were looking for and decided to arrest everyone. But the situation isn't serious." Now, to address the letter from Perico, and in which, he says, he expresses all of your views. "Perico tells me to give up the life that I'm living and return to Leon, to work in the machinery warehouse. One of his reasons is the severity of the approaching economic crisis, whose consequences I'll be the first to suffer. Likewise, I should abandon the life of the fighter because everyone, he says, should get themselves out of trouble. I don't take your suggestions in a bad way, because I know they reflect your concern for me and desire to have me at your side. But you'll never understand what makes me different from the other brothers. When I lived at home, I don't think it would have taken you much to see that there's an enormous distance between us in our ways of thinking and acting. From my earliest years, the first thing that I saw was suffering. And if I couldn't rebel when I was a child, it was only because I was an unaware being then. But the sorrows of my grandparents and parents were recorded in my memory during those years of unawareness. How many times did I see our mother cry because she couldn't give us the bread that we asked for? And yet our father worked without resting for a minute. Why couldn't we eat the bread that we needed if our father worked so hard? That was the first question whose answer I found in social injustice. And, since that same injustice still exists today, 30 years later, I don't see why, now that I'm conscious of this, that I should stop fighting to abolish it. I don't want to remind you of the hardships suffered by our parents until we got older and could help out the family. But then we had to serve the so-called fatherland. The first was Santiago. I still remember mother weeping. But even more strongly etched in my memory are the words of our sick grandfather, who sat there, disabled and next to the heater, punching his legs in anger as he watched his grandson go off to Morocco, while the rich bought workers' sons to take their children's place in Africa. Don't you see why I'll continue fighting as long as these social injustices exist? 100. Durruti, consumed as he was by the revolution, barely noticed that Emilienne was a stone's throw from becoming a mother. She entered the hospital maternity ward in early December 1931 and a child, whose eyes would always invoke Durruti, came into the world on the 4th day of that month. They named the girl Colette, surely by Mimi's express desire. Her birth had a powerful impact on Durruti. He could barely conceal his delight to his sister Rosa. Mimi is absolutely enchanted with her girl and is in good health. We've enclosed a bit of her hair. She's dark, like you, and all our friends say she's very pretty. I suggest that you come to Barcelona for a few days, which you'll enjoy a lot. I have many friends here, some are in prison, but they'll get out sooner or later. I also have a lot of work, since we're organizing large rallies in support of the prisoners. I want you to know that yesterday I charged 2,600 pesetas as an indemnity against my dismissal by the railroad company during the general strike in August 1917. That money has served us well. Yesterday Mimi went out for the first time with some friends and bought countless needed items, including all the essentials for Colette. Regarding the 100 pesetas that you said you're going to send, don't send them now, if you haven't already done so. I'm not short on money at the moment. 101. Durruti sent this letter on December 8, 1931. The Republic had been proclaimed on April 14 and it had been necessary to wait 8 months for them to begin to apply the amnesty decree. That is how slowly things went. 6 days later Durruti sent his family another letter in which he acknowledged that he had received the 100 pesetas and spoke of Colette. She's begun to laugh and is a delight to all our friends. Mimi is quite well and treats Colette like a princess. She has a lot of milk and a good appetite. We bought endless things, a closet, buffet, mattress, blankets, sheets, crib, shoes. Many things. I didn't go to work today because all my friends were released from prison, including Escaso. I've been very busy organizing on their behalf recently. I've caused quite a scandal in Barcelona and it looks like I won't escape going to jail. You shouldn't worry about the bulletin from Asturias, since I have a letter from Oviedo and they tell me that it's nothing. Rosita, get yourself to come to Barcelona. I'll even prepare a bed for you, since we now have a mattress. My dear Colette is sleeping in my arms. I never tire of looking at her. 102. Durruti's premonition about going to prison was partially confirmed a few days later. He was scheduled to speak at a rally in Girona and the police, who were waiting for him at the railroad station, arrested him when he got off the train. They took him to the police station, where an inspector accused him of having organized an attack against Alfonso XIII in Paris. Durruti knew that the purpose of the charade was simply to hold him for several hours in order to prevent him from addressing the rally. He warned the inspector that his game could cost him dearly, since the workers wouldn't accept an arrest made under the pretext of an attack on a king deposed and condemned by the Republic. Meanwhile, as Durruti argued with the inspector, a call came in from the civil governor ordering them to release the detainee. The inspector apologized and Durruti left the police station. Of course the governor didn't free Durruti out of the goodness of his heart. He was acting under pressure from a group of workers who went to the civil government and demanded an explanation when they learned about Durruti's detention. The governor didn't want to make the ridiculous announcement that they were holding Durruti because of a conspiracy against the dethroned king and told them that they were simply verifying his identity, but that he would be freed immediately and the rally could go on. Durruti's speeches were never short of attacks on the Republic, and this police harassment simply gave him another reason to go on the offensive at the Girona rally. If I needed one more example to convince you that we're still living under the monarchy, our civil governor has given me a good one by trying to arrest me for revolutionary activity designed to eliminate Spain's most disastrous king. The government agent assigned to the meeting had to endure the defiant ovations and cheers from the Girona workers. Durruti couldn't resist telling his sister about the machinations of Girona's civil governor when he got back to Barcelona. "See, Rosita, how my instinct didn't deceive me. The Republican authorities tried to imprison me for plotting against the monarchy. I can't imagine anything more outrageous. But, moving on to more serious matters, this time it's true that Mimi, Colette, and your ingrate brother are coming to Leon." 103. Durruti hadn't set foot in Leon since August 1917. By December 1931, it had been more than 14 years since he had seen his family or conversed with his friends, youthful playmates who were now militant anarchists or cientistas. This was not to be a pleasure trip for Durruti, but one full of sadness. His sister had informed him that "your father is extremely sick, and you should do anything you can to be at his side and give him the satisfaction of seeing you before it's too late." His sister's urgency was not misplaced. Their father died while Durruti was on his way to Leon. Old Santiago Durruti's funeral was an important event for the workers of Leon. The local UGT and the CNT hoped that it would not only celebrate the old socialist but also express support for his son, who was cursed by Leon's church and bourgeoisie. After the funeral ended, the Leon CNT asked Durruti to prolong his stay for a few days so that he could speak at a rally scheduled to be held in the city's bullring. We possess a photo of the event that shows a particularly well-dressed Durruti, which was doubtlessly the result of his family's efforts. As Anastasia liked to say, "Every time he comes to Leon, I have to dress him from head to toe and pay for the return trip." The CNT wanted this to be a large rally and invited workers from all the province's coalfields. For their part, local caciques and church leaders pressed the civil guard commander to find an excuse to stop the ceremony. The pretext he found was charging Durruti with robbing the bank in Gijón and, under the accusation, prepared to send Durruti to Oviedo with an armed escort. Durruti was accustomed to being charged with crimes and nothing could surprise him in this respect after his experience in Girona. When the commander explained the accusation, Durruti stared at him and indignantly replied, "Do you know what that money was spent on? On bringing you the Republic on a platter. Commander, don't you think that it would be better if we left things as they are and that I speak in the bull ring tomorrow? Would you rather have an outburst in Leon?" 104. As expected, Leon's bullring was packed the following day. Workers had come not only from the province of Leon but also from surrounding areas, such as Galicia, Gijón, and even Valladolid. Laureano Tijerina, the local secretary of the CNT, presided over the event. Durruti, the only orator, was speaking in his native Leon, to people that he knew. That rally was not just any rally, but rather a broad conversation in a familiar environment. Durruti did his best to avoid grandiloquent phrases and maintained a serene, thoughtful tone. In simple terms, but reinforcing each of his statements with an energetic gesture, he discussed the Republic's failures and explained why it had been unable to solve the country's social and political problems. After this reasoned examination, he pointed out that Spain was living in a pre-revolutionary period, that the revolution was growing in the proletarian world, and that when the revolution explodes it will not be a riot or a brawl, but an authentic and profound revolution that will cause the whole bourgeois, religious, statist, and capitalist order to fall. After its liquidation and total destruction, the working class and peasantry will make a new world rise, without privileged classes or parasites, that will guarantee bread and liberty for all, because bread without liberty is tyranny and liberty without bread is a deceit. But for the revolution to occur, he argued that absolutely all the workers must fight for unity in the true class sense of the word, and that their activities must lead toward a single goal, the only one permitted for the working class, to break the chains of their slavery and be dignified in liberty. And don't forget that no revolution can be made in slavery, but only in and with liberty. Forward, then, to the liberating revolution. Forward to the permanent and never-ending social revolution. 105. Durruti's revolutionary enthusiasm overwhelmed him and spread to the people of Lyon. However, this was not a new thing for him. He had always been an optimist and had an almost religious faith in the revolution. For him, the revolution was inevitable, although it was necessary to prepare for it through a daily struggle that would give rise to the new man. While reflecting on the difficulties that the CNT faced after the insurrection of December 8, 1933, a friend of his, Pablo Portas, offers a depiction of Durruti's hopefulness. During those harsh days, when the government was filling the prisons with workers and persecuting the CNT and anarchists, Durruti told Portas that the revolution has to be thought of as a long process, marked by advances and retreats. Militants shouldn't let themselves be demoralized. In times like these, we have to be courageous, learn from the past, and prepare ourselves to attack more forcefully in the future. You'll see, as things continue to deteriorate, the working class will shake off its fear and occupy its rightful place in history. For now, we have to maintain ourselves in the breach and not let pessimism dominate us. I know that our best comrades are falling one by one, but those losses are logical and necessary. Without them there is no harvest. They are to the revolution what the sun and the water are to plants. Many of us thought Durruti was a fanatic of the revolution, Portas says. It's just that wherever we looked we only saw comrades cornered like animals by the state, while the workers who filled the soccer fields or bull rings didn't concern themselves in the least with that anarchist bloodletting. 106. Chapter X. The Insurrection. In Alto Llobregat. While social conditions continued to deteriorate, deputies and ministers were busy drafting the Constitution of the Second Republic. The discussion of Article 26, which treated the separation of the church and state and limited the church's activity in public life, shattered the political unity in the government. This article was approved on October 13 by 178 votes against 59, with the abstention of the radical socialists. Miguel Mora and Alcalá Zamora saw this as a betrayal of the Pact of San Sebastián and resigned from the government. The socialists and republicans overcame the crisis by forming a new government without the right wing. Manuel Aznar continued to hold the purse strings of the Ministry of War and stood in for Alcalá Zamora as prime minister. Santiago Casares Quiroga replaced Mora in the Interior Ministry and José Giral took on the Ministry of the Navy. This ministerial readjustment produced a Republican socialist government that could govern without the obstacle of the high bourgeoisie and the church's representatives. There was nothing to stop it from instituting sweeping reforms and addressing urgent problems such as unemployment and the agrarian crisis. That was what the people hoped it would do, but the Republican leaders disappointed them once again. Instead of tackling those issues, they simply aggravated things by approving the law for the defense of the Republic on October 20. They heavily strengthened the powers of the Interior Ministry, so much so that Miguel Mora couldn't help but exclaim, "That would make being Interior Minister a pleasure." On December 9, 1931 the Parliament reached its maximum incongruence when 362 members voted to make Alcalá Zamora President of the Republic. Alcalá Zamora, who had resigned because he disagreed with Article 26, only heightened the contradiction by agreeing to be the faithful guardian of the Constitution. The president swore his fidelity to his post 2 days later and, to render the act more solemn, the government made the day a national holiday. This ostentation stood in frank contradiction to the situation on the street. There was a general strike in Zaragoza and workers had occupied factories in the Asturian mining region, only to be dislodged by the civil guard. It was not a peaceful affair. 1 was killed and 11 injured by gunfire that day in Gijón. Significant events occurred on December 31 in Castilblanco, a small town in the Badajoz province. Peasants there had been on strike for several weeks and Casares Quiroga ordered the civil guard to impose order. The civil guard's entrance into Castilblanco shook the locals and they, in reply, surrounded the civil guard's post and killed those inside. The civil guard responded by unleashing a wave of terror in numerous villages, including Almarcha, Gerasa, Calzada de Calatrava, Portolano, and Arndo. There were 6 deaths and more than 30 injured in the last site alone, where authorities fired upon a peasant demonstration demanding bread and work. The FIS Tierra y Libertad published a lengthy article about the incident under the following headline: Spain is kidnapped by the civil guard. It printed a number of graphics depicting what had happened. Circumstances were even worse in Catalonia. In the coal fields of Alto Llobregat and Cardona, conditions for the potash miners had deteriorated sharply since June 1931. The mining company was English and treated the miners like they were colonial subjects. The civil guard was at the company's beck and call and arrested those it considered disobedient. Unions were attacked, it was illegal to sell workers' publications, and police constantly frisked laborers in the street. The workers, most of whom had migrated from the Cartagena mining region, began to reach the limits of their patience. Some wanted to return to their hometowns and others looked toward violence. Militant Cientistas and anarchists met to devise a plan that would to channel the popular discontent into positive acts of proletarian affirmation, raise the workers' combative spirit, and encourage their confidence in their strength and revolutionary potential. The idea of launching an insurrection and proclaiming libertarian communism took root. They decided to lay the foundation for the rebellion with a propagandistic speaking tour. Vicente Pérez, Combina, Arturo Pereira, and Durruti began the tour in early 1932. Durruti was truly explosive at the rally in Salent. He told the workers that it was time to renew the revolution left hanging by the Republicans and Socialists, that bourgeois democracy had failed, and that the emancipation of the working class could only be achieved by expropriating the bourgeoisie and abolishing the state. He urged the Fagles miners to prepare themselves for the final struggle and showed them how to make bombs with tin cans and dynamite. 107. Durruti's aggressive tone reflected the spirit of the moment. Felipe Alaiz urged the people to revolt in articles that he sent to Tierra y Libertad from prison in Barcelona. It isn't time to brandish pens in this country that shudders meekly before the big landowners and lacks the strength to truly react against the public affront. No, it isn't time for rhetorical protests or to call for vigorous demonstrations. We've done that more than enough already. Some are even saying that those who tolerate the abuse deserve it. Conventional wisdom reaches tragic extremes when it states that a dictatorship is brewing in Spain, even though dictatorial forces have already been acting in full uncontested vigor for several weeks thanks to the socialists and republicans. What can you expect from the socialists, who have justly been treated as traitors for 15 or 20 years? And what do you expect from the republicans, a group of half-wits who now raise arms and announce that democracy is bankrupt? Democracy has always been a poison, a whip, and a gag. The Spanish people have never been as docile as now and never massacred as frequently as now. We don't need to spell out the moral of the story, but it must be said that if there isn't a real response to the ignominious absence of even the most elemental liberties and right to life, if the docility continues disguising itself with words, which are simply pages to the wind, if we fail to energetically attack the origin of these problems, then we will continue to build warehouses of smoke and perhaps write a page in the martyrology, but we won't be anarchists. 108. Several days after the Salent rally, a rebellion erupted throughout the coal fields of Alto Llobregat and Cardona and the villagers proclaimed libertarian communism. The rebellion spread to Manresa, where armed workers took over and abolished money, private property, and state authority. Figals was the last town to surrender to the army. The revolutionaries held it for 5 days, during which they lived out a profound experiment in libertarian communism. The correspondent sent there by Lauthiere wrote the following: "Men of all types worked the coal field where the rebellion triumphed. They are men who have always felt the weight of exploitation, and it was against their demands just as they were that the regime was erected that always denies the workers the right to live. Revolutionaries, and union activists in their majority, these fighting workers were holy rebels, eternally persecuted by all injustices. They are all too familiar with the mine and the prison, the ship and the civil guard. It seemed logical that these men, once victorious and thinking that they had overthrown the bourgeoisie, would avenge the years of oppression that they had suffered, that driven by hate they would throw themselves on the state's representatives, guards, judges, and priests, etc., and mercilessly tear them to shreds. But after proclaiming the social revolution, these men, idealistic and generous beings, did not think of retaliation. They did not want to spill blood and didn't even consider humiliating those who had humiliated them so many times before. They seized the weapons to prevent their adversaries from attacking. They secured the area to protect themselves against surprises. And leaving the whole world in absolute liberty, they continued working just like the day before, without imagining for an instant that their revolutionary victory freed them from the grueling task of tearing coal from the bowels of the earth. And that is exactly what the anarchists did, men who are beyond all laws and who are constantly treated like murderers, thieves, and professional criminals. At their head, teaching by example, were the leaders of the rebellion, the revolutionaries who, according to the Muñoz-Seca brothers, the Paisa, the parliament, and even the government, had unspeakable motives and rebelled merely to fulfill their most turbid appetites. The revolutionaries controlled the situation for several days in Salent, Suria, Berga, Figals, and Cardona. There were no robberies, murders, or rapes anywhere. There was not even one death to suggest cruelty in those eternally persecuted men, not one robbery to demonstrate the desire for profit, not one rape to mark the urge to satisfy craven desires. It was the same in all the towns. The workers greeted the victory of the social revolution with enthusiasm. They seized the town halls, flew red or black flags, abolished money, and made purchases with vouchers. But there was no looting or barbarities. Nowhere, not even in one small village, did the workers think that their victory liberated them from their hard daily labors. That is how the revolutionaries of Cardona and La Brega thought and acted. And that is why the rebellion is so significant. For the first time, libertarian communism was a broad and lived reality. And utopian anarchism's generous and noble ideas shined brightly in all those places, above all hatred, resentment, and conflict. The events in those towns have such capital importance that they will surely have a decisive influence on the progress of the Spanish Revolution and merit thorough study as a sociological phenomenon by our intellectuals, leaders, and politicians. For the workers there is no doubt, and they will know how to extract positive lessons from their brothers, the miners of Salent and Figals. 109. How did the government respond to that bloodless worker uprising? In the Chamber of Deputies, Prime Minister Manuel Aznar spoke about a revolutionary movement that was led from abroad and said that it was imperative to crush it immediately. He requested and received a vote confidence from the chamber. Aznar ordered Catalonia's general captain to suppress the movement at once. Troops first occupied Manresa and later, after 3 days of struggle, the coal fields were pacified when Figals finally surrendered. The libertarian communist dream had barely lasted a week. The dreamers, or those who did not pay with their lives, were imprisoned or deported to Spanish Guinea. Counter-revolutionary forces seized the day and the government rigorously applied the law for the defense of the Republic. Authorities in Barcelona, Valencia, Sevilla, and Cádiz received orders to launch a raid on anarchist circles that would ensnare leading CNT and FAI members. The manhunt began at dawn on January 20 with assaults on the homes of pre-identified individuals in Barcelona. The libertarian professor Tomás Cano Ruiz was one of the first to be captured, I was arrested and held incommunicado in the basements of police headquarters. I quickly came to appreciate the meaning of a raid in the style of Martinez Anado. 110. Authorities filled the prison cells with suspects, and then selected them either for deportation or incarceration. Police arrested Durruti in the morning of January 21 and seized the Escaso brothers around noon that day. In the afternoon of January 22, those destined to be deported were transferred to the port and loaded onto the Buenos Aires, a steamship that the transatlantic company had freely put at the government's disposal. The Canova's gunboat maneuvered its cannons while the men were hauled on board. The sailors on the Buenos Aires watched with their fingers on the trigger as the detainees were sent to the ship's hold, where there was neither straw nor blankets nor anything even remotely resembling shelter or bedding. The men were constantly watched and had no freedom other than airing themselves under the ship's skylights. There was very little water or food. This human cargo evoked the slave trade. The Republic had become a slaver. In addition to these already difficult conditions, there was a prohibition on receiving visitors, food packages, and correspondence. The detainees would have to live like this until February 11 when the government ordered the Buenos Aires to set sail. Chapter 11. The steamship Buenos Aires. The militants who hadn't been captured during the January 20 raid, such as Ortiz, Sanz, and Garcia Oliver, met and decided that they would pressure their respective unions to push the CNT National Committee to declare a general strike throughout the country. They believed that this was the only way to stop the government from deporting their comrades. The Manufacturing and Textile Workers Union held an emergency meeting and voted to support the general strike. It sent Garcia Oliver, as its representative, to a meeting of the National Committee, which was based in Barcelona and led by Angel Pestana at the time. Garcia Oliver drafted the following report for his union. The National Committee met on the evening of February 9. Garcia Oliver, the secretary, and other delegates were present. He read the notes sent by the various regions in response to the circular distributed to them which, at the behest of the Regional of Aragon, Rioja, and Navarre, asked if they supported the declaration of a general strike throughout Spain or carrying out similar activities designed to prevent the announced deportations. Levante answered affirmatively, declaring itself for the general strike. Galicia, despite the fact that government repression had weakened it considerably, also supported the strike and promised to do everything it could to make it general in its region. Asturias accepted as well and suggested immediately beginning a propaganda campaign to make the strike as complete as it could be. Aragon, Rioja, and Navarre say they have met with the counties and are prepared for the general strike. The Center Regional, due to its limited influence, will organize protests when the National Committee delegation meets with the government to stop the deportations. Pestana claimed that Catalonia, Andalusia, the Balearics, and Norte had not responded. He added that the day before yesterday, Sunday, I wrote all the regionals saying that, from the consultation about whether or not to declare a general strike against the deportations, it turns out that the majority of the regional organizations agree on the need for a massive propaganda campaign, without detriment to other activities that may be deemed appropriate later. I sent the letter in question without the National Committee, because it wasn't a matter of importance and also to speed things up. Garcia Oliver told Pestana that he had made several important mistakes. First, behind the back of the National Committee, Pestana has abused his authority and the trust invested in him, due to his possession of the National Committee stamp. Second, he altered the regional's responses, given that the Center Regional was the only one that suggested a propaganda campaign. All the others supported the general strike. Third, Pestana implied that the majority of regionals rejected the general strike, when in fact the opposite was the case. This is a deliberate and premeditated deception of the confederal proletariat, which prevented us from stopping the deportations. From all of this, one can deduce that the government's hurry to order the departure of the Buenos Aires results from the fact that it knew that Pestana's actions prevented any effective protest by the CNT. One can also deduce that the deportees would not have departed without his actions and also understand why, despite the considerable time between now and the Fagles rebellion, authorities suddenly ordered the ship to set sail. Garcia Oliver was unable to do more than submit his report to his union in writing because police arrested him and threw him in the Modelo prison a few days after he wrote it. He told the other prison inmates about the matter and, after hearing his comments, 100 of them sent a statement to the anarchist press. It asked for Angel Pestana's expulsion from the CNT, in the event that what is said by Garcia Oliver is true. Or, if Garcia Oliver is lying, that he be expelled. 111. While all this was happening, the detainees in the Buenos Aires were held incommunicado and impatiently waited to find out what destination the government had in store for them. The Buenos Aires steamship left the port of Barcelona at 4:45 a.m. on February 10. No one knew where it was going, but most presumed that it was heading for Guinea in Africa. That day Emilienne sent a very expressive letter to the French Anarchist Federation, informing them about the deportation of Durruti and the others. There is despair at home. The Buenos Aires left Barcelona at 4 this morning in the direction of Guinea, probably Bata. There are 110 detainees on the ship now and it will stop in Valencia and Cadiz to pick up other militants awaiting exile on those shores. They haven't allowed us to go on board and say goodbye to them. Only some children, escorted by the sailors, have been able to bid their parents farewell. Our little Colette, 2.5 months old, was brought on board in this way and Durruti could at least give her a kiss. We haven't been able to see or speak with any of them since they were arrested approximately 3 weeks ago. Durruti and some comrades started a hunger strike while the ship was anchored in the port. That's why Durruti, Ascaso, Pérez Feliu and Mazzena were separated from the rest. The country's press with the exception of La Tierra has slavishly endorsed the actions of the Interior Minister. It bases itself on the most absurd lies and despicable slanders to justify this abominable deportation. Solidaridad Obrera is banned. Here is the paradox of the Spanish Republic: while it deports 110 prisoners without trial, the monarchists conspire openly, large rural landowners leave their lands barren, and the peasants die of hunger. It won't apply the infamous law for the defense of the Republic against its enemies, but rather against the workers, whose only crime is being conscious of and faithful to their class. How could it be that the socialists, who collaborated with Primo de Rivera, are now suddenly concerned with the workers' demands? An eye for eye, a tooth for tooth, that should be our maxim. Despite the fact that our loved ones are leaving and we don't know if we'll ever see them again, we are not declaring defeat and won't bow our heads. We will continue in the breach. 112. The deportees used Ascaso's pen and little Colette's diapers to send their own message: dear friends, it looks like they've begun to dust off the compass. We are leaving. That is a word that says many things. To leave according to the poet is to die a little. But we aren't poets, and for us this parting has always been a sign of life. We are in constant movement, on a perennial journey like Jews without a homeland. We are outside of a society in which we find nowhere to live. We are members of an exploited class, still without a place in the world. The departure was always a symbol of vitality. What does it matter if we leave, if we also stay here in our exploited brothers' ideas and action? It isn't us that they want to exile but our ideas, and there's no doubt that they will remain. And it's those ideas that give us strength to live and that will make it possible for us return one day. What a pathetic bourgeoisie that needs to resort to such things to survive. But we aren't surprised. It's in struggle against us and of course it defends itself. It torments, exiles, and murders. After all, nothing dies without at least throwing a punch. Beasts and men are similar in this. It's unfortunate that its blows cause victims, especially when it is our brothers who fall, but it's unavoidable and we have to accept the burden. Let us hope that the bourgeoisie's death throes will be brief. Steel plates are not enough to contain our joy when we realize that our suffering marks the beginning of its end. It collapses and dies, but its death is our life, our liberation. To suffer like this is not to suffer. On the contrary, it is to live a dream cherished for millennia, it is to be present in the actualization and development of an idea that nourishes our thought and fills the vacuum of our lives. To leave is to live. That is our salutation when we say not goodbye but see you soon. 113. The January 18th revolutionary uprising in Alto Lobregat was the detonator needed to set off the revolutionary process that had been incubating in Spain. The miners had had the audacity to turn theory into practice, and that theory expressed in practice was going to inspire social struggles across the country. The government hoped that deporting these men would put a brake on this, but it only stirred the revolutionary cauldron. Indeed, 4 days after the ship set sail, anarchist groups in Tarrasa occupied town hall, flew the black and red flag, and proclaimed libertarian communism. The state crushed this rebellion brutally, just like in Alto Lobregat, but such defeats are really victories in the history of the proletarian struggle because they help the workers free themselves from fear, and, when that occurs, the revolution spreads its wings. This important psychological phenomenon generally escapes the myopic historians and salaried journalists. Emily N. Morin was right to demand an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Francisco Escaso shared her views when he accepted exile as the bourgeoisie's inevitable and logical response to its own desperation. The struggle was clearly becoming self-conscious. Garcia Oliver protested from prison when, in the name of the inmates, some tried to justify collaboration with political figures. Those of us in prison are on the front lines of this great struggle for the social revolution on the Iberian Peninsula, and we are shocked, saddened, and depressed to read so frequently about meetings between anarchist orators and politicians from the parliamentarian minority. Of course, the political minority will try to improve its position with pretenses of revolutionism, but it's unacceptable for anarchists to justify these politicians' deceitful promises with their presence and support. Anarchists must refuse all collaboration with politicians and have the duty to resist them tirelessly and warn the masses about the hidden dangers that politics hold for them. We can't allow such things, even when they occur under the pretext of our imprisonment and deportation. Our duty as anarchists should be enough for our defense. All paths are closed except the path of proletarian revolution. Parliamentary action, for our post-World War generation, is something old and useless, like Christianity was for the children of the French Revolution. For our part, we have never had more faith in the realization of our anarchist ideals than now. Our hearts are flooded with enthusiasm after the libertarian communist experiment in Alto Lobregat. Indeed, we are far from those times when being an anarchist meant sacrificing one's freedom for a society that only future generations could bring into existence. Anything is possible today. Now we fight for ourselves. And, since we're at war, we're prepared to defend ourselves. We won't complain if the enemy wounds us. We'll simply think of the best way to hit back and bring it down. 114. Chapter 12. Guinea, Fernando. POO, the Canaries. The government gathered the Andalusian detainees in Cadiz and loaded them onto the Buenos Aires as soon as it anchored outside the port. The ship then set off into the Atlantic toward the Canaries, leaving behind a Spain in chaos. The militants from Valencia went on the Sánchez Barquez-Tigui destroyer and met the others in Las Palmas. As previously noted, anarchists in Tarrasa took over town hall and proclaimed libertarian communism on February 14 as a protest against the deportations. There were more clashes with the civil guard and more deaths. There were general or partial strikes in large cities. Bombs tore down telephone poles and demolished electrical installations. The government did everything it could to make matters worse by provoking the right wing with demagoguery. Although the government really had no intention of attacking, the right took the bravado as a real threat and conspired against the Republic. The working class didn't understand the parliamentarians' rhetoric and, having received nothing but bullets from the government, also declared war on the regime. The government didn't really govern but wanted to stay in power. What could it do? Put a wall of lead between the ruled and the rulers. That is exactly what Azan's team did, while also turning the Spanish government into a gigantic discussion circle. In one of the tranquil sessions of the parliament, the Interior Minister told its honorable members that the government knew quite well where to send the dreamers of libertarian communism. "We choose Guinea," he said, "because its climate is more healthy and attractive than Fuerteventura. In fact, I'm even thinking of making a trip there myself to spend a few days in the company of the deportees." No one protested, but did anyone know what Guinea was really like? If they did, so much the worse, given what the reader will appreciate after digesting the following: Spain's possessions in the Gulf of Guinea have been justly regarded as unhealthy for some time now. The funeral legend of the deported politician still floats over its hot beaches. Any exile lucky enough to return often came back consumed by cachexia and bearing germs of death in his blood. And this is quite natural. In an absolutely sweltering region, covered by leafy vegetation and bathed by the misty and humid atmosphere, the environment is a dense microbial nursery. It is a promised land for every pathogen, particularly the group of protozoa that provoke sleep sickness, nagana in cattle, amoebic dysentery, and the most severe and rebellious varieties of malaria. Guinea's gentle beauty is obscured by the threatening presence of these germs of death and bearers of disease, which are true obstacles to the development of European culture. This tropical environment overwhelms, exhausts, and destroys organic and spiritual life. 115. That was the gentle paradise that the government had reserved for those sailing through the Atlantic. While the Buenos Aires traveled to an unknown destination, there was widespread turmoil on the peninsula. In addition to the tumultuous wake left by that phantom boat, the rebellion in Alto Labrega had made libertarian communism an increasingly pressing concern for bourgeois intellectuals. Salvador de Madariaga tried to elevate the debate. In January 1932, the Fagles miners rose up against the state and proclaimed libertarian communism, which they celebrated with a general strike in the industrious Labrega Valley. How, the reader will ask, does one eat in the world of libertarian communism? Exactly, how does one eat? Here those most distinguished by their ignorance of the Spanish working class normally insert a stilted disclaimer about Spanish illiteracy and working class ignorance. Those libertarians, those Quixotes of social emancipation, who, like the man from La Mancha, try to impose the dream that inspires them onto a hard reality, are not illiterate at all and are just as capable of reading as those who accuse them of such things. It is just that they have a much more developed creative faculty than the journalists who criticize them. Instead of reading books, they prefer to create their own categories and hopes, and live their lives with a serenity and an attachment to a mode of thought that many in the erudite world would envy from the comfortable shelter of their libraries. More education is needed, they tell us. Indeed, it will take a tremendous amount of education to extinguish the faith of these visionaries. 116. That quote was really worthwhile. The Buenos Aires stopped in the Canary Islands only long enough to pick up more coal and the detainees from Valencia. It then continued toward the Gulf of Guinea. It stocked up on bananas in Dakar, the sole source of nourishment for the deportees piled up in the ship's hold. The inadequate food, unhygienic conditions, and poor ventilation caused several cases of blood poisoning. The sickest had to be taken to the hospital when the ship anchored in Santa Isabel in Fernando Poo. The captain of the Buenos Aires, a cousin of General Franco, then telegraphed Madrid and asked where they should go. Navy Minister José Giral directed him to Bata. The sick were immediately reloaded onto the ship and the Buenos Aires took off for Bata. Its perpetual escort, the Canova's gunboat, followed. The orders, counter-orders, bad food, and everything that pleasure trip entailed put the deportees on edge. They ended up declaring a mutiny and took over the bridge. The captain was as disoriented as the mutineers and quickly realized that it would be best to make some concessions and negotiate an end to the rebellion. Thanks to their action, bunks were distributed, the food improved, and deck access permitted for fresh air. All this could have been practiced from the outset, but they had to revolt, to show their teeth, to secure it. Direct action is not an empty term. Since they decided that they should not to leave the sick in Bata, the ship retraced its path toward the Canaries, where they were interned in the hospital in Fuerteventura. Then they set off for Rio de Oro. The military commander there was the son of José Regueral, and he refused to accept the detainees because Durruti was among them, whom he held responsible for his father's murder. What to do? There was another consultation with Giral and another trip to Fuerteventura to drop off Durruti and 6 additional men there. The ship then sailed toward Africa once again. After coming and going across the Atlantic for months, the Buenos Aires finally reached Villa Cisneros, which seemed to be its final destination. The government had thought of everything when it planned the Atlantic excursion and even sent along a journalist to chronicle the Odyssey for the Spanish public. Of course his articles were picturesque tales of a carefree jaunt, and it was surely their influence that led Tunan de Lara to describe the expedition as a round-trip voyage, without a stop in Guinea. 117 And his articles must have entertained very few, given the commotion sweeping Spain at the time. There were things of much greater interest, such as the general strike in Orense, where armed workers rose against the governor in late March and told his compatriot Casares Quiroga to go to hell with his civil guard. They promised to tear him to shreds 118 if he set foot in Galicia. While Spain drifted inexorably toward civil war, Durruti and his friends counted the days in Fuerteventura, just as the deportees in Villa Cisneros counted them with clocks of sand. The tireless conspirator Ramon Franco visited the deportees in Villa Cisneros and urged them to try to escape on a sailboat that he had prepared for the purpose. Francisco Escaso told him that it would be better if he focused on counteracting the stories of the government chronicler with a real account of their lives there. 119. For his part, Durruti left a vivid statement about the experience in a letter that he sent to his family as soon as their comings and goings had stopped. Cabres Port, April 18, 1932. My pilgrimage on these seas has finally come to an end, and now, as a resident of this lost island, I'm able to send you a note. Yesterday was the first time that I received any mail since leaving Barcelona. It's letters from Mimi, Perico, and other friends. I was cut off from the world until then, not knowing anything about you all. The Republican government isn't content with this criminal deportation and has to vent itself on us by subjecting us to the most extreme isolation. Those gentlemen are so small-minded that they think we lack the feeling of love simply because we are revolutionaries, and that those dear to us are insensitive beings who are unconcerned about our welfare. I'm sure you've read about our trek in the press. I would need a lot of paper and even more calm to fully explain the tragedy of our deportation. We've suffered greatly and experienced several tragic moments. We were nearly executed by some poor sailors, who almost gunned us down after a drunk officer's corps incited them. I later spoke with one of those sailors, who was extremely ashamed of his conduct. The young fellow told me that we pointed our rifles at you because the officers said that you wanted to kill us. I was on the warship and they told me that you wanted to murder my comrades, the sailors. It would have been an act of cowardice on our part to let them be assassinated. It was under that intoxication of words and alcohol that we left the Canovas and boarded the Buenos Aires. You know the rest. I'll be certain to explain that rest to the Spanish workers when I set foot on the peninsula again. My health is good. My separation from the other deportees is a government matter. It turns out that the military man in charge of Rio de Oro is Regueral's son, and, once he found out that I was on board the Buenos Aires, he threatened to resign if I disembarked there. That's why I am in Fuerteventura. There are 6 other comrades with me, who were sick when we got off the ship but are now better or getting better. This island is a miserable place and quite neglected by all the governments that have non-governed Spain. We live in a barracks and they give us 1.75 pesetas to cover our daily costs. The government men think that we have thousands with which to buy our food. Surely they are confusing us with Unamano and Rodrigo Soriano. We've complained to Madrid and are waiting for a reply. We can't live in the barracks and much less on 1.75 pesetas a day. The island's residents were afraid of us at first. They had been led to believe that we eat children raw, but calmed down after interacting with us. They even let their kids play with us now. Yesterday, Sunday, a man who was previously very aloof came by with his wife. She wanted to meet me, since she's from Lyon as well. They're good people. They brought me books and, perhaps as a mere courtesy, also offered me their home. I don't know how long this exile will last and they haven't told me its reason. They arrested me under the pretext of fining me for making some scandalous comments at the international rally. They put me in a cell at police headquarters and then on the Buenos Aires. I hope the Interior Minister will explain the matter of the fine to me and also how long he intends to keep me on this island. I'm thinking of going to Lyon as soon as I leave here and asking Deputy Nistel why he supported my deportation. I'm also thinking of asking him if the Republic is at war with geography and has burned all the maps. It turns out that they sent us to Bata, without knowing where Bata was. From Bata to Fernando Poo, also unaware of where it was. From Fernando Poo to Villa Cisneros to load coal, when there's nothing but sand there. When I get back to the peninsula, those socialist gentlemen who have forgotten socialism will have to tell the working class why they approved our banishment. And, to me, they'll have to clarify their collaboration with the monarchists and where those millions are that they say I've received. The Republicans and Socialists are mistaken if they think they'll save the Republic like this. One day, we, the agitators who have to get up every morning and enter the factory like slaves, will embrace the working class's true identity, the sole producer of social wealth. 120 We also possess a statement from a witness about Durruti's time in Fuerteventura. He writes, "It's true that we knew each other and that I loaned him books, which he was very fond of, although I never heard from him again after he left. Durruti had the deep makings of an anarchist and I was his antagonist in all our discussions about our respective ideologies. But, when my brother arrived in Barcelona on the Villa de Madrid on July 20, 1936 and one of the ship stewards accused him of being a fascist, he remembered that he had seen us speak and went to Durruti, telling him that he was my brother. That was enough for Durruti to put him in a secure place and thus prevent his execution.